Chapter 1. Unbelievable. I was merely speaking. The ultimate slash of the five elements from the Aurora sword. The bending of wood, the concealment of water, the fierce rock of fire and earth, and the sternness of metal. Wu Hee stood in his room, wielding the battle-worn Aurora sword he had purchased, synchronizing his enthusiastic shouts with the on-screen action. At the age of 26, he embodied the immaturity of a 5 or 6-year-old, indulging in whimsical fantasies. This was, after all, an inevitable outcome. Having just experienced a breakup and job loss, he found himself alone, an orphan with no family, a quintessential example of youth. Devoid of connections. Within the confines of his rented abode, he unleashed a torrent of uninhibited screams, a cathartic release of his solitary frustrations. Simultaneously, he took a swig from a green beverage, the flush on his face contrasting with the bravado in his mouth as he swung the sword with fervor. "Oh heavens, grant me an opportunity. I shall surely carve my path to divinity in any realm with the Emperor's armor." No sooner had he uttered these words than Wu Hee, in a haze, collapsed on his bed, yet the sword remained firmly grasped in his hand. The blade pointed toward a poster that proclaimed an extraordinary celestial event. A double moon in the sky, a rare phenomenon, 8 stars aligned, an unprecedented sight. A meteorite from the sun illuminated the dark night of the Dragon Kingdom, striking a window with unerring precision. In that instant, the world lost a refugee, but gained a lifeless body. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Wu Hee found himself confronted by an azure sky unlike any he had previously witnessed. Disbelieving, he rubbed his eyes again and was astonished to discover that his hands appeared remarkably youthful. Simultaneously, he pinched the inner thigh of his leg with considerable force, and a sharp pain confirmed a chilling reality. Oh heavens, I was merely jesting. How have I truly traversed worlds? Wu Hee gazed around and attempted to sift through the memories in his mind, utterly baffled as to his whereabouts. So be it, if I have crossed over, at least tell me where I am. Though exasperated, he employed various methods to summon his hidden potential, yet there was no response. Just as despair began to set in, he heard the distant calls of children outside his humble dwelling. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, revealing fleeting images of several children. Wu Hee pondered to himself, this appears to be a trigger-based memory. After a brief interval, he digested the influx of recollections, which included a few companions and some fundamental knowledge of daily life and the prevailing worldview. Wow, heavens, you are exceedingly kind to have transported me to the Douluo continent. Hee. Thankfully my martial soul has yet to awaken, and the conflict between the two empires and the martial soul palace has not commenced. I still have a chance. As Wu Hee reveled in his daydreams, the door was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang by the lead child. Hurry up, Grandpa the village chief wants us at the square. The snot-nosed child, leading his companions, burst into the room and called out to Wu Hee. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang from his bed and joined the others in their rush out of the room. Dressing? Such a notion is non-existent. After all, as a family in poverty, we possess merely 2 flimsy garments. In truth, this village lacks even an official name, for the children here are all orphans, bereft of parental care. Yet, these unfortunate souls are descendants of the Soul Master Corps of the Tiando Empire. Each year, a number of children are sent here, children of Soul Masters, who upon awakening, may very well possess innate soul power. It is precisely for this reason that the Empire has designated a village to care for these war orphans. However, awakening as a Soul Master is not guaranteed. Most orphans arriving in this village have parents who are merely ordinary Soul Masters, with the most accomplished among them being a mere Soul Commander. Consequently, some children may awaken without any soul power, ultimately remaining in the village to care for their peers. Over time, this village has acquired a fitting name, Brotherhood Village. Wu Hee trailed a group of small children to the square, gazing across the sea of faces, a cacophony of noise enveloping the atmosphere. Though the numbers had yet to exceed 1,000, a gathering of 400 to 500 was assuredly present. According to the explanations etched in memory, during the annual awakening, only 10 of the children lack soul power or possess it at a pitifully low level. Should their innate soul power be below level 3, they would be unequivocally rejected by the primary Soul Master Academy. For those below this threshold, the path of cultivation is agonizingly slow. Akin to that of a snail, it would take at least 40 years to transcend to Soul Sovereign, and the prospect of ever reaching Soul Commander would be a mere fantasy. Thus, it is more prudent to allocate resources towards those with slightly stronger potential, who may one day join the Empire's military and perhaps even ascend to core units. Being an orphanage of the Tindo Empire, a plethora of great soul masters had arrived to assist the children in their awakening. Various types of soul masters showcased their extraordinary abilities, sowing seeds of future dreams in the hearts of many children, illuminating their paths ahead. Before long, the awakening ceremony commenced with seamless grace. One by one, children resembling little turnips stepped forward to awaken their respective martial spirits, subsequently approaching the crystal orbs behind the great soul masters. To test their soul power, the children were meticulously organized and categorized according to their innate soul power levels. However, being children, they could not suppress their innate tendencies despite standing still. Playful banter and competition were inevitable. Especially when one child realized another had lower soul power, a wave of pride would swell within. Conversely, upon witnessing a peer's martial spirit appearing less impressive than their own, a sense of uncontrollable bravado would arise, rendering the atmosphere exceptionally lively. Unbeknownst to them, the line eventually reached Wu Hei. At that moment, to claim one was not anxious would be a blatant falsehood. Just moments prior, Wu Hei had witnessed several girls awaken the Chinka grass martial spirit, with an innate soul power of merely level 1, who instantly squatted in a corner of the line, weeping softly. For them, the ambition to break through level 25 in their lifetime seemed like a distant dream, given the abysmally low quality of their martial spirits. Before Wu Hei stood a female soul master of the support system, her martial spirit being the 90-year resurrection grass. With each additional ring, she could enhance her vitality and augment healing efficacy by 50%. Now, she had attained the rank of a 3-ring soul master. Her healing prowess considerable enough to leave Wu Hei momentarily dazed. Following her calm directives, Wu Hei slowly extended his left hand. Under the influence of the soul power guiding array, he felt an innate force within him yearning to surge forth. Relax, do not resist, allow it to be released naturally. Her voice, crisp yet steady, flowed like a clear spring, gradually easing Wu Hei's tension. Before long, a 5-colored array emerged gently upon his left hand, and simultaneously, the name of this martial spirit materialized in his mind. Light and Shadow 5 Elements Array, Chapter 2, Innate Full Soul Power. Chapter 3, Extremely Stringent Requirements for Soul Rings. Chapter 4, Millennium Azure Wind Feather Eagle. Chapter 5, Wind Eagle Armor. Fusion. Wild soul power surged within Wu Hei's body like a tumultuous tide. As time flowed, a main meridian finally connected with his martial spirit, akin to a bridge. Yet, at the moment of contact, the Light and Shadow 5 Elements Array erupted into frenetic motion as torrents of soul power flooded into the martial spirit like a broken dam. At that moment, Wu Hei's martial spirit resembled an insatiable beast, greedily and swiftly devouring the soul power within him. Concurrently, the wood attribute core within the martial spirit began to glow like a radiant star, charging and illuminating, while the martial spirit array unfurled behind Wu Hei. Like a magnificent tapestry, waves of overwhelming vitality caressed him like a spring breeze, rejuvenating his form. The severed meridians swiftly mended at a visible pace, becoming increasingly resilient, as if forged from steel. Wu Hei's initially flushed skin gradually regained tranquility, resembling a lake calmed by a gentle spring wind. He emanated a faint green light, reminiscent of Kai Wen-ji bestowing upon him an unrestrained skill brimming with vitality. Even the soul master standing before him could perceive the extraordinary life force, as if years of ailments were dissipating in the wake of such potent vitality. This lad possesses immense fortune, no wonder he is so audacious. To dare absorb a soul ring of 2.5 times its age. The challenge of absorbing a soul ring of 2.5 times its age was far from mere multiplication. It required 100-fold effort and the safeguarding of a healing saint at the soul sage level to achieve a mere 50% success rate. Blessed with the restorative essence of the wood attribute, Wu Hei danced precariously along the edge of disaster, his meridians straining and mending under the influence of the soul power. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, 3 days had elapsed. Old Huang, it has been 3 days our rations are nearly depleted, and the academy has allotted us little time. Why is this lad still not recovered? Old Liu, let's wait a little longer. This boy's life energy is exceedingly robust, and is stabilizing. It should be soon. Patience is key. Although Wu Hei may not have been aware of the swift passage of time, the other 6 individuals had indeed spent an interminable 3 days in the Soul Beast Forest. Though it was designated as the Empire's wildlife sanctuary, its perilous nature was akin to a lurking tiger, fraught with danger. Half a day later, Teacher Liu, with unrestrained fervor, devoured the last pair of eagle wings and could no longer contain himself, having just discarded the bones. Wu Hai's soul power erupted like a volcano, generating a formidable energy field that surged forth from his being. A violet soul ring, resembling the divine hand that supports the sun, lifted Wu Hai skyward. However, the soul ring did not adorn his martial soul like a constellation surrounding a moon, but rather functioned solely at the focal point of the wood attribute. Yet, these details were trivial. What mattered was that Wu Hai had narrowly escaped death, and the group could finally flee this wretched forest and return to the warm embrace of their academy's comfortable beds. The petite girl with the dragon phoenix, Bao martial soul, bounded over like a jubilant fawn, quivering at the overwhelming waves of powerful soul energy radiating from Wu Hai. The large soul master, surnamed Lu, strode over with purpose, his greasy fist thundering against Wu Hai's chest like a hammer. "You're incredibly audacious, daring to provoke a millennium-old soul beast. If it weren't for old Huang insisting on staying behind to safeguard you, you would have long been the prey of the old wolf." Teacher Liu raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Wu Hai to express his gratitude to the soul master, old Huang. Wu Hai understood the unspoken message. Regardless of the rightness or wrongness of the situation, it was undeniable that the soul master had resolutely chosen to remain with the team to protect him in the face of mortal danger. Thus a word of thanks was indeed warranted. "All right, enough chatter. Quickly unleash your soul skill. Let's see what you can do as we prepare to return to the academy." Teacher Huang, his face flushed with excitement, waved his hand, urging Wu Hai to try out his newly acquired soul skill. After all, the first soul ring was from Millennium-old beast, a rare occurrence indeed. The potency of its soul skill would undoubtedly be immense, and the anticipation among everyone reached a fever pitch. Everyone was acutely aware of Wu Hai's unique martial soul, classified by the Academy as an artifact martial soul, which had released a tremendous amount of life energy upon absorbing the soul ring. Thus, they all presumed that Wu Hai's martial soul would undoubtedly lean towards the support category, and particularly a formidable one at that. However, only Wu Hai himself knew that his martial soul and soul skill effects were far from supportive, even if not classified as an offensive force. They certainly inclined towards agility-based attacks. Under the watchful gaze of the group, Wu Hai wasted no words and directly summoned his martial soul. The wood attribute focal point instantly asserted dominance within his sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, Wu Hai gained the options for the manifestation of his soul skill. The first effect would manifest upon himself, conjuring a summoning watch resembling the armor of a wind eagle. The second option was a one-time use wood attribute crystal, granting a wood or wind attribute soul master an opportunity to summon the wind eagle armor. Both of these options currently had a duration of 5 minutes. Once the time elapsed, Wu Hai would expend a staggering 95 units of soul power, leaving him with merely 5 to sustain basic movement. With each additional soul ring, the duration shall be extended by 5 minutes, while the consumption of soul power will diminish by 10. However, with each release of a soul skill, one can only choose between affecting oneself or others. Naturally, during the initial fusion, one must first indulge in the experience for oneself. Under the enhancement of the soul ring, a peculiar and oddly shaped watch emerged from the wooden attribute focal point of the martial soul. At this moment, everyone was left in utter astonishment. What on earth is this? 6 large black question marks floated in the minds of each individual. In an instant, Wu Hai swiftly clasped the watch onto his left wrist, as the wood attribute focal point of his martial spirit simultaneously transformed into a semi-transparent, emerald green spherical crystal core. Wu Hai cautiously cradled the crystal core, examining it closely under the brilliant sunlight before gently inserting it into his watch. He suddenly shouted, "Wind Eagle Armor, merge." In an instant, a striking azure armor descended upon him like a war deity from the heavens, enveloping his form. The silvery hue resembled the Milky Way winding through the ocean, dazzling and resplendent. The ruby-colored eye armor appeared as if it were flames ablaze, captivating all who beheld it. Most astonishingly, his height, originally a mere 1.3 meters, soared to an impressive 1.8 meters upon donning the armor, rendering him a giant among his contemporaries. Chapter 6. Unable to release the wind-piercing thorn. Oh my, how utterly magnificent. Teacher Huang, a soul master, gently tapped on the armor encasing Wu Hai with his fingers, the muffled sound echoing the armor's impenetrable defense. The soft touch revealed a chilling sensation. Due to the armor's fusion, Wu Hai now towered over Teacher Huang by half a head. Being gazed down upon in such a manner instilled within Huang a peculiar sense of pressure. Nevertheless, being a seasoned three-ring soul master, how could he be intimidated by a mere novice who had just attained the first ring? Huang took the lead towards an open area, gesturing for Wu He to spar with him. Wu He was acutely aware of the various abilities of the armor, yet he remained uncertain of the formidable power it could unleash in this world. Without the slightest hesitation, he merely nodded in agreement. The two took their positions, adopting stances for combat, while Lao Huang, mindful of the gravity of the situation, summoned his martial soul. A withered leaf drifted gracefully to the ground, and in the fleeting moment devoid of words, their fists collided with the swiftness of lightning. In that singular strike, both parties gleaned a substantial understanding of Wu He's strength. The soul master Lao Huang found it hard to believe that Wu He's martial soul, augmented by his soul ring, could withstand 90% of his formidable power. It is crucial to note that this force was devoid of any additional soul skills. Were it to strike an ordinary soul master, it would undoubtedly send them flying like a cannonball, without pause. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was their speed. The distance they covered while moving towards each other was equal, suggesting that their initial velocities were nearly identical. Wu Yi's ability to meet Lao Huang's punch indicated that his reaction speed was as swift as the wind. However, it must be acknowledged that Lao Huang was a three-ring soul master specializing in agility, with speed being his primary mode of attack, while Wu He was merely a special weapon martial soul, and yet only at the first ring. Yet, in the eyes of Wu He, the scene unfolded quite differently. Wu He was as clear as a mirror in his mind, fully aware of the formidable power of the armor. Although he lacked confidence in his own strength, he could be certain that the defensive capabilities were undoubtedly impressive. At that moment, as soon as Wu He caught sight of his teacher's movement, he swiftly sprang into action. Though he started a fraction slower, he soon gained momentum. His fist colliding with his teacher's, Wu He exerted merely a third of his strength, initially intending to merely test the efficacy of the defense. However, upon catching a glimpse of Lao Huang's expression, he immediately comprehended the abundant surprise reflected in his eyes. Consequently, through this seemingly inconsequential exchange of blows, Wu He discerned that his foundational punching power, after merging with his armor, had likely surpassed the limits of a fundamental soul master. Furthermore, given that Lao Huang belonged to the agile attack category and had refrained from utilizing any soul techniques, Wu He remained uncertain whether he had truly transcended the soul master level. Nevertheless, Wu He was now brimming with excitement. He recognized that even if he had not genuinely surpassed the soul master, such a feat involved overcoming a staggering 20 ranks. This extraordinary leap in levels was something he had never encountered in any anime. After their exchange, the two swiftly parted ways, and Lao Huang was just about to assist Wu He in exploring other dimensions. Wu He swiftly raised his hand to halt the proceedings. "Teacher," he exclaimed, "our sparring is proving to be rather inefficient. I can only maintain this form for 5 minutes, so I wish to unleash all my techniques for your assessment." Wu He spoke candidly. Indeed, when it comes to the application of soul skills, even the same skill manifests with subtle differences when wielded by different individuals. Each soul master is most acutely aware of the potency of their own abilities. However, the power exhibited by Wu He has transcended the conventional limits of a soul master's prowess, necessitating the assistance of an outsider for evaluation. Inwardly reflecting on this rationale, Lao Huang gestured for the others to disperse slightly, thus providing Wu He with a measure of space while ensuring that everyone remained on high alert against a potential ambush from the formidable soul beast. He pointed towards a section of the forest, indicating that Wu He should proceed with the test there, unrestrained. Wu He, akin to Bruce Lee, warmed up with nimble hops, the armor upon him clashing melodiously, producing a crisp and enchanting sound, reminiscent of a splendid symphony, initially employing his martial prowess. In the blink of an eye, 2 towering trees, which would require the embrace of 2 individuals to encircle, were effortlessly splintered under Wu He's strikes, akin to tender saplings ravaged by a tempest. The 3 young onlookers scarcely grasped the nature of Wu He's actions before the trees collapsed with a resounding crash. Even the 2 esteemed soul masters could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of the motion's aftermath. Even Lao Huang, a third-ring soul sovereign of the agile attack type, could only perceive the remnants of the punches and kicks. Were he to attempt the same feat, even utilizing his third soul skill, he could not achieve such swiftness. Furthermore, he could not sever 2 massive trees with a single blow. Subsequently, Wu He gently turned the knob on the right side of his belt, and a faint luminescent screen appeared dreamily before him. He raised his right hand and delicately touched the screen, which instantly shattered into emerald green particles, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. These particles, in harmony with Wu Heyi's breath and the wind, reformed into a handheld crossbow upon his right wrist. A majestic silhouette of a giant eagle hovered above, exuding an air of power. Wu Heiyi then promptly aimed at a distant tree that would require at least 5 individuals to encircle. He unleashed 3 arrows in rapid succession, their trajectory akin to shooting stars. In an instant, they pierced the heart of the great tree, resulting in the emergence of a century-old soul ring, poised to disperse at any moment. Amidst the astonishment of all present, Wu Heiyi once again twisted the knob at his waist, and the crossbow's head transformed instantaneously into a long sword. Wu Heiyi moved like a wraith, and in an instant, the massive tree that required the encirclement of 5 individuals transformed into a neatly stacked pile of firewood. Each piece of wood was uniform in length and width, with all the cuts impeccably smooth, as though they had been born in such a state, devoid of any rough edges. The onlookers paused momentarily, believing Wu Heiyi's demonstration had reached its conclusion. However, he was merely ensnared in a brief moment of confusion. He was astonished to discover that the knob on his left side, as if enchanted, refused to turn. Although he had arrived at this crucial juncture, the steps for unleashing either the wind-piercing spike or the wind eagle leg were vividly clear in his mind, yet the lethal technique seemed to be shackled, leaving Wu Heiyi's thoughts in a state of paralysis. In desperation, Wu Heiyi sought an alternative approach, attempting to wield other weapons. With a flick of his mind, the wind eagle sword vanished without a trace, replaced by the wind eagle ring he retrieved from his shoulders. He hurled the wind eagle ring into the distance with great force. The 2 rings sped forth like arrows released from a bow. As they spun through the air, they resembled 2 ferocious saw blades, meticulously trimming the branches within a 500-meter radius, as if a masterful landscaping had just taken place. The entire process unfolded with the swiftness of a tempest, and ultimately, the wind eagle rings obediently returned to Wu Heiyi's hand like well-behaved children. Chapter 7. Returning to the academy for a feast. With his weaponry now prepared, Wu Heiyi silently counted down the seconds. In less than a minute, time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. As Wu Heiyi experienced a moment of inspiration, he conceived a remarkable technique and resolved to give it his all, eager to see if he could successfully execute it. The instant Wu Heiyi laid down his weapon, the tension that had gripped everyone finally dissipated. Each individual's inner world was uniquely distinct. The 3 young children were a blend of envy and admiration, while the 2 esteemed soul masters were filled with profound respect. Meanwhile, the venerable soul respect, Old Huang, was primarily astonished. Those who had yet to reach the level of soul respect might have thought that Wu Heiyi's accomplishments were merely on par with that rank. However, Old Huang's understanding had been entirely transformed by Wu Heiyi's prowess, and he firmly believed that Wu Heiyi had surpassed the level of soul respect, attaining the realm of soul sect. Yet, just as they reveled in their thoughts of grandeur, Wu Heiyi unexpectedly dispelled his armor, rendering himself exceedingly feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Nevertheless, they all clearly recalled Wu Heiyi stating that the duration of his soul technique was 5 minutes. But it appeared that he had barely reached 4 minutes. The first to regain her composure was a young girl from Wu Heiyi's village, who, like a swift swallow, caught him just before he fell. 5 seconds prior, Wu Heiyi gazed intently at the fleeting minute remaining, resolutely deciding to attempt the Zen seal. He gently placed his hands before his abdomen, palms together in a rhythmic motion, softly murmuring the Zen seal. In the blink of an eye, the world around Wu Heiyi was enveloped in an eerie silence. The rustle of the wind ceased, the chirping of birds faded into oblivion, and the roars of beasts dissipated. Even the withered yellow leaves drifting through the air, along with the sweat and dust, seemed suspended in time. However, Wu Heiyi soon realized that the energy of his armor had vanished in an instant. The Zen seal had lasted a mere 3 seconds. He was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness emanating from the Sea of Souls, as if an immense reservoir of soul power had been abruptly depleted. This feeling was not solely due to the loss of soul energy. It was compounded by a dual exhaustion of both mental and physical strength. Under the crushing weight of this trifold depletion, the sense of powerlessness became a source of unbearable torment for Wu Heiyi. A few individuals swiftly transported Wu Heiyi back to the academy like a tempest, while the 3 teachers reported the student soul ring acquisition. Upon hearing that Wu Heiyi had indeed obtained a Millennium Soul Ring, the principal's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. What did you say? You allowed a level 10 soul master to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring? Are you out of your mind? The principal unleashed a tempest of fury upon the three teachers. You are responsible for the academy's most exceptional 4 students. If the students are misguided, do you not share the blame? The 3 teachers stood frozen in place, resembling statues, too intimidated to make a sound. Just as Soul Master Lao Wang prepared to offer an explanation, he was once again interrupted. Thus, the trio endured over an hour of scolding until the principal, parched and exhausted, finally took a deep drink from his cup to ease his throat. The vice principal observed the 3 teachers, who had deflated like punctured balloons, and inquired, "Has the child's body been brought back?" Hearing this question, Old Lu's face flushed with shame as he stammered, "And no, we didn't bring it back." The vice principal's fury erupted, and he shouted, "You wretches! How dare you? Just watch as I have you court-martialed today." Rising to his feet, a formidable staff appeared in his right hand like a bolt of lightning, and 5 soul rings shimmered around him like brilliant stars. The overwhelming pressure of his soul power compelled the 3 to instinctively step back. And no, what I meant was he is not dead. Old Lu hastily waved his hands, beads of sweat cascading down his face. He successfully absorbed the soul ring. What? The principal seized Old Lu by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Repeat that. The principal's anger remained unabated, now tinged with incredulity and disdain. Calm down. He is truly not dead, Liang Yuan interjected. He absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring and is currently resting in the student dormitory. The only female instructor among the 3 hastily offered an explanation. Upon hearing her, the dean's anger lessened slightly, and he allowed them to stand down. He commanded the trio to recount the events in elaborate detail once more. The 3 vividly narrated every facet of the incident, after which the 2 deans fell into silence. With the dean remaining mute, the trio did not dare to utter another word. After a moment of contemplation, the vice dean finally spoke. "You 3 shall return now. Proceed to the military department to collect 300 rods and serve a penalty of 3 months. Tomorrow, bring that young man to see me." Upon receiving the directive, the 3 hastily departed, anxious that any delay would result in an amplified punishment. Once they had left, the 2 deans began to converse. Wu Yi lay in the dormitory, motionless for an entire day. His physical strength, spiritual energy, and mental acuity had nearly fully recovered. Yet his stomach was already growling with hunger. In an instant, he dashed to the academy's dining hall and began to devour food with great fervor. The scene was reminiscent of a famished ghost returned to the living realm. Before long, 3 small mountains of empty plates had accumulated beside him. His stomach seemed like a bottomless abyss, as food continuously vanished into it without any visible expansion, leaving one to wonder where all those dishes had disappeared. His voracious appetite drew the attention of many onlookers, including the chefs from the culinary department, who could not resist the urge to come out and witness the spectacle. Word spread that a gluttonous soul beast had arrived in the dining hall, ravenously consuming all the available dishes. For 2 hours, Wu He indulged himself at the buffet, consuming half of the cafeteria's supplies, before contentedly patting his round belly and departing. Had it not been for his signing of the Empire's elite talent agreement, which granted him complimentary meals and accommodation, this solitary feast would have cost him 500 to 600 gold soul coins, an expense he could scarcely afford. Remarkably, he had managed to devour provisions meant for the cafeteria over the course of half a month. As he caressed his plump belly, leisurely picking his teeth with a toothpick, he sauntered out of the dining hall. At that moment, a messenger teacher hurried over, informing him that the dean was seeking his presence in the dean's office immediately. Still dazed from his recent indulgence, Wu He was taken aback by the sudden summons. What could it be? Was it because he had skipped evening study last night? Or had he simply overindulged? Surely, the school wasn't jesting with him. Though his mind was a whirlwind of confusion, he nevertheless marched boldly towards the dean's office, emboldened by the courage bestowed upon him by the Wind Eagle armor. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the door of the dean's office, where he spotted 3 familiar figures standing awkwardly, much like students caught daydreaming during class and punished to stand in the hallway. Chapter 8. Forced to perform Mr. Huang. What are the 3 of you doing here? Wu He, picking his teeth, approached the trio, among whom the female teacher blushed and remained silent. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry inside, Old Huang exclaimed, delivering a kick to Wu He, causing a sharp pain to flare from the torn wound on his posterior. Wu He swiftly darted into the office, turning to make a playful face at Lao Wang, but alas, he missed his mark. Within the confines of the office, an invigorated elder sat upright in the principal chair, while beside him rested another distinguished gentleman, exuding an air of authority. Wu He was plagued by doubts. Whether in his previous life or the present, The sight of an elderly man whose face bore the unmistakable marks of a disciplinary director made him uneasy, as if he had committed some grave error. He had shut the office door behind him, and now, with only the two deans and himself in the room, he regretted not bringing along that arrogant old walk as a shield. Among the two elderly men, he recognized only the one sitting in the main seat, whom he had encountered briefly while processing his enrollment. At that time, the man had smiled broadly, resembling someone who was coaxing a child, persuading Wu He to sign the talented student contract. The vice dean, however, was a stranger to him. "Ah, little Wu, is it? May I call you Xiao Wu?" The vice dean, sensing the tension in the air, attempted to lighten the mood. Wu He had no objections to the first part of his statement, but he could not abide being called Xiao Wu. "All right, but you mustn't call me Xiao Wu. Instead, you may call me Yi." The vice dean's expression darkened at Wu He's beaming smile. The young lad, though not yet of age, was quite clever with his retorts. "Well then, Yi, I hear you've successfully absorbed a millennium-old spirit ring. Do let the dean take a look." The vice dean wore a warm smile. Yet Wu He internally grumbled about the old man's intentions, feeling as if he were being coaxed into calling him grandfather upon their first meeting. Despite his reservations, Wu He had little choice but to comply, extending his right hand. His martial spirit, akin to a slumbering beast, began to awaken and manifest. To his astonishment, however, the Millennium Purple Spirit Ring floated above the wooden element's vertex, resembling a solitary dancer. Such a phenomenon was exceedingly rare. Typically, once absorbed, a spirit ring would cling to the martial spirit like a loyal guardian. Vice Dean Liang promptly entwined his hands with spirit energy, cautiously initiating contact with Wu He's martial spirit. This approach resembled a mysterious ritual. However, directly touching another's martial spirit was undeniably a breach of etiquette. Yet, such intimacy was usually reserved for elders who held great significance for their junior counterparts, especially in instances like Wu He's, where an unusually aged spirit ring had been absorbed, necessitating a thorough examination of the martial spirit's foundation. After an hour of diligent effort, the vice dean confirmed that Wu He's martial spirit posed no issues. Nonetheless, the enigma of the spirit ring's attachment solely to the spirit eye remained unresolved. Yet, during their ongoing conversation, the vice dean keenly noticed a detail. The singular spirit eye adorned with the spirit ring radiated a brilliance akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky, outshining the other vertices. Furthermore, it appears that the soul rings to be added in the future will function akin to precise navigational instruments, accurately locking onto distinct soul eyes. Moreover, these soul rings must be produced by corresponding elemental soul beasts. It seems that what Xiao Huang and the others claimed is indeed true. The martial souls have never exhibited any signs of fragmentation. Dean Liang felt a profound sense of relief regarding this revelation. Next, we shall proceed to the training grounds to assess the potency of your soul skills and ascertain whether they are as extraordinary as they have been described. Dean Liang, shedding his usual stern demeanor, erupted into a hearty laughter that resonated throughout the entire office. With that, he tucked Wu He under his arm and prepared to step out. Wu He was suddenly thrown into a state of panic, flailing his arms and legs, exclaiming, "No, please, I do not wish to fight." Wu He has gained a fundamental understanding of his own capabilities, particularly the aspect of his martial soul that passively reflects the effects of soul skills. More importantly, he is currently reluctant to endure once again the overwhelming sensation of extreme weakness. After all, that feeling is akin to being forsaken by the world, enveloped in solitude and helplessness, evoking a profound sense of despair. I am aware of your concerns. There is no need to dwell on them. Our esteemed Dean's son is a healing-type soul master, having attained the remarkable level of 59, standing just a step away from the realm of Soul Emperor. Dean Liang exudes confidence and audacity, as if the formidable Soul Emperor were none other than himself. Wu He gazed in astonishment at Dean's son, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was the first time he had heard that a support-type soul master specializing in healing could hold the esteemed position of a college president. Moreover, the academy they attended was a combined institution for both primary and intermediate levels, where, as a general rule, the leadership was typically assumed by formidable attack-type soul masters. The academy president not only represents the pinnacle of the institution's administration, but also symbolizes its martial prowess. It was evident that Dean Sin's capabilities must surpass those of an ordinary combat soul master. Thus, Wu Yi was led by the enthusiastic Dean Liang to the training ground amidst the astonished gazes of passing students and faculty. Observant onlookers noted that the usually stern Vice Dean Liang appeared unusually cheerful, akin to a child on this day. However, the curiosity surrounding Wu Yi's identity was palpable, as many wondered who this newcomer was to warrant such personal attention from the Weisstein. As the news spread like wildfire, an amusing rumor took flight. Have you heard? The new student Wu Yi is set to challenge the formidable Iron Hammer Liang. What? Liang the Elder is going to thrash Wu Yi? Simply because his first ring is a Millennium Soul Ring? No way. Who is bold enough to absorb a Millennium Ring right from the start? That would be catastrophic. Various outlandish speculations circulated, and it wasn't long before the training ground became filled with spectators. These students, seemingly with nothing better to do, had abandoned their classes to witness the spectacle. Dean Liang surveyed the throng of onlookers, astonished that some had even set up betting pools. The odds predominantly favored Wu Yi's ability to endure a few exchanges against the Elder, although one audacious wager offered a staggering 1,000 to 1 on Wu Yi defeating Liang. It was utterly insane, 1 ring against 5, and yet someone had placed their bet. A charming girl, her back adorned with a dragon and phoenix bow, boldly wagered a golden soul coin. Wu Yi found himself at a loss, perplexed by how a seemingly ordinary situation had transformed into a combat contest. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to muster his courage and face the challenge head-on. Chapter 9. The Battle with Dean Liang. Let us begin. Wu Yi inhaled deeply, striving to calm his heart, which raced like a startled deer. After all, he sought to seize this opportunity to hone his combat skills. It is worth noting that the course on combat techniques was not something accessible to students of his grade. And now, having a Soul King as a sparring partner was an opportunity rarer than a phoenix feather. Dean Liang stood before Wu Yi like an immovable mountain, the distance between them stretching 10 meters. They locked eyes, and with a faint smile, Dean Liang subtly flicked his right hand, conjuring a formidable dragon hammer that appeared in his grasp as if by magic. With a movement as delicate as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, he lightly tapped his right foot, causing 5 soul rings to emerge, layered like blooming lotus flowers beneath him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Particularly striking was the black soul ring, emanating a surge of soul power akin to a towering tsunami, overwhelming the hearts of the 80 spectators in attendance. The ebony soul ring, adorned with a faint black luminescence, resembled distant stars scattered across a night sky, and in close proximity. The pressure it exerted on Wu Yi felt as if Mount Tai were bearing down upon him. From the initially composed demeanor of Wu Yi, a profound frown emerged, and in the instant the dark soul ring manifested, it felt as though an immensely heavy mountain had suddenly descended upon his shoulders. Wu Yi, much like a monkey firmly pinned beneath the weight of Wuzishan, harbored a spirit of defiance yet found himself devoid of the strength to resist. In a fleeting moment, his martial spirit unfurled behind him like a peacock displaying its plumage. In that instant, Wu Yi felt a slight alleviation of the burden upon his shoulders, granting him a precious opportunity to breathe. Wu Yi inwardly lamented his predicament, for the disparity between a Soul King and a Soul Master was indeed as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. My martial soul is the Konglong Hammer, a formidable attack-type Soul King at level 58. The blunt instrument in Dean Liang's grasp emitted a resonant clang, whirling with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea. The obsidian hammer, spinning with elegance, radiated a unique silvery gleam, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, showcasing its inherent sharpness. Upon witnessing Dean Liang's self-introduction, Wu Yi could not remain unmoved. Suddenly, a violet soul ring, resembling a lively purple butterfly, fluttered forth from the heart of the wood element formation, delicately hovering around Wu Yi. The emergence of the violet soul ring was like a brilliant meteor traversing the night sky, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. It truly was a first ring of a millennium, utterly astonishing. My martial soul is the shadow and 5 elements formation. I am, for the time being, a level 16 weapon soul master specializing in agility. Wu Yi paused momentarily, awkwardly scratching his head as he spoke. Is it, or is it not? What do you mean by for the time being? Dean Liang chided with a laugh. Very well, let me see what makes your soul technique so extraordinary. All right, Wu Yi declared resolutely. Come. The wood element from the shadow and 5 elements formation behind him surged forth like a valiant warrior, claiming the forefront, while the violet soul ring adorned him like a splendid cloak. At that moment, a finely crafted blue watch, resembling a radiant sapphire, emerged from the formation's heart, landing steadily in Wu Yi's right hand. A soul guiding device? Dean Liang exclaimed in surprise. In his youth, despite lacking in prowess, Dean Liang had traversed far and wide, acquiring knowledge that surpassed that of his contemporaries. President Liang has almost accurately deduced the operation of the 5-in-1 approach. The soul technique of the 5-in-1 primarily involves the release of a summoner, making the summoner the true manifestation of the martial soul. In other words, the 5-in-1 transcends the conventional definition of a weapon soul master, positioning itself instead as a soul engineer master. Wu He affixed the summoner to his left hand, and with a gesture of his right, the wooden elemental focal point transformed in his grasp into a translucent crystal core coin, resembling a mysterious mirror. Under the sun's rays, he appeared enveloped in a radiant glow. The crystal core was loaded into the summoner, and sunlight streamed through its cover like a golden river, continuously infusing energy. The purple soul ring around Wu He pulsated erratically, as if performing an enigmatic dance. First soul skill, Wind Eagle Armor, merge. Upon command, the surrounding luminescence swiftly morphed into a tangible form, akin to a nimble sprite. The armor, dominated by deep blue hues, evoked the boundless expanse of the starry sky, resembling a sacred domain beyond reproach, captivating all who beheld it. Witnessing Wu Yi's soul skill unleash, Dean Liang beckoned him with a wave, exclaiming, "Come. Give it a try." "Very well, let us see." Wu Yi responded resolutely, his voice resonating with confidence. In the face of a Soul King-level powerhouse, he did not approach with the same caution he had shown towards Old Huang. Instead, he summoned the Wind Eagle Sword without reservation. In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening clamor of metal clashing violently, the rhythmic and relentless collisions reminiscent of a resounding war drum, stirring the hearts of all present. Everyone stood in stunned silence, incredulous that Wu He could hold his ground against Dean Liang, even forcing him into a position of passive defense. Wind Eagle 100 strikes. In the hands of Wu He, the Wind Hawk sword unleashed a torrent of blades reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, weaving an intricate and impenetrable web of relentless assaults. Witnessing Wu Yi's ferocious onslaught, Dean Liang was struck with astonishment, having come to believe Teacher Huang's words. This assault was indeed terrifying. With a rhythm and power that reached the level of a Soul King, quickly regaining his composure from the shock, Dean Liang summoned his soul power, surging like tumultuous waves. As he wielded the dragon hammer with great swiftness, akin to a raging dragon, directly pushing Wu Yi back. Fifth soul skill, Dragon Hammer's Demon Abyss. A square-shaped dueling arena emerged, resembling an impregnable fortress, enveloping both combatants. For shadowy avatars, armed with dragon hammers, emerged from the ground within the realm of the soul skill. Their eyes blood-red and menacing, as if they were harbingers from the depths of hell. My heavens, he has commenced with the fifth soul skill. I fear Wu Yi is doomed. The four avatars lunged at Wu Yi like arrows released from a bow, each targeting different vital points: legs, abdomen, hands, and head. Meanwhile, Dean Liang's true form remained outside the arena, the dark energy of the stage only extending to a mere step in front of him. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Wu Yi, wielding the dual rings, dashed out of the perilous zone like a startled hare. Just as everyone was lost in a daze, believing the outcome was sealed, Wu Yi, in a display of sorcery, switched his weapon. The dual rings shot forth like meteors, his hands gracefully positioned before his abdomen, before he clapped them together, unleashing a meditative seal. The shadowy avatars, failing to even graze Wu Yi, were mercilessly obliterated. In a mere 2 seconds of control, Wu Yi's armor time diminished by half a minute, yet to the onlookers, his speed was akin to lightning, his attacks flowing smoothly like a gentle stream, devoid of any discord. Chapter 10. Intense battle. Dean Liang's probing had concluded. It was time for him to get serious. A sound emanated from the armor, akin to a metallic voice echoing with resolve. Before Dean Liang could react, the spinning Windhawk ring in Wu Yi's hand shot forth toward his throat like a bolt of lightning. Given that Dean Liang was known as the Old Demon Liang, it was evident that his teaching methods were as terrifying as hell itself. Thus far, no student had ever approached him with the stealth of a specter. Dean Liang's figure retreated at a speed akin to the wind, yet the dragon hammer remained behind, tethered to his fading silhouette. The 5-in-1 strike merely struck at an illusion. Only upon realizing the miss did one observe Dean Liang retreating several meters like a specter. Wu Yi did not display any signs of anger or embarrassment from missing the target. Instead, a subtle smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox, graced his lips. Indeed, one must not underestimate the soul masters of this world, for they are a collective of individuals akin to battle machines, driven by fervor. Each formidable warrior has risen through a series of life and death duels, their cultivation, combat techniques, and battle awareness honed through the crucible of real combat. Much like the forging of steel, at present, Wu He merely relies on his familiarity with the capabilities of the armor, as well as the combat prowess it compensates for. To put it plainly, he possesses a weapon as formidable as a Gatling gun, yet lacks the knowledge and ammunition to wield it effectively, resorting instead to a childlike flailing in battle. While this may appear vigorous, it is, in essence, quite comical. When one strike fails, he simply attempts several more, seizing the rare opportunity to fully unleash the potential of his armor. Wu He advanced with the ferocity of a hungry tiger pouncing upon its prey, executing an upward thrust akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. A diagonal slash reminiscent of a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, a horizontal strike like a tempest sweeping through the leaves, and a throat-cutting maneuver as swift as a venomous serpent emerging from its lair. In contrast, Dean Liang displayed an air of nonchalance, moving with the grace of a leisurely stroll, exhibiting no intention of employing his soul skills for defense. Even his martial spirit remained motionless, resembling a statue firmly planted in the ground. Wu He felt as though he were a mere jester, utterly humiliated. He could no longer charge recklessly like a formidable soul master. Such behavior was a regrettable waste of the avian-like agility granted by his Wind Eagle armor. He needed to feign an attack. Should he fail to provoke Dean Liang into action, he would remain excessively passive. With less than 2 punches distance from Dean Liang, the gap felt as insurmountable as a chasm. Resolutely, Wu He abandoned the pursuit, launching his dual rings like shooting stars, cutting through the air in an X-shaped trajectory. Wu He, instead of advancing, swiftly retreated to create distance between himself and Dean Liang. The young lad intended to engage in a game of aerial maneuvering. Dean Liang, a seasoned strategist, although Huang and his companions had not explicitly informed him about the duration of Wu He's armor, was well aware from his own experience that such soul skills, which significantly enhance combat prowess, seldom last for an extended period. Hence, Dean Liang consistently evaded Wu He's frontal assaults, while the latter, due to his lack of combat experience, failed to land a single blow even after a minute of engagement. Observing Wu He's retreat, Dean Liang was determined not to allow him to create any substantial distance. He had long recognized Wu He's capability for precise long-range attacks. With his soul power enveloping his hands, Dean Liang effortlessly deflected the twin rings, casting them aside, while simultaneously concentrating his soul power at his fingertips. The previously unmoving dragon hammer surged forth with a resounding clang, aimed directly at Wu He's back. Upon reaching the rank of Soul King, Dean Liang's mastery over soul power and mental acuity had attained remarkable heights, allowing for effortless long-distance control of his martial soul, akin to a third hand for a soul master. Upon hearing the sound, Wu He realized that Dean Liang had underestimated the situation. The profound military strategies of China, honed over 5 millennia, far surpassed mere combat experience. The principle of retreating as a means of advancing, particularly in unfavorable scenarios where enemy and allied strengths are disparate, suggests a calculated withdrawal to seek a more advantageous position. By retreating, one can entice the enemy deeper, thereby creating an opportunity to counterattack. As Dean Liang employed his martial soul to sever Wu He's escape route, he had already fallen into a trap, demonstrating the wisdom of the ancients. At that moment, the Wind Eagle ring had already circled back, concealed within Dean Liang's visual blind spot. The Wind Eagle armor is characterized by its swiftness, yet also by its opportunistic nature. Wu He feigned surprise upon discovering an ambush from behind, swiftly turning to shield himself with both arms, bracing for the forceful impact of a heavy blow. Utilizing the gliding capabilities of the Wind Eagle armor with a natural grace, Wu He simulated the illusion of being struck and sent flying. However, enduring such a blow required considerable courage. Fortunately, the armor's defensive strength proved sufficiently robust. To the majority of the audience, Wu He's flailing gestures as he was knocked back indeed appeared as though he had been caught off guard. Yet, for those with higher cultivation, his movements were rather clumsy, revealing an overt intention. His desire to approach Dean Liang's heart had never wavered. Of course, the onlookers had clarity that eluded the participant. By the time Dean Liang realized what was unfolding, Wu He had already closed in, wielding the Wind Eagle sword. Simultaneously, the Wind Eagle ring was in position, and Wu He was eager to discern whether Dean Liang would choose to look ahead or remain cautious. "You little rascal," Dean Liang's thoughts shifted, and his martial soul returned to his grasp, simultaneously unleashing his second soul skill, the Dragon's Fury Barrier. A wall of flames directly intercepted the approaching Wind Eagle ring. Upon impact, the ring issued a resounding clang, akin to the sound of metal colliding violently and sparking. Though the ambush was thwarted, it did not signify the cessation of Wu Heyi's frontal assault. With a swift lunge upward, he succeeded in landing a genuine hit on Dean Liang for the first time in 3 minutes, albeit without causing damage. Nonetheless, this prompted a collective gasp from the audience, particularly from those who had attended Dean Liang's lectures. With a swift twist of the Wind Eagle sword's hilt, he instantly transformed it into the Wind Eagle crossbow. Dean Liang, how long will you continue to evade? Wu He let out a raucous shout, his hands never ceasing their fervent movements. As a volley of crossbow bolts struck the air, all finding their mark on Dean Liang, causing an explosion that sent clouds of smoke swirling into the atmosphere. The rhythm of Wu Heyi's assault conveyed an unmistakable intent to dominate. The first soul skill, large, a square object pierced through the haze, emerging in the sky. This is bad. Old Liang is getting serious. Dean's son immediately rose, a colossal tree sprouting outside the arena, poised for rescue at any moment. How many years has it been? You are the first to dare call me Old Liang. As the dust settled, a protective shield of soul power enveloped Dean Liang. And although each of Wu Heyi's strikes possessed the might of a Soul King, there exists a distinction among Soul Kings. What appeared to be a hit was, in truth, an illusion causing no harm. The Dragon Strike Staff descended with a mighty vertical slash, its force formidable yet sluggish, allowing Wu Heyi to evade effortlessly. Just as he began to relish his success, the Dragon Strike swept horizontally. Wu Heyi attempted to dodge, leaping just in time. A whip-like kick struck against his armor, and before he could react, he was sent flying. A feint to the east and a strike to the west, quite effective indeed. Chapter 11, Direct Transmission. Old Liang, you lack martial virtue. Wu Heyi sprang up with the swiftness of a spring, assuming a defensive stance, inwardly lamenting the situation. This old fellow's ability to learn was nothing short of lightning fast. It was entirely his own fault for being inexperienced, allowing himself to be blinded by trifling gains. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his lethal move seemed to be sealed, refusing to be unleashed. Wu Heyi cast a helpless glance at the timer of his armor, which displayed a mere minute remaining. Just moments ago, there had been a minute and a half left. He was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed somewhat logical. The armor he summoned boasted combat power at the Soul King level, and thus could not be devoid of limitations. Even a skill like the Zen Seal, which transcends the world's rules, requires a considerable amount of time to execute. Therefore, it was reasonable to conclude that the Wind Eagle armor, being an agile offensive type, would experience a reduction in fusion time after enduring excessive attacks in terms of defense. As he observed the dwindling time, Wu Heyi became acutely aware of the disparity in strength, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Nevertheless, Old Liang had already taken precautions, making it evident that attempting to employ the same tactic again would be a formidable challenge. With a heart full of reluctance, Wu Heyi felt a deep sense of frustration. He possessed nearly equal combat prowess but lacked the corresponding strength and experience. In a moment of anxious contemplation, an idea struck him. In a certain classic anime, there existed a remarkable technique capable of temporarily halting time, accompanied by a corresponding offensive mode. Now, all he needed to do was to unleash the speed of the Wind Eagle armor to its utmost potential. Wu Heyi stood resolutely before Dean Liang, exuding an air of youthful exuberance as he proclaimed, self-created soul skill, flash time technique, pseudo, Gale Eagle 100. His voice abruptly ceased. With a swift motion, Dean Liang prepared to defend himself, when an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged forth like a tidal wave. Despite Wu Heyi being 10 meters away, the assault felt inescapable, shadowing him relentlessly. Dean Liang's response was akin to a lightning strike. His first and second soul skills erupted in a dazzling display, simultaneously countering the deluge of attacks from every direction. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his soul power was drained like a river breaching its banks. After all, Wu Heyi was exerting every ounce of his strength, uncertain of how much longer his armor could endure. Each strike was akin to a blazing meteor, representing the pinnacle of the armor's capabilities. 3 seconds later, Dean Liang gasped for breath, half kneeling on the ground, as if crushed beneath an immense weight. Were it not for his firm grip on the dragon's hammer for support, he might have already collapsed. Over 100 slashes rained down upon him from every conceivable angle. Akin to a tempest, Dean Liang, not primarily known for his defensive prowess, found himself in a predicament. His soul skills were predominantly aggressive in nature. Now, forced into a defensive stance, not only was his soul power swiftly depleting, but his physical stamina was also being relentlessly drained. "You little rascal," Dean Liang chided with a chuckle. "If only I were a decade younger." His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing through the air. He waved his hand, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. "You have won." Wu He, clad in armor, resembled a triumphant general as he gracefully approached Dean Liang and took a seat before him. However, at the very moment he settled down, the armor disintegrated like shattered ice, causing him to tumble awkwardly to the ground. "Old man, I did not win. I merely took advantage. It's a draw." Wu He's voice, though youthful, was as crisp as a lark's song, yet it also conveyed a profound weariness. "Do you still expect me to yield?" Dean Liang retorted with a haughty shove, his gaze blazing like a raging fire. "Having lost, there is nothing to explain." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of those present. Then, Dean Liang slowly rose, his figure towering like a majestic mountain, and declared loudly, "From this day forth, I shall personally mentor Wu He, and he shall be my direct disciple." Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Even Dean's son was so taken aback that he forgot to unleash his healing soul technique. "My heavens, Dean Liang has actually been defeated," someone exclaimed, disbelief evident in their tone. "A shocking upset." Another murmured, seemingly still reeling from the earlier revelation. The student who had opened the betting market turned pale with fright. He had just forgotten to close the betting, and in the midst of it all, someone had raised the stakes by wagering 1,000 gold soul coins on Wu He, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Once again, Wu He found himself utterly drained of spiritual energy, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned away, leaving him engulfed in a void of helplessness. Before he could fully savor the taste of despair, a gentle surge of soul power, akin to the refreshing caress of spring breezes, flowed through his veins, reaching every fiber of his being. The spiritual energy of his soul, much like a parched land finally graced by rain, began to gradually rejuvenate. His physical vitality, however, restored itself at a sluggish pace akin to the crawl of a snail. It was only then that Wu He slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had returned to the office of the dean. Deanson, shedding his usual stern demeanor, wore a smile that radiated warmth like the sun. In stark contrast, old Liang maintained his usual grim countenance, as if Wu He owed him an insurmountable debt. One could not help but notice Liang's battle-worn dean's robe, tattered and frayed, resembling that of a destitute beggar. "From now on, you need not report to the classroom. Come here, and we shall nurture you with utmost care." Upon hearing this, it seemed as though he was to be specially cultivated, had it not been for old Liang's ominous gestures, resembling the act of crushing one's fingers. Wu He might have almost believed it to be true. Time, like a fleeting steed, rushes by, and the years pass swiftly as an arrow. Wu He spent 5 joyful years at the academy, dedicating his mornings to the pursuit of cultural knowledge and his afternoons to rigorous physical training. Upon reaching the 20th level, old Liang took him on a perilous hunt for a 20,000-year-old Silver River armored rhinoceros, which culminated in the unlocking of the black rhinoceros armor. This endeavor was fraught with danger, and with the assistance of Deanson, he forcefully absorbed the spirit rings, thereby shattering the established norms of spirit ring absorption. The black rhinoceros armor, however, boasted a more intricate appearance than its original version, adorned with silver crystalline patterns that resembled twinkling stars, enhancing the armor's defensive capabilities. The only drawback was that the combat prowess of the black rhinoceros armor remained at the Spirit King stage. Subsequently, Wu He embarked on an unending journey to assist others in their ascent. At the academy, he had exhausted all the cultural classes the dean could offer, leaving him to self-study in the library. Nevertheless, his daily physical training remained indispensable, and he had also taken on the additional responsibility of leading hunting expeditions. The once diminutive girl who had followed him closely had now blossomed into a graceful young lady, appearing distant and unapproachable from afar. Yet, when she approached Wu He, she transformed back into the endearing neighbor girl. Wu He, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, could discern her thoughts. But he was still unsteady in his own footing and preferred not to dwell on such matters at present. Chapter 12. The Inaugural Friendship Exchange Competition. Mier. What brings you here? Wu He's gaze was akin to that of an elder brother towards his younger sister as he gently tousled her hair, speaking softly. "Don't mess with my hair, it'll stunt my growth." Mier's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She hastily swatted Wu He's hand away, yet hesitated to release his grasp. "Dean's son summoned me, apparently for the Junior Academy exchange competition." Upon hearing this, Wu He immediately understood, as he spent most of his time in the dean's office, where minor proposals were seldom concealed from him. This exchange event seemed to involve all junior academies within the Tiando Empire. The Tiando Royal Academy, where Wu He studied, was a combined institution of both junior and intermediate levels, naturally making it the host of this exchange. Each academy was required to send 3 students to participate. And as the hosting academy, Dean Sun hoped that Wu He would take Mi-Er along with him. In truth, even if only Mi-Er participated, it would suffice, as both she and Wu He had already reached the pinnacle of the 29th level as Great Soul Masters, with a mere 2 days of training needed to break through to the 30th level. However, Wu He had consistently suppressed his cultivation, and Mi-Er followed suit. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly become the youngest Soul Douluo in history. Initially, when Wu He learned of this exchange competition, he did not harbor many thoughts about it. Over the years, he had played the dual roles of student and teacher, nurturing numerous prodigies. In the academy, there was an unspoken camaraderie forming around him, almost resembling a club exclusive to geniuses, which included several exceptional individuals. Thus, he did not pay much attention to the event at the time. However, when Dean Sun announced that all primary Soul Master Academies in Tiando were required to participate, Wu He could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This meant that perhaps that individual would be in attendance. What is the matter with you? Upon noticing Wu He suddenly lost in thought with a foolish smile, Mi-Er quickly shook him to bring him back to reality. Nevertheless, Wu He promptly regained his composure. It's nothing at all. I was merely contemplating some intriguing matters, Wu He quietly explained to Mi-Er, then turned his gaze towards Dean Liang, who was silently sipping tea beside him. Old man, were you already plotting to send me off? Why didn't you give me a heads up beforehand? In response to Wu He's inquiry, Dean Liang merely placed his teacup down with an air of nonchalance. Why should I inform you? You are not even a faculty member of the academy. I am merely informing you in advance. Dean Liang's words were delivered with conviction, yet both were subtly probing one another. Wu He wishes to inquire whether there are any prizes for the exchange competition, as he has never been informed about it. After all, Wu He is perpetually in the wake of the 2 deans, and he is the first student to be aware of the vast majority of significant matters within the college. Dean Liang is undoubtedly aware that Wu He has long known about the upcoming friendly match. Calling him to participate is tantamount to directly bestowing upon him an award. It seems that the bonds of camaraderie have grown rather tenuous. Wu He turned his head, adopting a petulant demeanor. However, Dean Liang paid him no mind. After 5 years of companionship, they had come to understand each other intimately. Realizing there was little left to discuss, he dismissed Wu He and his companion. Yet as the host, he had a wealth of information readily available. As Wu He strolled, he perused the details. This was the inaugural exchange competition, a format that, while not overly complex, proved to be exceedingly ruthless. Mi-Er gazed at Wu He with a puzzled expression. What does this mean? The competition structure was divided into 3 segments: the elimination rounds, the point system, and the challenge matches. First, 36 teams from various academies would compete, with the elimination rounds taking place simultaneously across 6 venues, each hosting 6 teams that would plunge into a labyrinth for a chaotic battle. Ultimately, only one team could emerge victorious from each venue. This scenario bore a resemblance to the cultivation of a venomous insect, where only the mightiest could survive. Following this was the point system, wherein winning teams would earn 1 point, losing teams would incur a deduction of 2 points, and draws would result in no score change, with final rankings determined by accumulated points. While the initial 2 formats appeared deceptively simple, Mi-Er discerned an issue. Once the points were ranked, wouldn't the outcomes become glaringly obvious? Her charming and animated visage was etched with confusion, akin to a bewildered fawn. Not so, Wu He elucidated. As the elimination rounds were rife with unpredictability, many distinguished teams might falter amidst the chaos. Drawing from his adult perspective from a previous life, he provided a clear analysis. Not all teams behaved like docile sheep. There would inevitably be some rebellious spirits. Within the labyrinth, should internal discord arise among a team, those individuals might well choose to diverge, fighting their own battles. Consequently, the teams reaching the labyrinth's core would likely be incomplete, facing either total annihilation or a hasty assembly to confront intact teams. Among those ultimately eliminated, discontent would surely brew. The rules of our academy serve as a boon, affording these eliminated teams a chance to challenge the victors of the point system. However, Mi-Er hesitated, as if a fishbone had lodged in her throat. Are you suggesting that while it appears fair, it resembles an examination more than a competition? Wu He, akin to a skilled chef dissecting a piece of meat, articulated the unspoken discord in Meyer's thoughts. Indeed, it felt akin to granting a retake to those who had failed an exam. Upon hearing Wu He's words, Meyer experienced an epiphany, promptly laying bare her previously inexpressible concerns. You are absolutely right. This is no mere friendship exchange. It is an entrance examination. Wu He suddenly set down the materials in his hands, instantly coming to a realization. The Empire orchestrated this endeavor to identify the talented students who have been overlooked in society. He swiftly began to peruse the documents and soon discovered the name of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. However, as he continued to sift through the information, a frown creased his brow. What troubles you, he? The spirit of the 5-in-1 suddenly became taut, incredulously gazing at the information of the contestants. To his astonishment, the representatives sent by the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy were neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu. Wu Yi murmured to himself, this is impossible. Is there some sort of mistake? Logically, Tang San and Xiao Wu should both be in the same cohort as me, having presumably advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master. How could their academy possibly send 3 mere children of level 19 into battle? Unbeknownst to Wu Yi, the crux of the issue lay in the calendar he observed during his awakening in the village. He had always presumed that he and Tang San belonged to the same cohort of children who awakened their martial spirits. However, in reality, due to the fact that the brother village was composed entirely of orphans, there was little regard for the calendar, and thus the community continued to utilize an outdated version. Upon careful calculation, it became evident that Tang San and Xiao Wu were likely already en route to Shrek Academy at this very moment. Chapter 13. Establishing New Goals. Wu He rummaged through the historical tomes in the library, his heart brimming with conviction. He was undoubtedly transported to the era of the Tang dynasty. He murmured to himself, could it be that a single time and space can harbor only one time traveler? Wu He racked his brain in vain, unable to discern where the error lay, and thus lay in his dormitory, lost in contemplation. However, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of something. With a sudden jolt, he sprang from his bed, seized the calendar from his desk, and dashed out. After a considerable interval, he returned to his dormitory, head hung low, and collapsed onto his bed. What a fool I am to misinterpret such crucial information. In truth, Wu He had been well aware of the upcoming friendly match. He had even been eager to make the acquaintance of that senior traverser. Consequently, he had deliberately suppressed his own cultivation, as the disparity between a soul master and a great soul master was quite significant on the surface. He had intended to engage Tang San in a meticulously calculated and fair duel. Yet, due to a momentary lapse in attention, he had let that opportunity slip away. Wu Yi swiftly adjusted his mindset. Having missed this opportunity, he resolved not to let the next one slip away. He was determined to enhance his cultivation and vowed to participate in the continent-wide Soul Master competition in 3 years. At that time, he would not only have the chance to meet esteemed seniors, but also to engage in duels with various formidable experts. Wu Yi gently patted his cheek before stepping out once more, this time determined to enhance his cultivation at the training grounds. As Wu Hei stepped out, Meir promptly followed. Over the past 5 years, the two had become inseparable, and Wu Hei had long grown accustomed to Meir's presence. After a day's training, Wu Hei had only made slight progress in his cultivation, while Meir had already reached level 30. Initially, Meir had intended to wait until Wu Hei also attained level 30 before embarking on their journey together. However, this year, having taken on several young prodigies who required their first soul ring, Meir accepted a task half a month ago and had to venture out to hunt for soul rings alone. With Meir away, Wu Hei felt a sense of discomfort. The atmosphere around him had suddenly grown rather desolate. As dusk fell, Wu Hei, like a radiant star, entered the training arena. At that moment, the expansive arena had been ingeniously divided into 6 labyrinthine battlefields. Though referred to as mazes, they resembled 6 distinct sanctuaries for cultivation. The academy had endowed each battlefield with the remarkable ability to simulate various training environments, a testament to its grand ambitions. Certainly, for those children who had yet to face the trials of the world, witnessing these battlefields would undoubtedly ignite their fervor and passion. Wu Yi pondered over the 2 sets of armor he possessed. Although they prolonged the duration of fusion and mitigated the depletion of soul power, they still fell short of fulfilling his aspiration for continuous usage of both armors. Ever since he acquired the Black Rhinoceros armor, he had personally conducted experiments, discovering that when his remaining soul power dipped below 50, he found it utterly impossible to summon the subsequent set of armor. By this calculation, if Wu Yi wished to utilize the armors in succession, he would need to attain at least the cultivation level of a Soul Emperor. Yet, by the time he reached such heights, why would a Soul Emperor require the aid of armors that could only manifest the strength of a Soul King to maintain his presence? With a wry smile, Wu Yi could only resign himself to the situation. Yet, he sensed that the potential of the armor might still possess the capacity for further enhancement. Upon acquiring the first set of Wind Eagle armor, its displayed combat power was approximately at the level of 51 or 52. However, after obtaining the second set, the Black Rhino armor, his combat prowess surged dramatically, akin to a rocket, ascending 2 levels. Following this pattern, once he amassed all 5 sets of armor, he would undoubtedly attain the strength of a Soul Emperor. In the training arena, Wu Yi leisurely strolled for a while before finally discovering a relatively vacant area yet to be claimed by the gathering. Without hesitation, he summoned the Black Rhino armor. This armor resembled a war deity emerging from the abyss of darkness, predominantly cloaked in a mysterious, profound black, adorned with brilliant blue and silver crystals that sparkled like stars in the night sky, evoking a sense of awe-inspiring mystery and formidable power. The armor's contours flowed like a graceful dragon, smooth yet potent, showcasing a unique beauty that seemed invulnerable. The Black Rhino armor was equipped with merely 2 weapons, an unstoppable meteor spear and a versatile silver shield. This silver shield, unlike the original water shield of the Black Rhino armor, was twice its size. Its design melded silver and black, with a formidable rhino skull emblazoned at the forefront. The 2 horns of the rhino, though differing in size, both gleamed with a sharp luster, with the smaller horn resembling a mystical artifact capable of unleashing currents and icy spikes at random. When the currents struck, they would incapacitate the foe for a brief 2 seconds. If the icy spikes connected, they would freeze the opponent for the same duration. Though both effects bore similarities in their attacks, their efficacy was dramatically enhanced when combined with the unique attributes of the Black Rhino armor. Belonging to the water element, the armor transformed any triggered effect into a powerful area damage, even enabling multi-stage control. However, what piqued Wu Yi's interest the most was the 100 solutions of weapons, a manual procured for him by old Liang. A dear friend of his was passionate about various weapon spirits, thus he meticulously documented a compendium of weaponry, detailing not only the correct methods of usage but also corresponding countermeasures. Despite being a novice in teaching, old Liang was adept only with the club and had limited knowledge of other weapons. Hence, he acquired this book for Wu Yi. Although it merely introduced the fundamental techniques of 100 weapons, Wu Yi discovered that the knowledge contained within far surpassed the innate capabilities of his armor, flowing with a grace that elevated his combat prowess, allowing him to manifest his latent strength effectively. After practicing several rounds, Wu Yi set aside the spear and erected 3 dummies nearby, preparing to hone some special skills. Observing Wu Yi's actions from his elevated position, old Liang immediately adopted a serious demeanor. He had not only secretly monitored Wu Yi's training but had also requested demonstrations of the techniques that had once defeated him 5 years prior. Each time, Wu Yi would showcase his skills while playfully remarking, "Old man, don't be stubborn, your cultivation is too low for you to comprehend." Each time these words were uttered, they would invariably infuriate the old man Liang. However, he believed that the inability to perceive was likely due to proximity. He could not fathom the existence of a unique skill capable of exerting control over such vast expanses. Thus, Liang spent 5 years determining the extent of his sight. This time, however, he was indeed able to witness something remarkable. The Soul King's spiritual perception was astonishingly far-reaching. He stood 10 kilometers away in a straight line from Wu Yi's training location, elevated in height, and from his vantage point, Wu Yi appeared no larger than an ant. Chapter 14. Mi-Er wept observing Wu Yi, who steadied his long spear beside him. His hands clasped at his abdomen, a surge of energy erupted like a tumultuous wave, expanding fervently. Yet, on this occasion, Director Liang found himself just outside the reach of this energy. Although this force was intangible and elusive, as the Soul King, Director Liang could still faintly sense something amiss. Wu Yi swiftly turned and seized his long spear, executing a rapid Iron Mountain strike like a fierce gale, advancing instantly before the 3 puppets. Following this, the spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, delivering a series of thrusts, sweeps, and upward strikes, culminating in a dazzling display of intricate spear techniques. In the past, should a puppet have been struck by such a barrage, it would undoubtedly have disintegrated. However, from a distance, the three puppets appeared unscathed, evoking a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that the formidable defense of this armor had diminished his offensive capabilities? Although Dean Liang murmured to himself, he had personally experienced the immense strength of this armor, finding no evidence of the anticipated feebleness in its striking power. As his mind swirled with questions, Wu Yi transitioned his weapon to the silver armor shield. Though this shield was a handheld device, it seemed in his grasp to be an impenetrable bulwark. He launched attacks using his fists, eliciting a remarkable effect. Sparks of lightning flickered from his hands, accompanied by shards of ice that suddenly struck the three puppets like concealed projectiles. At that moment, Dean Liang abruptly recognized a troubling phenomenon. Those within a certain radius appeared as though ensnared by a binding spell, immobilized in their actions. This was especially true for the 6 principal workers of the special battlefield construction, who stood frozen like marionettes. If it were just 1 or 2 individuals, one might attribute it to an anomaly on their part, but within the vast area surrounding Wu Yi, all living beings, and even the leaves drifting in the air, had ceased their movements. Dean Liang finally sensed an eerie aura intertwined with the fabric of time. As if hidden within the tumultuous flow of time lay secrets unknown to mortals. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Wu Yi resumed his poised stance, with the spear standing elegantly by his side. In that fleeting moment, the viscous energy, akin to thick syrup, dissipated like a phantom, restoring everything to its original state. In just an instant, the noise of the environment and the actions of all present reverted to normalcy, as if no one had noticed the passage of time, each continuing with their tasks in an orderly manner. Indeed, a mere 10-second discrepancy was so subtle that no one would detect it. This time, Dean Liang finally grasped the terrifying nature of Wu Yi's ability, which crashed upon his consciousness like tumultuous waves. As he pondered this revelation, he beheld the dire condition of the 3 puppets. The scene resembled a nightmare. Although these puppets were crafted from wood and foliage, they had endured relentless strikes of lightning, accompanied by the merciless onslaught of ice, and the assault was far from over. Dean Liang had witnessed the sharpness of the blades and the ferocity of the attacks every time he requested Wu Yi to demonstrate his skills, leaving him astounded at their intensity. It was no wonder that defending against them proved to be such a formidable challenge. This was not merely a challenge. For the first time, the old man comprehended the true horror of this skill, feeling as lost as a headless fly, utterly unable to conceive a method of counteraction. If one cannot execute a swift response to passive defenses, the inevitable outcome will mirror that of the 3 puppets, reduced to ashes following a relentless barrage. The spectacle is utterly breathtaking. Initially, when the principles of release were shrouded in mystery, one could only marvel at them in awe. However, upon unveiling the mechanics behind the release, a chilling dread akin to descending into an icy abyss envelopes the mind, leaving one at a loss for how to react. After the trial with the 5-in-1, a lingering discomfort pervaded his heart, as if countless eyes were watching him from the shadows, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. That singular attempt had nearly exhausted the fusion time of his armor, and he had practiced various gun attacks, achieving a result that was, at best, mediocre. However, he felt that the effectiveness of his attacks paled in comparison to the Wind Eagle armor. Although the surface damage appeared substantial, he had just been left panting and breathless, barely reaching the level of the Wind Eagle armor. Fortunately, the Zen Seal proved to be usable by all 5 elemental armors, albeit with a staggering consumption rate. It was essentially a lifeline in a dire situation, yet once employed, it felt akin to plunging into an unfathomable abyss, difficult to extricate oneself from. Given the circumstances, there was little choice. The demon sealing tablet could not summon, and lacking a formidable finishing move, victory necessitated possessing a technique capable of delivering a decisive blow. Thus, he resolved to adopt a cautious stance, intending to limit its use and devote more time to studying the various soul techniques devised by his predecessors. However, after years of dedicated training, he had gained considerable mastery over the armors. The Wind Eagle armor, for instance, moved gracefully through the forest like a nimble bird, able to dart swiftly between trees and even remain concealed within dense foliage for extended periods, thereby prolonging the armor's duration. The Black Rhino armor, in contrast, was elusive in aquatic environments. With a mere thought, he could seamlessly blend into the water, appearing in any corner, and even briefly manifest oversized body parts or weapons. Under such circumstances, he even wished that the Academy could contrive a way to place him in a venue conducive to the water element, surrounded by wood element capabilities. for then he could astonish everyone. Yet, all of this remained a beautiful fantasy, like a mirage, as time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. And 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was then that Mir returned, disheartened, accompanied by fewer children than before. Upon seeing Wu Yi, she burst into tears like a flood breaching its dam, leaving no one able to console her. "It's all my fault, all my fault." It turned out that 2 children had unwittingly provoked outsiders while hunting for souls. Mir had stepped forward to help, but her efforts were in vain, ultimately leading to the shattering of the 2 children's martial spirits, likely extinguishing their hopes of becoming soul masters. Even Mir's 3rd soul ring had been brutally seized from her in plain sight. The assailant's martial spirit was exceedingly strange, possessing the ability to directly snatch the soul rings of soul beasts hunted by others. Upon hearing this news, the higher-ups in the dean's office instantly wore grave expressions. Especially with less than a week remaining before the competition, how could they swallow the indignation of their students being so brutally bullied at the school gate? Wu Yi shared a similar sentiment, and thus he decisively summoned a formidable assembly of nearly 100 individuals. Those who dared to assault our Junior Royal Soul Master Academy would undoubtedly witness the prowess of our institution. Chapter 15. The soul was devoured. Almost all of the core students from the Junior Academy surged forth like a tidal wave. Such a grand display was impossible for the dean to overlook. However, it was too late to halt their advance. Although Wu Yi had not deliberately cultivated a faction over the past 2 years, those who had benefited from his kindness were as numerous as the fish crossing a river. Crucially, the Academy had always upheld the principle that strength reigns supreme. Wu Yi's combat prowess was unparalleled among his peers, garnering the admiration and loyalty of many who willingly chose to follow him. Moreover, at merely a decade or so in age, these were spirited youths, passionate and loyal to their friends. Thus, when Wu Yi called upon them, they flocked to his side without hesitation. Wu Laoda, Wu Laoda, Wu Laoda. Although Wu Yi did not let himself be swept away by the acclaim surrounding him, he could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Originally, he had only called upon a few acquaintances, all of whom possessed formidable abilities, reaching levels of 25 or 26. Faced with a team of great soul masters, they could certainly assist in holding their ground. However, to his surprise, as soon as he stepped outside, a throng of followers appeared, making it difficult for Wu Yi to reprimand them. So he reluctantly accepted their presence. At that moment, he suddenly remembered to inquire with Mir about the events that had unfolded. In his earlier haste, he had completely forgotten. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had never been so rash in the past. Mir began recounting the tale. She had set out with 2 teachers and 3 junior students, during which they encountered a 300-year-old blue-silver grasshopper and an emerald dragonfly in the soul beast forest. The age of these 2 soul beasts was a perfect match for the 2 youngsters, as not everyone possessed the extraordinary talent of Wu Yi, who could absorb a 1,000-year soul ring right from the start. Most individuals had to adhere to the limits of soul rings. The 2 soul beasts seemed custom-tailored for their needs, and with a swift draw, Mir sent 2 arrows flying, directly shattering the wings of both insects, rendering them incapable of flight. Just after the 2 boys had absorbed their soul rings, they witnessed a tongue darting towards the now vulnerable soul beasts with the speed of lightning. Instantly, a sense of alarm gripped everyone, heightening their vigilance. The previous strike was chilling. Although the dragonfly and grasshopper were merely the size of an adult's fist, the tongue's rapid and agile motion suggested it belonged to a creature far beyond that of a 100-year soul beast. Mir felt a pang of fear, for this was her first encounter with such a situation. The 2 teachers, although relatively experienced, remained relatively calm. There were numerous soul beasts that preyed upon grasshoppers and dragonflies, yet only a handful possessed long tongues: frogs, chameleons, salamanders, and giant salamanders. Just as they pondered this, the tongue struck again, swiftly snatching away another soul beast's carcass. This time, Mir's gaze fixed intently on the direction from which the tongue had come, and at last, she caught a glimpse of its source. It was a fire bullfrog, its body ablaze in a fiery red hue, with a tongue that, though pale, left a charred scent in the air. While it was difficult to ascertain the age of the soul beast, Mir instinctively felt that its size suggested it was at least 1,000 years old, an ideal candidate for her 3rd soul ring, especially since it had instilled such fear in others. Without hesitation, Mir released 3 arrows in rapid succession, augmenting them with her 1st and 2nd soul skills, enhancing both penetration and attack speed. However, the arrows did not strike the soul beast as anticipated. Instead, The creature displayed an unmistakable expression of fear, akin to that of a human. The arrows came to an abrupt halt less than a meter from the soul beast, and a figure slowly emerged. This individual grasped Mier's arrow tightly and, in an instant, crushed it. "How dare you think you can harm my son?" As the shadow emerged, one of the teachers beside Mier gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Chameleon!" This moniker not only represented the individual's martial spirit, but also served as their nickname. However, upon hearing the teacher's exclamation, the figure turned with a disdainful smile adorning their face. Mier, filled with confusion, glanced at the teacher, sensing a familiarity in the astonished tone. Yet it was laced with palpable disdain. "Chameleon, how dare you, a student expelled from the Intermediate Academy, step foot into the Academy's exclusive spirit beast forest?" The word expelled struck like a thunderclap, instantly piquing the curiosity of several students. "Enough of your prattle. That little wretch dared to injure my son, and you shall pay the price." The chameleon's gaze swept over Mier's shoulder, locking onto the two newly empowered boys behind her, their martial spirits at the ready. His eyes gleamed like a ravenous wolf, and in an instant, he vanished from sight like a specter. While the others remained in stunned silence, Mier's ears, keen as a radar, perked up with alarm. "Be careful," she cried out, swiftly loosing two arrows towards the boys. Startled, the two boys were bewildered by the sudden aggression from their senior, yet even aware of their disadvantage, they summoned their martial spirits. Something felt amiss to Mier. Despite her arrows having been shot, the chameleon remained motionless. Yet, just as the boys unleashed their martial spirits, the figure sprang into action like a bolt of lightning. It dawned on Mier that he was not afraid of her attack. Rather, his target was never her to begin with. At that moment, it was too late for any defense. The arrows she had shot were merely feints, lacking any true force, aimed solely at obstructing the boys' movements. With a shared trepidation, the two boys leapt aside, but before they could regain their footing, they felt as though they were kites severed from their strings, soaring uncontrollably. Suddenly, a tongue as hard as diamond shot forth like a released arrow, effortlessly sweeping away their martial spirits. 3 seconds later, the boys fell to their knees, clutching their heads in agony, their expressions twisted in torment as if undergoing unspeakable torture. "What is happening?" Mier rushed over to assess the situation, finding one of the boys still somewhat conscious. Just before losing consciousness, he murmured, "My martial spirit shattered," and then succumbed to darkness. How could this be? While martial spirits are not known for their resilience, one typically hears of them being shattered by overwhelming soul rings, not consumed. Before her eyes, the large frog transformed back into human form, albeit looking quite peculiar, particularly its oddly shaped head. "My son is my crowning achievement. His martial spirit is the mutated devouring frog, capable of devouring various natural enemies to enhance his cultivation. The martial spirits of those two worthless boys are indeed splendid nourishment." The figure of the man materialized, one hand caressing his son's head while he laughed maniacally. Chapter 16. Half-Orc Chapter 17. Near-death counterattack. The chameleon-like form flickered like a specter, vanishing from sight in an instant. In an instant, Wu He bellowed, "Run." The points are sharp. Everyone understood immediately, and in that fleeting moment, their martial spirits manifested, and soul skills erupted like brilliant fireworks. Had this been a performance at the academy, the spectacle of such soul skills would have been breathtaking. However, they were currently fleeing for their lives, facing an enemy capable of invisibility, rendering it impossible to discern the direction of the impending attacks. In a heartbeat, nearly everyone scattered like startled birds. Yet Wu He and Mier remained as steadfast as a mountain, for they were acutely aware that their adversary had yet to make a move. Mier relied on her keen hearing, while Wu He focused intently on the movement in the air. Invisibility was not invincibility. After all, the physical body remained tangible, and even the swiftest of movements would leave traces behind. The uncertainty of the enemy's primary target made Wu He hesitant to merge with Mier. A misjudgment could lead to dire consequences. As long as the enemy remained still, they too would refrain from action. In this prolonged stalemate, Wu He finally awaited a dazzling signal of fireworks. This was a carefully prepared signal for a few close friends, upon ensuring their safety after a successful escape. A burst of fireworks would be released to notify others. Wu Yi's anxious heart was slightly at ease. "Mier, why haven't you left yet?" he inquired urgently. "I wish to fight alongside you," Mier replied, her eyes swiftly scanning the surroundings like those of a hawk. At that moment, the chameleon felt an acute sense of discomfort, his martial soul was not adept at offense, leading him to focus primarily on assassin and scout-type soul skills during his training. Now, even the slightest movement would draw the piercing gaze of Wu He, as if his thoughts were laid bare before the other. He observed the fireworks with keen awareness, likely discerning their implications, which stirred a mix of annoyance and a tempered anger within him. For the two individuals before him appeared to possess talents that eclipsed all others combined. Having let my prey slip away, I shall take my frustrations out on you. As the chameleon shifted, both individuals sensed his movement instantly. Wu He's black rhino armor enveloped him, resembling an impregnable fortress. Mi-Er simultaneously drew her dragon phoenix bow, ready to unleash her arrows. Though she could discern the direction of his presence, the chameleon nimbly evaded her attempts as effortlessly as a wily hare. Just as he lunged toward Wu He, a shield materialized before him, solid as a wall. "Allow me to teach you the art of combat," boomed a cheerful yet provocative voice from behind the shield, akin to thunder on a clear day. The obsidian armor of the 5-in-1 black rhinoceros glimmers ominously, exuding an imposing presence as if a war deity has descended, instilling a profound sense of dread. As Wu Hai gently vibrated the small blade on his shield, it floated away like a falling leaf. Subsequently, his fist descended upon the chameleon soul master with the weight of a hammer, revealing the once invisible figure that had blended into the colors around it. In quick succession, he unleashed a powerful Iron Mountain strike, propelling his adversary into the air as if crushed under the weight of Mount Tai. Simultaneously, his hands moved with the ferocity of a tempest, seamlessly transitioning to wield the Lu Xing spear. In that fleeting moment, the chameleon soul master, sent soaring high, appeared as a kite pinned in midair, utterly helpless beneath the tip of Wu Hai's spear, with no possibility of descent. It was not that Wu Hai wished to spare him. Rather, the delayed release of his lethal technique had resulted in this series of awkward blows. Nevertheless, this seemingly trivial control was sufficient to render a once mighty soul master completely immobilized until his demise, a testament to Wu Hei's formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Mi-Er anxiously scanned her surroundings, acutely aware of her son with the frog-like head being absent. That fellow's tongue was impressively powerful, while not as sharp as a blade. It could undoubtedly rival a whip. Just as the two were poised for action, an enormous frog surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, colliding forcefully with the black rhino armor, causing it to stagger backward. Even the most robust shield form of the black rhino armor felt the impact of this massive creature, its arms tingling from the force, yet it quickly regained its defensive stance to withstand further assaults. The frog's size was truly astonishing. In Mi-Er's descriptions, Wu He had never envisioned such a colossal creature. As he pondered whether the two frogs were indeed the same, the massive frog abruptly transformed into a humanoid shape. Although the figure appeared rather bizarre, it was undeniably human. Comparing the frog's forms, Mi-Er mused silently about how many souls it must have devoured to grow from a small, naive creature into such a monstrous being. The giant frog turned its gaze upon Wu He, but in an instant, its eyes locked with Mi-Er's. This fleeting glance solidified its focus upon her permanently. Mi-Er keenly sensed the ill intentions emanating from the large frog's stare and found herself puzzled as to why this grotesque creature had chosen her as its target. Its head, riddled with repulsive bumps resembling malignant tumors, evoked both irritation and amusement within her. Yet, in this critical moment of life and death, a single misstep could lead to her demise. The dragon and phoenix bow in Mi-Er's hands seemed almost ready to spark with her tension, yet against the elusive chameleon, it was rendered nearly ineffective. However, the chameleon faced the formidable Wu He, whose every movement, even each breath, was indelibly etched into Wu He's mind, rendering any thought of evasion a mere fantasy. In this two-on-two confrontation, Wu He believed he could prevail, despite Mi-Er feeling that she might endure considerable hardship. And the chameleon was no exception. Although lacking a decisive technique, Wu He was confident that seizing a fleeting opportunity could lead them to annihilation. In an instant, he captured that opportunity. After all, amidst the fierce flames of battle, a momentary advantage in combat is as ephemeral as a shooting star. Zen Seal, allow me to demonstrate what true combat entails. May you find peace. In that fleeting moment, the entire world descended into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen. Yet, this also signified the grim fate awaiting the adversary. Within mere seconds, a torrential downpour of thunderous waves unleashed between the two, and as they endeavored to resist, an unending barrage of icy blades surged forth like a tempest. Moreover, the inescapable 108 strikes commenced, launching ruthless assaults from every direction. When Wu He looked again, the chameleon was already spewing black blood, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, until the final moment of its existence, it could not comprehend why. Possessing the strength of a soul sect and facing a foe with nearly soul sect prowess, it would meet its demise at the hands of two mere youngsters who had not yet achieved the rank of soul master. Chapter 18. Lin Bei witnessing the chameleon's defeat. The two felt an immense sense of relief as exhaustion washed over them like a tidal wave. However, in the next moment, a pressure akin to a mountain descending upon an egg bore down from above. Wu He was taken aback, pondering whether he had inadvertently provoked a greater threat by eliminating the lesser one. The familiar voice, akin to a calming sedative, allowed the two anxious individuals to relax entirely. It turned out that the core members of the academy who had fled were now gathered together, having encountered Dean Liang. Consequently, at the moment the signal flare was ignited, several deans descended upon the scene as if they were divine warriors arriving from the heavens. Before they could even soothe the students, Dean Liang sensed the temporal fluctuations emanating from Wu He. In that instant, a sense of urgency overwhelmed him, akin to an ant on a hot pan. He had witnessed the full extent of Wu He's abilities before. Unfortunately, this time he found himself ensnared within the range of the skill, rendered immobile despite his fervent desire to rush to the rescue. Thus, as the skill subsided, Dean Liang summoned all his strength and raced forward with incredible speed, desperate to prevent his beloved disciple from meeting a tragic fate in the next moment. However, as he had anticipated, that particular skill was nigh invincible against anyone below the Soul Saint level. After all, it was a formidable control soul technique capable of halting time within a defined area. Those unfamiliar with its principles would find it utterly unsolvable, and even those who understood it would be powerless without sufficient strength. What authority do you two possess to lead an assault against the enemy? Dean Liang chastised Wu He vehemently. Are you not aware that recklessly engaging in battle without complete intelligence on the enemy is a cardinal sin in military strategy? If next time the disparity in strength is too great, or if reinforcements fail to arrive in time, can you fathom the tragedy that might ensue? In this regard, Wu He had indeed acted with undue recklessness. After the incident, the group returned to the academy like weary birds returning to their nests. Before heading back, Wu He took it upon himself to secure the third spirit ring for Mi-Er. By a small riverbank, a still unhatched frog egg lay, resembling a slumbering infant, quietly submerged in the mingling waters of green and yellow. The gentle undulation within the egg mirrored the rhythm of a heartbeat, brimming with the vitality of life. Upon returning to the academy, Mi-Er transformed into a veritable powerhouse within the junior division, surpassing even the teachers in terms of prowess. However, she had yet to pass the advancement examination and was still deepening her studies in the junior division. With only 2 days remaining until the exchange competition, Mi-Er and Wu He exhibited an impeccable synergy, yet they still needed to further coordinate with the support soul master, Lin Bei. Originally regarded as a top-tier student in the junior academy, Lin Bei's status had plummeted like a shooting star since Wu He and Mi-Er's arrival. Lin Bei possessed a unique martial soul, the seven-colored stone, renowned for its distinctive auxiliary effects, primarily aimed at compensating for deficiencies. His first soul skill was soul power. The effect is not merely the replenishment of soul power, but rather, it functions in accordance with the residual state of the recipient's soul power, extending a soul power bar in the form of a percentage, restoring it to its original state as if it had never been depleted. The second soul skill pertains to physical strength, exhibiting a similar effect, which is indeed extraordinary. However, this is not the most distinctive characteristic of his martial spirit. Each soul skill he unleashes is followed by a secondary release, and it is this subsequent phase that holds the key. The law of conservation of energy applies equally in the Douluo continent. As Lin Bei restores the physical and soul power of others, he too experiences a degree of depletion. Hence, the second phase of his soul skill proves to be particularly practical. Within a certain radius, after bestowing soul skills upon his allies, he can also impose a formidable debuff upon enemies within that range. The soul skills and physical strength he provides to his teammates are drawn from the foes, and Lin Bei must expend a portion of his own soul power to maintain the continuity of his soul skills. 3 years ago, when Wu He first heard of this individual, he was overwhelmed with excitement, akin to a surging tide that engulfed him. Yet, at that time, Lin Bei was prideful, akin to an arrogant peacock, unwilling to team up with Wu He. Now, however, the wheels of fate have intricately intertwined their destinies, and Lin Bei has tempered much through the passage of time, his former arrogance having ebbed away like the retreating tide. Their collaboration naturally requires a period of adjustment. The three articulated the utility of their respective soul skills, ultimately settling on two strategies. Within the labyrinth, Wu He boldly assumed the role of the vanguard, striving to vanquish all foes in the shortest possible time. In the subsequent will battle, with Mi Er at the core, Wu He must exert every effort to disguise himself. This sudden shift has considerably increased Wu He's tasks. Should concealment be required, then Wu He's soul skill would become akin to a sealed sword, rendered utterly ineffective, and his entire martial spirit would be relegated to a mere ornamental facade devoid of substance. Wu He was compelled to undergo a brief yet intense training regimen, mastering the art of weaponry while simultaneously familiarizing himself with the formidable power inherent to his great soul master status. Moreover, both Wu He and Lin Bei were required to harmonize their efforts, delving deep into the unique characteristics of each other's soul techniques. However, who could have anticipated that after less than an hour of this collaboration, all three would reach their limits? Lin Bei suddenly realized that after Wu He unleashed his soul technique, his soul power remained as steadfast as a mountain, showing no signs of diminution, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Yet, paradoxically, his physical stamina plummeted dramatically in tandem with the intensity of his armor skills, akin to a swift descent down a steep slide. To exacerbate matters, at the precise moment the armor's duration concluded, his mental acuity, physical endurance, and soul power would plummet like a deluge breaching its dam, resulting in a catastrophic drop. This alarming situation implied that Lin Bei had to exercise heightened vigilance over Wu He at the instant the armor's effect waned. He needed to reinforce the efficacy of the soul technique once more. Failing to do so could potentially lead to a catastrophic tactical blunder, as the sudden withdrawal of power might sever the bridge of skills. Upon realizing this critical insight, they commenced a frenzied series of tests on the armor-switching technique, leading to Mi Er being the first to succumb to the overwhelming pressure. The sensation of having one's soul power, physical strength, and mental fortitude abruptly drained was an experience that Wu He had never shared with anyone before. It felt surprisingly amicable. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Wu He diligently honed his weapon skills each morning, practiced coordination in the afternoon, and succumbed to exhaustion each night. For the first time in 5 years, he felt both tension and fatigue. Although he was virtually assured of securing first place in the competition, he approached it with earnest effort. Aside from the initial testing of their collaboration, Mi Er only participated in coordination training. When Lin Bei suggested practicing armor switching with Wu He, Mi Er promptly summoned Old Liang to assist. This resulted in Old Liang appearing rather lackluster during the opening ceremony of the exchange competition. Chapter 19. The competition begins as the grand curtain of the opening ceremony was about to rise. The entire academy was enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable tension and excitement, akin to an invisible net ensnaring everyone within its grasp. The students, clad in immaculate uniforms, resembled warriors poised for battle, their faces alight with anticipation and enthusiasm, a reflection of their yearning for triumph and pursuit of honor. With the dean's impassioned inaugural speech, akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, the air was instantly charged with energy, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous applause and cheers. Teams from various junior colleges entered the venue with heads held high, their strides vigorous and their demeanors splendid, resembling a parade awaiting inspection, each showcasing the unique spirit of their respective institutions. Subsequently, each college flowed into their designated areas, adorned in harmonious attire, akin to blooming flowers competing for beauty, as each college's elite showcased their individuality with exuberance. The entire opening ceremony resonated with a grand and imposing atmosphere, reminiscent of a magnificent concert, allowing everyone to feel the vibrant energy of youth and the passionate melody of aspiration. In the eyes of the students gleamed a radiant confidence and a fiery pride, as if they had already envisioned the fierce sparks colliding on the competition stage. Each individual harbored an unwavering determination to seize victory, akin to famished wolves spotting a delectable prey. Observing the arrogant demeanor of those youngsters, Wu felt a pang of regret for the training of the past few days, sensing it to be a futile endeavor. Yet, not everyone shared Wu He's sentiments. As they beheld the entering teams, Mi Er and Lin Bei radiated excitement akin to two jubilant birds, for not all possessed Wu He's unique disposition, though encased in the body of a mere child. His spirit bore the weight of someone in their 20s. especially while listening to the impassioned speeches of Old Man Sin and Old Man Liang. Wu He felt akin to a hypnotized lamb, growing increasingly drowsy with each word. After all, having been inundated with such motivational platitudes in his previous life, his ears had nearly developed calluses. However, the competition soon shifted to the crucial phase of the knockout draw. To Wu He's astonishment, everyone was required to draw, and all competition venues were divided into 6 numbered zones. The team captain was tasked with selecting the venue, while the others would randomly draw from one of the 6 numbered areas within the designated venue. At this moment, Wu He was utterly dumbfounded. He lifted his gaze in search of Old Man Liang, yet there was no trace of him to be found. Wu He suddenly realized that he had been deceived. Much like a naive little monkey, led in circles. The original plan was flawless, and Wu He initially charged forth like a tiger descending from the mountain, swiftly sweeping away the other teams with relentless vigor. However, contrary to his expectations, each small team now comprised 3 members, randomly assigned to their respective areas like scattered flowers, making it challenging for team members to achieve harmonious coordination in such a short time. Ideally, each team should be equipped with either a support Soul Master or a control Soul Master. Yet, given the current circumstances, the members in this position were undoubtedly in the most perilous situation. As he prepared to enter the battlefield, Wu He and Mi-Er shared a tacit understanding, disregarding all else as they charged toward the center of the arena, destined to reunite. Lin Bei remained silent. His task was clear and straightforward, to ensure his own safety until the very last moment. While this may seem like an easy endeavor, it was far from simple. To endure until the end, he must eliminate the other 2 individuals from his starting area. Otherwise, even if he attempted to flee, he would find himself trapped between a rock and a hard place. Before the trio could finalize their plan, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and everyone transformed into streaks of light, transported into the competition arena. Simultaneously, the voice of the referee echoed once more. All students were reassured to engage in fierce combat. Should a student sustain a fatal injury, they would be forcibly teleported out by the protective barrier, signifying their elimination. Upon hearing this announcement, the initial trepidation of the scattered students dissipated like clouds blown away by a gentle spring breeze. Some became even more exhilarated, eagerly preparing for battle, akin to warriors ready to showcase their prowess. However, it must be noted that this simulated arena served as a significant advantage for some, enhancing their training speed 2 to 3-fold. As Wu He landed, he immediately assumed a combat stance, only to be astonished to find himself utterly alone within a 10-meter radius. It was then that he meticulously reconsidered the rules, leading to a sudden realization of their insidious nature. A total of 36 teams were participating in the competition, ideally distributing 6 teams to each arena, with 3 members per team, and further dividing them into 6 smaller zones, each accommodating exactly 3 individuals. However, this was merely a theoretical scenario. No one had ever claimed that the teams across the 6 arenas were evenly allocated. It was only stated that ultimately, only one team could emerge victorious from each arena. Furthermore, within each arena, the distribution of participants among the zones was neither average nor fixed. This implied that while Wu He found himself in solitude, elsewhere, throngs of competitors might be engaged in fierce battles. Particularly in the area where Mi-Er was situated, the situation was quite dire. There were a staggering 12 individuals present, none of whom belonged to the same team. Had Wu He been there, he would have exclaimed in astonishment at the brilliance of the matchmaking system. Mi-Er stood as the sole 3-ring Soul Master, while the strongest among the others was merely a 22-level Great Soul Master who had just acquired a Soul Ring. The rest were primarily first-ring Soul Masters, illustrating the adage that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Their collective aim was to swiftly eliminate Mi-Er. However, they underestimated the resolute spirit of youth. Without uttering a single word, they launched themselves into combat. Observing this, Mi-Er feigned weakness and discreetly retreated, an approach taught to her by Wu He, emphasizing that there was no need for a brawl. Defeating the strongest adversary would suffice. Once she had distanced herself sufficiently, Mi-Er hid behind a tree, drawing her bow to unleash a barrage of arrows. Third Soul Technique, Frenzied Blood. This technique, derived from a millennia-old fervent guerrilla spirit, unleashed a toxic fervor upon being struck by its skill. In its phoenix form, it affected the mind, inciting opponents to attack their allies. In its dragon form, it granted an overwhelming surge of soul power, exponentially enhancing the technique's effects. albeit at a significant physical cost. Seizing the opportunity, Mi-Er unleashed a massive storm of arrows, transforming what began as a tentative skirmish into utter chaos, as newly formed alliances disintegrated in an instant. Chapter 20. Come on. Pull and tug. Hey, don't chase me. I don't have that life-saving syrup. Lin Bei sprinted away like a startled rabbit, pursued relentlessly by 11 ravenous soul masters. The origin of this frenzy could be traced back 10 minutes prior. He had seen Wu He signal a 3 at him, and with a mere gesture, Lin Bei instantly grasped the implication. Upon being teleported, everyone had fallen silent, akin to sheep deprived of their voices, unable even to glimpse the numerical indicators of their teammates. The gesture of the 5-in-1 signifies that he is situated in Zone 3, urging him to locate himself at the earliest opportunity. However, who could have anticipated that upon landing and opening his eyes, he would be met with the penetrating gaze of 11 pairs of eyes, akin to ravenous wolves, fixated upon him? In that fleeting moment, his heart was a tempest of panic. It was unclear who spoke first. As a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, he was undoubtedly the strongest, and they conspired to eliminate him with concentrated firepower. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere erupted like a powder keg, as all present unveiled their martial souls and spirit rings. What a stroke of misfortune! There were actually 6 second-ring soul masters, 2 of whom possessed beast martial souls, leaving Lin Bei feeling as though the sky were collapsing upon him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei determined a direction and fled without a backward glance, too hurried to offer a word of comfort or introduction. Yet, the mountainous terrain was labyrinthine, each step requiring utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to his capture. At this moment, aside from Lin Bei and Mi-Er, who appeared somewhat occupied, the others were relatively relaxed, either locked in a stalemate or searching for allies or prey. Lin Bei, possessing a sharp wit, recognized that, using the signal tower at the center of the venue as a reference, he was in Zone 4. The typical order for individuals is clockwise, and thus, he merely needed to sprint towards the upper right edge of the map. However, he neglected a crucial detail. This arena had been meticulously arranged by old Master Liang, who would undoubtedly not neglect his own disciple. While typical area arrangements are sequential, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 654,321, the 5-in-1 venue zones were arranged in a non-linear fashion, 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6. Had Lin Bei been aware of this, he would have certainly expressed his ire towards old Master Liang. Why meddle with him when he was merely a bystander? Like an arrow released from a bow, Lin Bei abandoned the immediate shortcut and resolutely dashed towards the farthest direction. The frenzied pursuers shadowed him relentlessly, exhibiting remarkable unity and harboring no thoughts of infighting, solely intent on capturing Lin Bei. Yet, confusion reigned in their hearts. Why did Lin Bei possess such boundless stamina while they felt utterly exhausted? To exacerbate their frustration, the obnoxious figure ahead occasionally hurled stones backward in provocation, adding fuel to the fire. Everyone believed that if they did not eliminate him first, they would find it impossible to swallow their indignation. Thus, they pursued with fervor. Tina Junior Soul Master Academy's Nyo was eliminated due to exhaustion. Tianxing Junior Soul Master Academy's Li Lele was eliminated due to exhaustion. Tianhui Junior Soul Master Academy's Hanshin was eliminated due to exhaustion. The resonant sound of 3 announcements echoed above the venue, and in an instant, 3 individuals were teleported away, significantly alleviating the pressure on Lin Bei. However, those behind him were left pondering, could the individual ahead be some sort of monster? We are utterly exhausted, yet his stamina remains astonishingly formidable. Nonetheless, Lin Bei was oblivious to their grievances, relentlessly sprinting towards his predetermined destination, with those trailing behind him serving as his energetic supply stations. Chase, 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 until you drop. Lin Bei laughed as he ran. A clever tactic imparted to him by Wu He during their training over the past 2 days. Wu He remarked, "Do you truly comprehend nothing beyond assisting others? That would be a sheer waste of potential. Had you encountered me sooner, I would have imparted my wisdom. Apply the first segment of your soul technique upon yourself, while unleashing the second segment like a tempest upon others, allowing them to recklessly expend their stamina and soul power, consuming as much as they can. Particularly, the small pebbles from the second segment, if they strike the target, will prolong their effects. Individuals, when engulfed in rage, often neglect to evade hidden attacks. Most will instinctively attempt to deflect or catch such projectiles with their bodies or weapons. At that moment, Wu Yi sensed that Lin Bei had yet to grasp this concept, and thus took him to the dean's office for a demonstration. The experiment was undoubtedly exhilarating. Yet Lin Bei faced considerable repercussions. As Wu He aptly stated, none among the group of disgruntled individuals refrained from receiving the pebbles once they engaged. The second segment of the soul technique was activated. Sustaining a dynamic of attrition, where the enemy thrived while he retreated, Lin Bei gradually enhanced his speed amidst the pursuit, occasionally feigning near hits from the soul techniques to maintain a strategic distance. Were it not for the current necessity to keep moving, Lin Bei would have been tempted to strike the sky with a few punches. Exhilarating, yet reality dictated otherwise, leaving Lin Bei to appear as a frantic figure, occasionally tossing handfuls of gravel behind him. I am but a mere support. Do not chase after me. The arena gradually constricted towards the center, a sensation only perceptible to the soul masters positioned at the far periphery, as they found themselves on the brink of elimination. Above each arena, announcements echoed continuously, observing students returning to their respective college zones. Confronting them were primarily the reprimands of their supervising teachers, though a minority of instructors possessed the self-awareness to acknowledge the inevitability of their students' elimination, offering them words of consolation instead. Wu Yi had been walking for half an hour without encountering anyone, feeling increasingly bored. Suddenly, the sounds of combat reached his ears from the left, igniting a spark of excitement within him. He quietly retrieved a packet of sunflower seeds from his soul guide ring and stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Ling Ling. Wait for me. A little snake girl was pursuing a solitary girl. Their school uniforms clearly indicated they belonged to different academies, yet there was no sign of confrontation. One was merely walking while the other was in pursuit. We're not from the same academy. You shouldn't follow me. Yi Ling Ling, despite her icy demeanor, was quite fragile and inwardly anxious, for she was merely a support-type soul master and could easily be eliminated in an instant. The snake girl had been assigned to the same area, and, having introduced themselves with no intention of fighting, they initially planned to part ways. However, Du Guyan sensed a pleasant aroma emanating from Yi Ling Ling and decided to follow her. Well, two lovely young ladies, where might you be headed? A portly boy, resembling a little elephant, blocked their path, his face painted with lewd intentions and an air of unwarranted confidence. Do you wish to see my elephant? The chubby boy referred to his martial soul, the mammoth, yet Du Guyan felt nothing but disgust. Get lost. Du Guyan's spirit enveloped both herself and Yi Ling Ling, hissing menacingly at the boy. Du Guyan's serpent venom danced like an ethereal sprite, seeping forth as her martial soul swirled around her. Her eyes began to shimmer, resembling two radiant gemstones. She appeared as a vibrant flower in full bloom, akin to a captivating and proud young girl. The sight sent the chubby boy into a frenzy of excitement. He rubbed his hands together, eager to approach and touch Du Guyan's scaled face. Yet, a veil of toxic mist formed a formidable barrier, halting his advance. Though he assessed the situation and deemed it manageable, a brilliant golden soul ring emerged beneath him, akin to a resplendent pearl, while the formidable phantom of a mammoth loomed behind him like a towering mountain. Martial soul manifested, mammoth giant. As the chubby boy unleashed his martial soul, Yi Ling Ling, standing behind Du Guyan, felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss, cold sweat cascading down her face as fear rendered her body trembling. In contrast, Du Guyan was exhilarated. Although she was a control-type soul master, her combat prowess was formidable. First soul skill, Mammoth Trample. In an instant, a billowing cloud of dust surged forth like tumultuous waves, while a powerful force, sharp as a sword, pierced through the toxic smoke shielding Du Guyan. Once again, Du Guyan and her companion found themselves exposed before the rotund adversary, as the faint circle of poisonous gas gradually receded like an ebbing tide. With a soft snort, Du Guyan showed no sign of retreat. Instead, she soared forward like a bird in flight, her palm striking toward the chubby opponent's chest with the swiftness of a gale. The first soul skill, phosphorescent purple poison. Within her palm lay a hint of lethal venom, akin to a harbinger of death. A successful hit would instantaneously eliminate her foe from the contest. The lascivious chubby figure, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, momentarily masked his lecherous demeanor. Agile as an eel, he deftly sidestepped her attack, and with no mercy, his right foot lashed out like a bolt of lightning toward Du Guyan's abdomen. Seeing her strike miss, Du Guyan reacted with lightning speed, her palm touching the ground momentarily before she utilized the strength of her waist and wrist, adjusting her stance with a sinuous grace akin to that of a dancing serpent. Simultaneously, her body glided like an eel, skillfully evading the chubby assailant's kick. In just a single exchange, both fighters garnered a vague understanding of one another. This young woman possessed a remarkable combination of agility and physique, while the chubby opponent's reflexes and nimbleness were nothing short of astonishing. Their gazes locked, neither willing to yield. Both awaited the moment the other would reveal a flaw. Poised like leopards ready to strike, a withered yellow leaf floated gracefully before them, akin to a butterfly in flight, capturing their attention as they awaited its gentle descent. Beside them, Yi Lingling, drenched in perspiration that fell like pearls, found herself lacking in practical experience as a pure support-type soulmaster. As a drop of glistening sweat fell simultaneously with the leaf, both figures vanished from sight in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he shifted his target. Realizing that Yi Lingling, hiding behind, appeared easier to subdue, a notion Douluo Yan also recognized. However, due to their proximity, Douluo Yan was able to seize the initiative. Her palm, akin to a shield, intercepted the chubby one's flying kick, ultimately sending him sprawling with a ghostly grace. Yet, for Douluo Yan, the most comfortable combat style was close-quarters brawling, ideally against dashing young men. Facing this hefty opponent, she felt an unsettling sense of discomfort, as if entangled with him would lead to unwanted advances. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. The chubby adversary observed her, whether in offense or defense, moving with enviable ease, while the pain from his kick felt like a dagger's sting. At this moment, Wu leisurely sat on a small earthen slope nearby, munching on sunflower seeds while keenly observing the spectacular showdown between the little snake girl and the dim-witted elephant. The battle was truly a sight to behold. Both participants had only activated the first ring of their soul skills, yet the little elephant initially appeared rather slow-witted. The plump boy rubbed his waist, feeling waves of pain crashing over him like an unrelenting tide, accompanied by a sense of numbness and weakness. Instinctively, he reached to touch his waist and quickly lifted his shirt. To his dismay, he discovered a deep imprint from a shoe, along with a pattern resembling a spider's web indicating signs of poisoning. Cursed be that venomous woman. How could she be so careless as to neglect her protection? Under normal circumstances, the purple toxin would spread slowly, akin to a snail's crawl. However, once soul power was employed, the toxin surged forth like a runaway stallion, racing at tenfold speed. The most critical aspect was that this toxin would erupt once every minute, akin to a demonic curse, randomly inducing states of weakness and intensified toxicity. The intensification of the poison was like adding fuel to the fire, causing the intervals of toxin eruptions to shorten, thereby triggering a more frequent poisoning effect. As time passes, the insignificance of competition failures pales in comparison to the grave matter of life and death. The portly individual understood that procrastination was no longer an option. Swift and decisive action was imperative. If he could locate his teammates, their purifying abilities would undoubtedly rescue him from peril. With a profound command of his second soul skill, Elephant Body, in an instant, his physique expanded as if inflated, doubling in size. His muscles became exceptionally taut, significantly slowing the spread of Douluo Yan's poison. The effect of Elephant Body allowed for any part of his body to transform into that of a mammoth, thereby achieving various extraordinary combat effects. Douluo Yan was momentarily taken aback by the portly one's release of a 500-year soul skill, though her astonishment was fleeting. For not everyone possessed the heritage to obtain such high-aged soul rings. Unwilling to be outdone, she summoned a deep yellow 600-year soul ring, her hands entwined with an even more potent miasma of toxins. With her second soul skill, Deathly Injury, she instantaneously amplified the damage of her poison, simultaneously accelerating the spread of toxins in those afflicted and shortening the intervals of poisonous eruptions. The protective barrier of fading toxins once again enveloped her. Observing the situation, the portly individual, without a moment's hesitation, utilized the massive attributes of his elephant legs to unleash a stomp, aiming to clear a path through the smoke and dispel the noxious gas. Concurrently, his other leg transformed into a colossal trunk, striking towards Douluo Yan like a massive whip. Douluo Yan deftly somersaulted twice to evade the attack and retaliated, her toxins striking with precision. However, the thick, tough hide of the mammoth allowed the poison to permeate slowly, and Douluo Yan felt her soul power depleting significantly. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a lithe figure darted from the nearby woods, agile as a cheetah. With the first soul skill, Extreme Shadow 100 Claws, myriad claw shadows surrounded Douluo Yan, revealing the assailant's identity. Chapter 22. Did your mother not teach you to cherish the delicate? The sudden onslaught descended like a tempest, leaving Douluo Yan no opportunity for resistance. She could only endure the full brunt of the assault, suffering grievous injuries. Yet, all was irreversible, and she bore the entirety of the damage like a flower ravaged by a tempest, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Oh, you wretched elephant. Hiding in this corner and frolicking with two young ladies, yet failing to include me. A boy, clad in a uniform identical to that of the portly one, emerged. However, this boy was slender, resembling a tall bamboo stalk, creating a stark contrast to the portly figure. Leopard Pole, is that you? I never expected my first teammate to be you. Alas, you lack a supportive martial spirit, so you cannot assist me in purging the toxins. At this moment, the slightly weakened chubby boy was barely able to sustain himself, relying on his second soul skill to slow the spread of poison. Otherwise, he would have surely collapsed and been eliminated. Although the slender leopard rod walked with an elegance reminiscent of a model on the runway, revealing his refined upbringing. His coarse eyes, akin to those of a vulture, betrayed a personality strikingly similar to that of the chubby boy. Since laying eyes on Yi Lingling, his gaze seemed magnetically drawn to her, never straying for even a moment. Amidst the swirling dust, Douluo Yin endured numerous strikes, each akin to the venomous strike of a serpent. While none were fatal, each cut mercilessly tore through her flesh like the fangs of a snake. Pain surged within her like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf her. However, her opponent's soul power remained at the great soul master level, not yet reaching the terrifying threshold of 100 attacks. Yet, Douluo Yin quickly realized that her wounds were astonishingly healing at an extraordinary pace. Faint green light flickering at the site of her injuries, reminiscent of tinder sprouts in spring. The pain receded just as swiftly, within mere seconds. She felt no trace of suffering, her skin smooth and unblemished as if she had never been harmed. Seeing her wounds heal, Douluo Yin harbored no suspicion as she gracefully leapt beyond the enveloping haze. With a punch like a tempest, she struck Leopard Rod's horse-like visage, and a purple toxin spread from the imprint like a spider's web. In that instant, Leopard Rod was sent flying like a whipped top, fortunately cushioned by Xiang Qiu, whose sturdy physique prevented him from crashing into nearby trees and trampling the flora, thus earning a modicum of virtue. In that fleeting moment, both brothers were afflicted by poison, particularly Leopard Rod, as the toxin encroached perilously close to his eyes. They exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Douluo Yin was no ordinary adversary. Most crucially, she was a control-type soul master with a poison attribute. If they did not end this swiftly, the likelihood of their defeat would only grow with time. With an unspoken understanding, they launched their attacks simultaneously. Xiang Qiu's target remained Douluo Yin, who, despite possessing a snake spirit and being more adept at close combat, seemed averse to engaging him in close quarters. This suited Xiang Qiu perfectly. If she preferred to avoid direct confrontation, he would attack her from a distance. A smirk graced his lips as his limbs moved in succession, each assault reminiscent of an elephant's trunk, both far-reaching and immensely powerful. While Douluo Yin, as a woman, was not lacking in strength, this dynamic deprived her of an attack method that suited her well. Her mind was solely focused on how to disseminate her toxins swiftly throughout her opponent's body, incapacitating him. Yet, in contemplating her strategy against Xiang Qiu, she momentarily forgot the lurking threat posed by the agile soul master, Leopard Rod. However, the instant Leopard Rod revealed himself, Yi Lingling had no hesitation. It was crystal clear to her that Douluo Yin could not withstand the simultaneous onslaught of both adversaries. Moreover, Douluo Yin was already battered and bruised from the earlier ambush, prompting her to immediately employ her soul skill for healing. A pristine white 9-heart, Sea Tang blossomed in her hands, its gentle yet potent healing effect swiftly mending Douluo Yin's wounds like a spring breeze nurturing new life. As a support type, she had been trained by her academy mentors and her family's legacy on how to fulfill her responsibilities effectively. However, due to her supportive abilities, she often finds herself the most heavily protected in ordinary combat scenarios. Thus, when confronted with the harsh realities of battle, she becomes the sole vulnerability, the pivotal point through which the enemy can exploit a breach. At that moment, from the corner of her eye, she glimpses a slender figure akin to a bamboo pole, racing towards her like an arrow released from a bow. Despite her capacity to move, the opponent's speed is unparalleled. The individual's martial spirit is that of a shadow leopard, a soul beast renowned for its extraordinary swiftness, so rapid that it appears only as a fleeting shadow, ghostly and elusive. Upon becoming a martial spirit, its bearer inherits this remarkable agility flawlessly. Simultaneously, the creature's claws are exceptionally sharp, and the individual's shadow claw technique serves as an irrefutable testament to this. Yi Lingling is acutely aware that she has no avenue for retreat nor any means of evasion. The tension renders her so fraught that she struggles to maintain her martial spirit, her entire being on the verge of collapsing to the ground in fear. Without the enhancement of Yi Lingling's soul abilities, Douluo Yin, in the instant of clashing fist with Xiang Qiu, distinctly feels an excruciating pain radiating from her arm. This is no ordinary muscle strain, but a wound that has even compromised her bones. Only then does she comprehend the source of that restorative power. However, it is now too late for her to turn back and offer aid. Even if her speed were extraordinary, it could not surpass that of a purely agile attack-type soul master. In an instant, both women plunge into the abyss of passivity. And a singular thought simultaneously arises in their minds. Is this how it ends? Zen Seal. A subtle voice resonates. Has no one ever told you to cherish the delicate? A dark figure stands before Yi Lingling, their shield akin to a beacon of hope, piercing directly into her heart. Yi Lingling gazes incredulously at the armored figure before her, uncertain of their identity, yet recognizing that they must be a rival student from another academy present in this arena. Why have they chosen to save me? This singular question reverberates in Yi Lingling's mind. Chapter 23. A misguided assault to bully a girl. How could one be so callously depraved? Wu Yi suddenly raises his shield, resembling an indomitable fortress, deflecting the assault from the leopard pole. Following this, he delivers a punch, akin to a cannonball fired from a barrel, striking the opponent's abdomen with tremendous force. This seemingly straightforward blow is as crushing as a mountain upon an egg, eliciting cries of anguish from the leopard pole, who nearly spews forth his bile. He gazes up, panting heavily, at Wu Yi clad in black rhino armor, clutching his painfully throbbing stomach. Who are you, that you dare meddle in my affairs? Upon witnessing his comrade's defeat, Xiang Qiu ceases his entanglement with Douluo Yin, racing like the wind to the side of the leopard. Leopard, are you all right? I won't die? Beastman spat fiercely to the side, wiping the corner of his mouth afterward. Although Wu Yi's earlier punch had not been delivered with full force, the power unleashed was certainly formidable, given the armor he wore. At this moment, Wu Yi stood before Yi Lingling like a towering mountain. His imposing figure brought a sense of calm to her heart. The martial spirit in her hand shone brightly once more, and a healing soul technique enveloped Douluo Yin like a gentle spring breeze. As the warmth of the healing washed over her, Douluo Yin lightly shook her hand, and the searing pain that had felt like a knife had vanished without a trace. Her arm's muscle strain miraculously healed. Douluo Yin also took note of the tall and mighty black rhinoceros armor, her heart brimming with curiosity, eager to discover the origins of this hero. However, this was not the time for such inquiries, for Wu Yi had stepped forth to thwart Beastman's assault, disrupting the plans of both adversaries. In an instant, the focus of both Beastman and Elephant Skin was solely on Wu Yi. Second soul technique, Swift Shadow Thrust. Second soul technique, Elephant Body. Beastman and Elephant Skin launched their attacks simultaneously, yet Wu Yi remained as steadfast as a statue, displaying no intention of defense. Before they struck, he had already instructed Douluo Yin to swiftly retreat, with Yi Lingling to avoid being caught in the fray. Elephant Skin's hands transformed, resembling easily obtainable ivory, becoming robust like pillars, adorned with sharp tusks. Each punch mirrored the forceful charge of a mammoth, delivering staggering power. Beastman soared into the air like a bird, channeling all his strength into his hands, utilizing the speed enhancement of the soul technique Swift Shadow Thrust to leap around Wu Yi like lightning, seeking every vulnerable angle to launch a ferocious assault. Yet, Wu Yi remained unyielding, his gaze towards the two cold and indifferent, as if he were surveying two insignificant ants beneath him. 3 minutes elapsed, and both adversaries had exhausted over half of their soul power. Panting heavily as they stood to the side, on the verge of mocking Wu Yi as a fragile clown. However, upon looking up, they beheld Wu Yi's black rhinoceros armor, still standing like an indomitable black iron tower, firmly grounded without so much as a shift in position. In that instant, all mocking words were choked in their throats, leaving both feeling utterly impotent. Was this the extent of their strength? With a tone as tranquil as stagnant water and as indifferent as cold ice, Wahinji uttered a statement laden with sarcasm. You two had better learn how to fight properly. In an instant, Wu appeared before the two like a wraith, accompanied by overwhelming inertia. His two hands struck their chests with a force akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg. In that fleeting moment, the two men were sent reeling backward, akin to kites severed from their strings, crashing violently to the ground. They felt as though their posteriors had been shattered into 4 pieces, and a crushing sensation enveloped their ribcages, as if their very chests were on the verge of splintering. The already frail Baogan coughed up a mouthful of blood, tainted with tendrils of toxic gas. "You scoundrel!" Baogan weakly exclaimed. "Had it not been for the poison afflicting us, you wouldn't stand a chance." Observing Baogan struggle to articulate his thoughts, Xiangjiu clutched his chest in indignation and retorted angrily, "Is that so?" Wu nonchalantly waved his hand and replied, "Are you implying that I am taking advantage of your frail physiques?" Strangely, upon hearing Wu's words, both Xiangjiu and Baogan shamelessly nodded in agreement, their expressions betraying a sense of admission. With a faint smile, Wu Yi was genuinely taken aback by the audacity of these 2 individuals, whose shamelessness surpassed even that of a city wall. Very well. He elegantly turned around and instructed the 2 beautiful women behind him. "Du Guyan, extract the poison from their bodies. Yi Ling Ling, you shall be responsible for healing their wounds." Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, both women were momentarily stunned, their mouths agape. "Wait, how can you possibly trust the words of these unscrupulous scoundrels?" Du Guyan exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Yet she struggled to counter his reasoning. After all, in the realm of soul masters, fair and honorable duels were highly esteemed. "Fear not, simply follow my instructions. These 2 clowns cannot stir up any storm." Wu Yi's nonchalant demeanor was akin to a resounding slap across the faces of the 2 men. Enraged, Du Guyan stamped her foot, yet ultimately complied with Wu Yi's orders and began to detoxify the 2. Witnessing Du Guyan's actions, Yi Ling Ling felt a peculiar instinct to unconditionally trust Wu Yi surge within her, and 2 beams of healing light cascaded down upon Baogan and Xiangqiu, enveloping them like warm sunshine. In but a moment, the 2 gradually rose to their feet, although their stamina and vitality were somewhat depleted. They could not help but praise the efficacy of Yi Ling Ling's healing. Every injury had healed. Even the internal organs that had been ravaged by Du Guyan's poison returned to their former state, as if they had never been harmed. Instantly, their lewd grins re-emerged, as if mocking, "Never have we encountered such foolish individuals. We won't wait for you to regain your strength. Now it shall be a fair battle." Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, although they inwardly derided him as a fool, they were compelled to acknowledge his mercy. "Fair enough. Let the duel commence." "Very well. Then let me conclude this swiftly." With that, Wu Yi summoned the meteor gun, showcasing a dazzling display of skill, and charged directly at the 2. As they beheld him conjuring the meteor gun, they were rendered speechless, their minds racing with a singular thought. Wasn't he wielding a shield? How does he possess a long-range weapon? Wu Yi paid no heed to the thoughts lingering in the minds of the 2 individuals. The meteor gun struck them directly, followed by a relentless barrage of attacks. They were rendered incapable of reacting, sent flying out of the arena by Wu Yi's onslaught. The students from the Tianyi Junior Soul Master Academy, Xiangqiu and Baogan, found themselves eliminated without any means to contest, though they suffered no serious injuries. The painful impact of hitting the ground caused them to burst into tears, crying out for their mothers in distress. Chapter 24. Ambush. Chapter 25. Come on. It's my turn. Chapter 26. Watch how I torment you. The trio's gaze, sharp as arrows, darted toward the source of a chilling female voice. Mier, once bound beneath the tree, had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, they sensed an onslaught of frigid arrows, raining down upon them like a tempest. Instinctively, they evaded with the agility of cunning hares. Yet, whether it was their reaction speed akin to lightning or their movements reminiscent of phantoms, each arrow seemed to possess a mind of its own, landing precisely 0.5 meters before and behind them, instilling an illusion of superiority, as if their adversaries were mere weaklings and they were divine warriors. It was not until a fan-shaped deluge of arrows descended from 3 directions simultaneously that they awakened from their stupor, leaping back to avoid the assault, only to collide amidst the chaos, with nowhere left to retreat. At that moment, Mier resembled a hunter concealed in darkness, methodically driving her prey into an abyss from which there was no return. As the trio collided, the fan-shaped barrage rained down upon them like a relentless downpour. While the arrows did not inflict severe pain, the passive effects triggered rendered them as if plunged into an icy cavern. Each was struck by 5 to 10 arrows. Their defensive capabilities weakened as control-type soul masters. The arrows easily pierced their flesh. Instantly, they bore the brunt of 3 to 5 units of environmental gravitational pressure, compounding their already faltering stamina with the agony of bleeding wounds, leaving them in a state of despair. Their faces turned ashen, resembling sheets of paper, as if death loomed ever closer. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Mier would not allow them to be eliminated so easily. The increasing environmental gravity enveloped them like a serpentine current, a paralyzing electric shock that ensnared them tightly. Even Lin Bei, standing nearby, was nearly affected, narrowly escaping with the swiftness of a bird. The dragon and phoenix souls within Mier's second soul skill were horrifyingly formidable. The environmental gravity merely heightened the difficulty of movement, slowing their escape, while the electric chains instilled a sense of dread. The trio was rendered listless, akin to frostbitten eggplants, exhaling white vapor, as if they were reliving the bittersweet experiences of their past. They yearned to flee this terrifying place yet remained paralyzed by fear, caught in indecision for a full 10 minutes. Only when they perceived no obstruction did they cautiously tread forward, as if walking on thin ice. However, Mio lay in wait like a cheetah concealed among the branches, having anticipated this moment for quite some time. The three, oblivious to the lurking danger, ambled towards what they believed to be a safe direction, but had merely taken a single step. Suddenly, one of them collapsed to the ground as if crushed by an insurmountable weight, the force akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, rendering him nearly breathless and voiceless. This individual was none other than the third of their group. His soul skill acted as an unyielding barrier, obstructing the flow of other soul power and even usurping a measure of their autonomy. Thus, Mier was ensnared as a bait in a disgraceful maneuver. Yearning to cry out, yet finding her voice stifled, as if a hand had clasped her throat. The remaining two dared not assist him, resigned to choose a different path. Yet, after merely 3 steps, they too became akin to kites severed from their strings, soaring helplessly into the air, bereft of any landing. This individual had employed a capturing soul technique upon Mier, and she wished for him to experience the same powerlessness she had felt. After all, those who have been drenched by rain often yearn to tear apart the umbrellas of others. The last among them, their leader, was the one Mier most desperately sought to confront. Not only had he leered at her with lecherous eyes, but his cunning mind was like a devious serpent, both shrewd and malicious. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly pose a formidable obstacle to Wu He. Observing his 2 subordinates ensnared in dire straits, the leader dared not move, remaining frozen in place like a startled bird, paralyzed by fear. He now understood that the seemingly innocuous attacks were, in truth, invisible traps imbued with a unique hunting attribute. Once one stepped into the trap's domain, escape would be impossible. Those who are too clever can be troublesome. Mia finally emerged from the depths of shadow, her countenance etched with disdain and fury. As a third-ring soul venerable, she had been humiliated by 3 great soul masters, and such an affront could not go unavenged. With her martial soul retracted, she glided towards him gracefully, like a delicate swallow. At this moment, with Lin Bei's assistance, Mier's physical and soul energy rapidly rejuvenated, akin to seedlings nourished by spring rain, restoring to a state of abundance. Even the stamina expended from swift movements and the soul energy consumed in unleashing skills originated from the 3 adversaries. It is no exaggeration to say that Mier defeated them using their own vitality and spirit. The leader, sporting a distinctive mustache, may have harbored intentions of fighting, but found himself devoid of the strength to do so, not to mention his nearly depleted reservoir of soul energy, which rendered even the release of soul techniques a daunting task. Currently, he barely managed to sustain his physical energy. For there exists a stark contrast in soul energy reserves between a soul master and a great soul master, leading to their near exhaustion, though the leader still possessed some stamina. He dared not act recklessly, presenting Mier with an exceptional opportunity to strike. In a swift motion, Mier closed the distance, akin to a tempest, and landed a powerful punch on the opponent's chin. While Mier's strength may not have been formidable, it nonetheless sent the man flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, directly into the trap that Mier had meticulously prepared. The instant he touched the ground, the trap erupted with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. Simultaneously, the mustachioed leader felt an overwhelming weakness, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. He could neither hear sounds nor perceive his surroundings, and even his sense of smell seemed to fade. The only certainty he clung to was his existence, for the silence enveloped him, and he remained oblivious to Mier's approach. After 5 seconds, the man's senses gradually returned. Yet his soul and physical energy had reached their limits. He understood that escape was futile, spreading his arms wide and lying on the ground in a star-like shape, hoping for a benevolent soul to eliminate him swiftly. "Have mercy on me," a familiar plea echoed from a distance. The two lifted their gaze to see a robust figure clad in black, charging through the forest with reckless abandon. His formidable defenses rendering even a tree that required the combined effort of three to encircle utterly incapable of resisting his charge. Chapter 27. The Tenfold Soul Energy Core Zone. Chapter 28. You are capturing him. Why should we cease our assault? Chapter 29. United Front. Chapter 30. Tension mounts poison. Yu Tianheng gazed in horror at the toxic mist that gradually enveloped the arena, instinctively retreating several steps. The blue lightning in his grasp flickered within the poisonous haze, resembling stars twinkling in the night sky, crackling and dancing. Yet, this blue lightning had no capacity to dispel the miasma, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. A faint smile graced his lips, exuding an air of calm, as if he had anticipated all that was to unfold. Indeed, those who remained for the finale were undeniably the strongest. As a prodigious scion of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family, Yu Tianheng naturally exuded an innate arrogance. Perceiving ordinary soul masters as mere ants beneath his feet, only those equally gifted, possessing extraordinary talents, were deemed worthy of contesting with him. Observing the ethereal dispersal of toxic mists, a delicate web of electricity began to envelop him, forming an impenetrable armor that shielded him from the encroaching poison. Simultaneously, within the noxious haze, he caught sight of a glimmering cold light, akin to a shooting star racing towards him. A spear, swift as lightning, bore down with a tip that seemed to blaze with fierce flames, aimed directly at his forehead. Unfazed, Yu Tianheng smiled calmly as the spear halted abruptly at the center of his brow, showing no inclination to advance further. In that instant, his gaze met that of Wu Hiyi, and the two stood facing each other. What appeared to be a mere test was, in truth, a subtle exchange between masters. Wu Hiyi withdrew his spear, yet in the next instant, his figure vanished like a wraith. Simultaneously, Yu Tianheng trailed closely behind, mirroring Wu Hiyi's movements. Within the poisonous mist, the two engaged in a dance of feigned attacks and fierce, flesh-rending strikes. The claws of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus collided with Wu Hiyi's spear, each clash erupting like a firework, producing a dazzling array of sparks. Each separation and convergence heralded an impending collision, promising even more ferocious assaults. Remarkably, amidst the intensity of their exchanges, neither seemed to experience any discomfort. Instead, they reveled in the exhilarating thrill of the encounter. Lin Bei gazed at the evenly matched duo and was astonished to discover that these two anomalies were actually smiling, while he himself found it impossible to share in their mirth. At this moment, Wu Hiyi relied solely on his physical strength in battle. However, he soon found himself no longer enduring alone. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the poisonous mist, he stealthily approached the Stone Brothers like a specter. "Hey, you two dimwits," Lin Bei exclaimed, playfully patting the shoulders of the Stone Brothers, a cunning smile adorning his face. Simultaneously, a few hidden crystals in his palm struck them like lightning. The Stone Brothers turned at the sound, quickly facing him. Their armored shields stood firm like an impregnable fortress, forcefully pushing Lin Bei away, a flicker of anger crossing their faces. Yet, they swiftly realized something unusual. Their stamina was mysteriously draining away, akin to a river breaching its dam, and even their soul power dissipated like smoke. Confused, they could only speculate on the extraordinary toxicity of the mist. Gradually, the battle between Wu Hiyi and Yu Tianheng reached a fevered pitch. Just as the two were locked in a fierce struggle, Wu Hiyi unexpectedly revealed a flaw at a most inopportune moment, his head tilting slightly in a strange direction. Seizing the rare opportunity, Yu Tianheng felt a twinge of unease rising within him. As expected, 3 arrows shot forth from the gap, like venomous snakes emerging from their lair. Yu Tianheng hastily shielded his face with his dragon claws, initially believing the arrows to be a trivial nuisance. However, he was unprepared for the sheer force of the arrows, which surpassed even the might of a typical Soul Master's iron fist. Moreover, it was not a chaotic barrage of 3 arrows, but rather 9. Flying in perfect formation like well-trained soldiers, 3 by 3, directed at Yu Tianheng. The power of these 9 arrows was akin to a tidal wave, sending Yu Tianheng hurtling away. Nevertheless, he was no ordinary opponent. Executing a graceful turn in midair, he landed swiftly, half-kneeling and gazing intently into the depths of the poisonous mist. How despicable of you to resort to a sneak attack in a one-on-one battle. Yu Tianheng's dragon claws pounded the ground in fury, as if he intended to shatter the earth beneath him. Nonsense. Who said anything about a fair duel? Don't be so naive. The shameless laughter of Wu He lingered in Yu Tianheng's ears, resonating like a sinister melody. Just as he was about to make a move in his exasperation, he discovered that the gravity in his vicinity had inexplicably intensified fivefold. The sudden surge of gravitational force pressed down upon his internal organs with tremendous pressure. At the tender age of 11 or 12, being a prodigy, he primarily focused on soul power cultivation, and despite being aware of his beast martial soul's exceptional physique, he seldom engaged in physical training at such a young age. Consequently, when the fivefold gravity manifested, Yu Tianheng nearly lost control of his martial soul. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, intensifying his loathing gaze towards Wu He. Very well, you lot wish to play dirty. In an instant, Yu Tianheng was enveloped in a surge of blue lightning, his furious demeanor akin to that of a rampaging divine beast. Attention everyone, this fellow is about to unleash his full power. Before Wu He could finish his words, Yu Tianheng's figure had vanished from his sight. In an instant, a claw lunged towards Du Guyan. Throughout his struggle with Wu He, Yu Tianheng had not remained idle. He adeptly maneuvered to gain insight into the positions and actions of everyone except his teammates. Although he had yet to uncover Mi-Er's whereabouts, he was acutely aware of the positions and roles of the others in the current scenario. His primary target was Du Guyan, for her toxic mist was not only highly poisonous but also obstructed visibility, hindering his combat effectiveness. However, control-type soul masters were notoriously fragile, easily vanquished with a single skill. Yet, he had an extravagant notion. The healing divine light that had been upon Wu He instantly shifted to envelop Du Guyan. Du Guyan was no fool, with a clever displacement. She evaded Yu Tianheng's assault, her martial spirit manifesting as her legs transformed into a lengthy serpentine tail. With a swift flick, she struck Yu Tianheng at the waist. At that moment, Yu Tianheng found himself at the center of Wu He's temporary team. Flanked by Du Guyan in front, Mi-Er behind, Wu He to the left, and Lin Bei to the right. Such a central position was perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter destruction. Yu Tianheng soon realized that the previously resisting Shi family brothers had been subdued, and what he had intended as a test had rapidly escalated to a situation of 5 against 1. Chapter 31. The first encounter with a good thing. Yu Tianheng still harbored hopes of resistance, but the instant his right foot stepped forward, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfed him, as if he were in an environment with merely 1/10 of normal gravity. In a moment of inattention, his body floated like a drifting leaf. However, the moment he moved, the others followed suit like shadows. Before he could regain his stance, Wu He's spear descended upon him like a tempest. Simultaneously, Du Guyan's fist struck with the force of thunder, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Tianheng was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string. He crashed to the ground, disheveled and covered in dust, transitioning from an enraged little wolf cub to a pitiful, defeated chick in the blink of an eye. Wu He initially intended to dissuade Yu Tianheng from continuing. Yet there are moments when a soul master's stubbornness becomes insurmountable, akin to the strength of 10 oxen. Yu Tianheng simultaneously unleashed both his first and second rings. Desperately attempting to exhaust his soul power, determined that even in defeat, he would take someone down with him. His sights were firmly set on Wu He, whom he perceived as the strongest member of the temporary team. If he could eliminate him, the outcome of the ensuing 2-on-2 battle would remain uncertain. However, destiny often has a way of contriving contrary outcomes. As Yu Tianheng, trembling yet resolute, stood once more, Wu He wasted no time and pounced upon him like a famished tiger, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. In a mere 3 minutes, Yu Tianheng, left with no other recourse, reluctantly raised the flag of surrender. It was not a matter of his inadequacy, but rather an unfortunate stroke of fate that pitted him against an assembly of extraordinary talents. After Yu Tianheng departed, accompanied by his 2 subordinates, the toxic miasma released by Du Guyan spread like a plague, and the 5 of them seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they collectively approached the outer perimeter of the occupied zone. Now we remain. Do you still pledge to uphold your promises? Their demeanor suggested a warning. Should you dare to renege, I shall unleash the poison. Among the trio of Wu He, only Mi-Er felt a lingering discontent. Nevertheless, Wu He remained steadfast in his verbal agreement and resolved to engage in a one-on-one contest. To everyone's astonishment, Du Guyan unexpectedly sent Yi Ling into the fray. In that instant, both Lin Bei and Mi-Er were left dumbfounded. What is happening here? Lin Bei suddenly speculated that perhaps this was an act of benevolence. Knowing they could not win, The opponent shyly opted for a healer who could merely provide support. Lin Bei's wild imaginings almost wove a complete narrative, and given a bit more time, he might even conceive names for future offspring. Though this notion was utterly absurd, after all, the opponent had chosen a support role. Mi-Er still insisted on stepping onto the battlefield. However, Wu He firmly restrained her. He, what are you doing? The opponent has thrown in the towel. Let me go. I promise to show mercy. Mi-Er exclaimed, her fierce demeanor contrasting with the most endearing tone. Yet, Wu He replied, you two stay back. You cannot defeat her. Upon hearing Wu He's words, Lin Bei was engulfed in confusion. While Mi-Er was seething with anger, Mi-Er was genuinely enraged. For Wu He had claimed that a soul master of her caliber could not contend with a great soul master's assistant, whose icy demeanor belied a hint of delicate vulnerability. This seemingly fragile woman always elicited an inexplicable sense of foreboding in Mi-Er. Be good, listen, and wait over there. Wu He gently stroked Mi-Er's head and said, this predicament is of my own making. It is only right that I resolve it myself. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei felt even more perplexed. What was the connection? How could a mere supportive role transform into Wu He's misdeed? Had he perhaps accumulated debts of affection in secret? If Wu He could discern Lin Bei's current thoughts, he would be tempted to pry open his skull to understand how such convoluted reasoning could arise, and yet possess a semblance of logic. Ultimately, Lin Bei and his companion could not oppose Wu He and slowly stepped aside, granting the two ample space for combat. De Guyen instinctively moved to the side, as the outcome of the battle bore little relevance to her. After all, she and Yi Ling were not from the same academy. She allowed Yi Ling to take the stage for two primary reasons. First, since the competition began, Yi Ling had repeatedly rescued her from peril. Without her healing abilities, Du Guyen would have likely withdrawn from the contest due to injuries. Secondly, and most importantly, Yi Ling possessed a trump card bestowed upon her by the enigmatic armored hero, which was rumored to unleash the power of a Soul King for a maximum duration of 10 minutes. Given this advantage, even if Wu He deployed the strongest Soul Master, Mi-Er, it would surely be in vain. Thus, she decisively relinquished her turn in the duel. However, she was taken aback when the challenger turned out to be none other than Wu He, a boy who had scarcely unleashed a soul skill throughout the contest, relying solely on conventional weaponry and physical techniques in battle. While his offensive strategy was strikingly fierce, it did not stem from a martial spirit soul skill. Without the support of an auxiliary, his combat prowess might well be on par with an ordinary support-type soul master. Du Guyen was genuinely baffled by their decision not to field a soul master. Did they truly underestimate the capabilities of a high-level support soul master? Yi Ling gazed at Wu He before her, her beautiful features cooling slightly. She had glimpsed his martial spirit, an unusual formation, which had not demonstrated any special effects during combat, and his soul rings had never been activated. She felt a sense of being belittled. Despite the claims of his prowess reaching that of a soul master, there lingered an unsettling feeling. Wu He stood awkwardly. As the time displayed on the signal tower dwindled to the final 5 minutes, and the arena once again began to constrict. The energy emanating from the signal tower immediately replenished the depleted strength of several individuals. For the first time in this arena, Wu He unleashed his soul ring. His 5-element shadow array martial spirit gradually manifested behind him, followed by the emergence of 2 soul rings at his feet, one purple and one black. The moment the soul rings appeared, both Du Guyen and Yi Ling were taken aback, as the age of the soul rings surpassed their understanding. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stifled a laugh, delighted to see someone else equally astonished and momentarily stunned. How could such a person exist? The first 2 soul rings were not merely a century old, but one was a millennium, and the other a 10,000-year soul ring. Du Guyen gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. You all have seen my soul rings. I shall grant you the opportunity to strike first. The voice of Wu He was light and seemingly feeble, yet each word struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. For a fleeting moment, Yi Ling felt as if her heartbeat had ceased. She slowly retrieved a verdant crystal from her chest, its core intricately carved with the character for wood. Upon seeing the crystal in Yi Ling's hand, Mi-Er gazed at Wu He in astonishment, suddenly comprehending the meaning behind his words. Simultaneously, her indignation grew. How could he bestow such a precious first gift upon another girl? Yi Ling raised the crystal above her head, allowing sunlight to filter through it, and boldly uttered an incantation. Wind Eagle Armor, unite. Chapter 32, Wind Eagle Black Rhinoceros. As Yi Ling declared the command, The crystal in her hand transformed into a radiant jewel, ascending gracefully toward the sun. In that very moment, Wu Yi's first soul ring burst forth like a wild stallion, deftly encircling the wooden crystal in Yi Lingling's astonished gaze. What was happening? Not only was Yi Lingling left speechless, but even Du Guyan was rendered dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. It was his first encounter with a soul ring actively aiding another. To be honest, Lin Bei and Mier were also witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. Although they had previously heard Wu Yi describe his soul skill's second application, granting another the chance to don armor, such a fortuitous event had yet to be experienced even by Mier, who was closest to him. Instead, it was Yi Lingling who benefited immensely. The purple soul ring, now encircling the wooden crystal, slithered like a lively python, gradually tightening its grip. With a crisp, shattering sound, the purple ring melded into the wooden character as if a droplet had dissolved into the ocean. An azure giant eagle swiftly circled the area like a bolt of lightning, then let out a resounding cry before landing steadily on Yi Lingling's forehead. In the next moment, a ray of sunlight descended like a golden thread, gently cascading over Yi Lingling's form. The shattered crystal's fragments, seemingly enchanted, rearranged themselves into a unique suit of armor, snugly adhering to Wu Yi's body. Soon after, the sunlight vanished, and with the echo of an eagle's call, a deep blue figure appeared before Wu Yi like a specter. For the first time, Wu Yi experienced the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg when facing the wind eagle armor. In the instant the azure wood giant eagle aligned with Yi Lingling's forehead, a torrent of memories that did not belong to her surged into her consciousness. The techniques of combat, the operation of the armor, the utilization of weaponry, and even the intricate details of the wind eagle armor coalesced within her mind in an instant. It was as if this armor had been tailor-made for her from the very beginning. Most remarkably, the various uses of the armor did not deplete her soul power in the slightest. It merely incurred an insignificant toll on her physical stamina. Simultaneously, her martial soul functioned as usual, rendering the entire experience remarkably natural and harmonious. As Yi Lingling completed the integration with the wind eagle armor, a flash of crimson light glimmered in her eyes, and she moved with the swiftness of the wind. A force reminiscent of a tempest gathered around her legs, the rhythm of that energy solidifying, radiating a delicate green light, as resplendent as jade. Wind godleg, her figure flickered like a phantom, and when she reappeared, she was already positioned diagonally above Wu Yi. Her movements were as graceful as a dancing fairy, yet imbued with a chilling aura of intimidation. Merely gazing upon the soles of the wind eagle armor invokes an overwhelming sense of the immense power contained within that single footstep. As the onlookers observed Wu Yi standing there, seemingly petrified and devoid of any reaction, confusion enveloped them. They were at a loss regarding his intentions. Yet, in the eyes of Du Guyan, Wu Yi was already thoroughly terrified, his spirit utterly shattered. She could not fathom why his first soul ring had detached itself and soared away like a bird taking flight from its nest. In that fleeting moment, his 10,000-year soul ring streaked past like a meteor, and an unusual radiance enveloped him. He gently lifted his right foot, and, with a light stamp upon the ground, a cloud of dust erupted like a colossal wave, obscuring the vision of all present as to what transpired within the smoke. Yi Lingling, however, fixated on the rising haze, found that it could not obscure her sight. She perceived Wu Yi as merely indulging in theatrics. But in the next heartbeat, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, for she beheld an object she had long yearned for. Within that swirling dust, a high-grade rhinoceros horn shimmered with silver, and the unyielding wool reflected in his gaze appeared before her like a divine omen. At that moment, her offensive had already been unleashed like an arrow released from its bow, leaving no room for retreat. Swiftly, the wind god leg descended firmly upon Wu Yi, and the solid impact conveyed to Yi Lingling was no longer the warmth of a hero, but rather a chilling glimmer akin to ice. Yi Lingling, agile as a cunning rabbit, performed a graceful flip and deftly escaped the shroud of dust. Dressed in the heavy wind eagle armor, she moved with the grace of a light-hearted swallow, landing steadily before gently releasing her wooden energy, dispersing the dust like a lively breeze. Du Guyan had anticipated witnessing Wu Yi crumple to the ground. After all, even if Yi Lingling had not exerted her full strength, her casual strike as a 5-ring soul king was beyond the endurance of a mere 30-level soul master without a 3rd soul ring. Yet, to her astonishment, an unforeseen event unfolded, leaving her equally stunned and speechless. The black rhinoceros armor worn by Wu He resembled a colossal hammer imbued with lethal intent, capable of shattering all her pride with a single strike. Not long ago, that very armor had bestowed upon her a steadfast hope in her eyes. Even if the black rhinoceros armor possessed merely the strength of a soul king, it was an invincible entity. In this moment of revelation, she finally comprehended why Wu He had refrained from employing her skills throughout. She also grasped the profound depth of the foundational strength possessed by the Tiando Empire's Junior Soul Master Academy. To her, Wu Yi's reluctance to utilize soul techniques seemed a mark of disdain towards them, yet she remained perplexed as to why Wu He had intervened to rescue them. Naturally, these questions would never escape the lips of the proud young princess, Douluo. Though stunned, she recognized that both sets of armor displayed the prowess of a soul king, leading her to believe that Yu Lingling was not entirely devoid of the potential to triumph over Wu He. Yu Lingling's heart trembled. She was reluctant to strike against her cherished hero, yet circumstances compelled her, akin to an arrow poised to be released. For a fleeting moment, she perceived Wu He as an illusion, convinced that something must be amiss with Wu He's soul skills. In that instant of thought, she was nearly certain that Wu He could not embody the hero she revered. Surely, there was some unique hallucinatory effect in Wu He's soul techniques, exploiting the deepest aspirations within others to fabricate extraordinary phantoms. Particularly, Wu Yi's complete immobility following an attack only served to bolster her suspicions. After all, an illusion is but a fabrication, and even a slight movement could render it null and void. Chapter 33, Black Rhinoceros vs. Wind Eagle. Wu He stood immobile like a statue, not due to any other reason, but because Yu Lingling's fierce kick, as light as a feather, gently landed upon the impenetrable armor of the black rhinoceros. It seemed as if that kick was merely a breeze passing by, stirring not a single ripple, requiring no effort to brush off the dust. Regardless of other considerations, the defensive and offensive capabilities of the black rhinoceros armor were unparalleled among the five elements armors. Especially noteworthy was its extraordinary defensive strength. Only the Flame Dragon and Snow Mastiff armors had even a slight chance of leaving any marks upon it. The Wind Eagle armor, categorized as a support-type armor renowned for its speed, undoubtedly excelled in ambushes and aiding allies, possessing exceptional penetration in specific scenarios. However, when these two armors stood side by side, their respective strengths and weaknesses became glaringly evident. Compared to the Wind Eagle armor, the Black Rhinoceros armor appeared increasingly cumbersome and sluggish. While its defense was as solid as rock, it was unlikely to even graze the Wind Eagle armor. Conversely, the Wind Eagle armor seemed feeble and vulnerable, susceptible to serious injury from a single strike if caught off guard. Yet, these conclusions existed solely within Wu He's understanding. No one else could comprehend the characteristics of these five armors better than he. Yu Lingling moved with the swiftness of a gale, scrutinizing Wu He from various angles. The sheen emanating from his black rhinoceros armor was flawless, yet it was precisely this perfection that ignited a fierce hatred within her. She would not allow anyone to desecrate the sacred light that resided in her heart. As she continued to move, her inner suspicions were confirmed. Wu He's soul technique must be a unique illusion. As long as he remained still, he could wield certain special attributes. The black rhinoceros armor he presently manifested undoubtedly possessed invincible defensive properties. Thus, her immediate goal was to compel Wu He into motion. She firmly believed that once he acted, everything would unravel. Yu Lingling gracefully detached the Wind Eagle rings from her shoulders, executing an elegant maneuver akin to a dance as she flung them forth. The two Wind Eagle rings spiraled through the arena like flashes of lightning, slicing through the air with a resounding crack, as if proclaiming their sharpness to the world. Immediately, a Wind Eagle crossbow appeared in her right hand, as if conjured by magic. However, rather than unleashing the crossbow from her stationary position, she adopted a circular stance, radiating attacks from all directions like a blooming flower around Wu He. Each bolt of the crossbow struck the surface of the black rhinoceros armor like raindrops, leaving only faint traces, yet the tremors from each impact erupted into clouds of dust, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, showcasing the formidable strength of each shot. Amidst the rising dust, the Wind Eagle rings, like hidden assassins lurking in the shadows, repeatedly launched surprise attacks on Wu He under her precise control. This prompted Wu He to reflect, for Yu Lingling was merely an ordinary support-type soul master, lacking experience in agile or powerful combat. She wielded the Wind Eagle armor's inherent proficiency to develop this offensive strategy to such a remarkable degree, akin to an artist meticulously crafting a masterpiece. It was worth noting that even the original summon of the Wind Eagle armor would merely use it for occasional ambushes and skill activation. Lacking the unique command of the offensive rhythm that Yi Ling exhibited, reminiscent of a conductor orchestrating a grand symphony, Wu He felt compelled to applaud her. Though her offensive rhythm was spectacular, it barely registered against the black rhinoceros armor, akin to a mere scratch. Had she been up against the Earth Tiger armor or the Flame Dragon armor, she might have inflicted genuine damage. Just as Yi Ling seized the moment of obscured vision amidst the billowing smoke, her Wind Eagle crossbow inexplicably transformed into a Wind Eagle sword. Under the relentless assault of the Wind Eagle rings, she coiled like a cheetah, launching a lethal strike akin to an arrow released from a bow. Just as the tip of her sword was about to pierce Wu He, he finally moved, raising his shield like a bastion before him. In that instant, the two weapons collided with a thunderous clang, echoing like two ferocious beasts clashing. At that moment, Yi Ling was astonished. She could scarcely believe that Wu He had moved, and in defense no less. In that fleeting moment, she suddenly grasped the truth she had long been reluctant to acknowledge within her heart. However, a luminous glimmer flickered in the eyes of Wu He. Adorned in his black rhinoceros armor, as the shield in his hand descended like a meteor, crashing forcefully into the chest of the Wind Eagle armor. After so many strikes, it is finally my turn. Struck by a powerful punch, Yi Ling was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. Though the Wind Eagle armor had absorbed a significant portion of the damage, she still felt as if her ribcage might shatter. In his everyday demeanor, Wu He was a charming young gentleman, one who would never resort to striking a girl. Yet, the moment he beheld the Wind Eagle armor, an instinctual response surged through him, compelling him to engage in a defensive posture and launch an offensive strike. As soon as he threw the punch, regret washed over him. For his opponent was no ordinary warrior. Within that armor resided a delicate girl. The punch had sparked upon the chest of the Wind Eagle armor, undoubtedly inflicting considerable pain. And he felt a wave of remorse. The intense ache, akin to a sharp blade, severed Yi Ling's erroneous perceptions, yanking her back to reality. At last, she was willing to believe in the authenticity of Wu He. Yet, right after that punch, she distinctly sensed her injury, and a magnificent nine-heart begonia, resembling a resplendent pearl, materialized behind the Wind Eagle armor. A pure healing beam cascaded down upon the Wind Eagle armor like warm sunlight. Wow, I can't believe it can be played like this. His martial soul can even summon healing power when injured. This is truly unfair, Wu He exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the ability of his armor to utilize his martial soul and skills even while controlled by another. However, upon reflection, he soon comprehended the underlying rationale. Wu He suddenly realized that this mode of play significantly enhanced its enjoyment. By lending his armor to others, the scope of operations became even more extensive. Returning to the battlefield, Wu He resolved to mount a counterattack. Even if he could not strike decisively, this battle must yield a victor. With Yi Ling able to restore her health, this situation was exceedingly disadvantageous for him. He decided that a swift resolution was imperative. Chapter 34. Activating the cheat code again. Wu He brandished the meteor gun, its length exceeding 2 meters, resembling a formidable dragon, exuding an air of dominance. At that moment, Douluo Yin and Yi Ling suddenly understood why Wu He had opted for a long weapon during their temporary alliance. It appeared to be intricately linked to the armor he donned. With the meteor gun in hand, Wu He executed a dazzling display of spear techniques, the tip gleaming with a chilling light, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Yet, within this icy radiance, there was no trace of murderous intent, a nuance keenly perceived by Yi Ling. Her only weapon, aside from the Wind Eagle rings, was not readily applicable for direct use. However, Wu Yi's posture clearly indicated that he was poised to launch an assault. Yi Ling hesitated for a brief moment but swiftly conceived a strategy to turn the tide. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed 2 Wind Eagle rings, sending them hurtling forth like bolts of lightning in an unconventional manner. Observing the 2 rapidly approaching rings, Wu Yi's expression turned awkward. After all, employing the same tactic before Wu He would be an underestimation of his abilities. Nevertheless, he merely cast a fleeting glance, dismissing them, for with his formidable defenses, those 2 Wind Eagle rings posed little threat. Moreover, wielding the meteor gun, which grew more potent with each inch of length, He could effortlessly counter any ordinary ambush with the natural flow of his consciousness. As Wu Yi brandished the meteor gun, he charged towards Yu Ling like a ferocious beast, the tip of his weapon scraping against the ground, producing a jarring sound accompanied by showering sparks, as if the meteor gun bore an infinite weight. Subsequently, Yi Ling perceived a robust object descending upon her with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. Without a moment's hesitation, she retreated swiftly, finally discerning the full form of the object. It was indeed the meteor gun. While others flaunted their skills with the weapon through various flashy maneuvers, Wu Yi's approach could be succinctly encapsulated in a single act of smashing. It evoked a sense that this formidable weapon was being wielded with a casual disregard, akin to a mere toy. Yet, this act of smashing unleashed an extraordinary sense of power. The sheer force and unparalleled destructive potential of the strike rendered typical thrusts and jabs feeble by comparison, creating an overwhelming allure of strength. Yi Ling's evasive maneuvers were as ethereal as a wraith, maximizing the agility and swiftness granted by her Windhawk armor. However, to solely rely on evasion was not a sound combat strategy, as the ancients of Huaxia once proclaimed, offense is the best defense. Whether this philosophy was known in the realm of Douluo continent remained uncertain. After retreating to a safe distance, Yi Ling adeptly transformed her Windhawk sword into the Windhawk crossbow. Each time Wu Yi prepared to strike, she would, like a precise huntress, accurately shoot projectiles at the joints of his hand. This disruption thwarted Wu Yi's rhythm, and after several exchanges, he realized that his offensive tempo had been firmly seized by his opponent. Thus, he began to alter his attack strategy. If smashing proved ineffective, he would resort to a series of thrusts followed by sweeping strikes and then upward and downward slashes. Each form of attack with the long spear was executed meticulously by Wu Yi, while Yu Ling frequently employed her Windhawk ring to create distractions. This incessant barrage of harassment resembled a bothersome fly. A few instances might be tolerable, but after repeated occurrences, it began to vex Wu Yi considerably. Thus, an intense exchange persisted for 6 or 7 minutes. Wasn't Wu Yi intent on a swift resolution? Indeed, that had been his initial plan. However, Yi Ling's mastery of the Windhawk armor had reached a level of perfection, allowing her to evade direct confrontation with Wu Yi seamlessly. Even Wu Yi, eager for a quick victory, found it impossible to lay a hand on the agile Windhawk armor. This sensation of being toyed with brought forth a peculiar sense of déjà vu for Wu Yi. Suddenly, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, he ceased his assault, and in that fleeting moment, a revelation appeared to dawn upon him. Observing Wu Yi's halt in pursuit, Yi Ling felt a flicker of surprise surge within her. In the present moment, she has become increasingly adept at wielding the Gale Falcon armor, as if it has melded seamlessly with her being. With her astute intellect, she has even discerned a unique offensive style that harmonizes with the armor's capabilities. To speak candidly, her extraordinary talent is evident, for within mere minutes, she succeeded in drawing Wu Yi, who is intimately familiar with the armor, into her rhythm. Thus, his astonishment is entirely justified. The sensation of controlling the pace is elusive for most, leaving her baffled as to how Wu Yi achieved such mastery. In the very next instant, to her utter disbelief, she witnessed Wu Yi, who had been 5 meters away, materialize before her eyes at a mere 0.3 meters distance, akin to a wraith. His weapon transformed instantaneously into a hand shield, leaving her defenseless. There was no time to evade or respond, and Yi Ling was sent soaring like a kite severed from its string. Before she could even touch the ground, she observed the figure that had just struck her vanish once more like smoke. This time, he reappeared directly beneath her, wielding a meteor spear, and unleashed a fluid series of strikes that sent her flying once again. Yi Ling was confounded, pondering what hidden ability Wu Yi's defensive armor had activated to cause such a remarkable surge in his mobility. She realized that if she did not retaliate soon, defeat would be her only recourse. As she endeavored to adjust her position using the Gale Falcon armor's attributes, a formidable figure loomed behind her, akin to a mountain crushing an egg. Positioned at an angle above, Wu Yi resembled an immensely powerful rhinoceros, charging down upon her with overwhelming force, driving her back to the ground. In an instant upon landing, her armor dissipated, revealing various degrees of abrasions on her waist, abdomen, hands, and face, reminiscent of a flower ravaged by a tempest, fragile and pitiful. However, the gravest wound lay hidden deep within her heart. As Wu Yi's armor took root like a demonic seed, sowing endless uncertainty and dread, how could she, once soaring high like an eagle in the sky, plummet instantaneously? akin to a bird with severed wings. She yearned to cry out, to unleash her frustrations and defiance, yet she suddenly recognized her own ordinariness as a support-type soul master. Even her recent display of agility, akin to that of an assault-type soul king, was but an illusory bubble bestowed by others, despite the turmoil and struggle within her. Akin to being gnawed upon by countless ants, she gradually raised her right hand, her voice trembling as she uttered, "I concede." Upon hearing Yi Lingling's words, Wu He remained silent, instead directing his profound gaze, akin to a fathomless abyss, towards Lin Bei beside him. With heavy, deliberate steps, he advanced towards the occupied zone. As he crossed into the confines of that territory, Lin Bei's soul technique cascaded down like a resplendent rainbow, simultaneously fortifying his form, which stood resolutely like an indomitable shield, protecting Wu He from the frailty that followed the dissolution of their combined state. Chapter 35. Encountering old friends after the Swift Points competition, with Wu He successfully seizing the signal tower, Du Gu Yan, akin to a protective hen, hastily escorted the battered Yi Lingling away. As they departed, Lin Bei stood as an unassailable mountain, his unwavering presence entirely obstructing their line of sight. At that moment, Wu He appeared utterly drained. His soul power, physical strength, and mental fortitude seemed to have been thoroughly wrung out, resembling a withered sugar cane. Fortunately, Lin Bei's timely soul technique descended like a refreshing rain, preventing Wu He from succumbing to unconsciousness at that crucial moment. Indeed, it was thanks to the synergy cultivated between the two over the past few days that their connection flourished. The unspoken understanding between them, often conveyed through a mere glance, was akin to a shared intuition. At the moment when the 5-in-1 fusion was undone, Lin Bei fortuitously stepped into the signal tower's dominion, where an overwhelming surge of soul power and mental energy, tenfold that of the area outside the dominion, surged forth like a tidal wave, ready to be absorbed at will. This was precisely why, after sharing his soul power and physical vitality with the 5-in-1, Lin Bei remained composed and steadfast before him. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in less than 40 minutes, the trio of the 5-in-1 witnessed the entire arena descend as if by magic, as though it had never existed. Once the outer walls of the arena descended like a curtain, all buffs within the arena dissipated like clouds scattered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Although the 5-in-1 had yet to regain their peak condition, they were already capable of summoning their armor once more, possessing the strength to engage in battle. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered that all the walls of the arena had fallen, and even above, a layer of light curtain unfurled like gossamer. At that moment, the remaining teams within the arena awakened from their stupor, realizing that their recent competition was being broadcast live to the outside world. Moreover, no one had anticipated that once the entire arena had descended, all the signal tower's occupied zones would converge like a jigsaw puzzle into the central area, ultimately forming a final arena, surrounded by layers upon layers of spectators, akin to stars encircling the moon. Seeing this spectacle, the 5-in-1 could not help but disdainfully spit. Was this not a stark, bare gladiatorial arena? Ahem, let us congratulate the 6 teams present, who have successfully advanced to the points competition. The impassioned voice of old Liang resonated through the arena like a resounding bell, echoing in every corner. Almost everyone listened intently to old Liang's address, save for the somewhat weakened 5-in-1, who nonchalantly picked at his ears, seemingly oblivious to old Liang standing on the platform. Once old Liang's rousing speech concluded, he requested Dean Sun to unleash his martial soul and soul skills. In an instant, a faint green light enveloped everyone in the arena. All fatigue and exhaustion rapidly dissipated in the blink of an eye. Even the 5-in-1, who had expended proportionate energy, felt a swift resurgence of physical and mental vitality. Now, allow me to explain the rules of the points competition. Dean Sim began to elaborate on the second part of this exchange competition while releasing his soul skills. Points competition. We are left with only 6 teams, and the score threshold we have temporarily recorded for all teams is: each team received their initial scores of 6, 5, and 4 points. However, the team that garnered the lowest score of merely 1 point was filled with grievances. Why did other teams secure 5 or 6 points while they were left with just a single point? Understanding your doubts regarding the initial scores, allow me to clarify. These points were allocated based on the order in which teams achieved victory in the elimination rounds. Consequently, the team that completed the elimination last could only obtain the minimum score of 1 point. Yet, not every team was fully aware of this arrangement, and they could hardly fathom that their own team was ranked lower than 13. What was utterly unexpected, however, was that the team led by Wu He managed to attain an initial score of 6 points. Astonishingly, amid such fierce competition, akin to a battlefield, Wu Yi and his team swiftly emerged as the first to conclude their contest. Following this was the subsequent scoring round. Winning a match would earn 2 points. Losing would deduct 1 point, and a draw would leave the score unchanged, much like a tranquil lake. All teams were intertwined like the gears of fate, each presented with the opportunity to battle against the other 5 teams, with the format of these confrontations to be revealed through a draw, shrouded in mystery. In essence, there were only 2 types of match formats. The first resembled valiant warriors in a wheel battle, where each side would send forth 1 member per round. And the defeated team, akin to fallen soldiers, would dispatch their next contestant until 3 members from one side lay defeated like withered flowers, at which point the victory would be proclaimed like the dawn of triumph. Alternatively, the second format involved team versus team, a direct and intense 3-on-3 clash, where victory or defeat could occur in the blink of an eye, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the sky. Upon hearing of the additional match formats, the corners of the trio's mouths curled upward, as if the remaining scoring matches were tailored exclusively for them. Each contest was as swift as the wind, and before long, Mi-Er returned like a goddess of victory, adorned with the glory of 5 consecutive wins. Wu Yi remained blissfully indifferent to the gazes of other teams. As in this fleeting points competition, he once again transformed into a debonair scion, exuding an air of disdain akin to a chilling winter wind. However, in truth, any soul master possessing even a modicum of understanding regarding Wu Yi and his team's structure would soon realize that he resembled a leopard lurking in the shadows of night, his unsettling nature and formidable strength utterly astonishing. Regrettably, not everyone possesses the acuity to discern the true essence of Wu Yi. They merely observe that Dong Guyan and Yi Lingling inexplicably allied themselves with Yu Tianhong. The trio appeared as a fresh team, their uniforms impeccably matched, and their resources strikingly uniform. This clearly illustrated that Yu Tianhong was backed by the affluent Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, which had successfully amalgamated several schools. Were it not for the exceptional qualifications and considerable authority held by Wu Yi's school, it is unlikely anyone would have ever heard of its acquisition. Naturally, such matters were beyond the comprehension of ordinary students. Yet, when these 3 appeared once more before Wu Yi, it genuinely startled him. Despite his meticulous efforts to separate them, they continued to unite just as they did in the original narrative. Wu Yi could only sincerely marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. Chapter 36. The commencement of the challenge match. All teams stepping onto the points competition stage resembled valiant warriors ascending the final arena. The ultimate scores of each team sparkled like brilliant stars upon the platform, with Wu Yi's team, akin to triumphant monarchs, gloriously securing 10 points, complemented by 6 points from the elimination round, achieving a remarkable total of 16 points that captured everyone's attention. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the exhilarating exchange match segment finally commenced. Known as the Resurrection Match or the Victor's Challenge, Dean Sin gestured grandly, reminiscent of a conductor, as the rules were projected onto the large screen in a manner akin to magic. Any team that had been eliminated held the golden key to challenge the victorious team. Success in the challenge would allow them to seize the platform, while failure would lead to their merciless elimination. The guardians of each platform stood resolute, much like valiant sentinels guarding treasures, accepting challenges according to the remaining points displayed. When the points reached 0, it signified the emergence of the ultimate champion of that platform. However, should no one challenge a particular platform within an hour, the current champion would ascend to the throne of victory, becoming the final ruler of that stage. Every 2 points were akin to flames that must face a challenge until extinguished. When the remaining points fell to 1 or less, they would vanish like shooting stars. Upon successfully challenging the reigning champion, challengers would inherit the remaining points from the moment they set foot on the stage and would receive an automatic increment of 6 points, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze. At that moment, all competitors who had absorbed the challenge match rules turned their fervent gazes towards the first team's platform. The individual standing atop that platform, though enveloped in golden light and appearing majestic, was perceived by others as a lamb awaiting slaughter, creating a deceptive illusion. The colossal numbers displayed on the first platform, 16, loomed like 2 towering peaks, narrating tales of their victory, while also indicating that this platform would need to endure at least 8 challenges. Those who had previously faced the individual on this platform were acutely aware of the team's might. None dared to be the first to challenge. Yet all yearned to be the one to ultimately savor the fruits of victory. With a sweeping gesture from Dean's son, signaling the selection to commence, all that was required was to raise a hand and boldly declare the platform they wished to challenge. The audience remained as statues, motionless, although some engaged in hushed whispers. Yet not a single soul dared to raise their hand like a true warrior to select a team to challenge. This was not due to fear of the champions in the first and second positions, but rather a complete disdain for those below the first position. These individuals, filled with lofty aspirations, aspired to claim the top spot. However, most were timid as mice, acutely aware of their own limitations, understanding that to seize victory, extraordinary strength must be their foundation. Minutes passed without a single challenger emerging, leaving Dean's son and Liang exchanging glances, appearing as ants on a hot pan, uncertain and restless. At that moment, an individual on the fourth platform raised their hand, standing out like a crane among chickens. We should have the right to challenge others as well, shouldn't we? Upon hearing the queries from the arena, Dean Liang refrained from reprimanding. Instead, he rose gracefully as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze and spoke. In the challenge match, all teams were permitted to confront others on the platform, yet the teams on the platform could only challenge those ranked above them. And each team possessed but a single opportunity for challenge. After listening to Dean Liang's words, the student nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and raised his hand once more to declare, "We wish to challenge the team on the second platform." Instantly, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Some were as bewildered as a monk unable to comprehend his surroundings, while others joined in the uproar. The proclamation from the fourth platform struck the air like a sharp sword, clearly announcing to all that although they could not match the prowess of the first platform, they held no respect for the strength of the second platform's team. Then, at the sound of the referee's command, the competitors from the fourth platform surged forward like arrows released from their bowstrings, each introducing themselves, unleashing their martial spirits, ready to engage in a thrilling duel. With the first challenge initiated, the others were equally eager, flocking to find platforms to challenge, resembling a swarm of fish crossing a river. However, a rather amusing scene unfolded. After the rules were announced, everyone fixated on the first platform like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, yet no team dared to challenge the champion on the first platform. This left Wu He feeling somewhat disenchanted. He had anticipated a leisurely and enjoyable battle, only to be met with silence. After waiting for over half an hour with no challengers in sight, Wu He even contemplated pulling out a deck of cards to teach me heir and Lin Bei how to play landlord. At that moment, a familiar and jarring voice pierced through the air. "Our team challenges the first platform." Upon hearing the voice, Wu He sprang to his feet like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, looking down at the individual raising their hand. Unsurprisingly, it was indeed the team represented by Du Yin participating in the vote. Originally, the three were from different teams, but injuries among their members varied in severity, leading some of the more fragile-hearted individuals to forfeit the subsequent matches, while others, severely injured, chose to withdraw from the competition despite receiving treatment that could not guarantee complete recovery. Ultimately, the three approached the academy to request reformation of their team, and they effortlessly obtained the notification for regrouping. Unbeknownst to them, the elder members of the academy had long been eyeing the trio with keen interest. Through the preceding matches, they discerned that the three were no match for Wu He when fighting individually. However, should they unite, they might very well become a litmus test for Wu He. Indeed, the academy harbored no illusions that the three could defeat Wu He. Rather, they merely hoped to evoke the latter's extraordinary potential. Du Yin led Yu Lingling as they followed Yu Tianheng onto their designated arena, number 1, moving with a buoyant grace. In their eyes glimmered a hint of ferocity, not the desire to take a life, but rather an air of disdainful superiority. Each sought to conquer their adversary, and thus, when the three converged, they inadvertently forged a considerable force. Yu Tianheng's gaze was fixed intently on Mi-Er. His prior elimination had been scarcely due to Wu He, but rather the torment inflicted by Mi-Er's soul technique. Du Yin, however, was steadfastly focused on Wu He. Having recognized the latter's exceptional qualities and deeming his soul techniques somewhat inadequate, Yi Lingling harbored no profound animosity towards Shan Run, yet Lin Bei's gaze repulsed her. Chapter 37. The challenge commences as the trio strolled onto arena number 1 with an air of leisure. All ongoing battles on the various stages came to an abrupt halt, as if under the influence of a paralyzing spell. Despite the referee's gestures indicating that the matches were not yet concluded, combatants stood still, akin to statues. mesmerized by the astonishing spectacle before them. Truly, there were brave souls among them. What could possibly be their strength? Was this a jest? Did they genuinely dare to challenge the foremost arena? Had these three consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? In an instant, a flurry of whispers cascaded through the air, akin to snowflakes, imbued with a sense of not only shock, but also an indescribable emotion. As if one were enveloped in a mist. Witnessing the trio ascend the stage, Wu Yi brushed off the dust from his attire, transforming from the image of a debauched youth into a vigilant and cautious scholar. "So it is you three," he remarked. Hearing Wu Yi's inquiry, Yi Lingling seized the moment to retort, "With just the three of us, we shall make your defeat as spectacular as the scattering of celestial flowers." Yi Lingling had never anticipated employing such crude language to articulate an event. Her carefully cultivated persona had always been one of aloofness and pride. Thus this sudden outburst left her feeling as bashful as a shy maiden. Observing Yi Lingling's demeanor, De Guyen sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly added, "My Lingling speaks true. Prepare to be utterly humiliated, with chaos ensuing." As De Guyen uttered these words, her face remained unflushed, yet her heart raced like a startled fawn. She was acutely aware that her bravado was merely a facade, for in truth, she lacked such prowess. Among the trio, however, the relatively composed Yu Tianheng exhibited no desire for idle banter. Instead, he fixed a predatory gaze upon Mir, akin to a ravenous wolf intent on its prey. It seemed that at a mere command, he would pounce like a fierce tiger, eager to rid himself of this woman whom he found exceedingly detestable. Observing Yu Tianheng's gaze directed at Mir, devoid of the tender glances reminiscent of Lin Bei, Wu Yi swiftly deduced that he was there to provoke. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening in their silent confrontation, fully aware that such a gaze was akin to a blazing torch, capable of igniting Mir's fighting spirit. Yet, he felt compelled to interject, for interrupting another's incantation is akin to striking a discordant note upon the strings of one's heart, a most unsettling psychological maneuver. "What are you staring at? Have you never encountered such a charming, beautiful, and captivating girl? You resemble a foolish infatuate, utterly bringing disgrace to your institution." As Wu Yi's words lingered in the air, Yu Tianheng exhibited little reaction, for he understood that Wu Yi's rhetoric was merely a diversion to shift his focus. In stark contrast, Lin Bei's response was markedly intense. Each utterance from Wu Yi felt alien, as if plucked from an entirely different realm. Yet, when these words coalesced, they transformed into piercing arrows, relentlessly aimed at his heart, evoking a sensation that it was impossible for anyone to articulate. "Ah, you must be referring to that infatuated fool beside you," remarked Du Guyen, gesturing towards Lin Bei. Without even turning his head, Wu Yi comprehended the meaning behind Du Guyen's words. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the air around him had solidified, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. What was initially intended as a provocation had inadvertently caused his teammates' psychological defenses to crumble. However, Mier seized the moment with an apt remark, "Enough of the nonsense. If we are to fight, let us do so without further ado. Come on, unleash your martial soul." In an instant, a bow materialized in Mier's right hand, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix patterns, gleaming like two resplendent stars. The accompanying soul rings, two yellow and one purple, hung beneath her, resembling a dazzling string of pearls. Observant team members quickly noted that the hue of each yellow soul ring was deeper than usual, akin to ripe fruit, radiating an enticing luster. This indicated that Mier's 3 soul rings were derived from soul beasts that were perilously close to the limits of absorption, their rarity beyond measure. Instantaneously, the crowd beneath the arena collectively gasped, marveling at Mier's profound cultivation. Yet, it was not enough for Mier alone to display her prowess. Yu Tianheng and the other 2 members readily followed suit, each revealing their martial souls and corresponding soul rings. When it was Wu Yi's turn, a smirk graced his lips as he remarked, "Since we are all so familiar with one another, must I still introduce myself?" Despite the jesting facade, Wu Yi was reluctant to reveal his vulnerabilities. Once the fusion period concluded, he would be rendered exceedingly weak, his actual combat capability perhaps inferior to that of a level 20 Great Soul Master. Thus, he was unwilling to summon his armor before the multitude, only to have it hastily concluded within a mere 10 minutes. Such a scenario was utterly inconceivable. Wu Yi resolutely stepped forward, swiftly summoning a nearly 2-meter-long iron sword from his storage soul guide. However, the 2 soul rings of the Great Soul Master shone like brilliant stars. blinding all who beheld them. One was purple, and the other black. The manifestation of a 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring was akin to a tumultuous wave, shaking the very souls of those present, rendering them unable to comprehend how Wu He had defied the laws of the soul world. Yet, this astonishing event had indeed transpired, and Lin Bei, standing beside Wu He, seemed to lose all radiance, becoming inconsequential. His own martial soul, though equally impressive, a colorful little stone, was birthed from two yellow soul beasts, yet in comparison to Wu He, it appeared utterly mundane and unremarkable. Both parties had revealed their martial souls, and as the referee called for the match to commence, Wu He and Mi-Er, embodying the attributes of an assault type and agility type soul master respectively, charged towards their adversaries with lightning speed, probing their opponents' defenses. In this regard, Yu Tianheng and his companions did not react as swiftly. However, upon noticing the enemy's offensive stance, he immediately signaled Yilingling with a glance. Understanding his intent in an instant, Yilingling enveloped Yu Tianheng in a green luminescence. Feeling the effects of the healing soul technique, Yu Tianheng erupted with power, his hands transforming into dragon claws of electric energy, while his feet, propelled by soul power, positioned him in the path of Mi-Er's advance. Yet, with her extensive combat experience, Mi-Er decisively abandoned her feigned assault, swiftly increasing the distance between herself and Yu Tianheng. At this moment, she recognized that facing a powerful assault-type soul master head-on would only lead to her inevitable defeat. Chapter 38, A Silver Spear. Chapter 39, Finally. I've been waiting for you. The scene shifts to another corner of the arena. Little girl, do not attempt to flee. The whip-like kick of Douluo Yin struck with the ferocity of a sudden storm. Although there was a momentary lapse in her reaction speed, as Wu He and Mi-Er launched their attack, this did not imply a deficiency in her team combat capabilities. In the very instant Mi-Er evaded Yu Tianheng's frontal assault, Douluo Yin had already taken action, successfully severing Mi-Er's opportunity to assist Wu He. Reflecting on her experiences while fighting alongside Wu He and others, she had gleaned invaluable insights into the combat proficiency of the Wind Eagle armor from Yilingling. Her journey had been one of immense growth, through numerous fierce battles. Her fighting style had undergone subtle transformations. Her seemingly diminutive and frail leg strikes, upon closer inspection, were imbued with the essence of her martial spirit. In an instant, a serpent tail spanning 2 meters surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, exuding an undeniable sense of impending pressure. Mi-Er, well-versed in the ways of battle, was no stranger to the formidable large soul beasts of the python variety. As a hunter, her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Only by understanding her opponent could she avert unnecessary and potentially fatal injuries. Gifted with exceptional talent in combat, Mi-Er's training regimen, meticulously tailored by Wu He over the years, diverged significantly from that of conventional soul masters. The academy lacked instructors specializing in archers of her caliber. To adhere strictly to traditional teachings would undoubtedly stifle the potential of a remarkable warrior. Ultimately, Mi-Er's path in battle would lead her toward the pinnacle of penetration and accuracy, ensuring her emergence as an exceptionally skilled sniper rather than merely a talented soul master. Wu Yi sought a skilled hunter as a mentor for her. This hunter, despite lacking in spiritual energy and never destined to become a soul master, possessed nearly 50 years of invaluable experience in the field. Throughout numerous hunting endeavors, he played a pivotal role, amassing a wealth of knowledge and expertise. Mi-Er's combat acumen was nothing short of exceptional. She absorbed her mentor's teachings and adeptly transformed them into soul master techniques. Prior to confronting an adversary, one must possess a profound understanding of the opponent. Should any signs of overwhelming force emerge, one must decisively retreat. Conversely, if both parties are evenly matched, it is imperative to meticulously analyze every potential attack from the foe to ensure absolute preparedness. When confronted with a swinging serpent's tail, Mi-Er remained composed, as if strolling leisurely, and loosed an arrow toward herself. This arrow, seemingly feeble, concealed a hidden profundity. It bore the effect of her third soul skill, Dragon's Roar, which could randomly bestow either a crushing gravity or a state of weightlessness. Although the buff was inherently negative, its timely application could yield positive results. Fortuitously, Mi-Er triggered a threefold state of weightlessness, and in that fleeting moment, she soared through the air, experiencing an extraordinary sensation of comfort as the two forces intertwined. Simultaneously, this significantly enhanced her agility, instantly expanding her operational space. Suspended in midair, Mi-air aimed directly above her and unleashed the dragon's roar effect of her second soul skill. 10 arrows, like bolts of lightning, shot skyward at breathtaking speed, the resulting airflow resembling a great dragon spiraling upward. The powerful vacuum created by the air was akin to a hurricane, swiftly dispersing a toxic mist over a 20-square-meter area. The weightlessness effect lasted but a brief 2 seconds. And Mi-air descended gracefully, akin to a falling leaf. Upon landing, she was met with a fierce rush of wind as a soul-powered needle, condensed from poison, shot towards her like a flash of lightning. With a nimble roll, she evaded the attack, leaving behind a gaping hole in the ground, startling in its corrosive devastation. This demonstrated the terrifying nature of Du Guyan's self-created soul skill, which Mi-air surmised to be freshly devised, whether in its condensation, accumulation of power, or sheer quantity. The technique demanded immense energy, permitting only a single shot within a short span. Nonetheless, its potency was undeniable, serving as a masterful ambush tactic. Since you have launched a needle at me, I shall return the favor with an arrow. Mi-air's movements were as swift as lightning. With a mere tug of the bowstring, she unleashed a charged arrow. This singular arrow bore a might surpassing that of 5, additionally infused with the dragon roar effect. Capable of suppressing her opponent's strength by a factor of 10, truly astonishing in its potency. The arrow in Mi-air's hand shot forth in a flash, racing through the air like a meteor, stirring the atmosphere around it as if a dragon were emerging from the sea. Accompanied by a deafening sonic boom akin to a dragon's roar, it carved a vacuum of 0.5 meter in diameter in its wake. Simultaneously, the arrow grazed past Du Guyan's earlobe like a wraith, inflicting no tangible harm, yet the insult pierced her pride like a sharp blade. Just as Du Guyan prepared to unleash her fury, gasps from the spectators outside the arena pierced through her anger, drawing her gaze. In the distance, on platform number 5, an arrow formed from concentrated soul power stood firm like a stabilizing pillar. The ground beneath it had buckled outward in a 3-meter radius, resembling a spider's web. One could only imagine the sheer force contained within that arrow, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the world asunder. Du Guyan turned abruptly, her eyes landing on Mi-air, who stood nonchalantly, a smirk playing on her lips, one that resembled a sharpened dagger, piercing deeply into Du Guyan's heart. At that moment, a sharp sound of air being sliced through echoed again in the sky. It was Mi-air's second soul technique, unleashed into the void. Should it strike an adversary? Each arrow would impose a gravitational effect of 1, akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down on an egg, slowing movements and hindering rapid assaults. Du Guyan attempted to evade, but as she took a step, her feet felt as though they were sinking into cotton, rendered powerless by a sudden surge of tenfold gravity that erupted like an avalanche. 2 thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. When was this trap set? It's over. This trap had been carelessly laid by Mi-air during her roll, albeit with a slight miscalculation in precision. Fortunately, upon turning back in surprise, Du Guyan had shifted her position. Otherwise, she would have been unable to stand anywhere near that spot. Nevertheless, it mattered little now. The outcome remained unchanged. As 10 arrows struck true, with several piercing through her body, drawing forth a considerable amount of blood. The 11-fold gravitational pressure was a functional control that disregarded levels, rendering her immobile. With the hunting effect lasting only 2 seconds, Mi-air was determined not to squander this critical moment. Yet, before Mi-air could close the distance, a verdant soul power enveloped Du Guyan, visibly mending her wounds at an astonishing rate. Finally, it arrived. A particularly lewd and chilling voice emerged from behind Yi Lingling. Your healing has shot forth like a meteor. Surely, it cannot shield you now. That insidious and cunning voice, akin to a spectral whisper, emanated from the blind spot behind Yi Lingling. The source of the sound felt eerily familiar, yet strikingly alien, sending shivers down her spine and invoking a sense of dread. Indeed, Yi Lingling possessed merely 2 rings, thus she could only administer treatment to 2 individuals simultaneously. Although she could still regulate the quantity and pace of treatment for different patients, once she exhausted all her available slots, she would find herself immobile and defenseless, rendering her situation exceedingly perilous. Whether within her family or at school, the teachings of all her mentors have been unwavering. One must safeguard the strong. For as long as they remain unharmed, there will undoubtedly be someone to care for her. Growing up in such an environment, every type of soul master who had received her assistance would invariably protect her. Each battle had been a foregone conclusion, a resounding victory. Yet today, everything was turned on its head. Her teammates were thoroughly suppressed by the enemy, and even with her assistance, rising to their feet proved exceptionally arduous. The adversaries were overwhelmingly powerful, leaving no one with the leisure or strength to protect her. Instead, she was required to persistently maintain her supportive effects for all. This ultimately led to her being ambushed. When she was struck and sent flying by Lin Bei's palm, a wave of confusion washed over her. Why did Lin Bei, also an auxiliary, dare to venture forth alone to ambush members of opposing teams, seemingly disregarding his role as a support? In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, Yilingling suddenly grasped a concept previously mentioned by Wu Hei, namely, the distinction between support and roaming. Although the functions of both were generally similar, she now comprehended that support was solely about providing assistance, while roaming involved leveraging agile positioning to offer aid to teammates while simultaneously seeking opportunities to breach the enemy's defenses. Lin Bei's strike did not merely send Yilingling flying, it also shattered her concentration. The healing spells she had been desperately maintaining for Yu Tianheng were abruptly severed, causing his internal injuries to manifest painfully. Du Guyan, whose body had been pierced by arrows, was on the verge of recovery. But now fresh blood began to seep from her wounds once more. Both were on the cusp of rising. Yet the sudden interruption of the healing spells forced them back to the ground. They turned their gazes toward Yilingling, especially Yu Tianheng, whose eyes burned with fury. He had heard Du Guyan extolling the virtues of her healing abilities, only to witness its abrupt cessation at a critical moment. His initial rage, however, was significantly tempered upon seeing Yilingling down on the ground, and he realized that the assailant was merely a young boy. He vaguely recalled the lad's name, Lin Bei, also a support, but he had never anticipated such shamelessness from him, attacking a girl without a second thought. It was because of this very blow that the healing spell ceased, and his internal injuries erupted like a volcano. His wrath surged like an unrelenting tide, and he yearned to unleash all his fury upon Lin Bei. Yet, bereft of healing support, his combat effectiveness had diminished drastically. He felt a twinge of regret for having been so engrossed in the battle that he neglected the protection of his rear lines, rendering himself equally culpable. In stark contrast, Du Guyan was not as feeble as Yu Tianheng. Upon witnessing her dear friend being struck down, her anger ignited, and disregarding her own injuries, she summoned her full power to unleash a toxic attribute. In an instant, half of the arena was enveloped in a noxious fog, resembling a vast green net that ensnared both Mi'er and Lin Bei in an instant. Mi'er had no chance to escape, as the poisonous mist enveloped her completely. This fog not only exuded lethal toxins, but was even more terrifying than smog. It cloaked the area like a thick curtain, obscuring the vision of most onlookers. Wu He attempted to rush in for rescue, but it was already too late. Moments later, he heard Lin Bei's anguished cries, and simultaneously, the supportive effects on him began to dissipate like melting snow. Wu He tightly clenched his fists, inwardly exclaiming in astonishment. How careless. Although Du Guyan is a control-type soul master, her method of control primarily relies on poison, and during her battle with Mi'er, she had held back somewhat. Throughout the duel, she had utilized her martial soul's physical combat abilities as much as possible, leading the others to underestimate her control techniques. Once the toxin infiltrated Mi'er's body, her eyes became dazed, as if she were perceiving multiple phantoms, while the poison spread across her delicate face like tiny insects, leaving behind crimson streaks. Lin Bei, on the other hand, was struck by the sudden onslaught of Du Guyan. After her martial soul manifested, the tail of a massive python lashed against him, causing him to cry out in agony, thus inhaling a greater amount of toxin than an average person. In an instant, it felt as though all his strength had been drained away, and he collapsed to the ground as Du Guyan's poison spread through him like a plague. Du Guyan herself resembled a hunter enveloped in mist, acutely aware of all life forms that had inhaled her toxin. Through the subtle fluctuations of these beings, she possessed a sort of keen insight, enabling her to discern their identities accurately and determine whether the toxin within them should be unleashed. It was truly unexpected that Yilingling would be ambushed and fall. Du Guyan erupted with a reaction as fierce as a volcano. Simultaneously, she comprehended a marvelous application of her martial soul, akin to the thermal vision of a snake, allowing her to perceive the standing positions of her adversaries through thermal imaging. The fusion of these abilities enabled her to release her soul skills with precision amidst the poisonous fog, even allowing for targeted detonations. In that fleeting moment, Du Guyan seemed to regain the upper hand. After enduring the relentless assault, Yilingling, like a resilient blade of grass, rose once more. As a support-type soul master, her mental fortitude was greater than that of ordinary soul masters, allowing her to sense the presence of those nearby. She immediately detected Du Gu Yin standing before her, and her healing soul skill washed over Du Gu Yin like a warm spring breeze, further accelerating the recovery of wounds that had already begun to heal. How infuriating, just a little more. Although Mi Er's gaze was clouded, shrouded in a veil of mist due to the poison, the fact that she could still maintain a half-kneeling position was already commendable. At this moment, her desire to utilize her martial spirit seemed to be nothing more than a fool's dream. Any slight movement on her part would accelerate the invasion of toxins, akin to a flood breaching a dam, leaving her with little chance to resist. Currently, she was merely poisoned, still possessing a glimmer of hope for detoxification. Thus, Mi Er chose to remain calm and resolute as a mountain. Simultaneously, she harnessed the soul power from the parts of her body not yet compromised by the poison to erect an impregnable defense for her organs capable of absorbing toxins. Yet, this was but a desperate struggle. Wu Hei could only watch helplessly as the toxic mist spread throughout the arena like a surging tide, forced to retreat continuously. For he was the only remaining force in the team untouched by the poison. Chapter 41. Oh, if you can't move, it must be due to insufficient power. Chapter 42. A flawed plan. Gazing at the solitary figure of Du Gu Yin, who had just pulled him back from the brink of death, Yu Tianheng finally regained a semblance of composure. At this juncture, the two seemed to awaken from a dream, resembling two parallel lines with no synergy in their cooperation. Their combat riddled with flaws. One might even assert that they are each fighting their own battles. In such dire circumstances, their own support has tragically been eliminated. No one had ever warned him, nor had he ever perceived it. He merely attributed it to the collective inadequacy of their strengths. The reason why Du Gu Yin harbored such thoughts was primarily due to her previous collaborations with Wu Hei and others, where she had experienced the exquisite sensation of mutual support and teamwork. It was their first time forming a team, yet it felt remarkably comfortable, as if the squad were an indomitable entity, moving with fluid grace and extraordinary prowess. However, now, their grouping merely served to redeem past humiliations. It bore no resemblance to the cohesive unit it ought to be, resembling nothing more than a disjointed assembly. Moreover, certain individuals were excessively obstinate, rendering their combat capabilities ineffective. And some were swiftly exhausted. Du Gu Yin, an exceptionally competitive girl, could not allow herself to lose in such an unclear manner. Thus, she sought to seize the reins of leadership from Yu Tianheng, aspiring to become the soul of the team capable of orchestrating everyone's actions. Yu Tianheng suddenly realized that he had been manipulated. His own obsessive traits had been exploited to drain his stamina. After receiving this insight, he seemed to rediscover a new direction for battle. He looked towards Wu Hei and did not perceive relinquishing control as a detrimental act. However, the very first command Du Gu Yin issued upon gaining authority was to instruct Yu Tianheng to avoid direct confrontation with Wu Hei. The primary reason being the vast disparity in strength should a direct clash occur, given Wu Hei's prowess. A mere moment of confrontation would surely lead to their mutual elimination. Having succinctly established their battle strategy, the two resumed their actions, especially Yu Tianheng. Despite the blue electric Tyrannosaurus being an offensive type, yet he could leverage the speed advantage of the internal elements, effortlessly evading Wu Hei's attacks like a phantom. Witnessing their cunning tactics, Wu Hei couldn't help but chuckle, particularly since this decision stemmed from Du Gu Yin. He had witnessed Yu Lingling's grace while donning the Wind Falcon armor, yet they dared to attempt to evade a direct confrontation with him through agile maneuvers. However, after a moment's contemplation, he understood. After all, only Yu Lingling had truly experienced the remarkable utility of the armor. To others, all armors likely appeared quite similar. Even if Yu Lingling were to elaborate on its intricacies, it would be difficult for him to retain such details. Having discerned the general thoughts of the two, Wu Hei stowed away his Wind Falcon crossbow, then removed the dual rings from his shoulders. Utilizing Du Gu Yin's toxic mist as cover, he cast the Wind Falcon dual rings into the blind spot beyond their line of sight, where the rings spiraled gracefully like agile birds. Encircling the periphery of that external blind zone, Wu Hei skillfully maneuvered, forcefully driving Yu Tianheng into a peculiar trajectory. With an air of arrogance, Yu Tianheng believed that Wu Hei was merely a figure of speed and strength, powerless against him, unaware that Wu Hei had set a trap, eagerly awaiting his fall. In his moment of excessive pride, after taunting Wu Hei with a mocking grimace, he turned to see a circle of rings hurtling towards him with astonishing velocity, like a bolt of lightning. He attempted to evade, only to realize that Wu He stood resolute not far away. Any lateral movement on his part would inevitably expose a flaw, granting Wu He the opportunity to strike. At that moment, Yu Tianheng was confident that with his own prowess, he could easily repel this surprise attack. His hands and feet morphed into dragon claws, crackling blue arcs of electricity coiling around them like venomous serpents, just as he prepared to unleash his assault. The voice of Du Gu Yin pierced the air. "Don't approach, come closer to me." Yet, from the corner of his eye, he saw Wu He still rooted in place. If he moved towards Du Gu Yin, both would surely face an onslaught. He inwardly cursed the cunning nature of this strategy, which struck like a snake, catching one off guard. In his arrogance, Yu Tianheng chose not to heed his teammate's warning, recklessly charging ahead, as usual. However, the force delivered by the Wind Eagle rings far exceeded his expectations. Certainly, had there been only one Wind Eagle ring, he might have had a chance to counter it, but the reality was that there were two. The second Wind Eagle ring sped towards him from behind, both rings spinning rapidly in opposing directions. Should he have faced merely one, he would have perceived it as nothing more than an increased force. Yet, when the two Wind Eagle rings closed in at such high speeds, Yu Tianheng foolishly extended his hands to intercept them, resembling two fragile components in a machine. All it took was a single moment, and he would be mercilessly catapulted away by the whirring gears. That moment came with Du Guyan's hand. She had initially thought she could save Yu Tianheng, but her reach inadvertently propelled him forward. As she met Yu Tianheng's incredulous gaze, Du Guyan realized her grave error, instantly consumed by panic. At that very instant, a powerful arrow struck her back like a flash of lightning. Lacking a traditional arrowhead, the projectile bore a wooden tip, delivering an astonishing force. In that moment of impact, Du Guyan felt as though her limbs had suddenly lost a portion of their strength. It dawned on her that aside from Wu He, there lay a half-conscious archer, Mi-Er, within the arena. Yet, it was too late for remorse. The arrow's force, akin to a ferocious beast, thrust Du Guyan back to the very position Yu Tianheng had occupied moments before. The dual rings unleashed by Wu He now resembled a formidable accelerator, propelling individuals forward with the force of a cannonball in a specific direction. In but a fleeting moment, the arena was left with only Wu He and Mi-Er. Wu He subtly gestured, prompting the referee to announce the results. The news of the successful defense spread swiftly, leaving all spectators astonished by the extraordinary nature of the battle. Who would have imagined that a student possessing the power of a Soul King could remain hidden among the crowd? Both sides bore significant injuries, yet the defender, endowed with Soul King strength, managed to maintain their position. This crucial detail resonated deeply with all present. Despite the grievous wounds sustained, none dared to challenge. As soon as the competition on the first arena concluded, Principal Sun appeared before the 6 contestants, as if by teleportation, a world tree looming majestically behind him. He revealed all his soul rings, swiftly alleviating any ailments, whether poison or internal injuries, in the blink of an eye. Even Lin Bei, who had suffered the most, was soon restored to his former self. Chapter 43. The Old Monster Students. This exchange competition has reached a triumphant conclusion. I shall now announce the top 3 teams of this tournament. Champion, Wu Yi's team. Upon hearing the champion's name, nearly everyone felt it was well-deserved. Though some harbored ill intentions and whispered doubts. Isn't it just because of a well-connected father? How else could one possess the strength of a Soul King at merely 11 years of age? Such sentiments spread like a contagion among many. Yet Wu He remained oblivious, for in this small circle of the academy, such baseless rumors could not take root. It was well understood among all that Wu He hailed from a village comprised entirely of imperial orphans. Everything he possessed was the result of his own relentless efforts. However, as Wu He beamed on stage, Yu Tianheng felt a lump in his throat, silently vowing that in the next competition, he would ensure Wu He was thoroughly defeated. Standing on the podium, Wu He immediately caught sight of Yu Tianheng's defiant gaze, sensing the seething jealousy within him, and could almost discern his thoughts. Regrettably, he was unable to stand beside him to extinguish his unrealistic fantasies like a cold splash of water, revealing that such aspirations were destined to remain mere illusions, devoid of any possibility of realization. Runner-up, Li Li's team. This team resembled a group of fortunate scavengers, as their position adjacent to the first arena allowed them to witness Wu He's thrilling challenge. Following that spectacle, most teams felt trepidation towards this area. Only a couple of weaker teams concluded that, given their inevitable defeat against any opponent, they might as well risk a challenge for second place. After just a few rounds, The points of the second-place team were utterly depleted. Thus, Li Li's team effortlessly ascended to the runner-up position. Similarly, the situation for the third-place team was quite akin. While other arenas were embroiled in fierce battles, these two teams, ranked relatively high, ingeniously seized victory in the competition due to their proximity to Wu Hei, which played favorably on their psyche. However, it is worth noting that a certain eminent figure once remarked, "Sometimes, luck is indeed a manifestation of strength." Once all awards had been bestowed and settled, the gathering transitioned into its true essence. At that moment, all the students, having received their accolades, felt a stir of restlessness as the exchange competition was still ongoing. After all, some were eager to return home and boast to their families about their achievements. Dean Liang, observing the eager expressions of the attendees, calmly declared, "All present are elite students from various academies, and you have all reached the age to advance to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. One of the primary objectives of this exchange competition is to recruit more exceptional and talented individuals for our empire, fostering a stronger and more capable generation." Dean Liang endeavored to embellish the purpose of the competition and its future prospects, yet in truth, he struggled to articulate any substantial reasoning behind his words. The entirety of this speech had been penned by Wu Hei as he stood on the podium, exuding an air of authority and eloquence. Wu Hei involuntarily distanced himself from the chairman's position, wary of being splattered by the shameless spittle of others. Amidst a multitude of causes and effects, future aspirations, and a tapestry of lamentation and sorrow, the team leaders reluctant to part with their gifted students were rendered tearful by the discourse. This public recruitment, inherently a source of embarrassment, was delivered with such righteous indignation by the old man Liang that those unwilling to let go were made to feel as though they were committing a grave sin against the empire. Once the groundwork was laid, Liang commenced to call forth the students he cherished, reminiscent of a king summoning his subjects. Naturally, to maintain appearances, Wu Hei and his companions were also included among them. Subsequently, the likes of Du Guiyan, Yu Tianheng, Yi Lingling, and the Shizhao brothers were likewise summoned. Liang was not a tyrannical figure. He offered each student the opportunity to choose for themselves whether they wished to study at the Imperial Academy. Those who consented could immediately commence their enrollment procedures, while those who declined would be sent back forthwith. Ultimately, among the 108 students, fewer than 40 chose to advance, which included the trio of Wu Hei, who were merely filling the ranks. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and 7 or 8 days had passed since the exchange competition. Wu Hei once again solidified his strength, having reached the pinnacle of level 30. Without acquiring a new spirit ring, further progress would be arduous. After transitioning from the Junior Academy to the Intermediate Academy, Wu Hei was afforded a more spacious single dormitory. Here, he enjoyed greater privacy, allowing him to document some of his plans through writing and drawing. These included not only his considerations regarding the forthcoming spirit ring requirements, but also the training plans for all members of the Tiando Royal Intermediate Academy's reserve team. Wu Yi took an entire 4 days to finalize both his own plans and those of the team. It was truly a matter of resignation. Old Liang had unexpectedly adopted the role of a carefree overseer, stating, with less than 5 years remaining, "Our academy must assemble a team to represent the Royal Academy of Tiando in the prestigious Continental Soul Master Elite Competition. Of course, you are well aware of my usual commitments, so I entrust this small team to your leadership. You must fulfill your responsibilities as captain." Upon finishing his words, the captain's badge was placed into Wu Hei's hands. Still in a daze, he was promptly ushered out of the dean's office by old Liang. One might wonder what significant matters the two deans could possibly attend to in their daily lives. In truth, there was indeed something of importance. Their cultivation had stagnated, resembling a frozen lake, nearly solidified. However, Wu Hei's intervention was like a gentle spring breeze, melting the icy barriers, bringing their cultivation nearly to perfection. They required the acquisition of new soul rings to ascend to the next level. Yet, their ages loomed like imposing mountains ahead, necessitating a period of adjustment before they could embark on the hunt for soul rings. Thus, the task of forming the team felt akin to a hot potato, weighing heavily in their hands. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, Wu Hei realized that he too was in need of soul rings. He meticulously crafted a set of requirements and presented it to the dean's office. Today, a figure of monumental significance had entered the office, overwhelming both deans, leaving them feeling as fragile as grass in a tempest, gasping for breath. "Your Highness, we truly did not compel your granddaughter to enroll," old Liang exclaimed nervously. Despite being only a level 92 soul master, merely a newly minted title Douluo, The individual before them was indeed formidable, their strength a stark contrast, akin to that of the bright moon and a flickering firefly. At that moment, Wu Yi happened to push the door open. He was greeted by the sight of old Liang and old Sin kneeling submissively before an elderly gentleman clad in striking green leather trousers, their obsequious demeanor prompting one to question whether they harbored some peculiar inclinations. As if sensing Wu Yi's presence, the elderly figure in the form-fitting green attire turned his head towards him. Old poison, Wu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 44, Oppression. Oh, little one. You actually recognize me. Douluo turned around, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, directly aimed at Wu Yi. As an overwhelming aura surged toward him like a mighty torrent, Wu Yi initially displayed only a hint of surprise on his face. But in the blink of an eye, that expression was supplanted by anguish. An immense weight descended upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg, while the plans he held in his hands fell apart like petals caught in a tempest, scattering chaotically to the ground, with one hand pressed against the ground. At this moment, Douluo resembled a towering mountain, suffocating him, rendering him unable to rise or catch his breath. Under the crown, he is but a child. Old Liang was about to intervene, but he was met with Douluo's fierce gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, glaring at him with a menacing intensity. The chilling purple light radiating from Douluo's eyes seemed to ignite with a blazing fury, simultaneously imposing pressure upon the two deans. As mere ants, one ought to embody the form of an ant. How dare you audaciously call me by my nickname? Old monster, I do not know you, but I am well acquainted with your grandson. As Wu Yi's words hung unfinished in the air, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, akin to a tempestuous storm, causing a mouthful of blood to erupt violently from his lips. You say Yin Yin, I have discerned your identity. Douluo suddenly erupted into a hearty laughter. Yet the weight upon him intensified, crashing like relentless waves, each more formidable than the last. Wu Yi, it is you, the scoundrel who harmed my beloved Yin Yin. At this moment, Wu Yi's arms trembled and bent slightly, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, rendering him incapable of uttering a word. However, the laughter of Douluo grew increasingly boisterous, amplifying the weight of the pressure he felt. Wu Yi's 5 internal organs seemed to gradually detach from this world, and his 5 senses began to blur into obscurity. At that moment, Wu Yi's martial soul was compelled to manifest, 2 soul rings shining like brilliant stars, radiating light around his body, safeguarding him. Old monster, if you have the ability, kill me and see if there is any hope left for your granddaughter. After experiencing a fleeting moment of relief, Wu Yi summoned all his strength to unleash words that could counterbalance Douluo, propelling them forth like cannonballs. In the original text, Douluo's martial soul is flawed, akin to a cursed magic box. The more one cultivates, the more poison accumulates within the body, eventually turning against its master once a certain threshold is reached. Such was the fate of his son, whose life was claimed by this insidious toxin. As for Douluo himself, he merely stumbled into the rank of title Douluo by a stroke of fortune. Yet this very poison has curtailed his own potential, rendering him akin to an eagle with broken wings, unable to soar amidst the heavens. Victory is as toxic as defeat. Douluo stands as Douluo's Achilles heel. He is unwilling for her to repeat his tragic history, yet feels powerless to halt her cultivation, racking his brain to resolve her dilemmas. However, after all these years, he remains at a loss. Yet now, before him, Wu Yi dares to make a spectacle of this matter, like a sharp blade piercing directly into his heart. What did you say? Douluo reached out, and in an instant, Wu Yi seemed to transform into a marionette, tightly grasped in Douluo's hand. What right have you to declare that Yin Yin is beyond salvation? Though filled with rage, Douluo tempered his grip, allowing Wu Yi a chance to explain himself. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory reasoning, it would result in his immediate demise. Wu Yi had blood at the corner of his mouth, yet a smile adorned his face. He had wagered correctly, setting aside the matter of Douluo. Let us speak of you. You stand on the precipice of death, utterly oblivious to your own peril. With a sinister smile, Wu Yi resembled a sharp needle, piercing deeply into the heart of Douluo. Douluo's hand instinctively tightened. He longed to crush this insolent ant who spoke without thought, as a warning to others, to deter anyone from daring to mock him so brazenly. Yet, in his impulsive fury, he squandered the singular opportunity to eliminate Wu Yi once and for all. A flash of black light enveloped Wu Yi, as the crystal stone struck him with the swiftness of lightning, eliminating the need for a summoning device. In an instant, He fused with the powerful defense of the black rhinoceros, successfully preserving his life. However, in mere moments, the armor crumbled to dust, and both his physical and spiritual energies dissipated like a burst dam. Remarkably, we unlocked an entirely new application of the armor. Douluo, in his wildest dreams, could never have imagined that this seemingly fragile creature possessed the strength to resist. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, Douluo was nonetheless considerably shaken. Yet, to require another strike against him was a humiliation he could not bear. To kill a great soul master while needing to exert himself twice was a loss of face he simply could not afford. After narrowly escaping from danger, Wu He gazed into the seemingly devouring eyes of Douluo, swallowing hard with great difficulty. Then, he recounted Douluo's concealed affliction in exact accordance with Tang San's words. Look, did I make even the slightest mistake? After Wu He concluded his discourse, he exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Douluo was left astonished, his mouth agape, as every word spoken by Wu He unveiled his condition, details he had never disclosed to anyone, not even to the ever-insightful Du Guyan. At that moment, he was so taken aback that he forgot to exert his own oppressive aura. The elderly son hurriedly began to tend to Wu He's injuries. Douluo abruptly lifted Wu He, demanding, "How on earth did you come to know this? Speak at once." At this moment, Wu He showed no signs of indulgence. Instead, he merely smiled faintly, choosing silence. It could be said that Wu He had seized the upper hand, for Douluo was now in a state of panic, believing in his words. Observing Wu He's enigmatic smile, Douluo felt a sudden wave of anxiety wash over him. He surmised that since Wu He could articulate such remarks, he must possess a certain understanding of his physical condition. Furthermore, Wu He's claim that without him, Du Guyan would face dire consequences only solidified Douluo's conviction that Wu He undoubtedly knew how to rectify the shortcomings of his martial soul. However, he sensed that he had deeply offended Wu He, and no matter how he inquired or pressured, Wu He remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge even a single word. It was then that he recognized the looming crisis. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, he involuntarily took a few steps back, inadvertently stepping on a meticulously organized plan by Wu He. Lowering his gaze, he beheld three characters that struck him like a bolt from the blue, causing his pupils to widen in shock. Du Guyan. That was indeed the name of his granddaughter. How could he be so foolish as to believe that Wu He harbored affections for her, boldly inscribing her name on a formal document? Hastily picking it up, he discovered it contained all of Du Guyan's data, her soul skills meticulously detailed, akin to an intricate painting laid bare. Naturally, it also noted the flaws of her martial soul, yet the subsequent section detailing possible solutions appeared obscured, as if shrouded by an invisible hand. In his fluster, he had stepped into ink, inadvertently blackening that crucial part. Chapter 45. The method. Upon encountering such comprehensive data, Douluo couldn't help but gather several more sheets, each resembling a finely crafted portrait, filled with detailed information about different individuals. These encompassed the distinctive characteristics and salient traits of their martial souls, the application of their soul skills, variations of those skills, as well as the flaws in their martial souls and projected future developments. Each sheet he picked up seemed to unveil a marvelously new world. Those seemingly mundane data points and developmental directions, when viewed in isolation, appeared unremarkable. Yet, when combined, they left Douluo quite dazzled. After all, the original character of Douluo was a titled Douluo with a skewed skill tree. Some commonplace knowledge transformed into an unfamiliar realm for him, although he was quite experienced in the cultivation of flora. It was not until he picked up a personal data display of Wu He, along with the current demands, that Douluo's eyes suddenly sparkled like stars. In his heart, he mused, "Ah, young lad, have I just discovered your Achilles heel?" At this moment, it dawned on him that Wu He's soul power level had astonishingly reached level 30, appearing robust and abundant, suggesting that he had attained this level quite some time ago, yet had yet to find a suitable soul ring. Originally, his primary objective was to hunt soul beasts to acquire a soul ring. Coincidentally, both deans had also reached level 60 and were in need of a new soul ring, prompting him to seek them out for a collaborative endeavor. However, this piece of paper had now fallen into the hands of Douluo. He crumpled the paper in his hand, as if shattering a fleeting dream, and bellowed with exuberance, "Young lad, I shall procure the soul ring you so ardently desire, in return for your assistance with Yin Yan's martial soul dilemma." Upon hearing this, Wu Yi's heart soared with joy. for he had already intended to resolve Douluo Yan's martial soul issue. After all, with the prospect of spending 3 to 4 years together as teammates, any persistent problems with her martial soul would greatly hinder the competition he eagerly anticipated. Yet, here was an unexpected benefactor offering him a soul ring. Merely in exchange for addressing a problem he had planned to tackle anyway, such fortuitous occurrences are rare indeed. Therefore, who could resist the allure of such fortune? However, who would ever complain about an abundance of benefits? Thus, Wu Yi decisively shook his head, indicating that the terms were inequitable, particularly since Douluo had previously sought his life without any sign of remorse. Consequently, he refused with a shake of his head, while rubbing his thumb and index finger together, resembling a miser. Having lived for so long, Douluo was, after all, a seasoned fox. Upon observing Wu Yi's gesture, he could hardly be oblivious to his intentions. Without delay, he retrieved a small vial from his pocket and presented it to Wu Yi as if offering a treasured gift. Inside was a Xinshui pill, capable of aiding soul masters below level 20 in elevating their soul power by 1 level. However, this pill was as rare as a phoenix feather, difficult to procure since several ingredients derived from oceanic soul beasts, which are far more ferocious than their terrestrial counterparts and challenging to capture. Thus, this elixir was exceedingly precious. Wu Yi is certainly no rustic simpleton. He possesses a profound understanding of the properties of the Xinshui Dan. However, for him in the present moment, this elixir holds no practical value, its worth far exceeding its utility. Nevertheless, Wu Yi harbors no disdain for it, eagerly accepting it as if it were a precious treasure, tucking it away in his pocket. He muses that even if he cannot utilize it himself, it could fetch a handsome price in the future, for such a rarity is hard to come by in today's market. After securing the Xinshui Dan, Wu Yi spoke. To address the predicament of Douluo Yan, the timing is not yet ripe. We must await your cultivation to surpass level 95 for any hope of resolution. At this juncture, Wu Yi felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. Who among them was unaware of Douluo's plight? The sheer volume of toxins had begun to retaliate against his own body, depleting his foundational strength, which made his achievement as a 92-level title Douluo the very limit of his capabilities. Douluo, fully cognizant of the situation, suddenly felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, as if countless ants were gnawing at his heart. Realizing that his arduous efforts had resulted in a loss far greater than he could bear, compounded by the loss of the Xinshui Dan, an overwhelming urge to spit blood surged within him. In this moment, Wu Yi finally regained his physical strength. He gradually rose to his feet and, with a calm demeanor, stated, "Therefore, our immediate priority is to resolve the issues plaguing you." Upon hearing the words of Wu Yi, Douluo felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. How could a mere level 30 Grand Soul Master possibly assist him in resolving the issue of toxic backlash? Realizing this, a hint of an embarrassed smile crept onto Douluo's face. Before addressing your predicament, one must first comprehend the crux of the issue. Noticing Douluo's lackluster demeanor, Wu Yi understood that Douluo was questioning his abilities. Your martial soul is the phosphorescent serpent, a martial soul of moderately high potential. Yet, your entire family seems utterly perplexed, failing to consider a fatal and pivotal problem during your cultivation with such a martial soul. Wu Yi paused momentarily, while Douluo was filled with an intense desire to devour him whole. It was the very essence of a venomous serpent. Why does it not perish from its own poison? Wu Yi paused once more, and at that moment, the 3 leaders present fell into deep contemplation. However, among them, Douluo was nearly driven to madness by this interruption. Venomous snakes possess gallbladders that can neutralize their own venom, and as they mature, the detoxifying capacity of these gallbladders increases significantly. Yet, while wielding such a martial soul, you have focused solely on enhancing your toxic attributes or control abilities, neglecting your fatal weakness of being vulnerable to toxins. Essentially, you are grasping at sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Therefore, although your combat prowess has improved after each hunt for toxic spirit beasts, your body's ability to detoxify has steadily declined, ultimately leading to a backlash from the very toxins you sought to harness. Upon Wu Yi's elucidation, Douluo experienced an epiphany, awakening to the truth. Yet he soon furrowed his brow, as if a colossal weight pressed upon his heart. How then can one enhance the body's resistance to toxins? Merely augmenting one's own resistance would render one akin to a self-mutilated warrior, forsaking means of combat. Indeed, Douluo's reasoning held merit. Yet in the affairs of the world, it is often challenging to achieve a perfect balance. But the solution is quite simple. One need only possess a soul bone that resonates with oneself. By transforming that soul bone into a venom sac, all toxins may be stored within. The concept proposed by Wu He may seem effortless, yet the soul bones, being such rare treasures, are indeed elusive. Those fortunate enough to possess them regard them as invaluable, cherishing them for personal use. Such a precious artifact, after all, was only acquired by Douluo following years of dedicated cultivation. However, the method articulated by Wu He is specifically tailored for Douluo. As such, superficial remedies, which merely address symptoms rather than root causes, would hardly befit Wu He's own team members. Chapter 46. A Fire Attribute Soul Beast of 30,000 Years? Following Wu He's line of thought, Douluo delved deeper with meticulous precision, akin to unraveling silk threads. The feasibility of this discovery shone as brilliantly as the stars in the night sky. How could this method possibly fail? In the original narrative, Tang Sen successfully utilized this approach to secure Douluo's allegiance. Wu He, though seemingly casual, was acutely aware of his own limitations compared to the profound depth possessed by Tang Sen, and thus refrained from divulging any further details. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo resolutely decided to experiment with Wu He's proposed method, while also intending to fulfill his own promise. After all, as a titled Douluo, Douluo stood as a paragon among soul masters, and he would never go back on his word regarding something he had pledged to another. Consequently, like an eagle capturing its prey, Douluo tucked Wu He under his arm, preparing to depart with haste. Observing this, Dean Liang hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. For Wu He was not only his prized student, but also a pivotal figure for the academy. However, Douluo merely cast a cold glance over his shoulder, rendering both Dean Liang and Dean Sun as motionless as if under a paralysis spell. With disdain, Douluo flung open the door and soared away like a bird in flight. For a soul master of titled Douluo caliber, traversing the skies was an effortless feat. And in the blink of an eye, Wu He found himself in a soul beast forest whose name he could not even recall. Under the shade of a tree, Wu He was casually questioned by Douluo. What kind of attribute spirit beast spirit ring do you desire? In Douluo's eyes, Wu He was merely a trifling 3-ringed spirit master, utterly unremarkable, and hunting a 3rd spirit ring for him would be as effortless as a walk in the park. However, upon hearing Wu He's request, he soon realized the magnitude of the task at hand. I require a spirit ring from a fire attribute spirit beast with a dragon lineage, at least 30,000 years old. What? Could you repeat that? Douluo was momentarily taken aback, stunned as if struck by a bolt from the blue. His astonishment stemmed not only from the age of the spirit ring, but also from its exceedingly rare attribute. Spirit beasts possessing dragon bloodlines were, in fact, not uncommon in the vast expanse of the Douluo forest, a veritable ocean of greenery that served as an all-encompassing realm for spirit beasts. There were at least a couple of 100 types of spirit beasts with dragon lineage. However, those with a fire attribute were exceptionally rare. Certain spirit beasts exhibited unique preferences for specific habitats, making survival in other environments either exceedingly difficult or nearly impossible. Fire attribute spirit beasts predominantly resided near volcanic forests, where the atmosphere was saturated with fiery energy. Yet, very few spirit masters dared to venture into such territories, as this area possessed a potent magnetic field that severely suppressed their cultivation levels. Then there was the matter of the 30,000-year requirement for the spirit ring. To find a spirit beast of such age, one would have to approach the heart of the forest, where ordinary spirit masters would experience a suppression of at least 2 to 4 levels. Even a titled Douluo, a being of considerable strength, would find their power diminished by at least 5 levels in that region. This meant that if Douluo were to assist Wu He in hunting a fire attribute spirit beast with dragon bloodline from the 30,000-year mark, his actual combat prowess would plummet to the level of a soul Douluo. Yet, this was not entirely unacceptable. It was simply difficult for him to fathom that a level 30 spirit master could absorb a spirit ring of such an advanced age. Typically, a level 30 spirit master could at most absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring, with the exceptionally talented managing to absorb up to 5,000 years. However, Wu He boldly proclaimed a demand for a 30,000-year spirit ring, which naturally led Douluo to doubt him. Suspecting that Wu He was deliberately complicating matters as a form of retaliation for the events of the day. Sensing the unfriendly glint in Douluo's eyes, Wu He quickly discerned his thoughts and ceased further unnecessary conversation, instantly releasing his spirit ring. Upon witnessing the color of Wu Heyi's spirit ring, Dong Gubo was momentarily stunned, for earlier that day, Wu Yi had indeed unleashed his martial spirit and spirit ring to counteract the pressure of Dong Gubo's spirit. It was only in his moment of anger that he had failed to pay sufficient attention. How could this be possible? Even upon witnessing it once more, Douluo Bo found it hard to believe that an ordinary soul master could possess a 1,000-year first spirit ring and a 10,000-year second spirit ring. It was utterly beyond comprehension. After years of cultivation, he had encountered many prodigies, yet he had never met a being as monstrous as Wu He. Nonetheless, astonished as he was, having made a promise, he felt compelled to fulfill it. He inquired of Wu He for more detailed requirements regarding the spirit beast. Yet the creature he described was entirely foreign to Douluo Bo's recollections. It was a spirit beast embodying the features of a snake's body, deer antlers, cow ears, goat whiskers, eagle claws, and fish scales, with an additional requirement for a fire attribute. Douluo Bo could not help but lament his limited knowledge, for despite his years of cultivation, he had devoted most of his time to nurturing his plants, seldom venturing forth to seek out those peculiar spirit beasts. However, he recalled having seen creatures possessing some of those characteristics, such as a beast with a serpentine body, adorned with horns, and covered in scales. Upon hearing Douluo Bo's description, Wu He pondered briefly, and the image of a flood dragon immediately emerged in his mind. The prowess of such spirit beasts should not be underestimated. Wu He naturally hoped to find a genuine fire attribute divine dragon. However, should that prove elusive, a dragon of lesser stature would suffice as an alternative. After confirming the approximate form with Douluo Bo once again lifted him, preparing to soar into the sky. Wu He hurriedly exclaimed, "Hey, old monster, can't you fly me properly? Must you hold me under your armpit like a chick?" Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo was not angered. Instead, he laughed heartily. "I find it quite convenient to carry you this way." Wu Yi was left speechless by this explanation. Although it was reasonable, it was irrefutable. After 2 days and nights of flight, the duo finally arrived at the volcanic forest imbued with fire attributes. As they entered the area, they were enveloped by an intense heat. Before long, they were drenched in sweat, and as they pressed further, Wu Yi sensed a decline in his control over soul power. Even before reaching the core zone, he felt that his available soul power had diminished to below level 11, just as he was about to summon his black rhino armor. Douluo Bo enveloped him in a layer of soul power barrier, instantly making him feel as though he had stepped from a sweltering environment into an air-conditioned room. Chapter 47. The transformation of the fire serpent. The two meandered like treasure seekers, tirelessly searching for suitable soul beasts. At this point, they had entered the realm of 10,000-year soul beasts, and every creature visible was no less than 10,000 years old, due to their proximity to the volcanic region. The trees were sparse, and the landscape was predominantly rocky, resembling a desolate wasteland. While soul beasts possessed a certain territorial instinct, they were not so distant from each other that they could not be seen. Thus, within a certain area, they could still spot a dozen or so equally formidable soul beasts. However, after a lengthy search, none caught Wu Heyi's eye. "Wu brat, have you found anything you like? You've already missed several with dragon lineage." Douluo Bo had repeated this phrase more than once in Wu Heyi's ear. Yet, each time, Wu Yi simply retorted, "Not enough than 30,000 years, useless." Although Douluo Bo was infuriated, puffing his cheeks in exasperation, he had no choice but to adhere to his promise of accompanying Wu He in his search. Nonetheless, the pursuit was undeniably tedious, and Douluo Bo endeavored to find conversation topics, aiming to extract more useful information from Wu He. This included inquiries about how Wu He planned to assist Du Guyin in overcoming her martial soul deficiency. Du Guyin was only in her 20s, and the best advice he could offer was to enhance her soul power without adding soul rings. Douluo Bo had suspected this notion as well, but he understood that soul power cultivation inevitably reached a pinnacle, and without the addition of soul rings thereafter, further advancement would become impossible. The answer provided by Wu He is to refine the physical body with soul power, preparing for subsequent plans. However, regardless of how Douluo Bo tried to hint at it, Wu He remained tight-lipped, leaving Douluo Bo with no alternative. He assumed that Wu He would only disclose information after acquiring the complete soul rings. In truth, Wu He's reticence stemmed from concerns over Douluo Bo's capacity to withstand the consequences. The inherent flaw of their martial soul was glaringly apparent. During the awakening of the martial soul, the soul master's body was unable to independently evolve two crucial organs. The first is the snake gallbladder. which serves as a core protective organ, akin to an impregnable fortress. The second is the venom sac, a repository for venom, resembling a mysterious treasury. These two organs are deemed the most critical vulnerabilities of a venomous snake. The absence of either renders the creature hardly recognizable as a true serpent, and it may struggle to survive. Yet, this very type of snake, upon becoming a martial soul, fails to endow its host with these two organs, thus creating this flaw. To remedy this deficiency, the simplest approach would be to add substitute organs. These so-called substitute organs are external soul bones. However, regardless of the type of soul bone employed as a substitute, there exists a significant upper limit. Once this limit is reached, the anticipated backlash will inevitably occur. It can only be described as a mere stopgap measure. Hence, to fundamentally resolve the issue, what must be done? There exists but one viable path: the evolution of the martial soul. By facilitating the evolution of the martial soul, the original bodily deficiencies can be specifically addressed during this transformative process. It is well known that the upper limit of the Baihun snake is merely the Baihun snake king, and evolving into the Baihun snake king is not particularly challenging. This suggests that such an evolution may not yield the desired ideal results. To achieve the anticipated outcome, it is imperative for Douluo Yan's martial soul to transcend the limits of the ordinary Baihun snake king and continue to advance. There are two potential developmental paths, one leading towards the direction of a dragon or a true dragon, and the other towards the evolution into a more formidable serpent species. In an extraordinary tome known as Shanhai Jing, Wu He once encountered a peculiar serpent species named Xianglu. More significantly, similar serpentine beings have also appeared in various mythological texts. Thus, when Wu He contemplated this serpent, he promptly delved into an extensive array of ancient data concerning soul beasts. To his astonishment, within the enchanting realm of Douluo continent, he indeed discovered a soul beast that bore a striking resemblance to it. The nine-headed dragon serpent, a naturally occurring nine-headed serpent with a dragon's body, possesses 9 distinct heads, each endowed with its own consciousness and attributes, all imbued with potent venom. Wherever this dragon serpent traverses, it leaves in its wake a toxic marsh, establishing its unparalleled supremacy among venomous serpents. Wu He would direct his attention toward this direction for another significant reason. This serpent soul beast undergoes a metamorphosis every 10,000 years. With each transformation, its combat prowess escalates exponentially. However, during the process, it becomes exceedingly vulnerable. Fortunately, ancient texts documenting this dragon serpent detail the approximate length and height encountered by the soul masters of that era. A simple calculation leads to the conclusion that, to date, the dragon serpent has undergone at least 3 transformations, with the 4th likely imminent in the coming years. Should one be fortunate enough to encounter it, there exists a chance to successfully capture it. As Wu He pondered how to articulate his plans to Douluo, a dragon-like creature, resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar, surged skyward like an arrow, droplets of blood cascading from its form. Upon closer inspection, these blood droplets, resembling pearls, were infused with intense heat. Upon further scrutiny, they were not blood at all, but rather molten lava. Thankfully, the two were not far apart, and Douluo hastily led Wu He away. From their aerial vantage point, they beheld a dragon whose stature closely mirrored Wu He's description. Serendipitously, this dragon was at a pivotal stage of transformation, its cultivation level hovering between 30,000 and 40,000 years. Once it completed its metamorphosis, its prowess would undoubtedly approach the 80,000-year mark, with a strong possibility of surpassing the 100,000-year threshold. Beneath the dragon, torrents of lava churned, appearing as if they might engulf it, yet in truth, the creature was harnessing the scorching lava to refine its body in the final stages of metamorphosis. Witnessing this spectacle, Douluo was left astounded, having never encountered such a vibrant hue of red in his lifetime. Meanwhile, Wu He, tucked under his arm, was filled with exhilaration. "That is it. I must have it." At the very moment Wu He uttered these words, the dragon lifted its head, and their gazes locked. Instantly comprehending one another's intentions, the dragon let out a resounding roar, asserting its dominance. "Old monster, assist me in capturing it, and I shall reveal to you the essence of Douluo Yan's martial soul evolution." What? Martial soul evolution? Douluo felt a jolt in his heart, but quickly regained his composure. He now understood Wu Yi's intentions, though he remained unaware of how Wu Yi planned to facilitate Douluo Yan's martial soul evolution. Nevertheless, he believed that Wu Yi would not deceive him. After all, Even the strongest soul sage remained merely a soul sage, and could be easily dispatched by him in mere moments. Thus, he shifted his gaze toward the dragon in the valley, undergoing a grand metamorphosis. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary soul beast, but given its cultivation level, subduing it would not prove difficult. Chapter 48. The Crimson Python Cascas. The flavor is simply exquisite. A bolt of black lightning streaked across the sky. Once it confirmed the absence of danger, it reappeared, methodically devouring the remnants of an unconsumed eggshell. A slender, reddish serpent, akin to a graceful ribbon, slithered languidly along the winding mountain path. Aimlessly it advanced, unaware of the multitude of formidable foes it had consumed along the journey of its growth. Unbeknownst to itself, it had transformed into a small python over 3 meters in length, its scales having undergone 3 or 4 molts, evolving from a deep crimson to a striking blood red upon its initial emergence. At this moment, it finally discerned a clear purpose, gradually understanding that within its being lay a mysterious energy known as soul power. If wielded wisely, it would undoubtedly possess even greater strength upon reaching maturity. However, growth comes at a cost. Each advancement heralds an encounter with a soul beast driven by insatiable possessiveness, to thrive and outlive others. Every battle would leave it battered and bruised, with some of its scales shattered. Thus, piece by piece, it ascended to become a formidable ruler within the volcanic forest. Its length approached 60 meters, its girth so substantial that it would require at least 5 adults to encircle it hand in hand. Yet, despite its colossal stature, it had only amassed an age of 8 to 10,000 years, a realization it found woefully insufficient as it yearned for further growth. For a serpent of its kind, attaining an age of around 10,000 years was already a pinnacle. Any hope for transcendence relied on the aid of a rare treasure. Whether it was divine favor or simply good fortune, within a mere week, it discovered a wild fruit resembling a wall-mounted treasure at the heart of the volcanic forest. This fruit exuded a mysterious allure, continuously releasing waves of scorching breath, and with each exhalation, the corresponding plant seemed infused with potent vitality, expanding rapidly. This miraculous creation captivated its heart, especially when it chanced to glance. The fruit resembled an enchanting siren, radiating an ineffable brilliance as if casting a spell to ensnare its very soul, seducing it relentlessly. Deep within, it yearned fervently, believing that consuming the fruit would yield unimaginable enhancement. Henceforth, it devoted each day to devising schemes to reach that coveted fruit. After all, the volcano would occasionally erupt with torrents of molten lava. While it posed no threat to the plant, the interior of the crater offered no solid ground for repose. The solitary hope lay in that isolated plant. After hesitating and wandering around the volcano's edge for nearly 2 weeks, he finally resolved to take a gamble. Each day, he observed the fruit swelling like a balloon, its radiant colors becoming increasingly vivid, as if beckoning him with an irresistible allure. He decided to shape his body into a rounded form, allowing a portion of it to dangle like a rope into the volcano's mouth. As long as he could bite into that fruit, he would immediately ascend. However, ideals are often lush while reality remains stark. Initially, progress was relatively smooth, but as he descended deeper, more of his body was required to support him. Ultimately, after considerable effort, he managed to touch the fruit. Yet, by this point, his lower body could no longer bear the strain, with 3/4 of his form standing vertically within the volcano's mouth. In this critical moment, he bit into the entire plant, swallowing both the fruit and its stem whole. Immediately, his body began to tremble violently in midair, leaving him with no chance to ascend. Instead, he plummeted like a kite severed from its string. He had intended to savor the fruit after extracting it from the volcano, but to his dismay, the tail end of his lower body had already fallen away. A sudden tightening gripped his heart, and instinctively, his throat executed a swallowing motion. The fruit in his mouth exploded, a torrent surging through his body. In an instant, he felt an unprecedented ferocity of heat, as if every cell within him were ablaze. Then, the colossal serpent fell helplessly into the molten lava of the volcano. In stark contrast to the colossal volcano, its corpulent form appeared exceedingly diminutive. Upon plunging into the magma, it was not instantly consumed. Rather, a peculiar liquid emanated from its scales, resembling a mysterious shield that afforded a degree of protection to its body, while it ensured that he was not engulfed by the molten rock. The extreme heat still clawed at him like the talons of a demon, mercilessly tormenting his flesh. However, the energy unleashed by the fruit surged through him like a torrential flood, provoking a sensation of bodily transformation that was more intense than the searing pain from the magma, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, rendering him nearly insufferable. Although the two forms of agony compounded one another, in that fleeting moment of descent, he was overwhelmed by the explosive pain, losing all sense of self. In the second before his fall, he pondered that while he had consumed the fruit, it would ultimately spell his doom. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, he found himself still within the volcano's mouth, yet had carved out a substantial platform, akin to an abandoned orphan, lying solitary in that desolate expanse. Beside him lay a pool of crimson lake, deceptively tranquil, but in truth, it was magma capable of dissolving all, lurking like a dormant behemoth, poised to unleash its gaping maw at any moment. Conversely, to his other side rested a massive exoskeleton, reminiscent of a grand monument. Astonished to be alive against all odds, he was even more surprised to discover not only had he shed weight, but had also grown stronger. The once blood-red scales had transformed into a vibrant scarlet, interspersed with delicate golden patterns like enigmatic runes. Concurrently, he realized that he had sprouted limbs, with two small fleshy protrusions atop his head, which bore a faint ache when touched. Following this evolution, he felt a remarkable lightness in his body, realizing he could now perform movements previously unimaginable, even achieving brief moments of flight. However, this transformation brought with it an unprecedented hunger, compelling him to consume all the ancient spirit beasts within a 5-mile radius, just to barely satiate his energy needs. After a period of 4 to 5 months of stability, his evolved mindset resembled the placid surface of a lake, and he was delighted to discover that his cultivation ceiling had risen dramatically, allowing him to effortlessly attain a cultivation level of 30,000 years. Simultaneously, his mind became enriched with newfound knowledge, encompassing not only methods for harnessing spirit power, but also arcane inheritances from ancient bloodlines. He discerned that his current state resembled that of the flame scale crawler. And with calm and focused training, after enduring a harrowing thunder tribulation, he could aspire to evolve into the flame crawler dragon. Should he acquire rare resources in the future, he might even ascend to become a true fire divine dragon, soaring through the heavens. As time flowed gently onward, he increasingly felt the surging power of fire elemental energy within him, while his spirit power approached an altogether new threshold. Each day, he honed his physical form through the dual approach of magma and spirit power, ensuring he would be adequately prepared for the impending trials of the thunder tribulation. His formidable physique stood as an indomitable fortress, unmatched by ordinary spirit beasts, even during the vulnerable phase of metamorphosis. Only through such rigorous preparation could he safeguard his path to evolution. Thus, he awaited with bated breath, and finally, in the 3rd year of his immersion in the magma, he sensed an escalating restlessness within, as if a momentous event was imminent. His suspicions were confirmed when he witnessed the rare spectacle of the volcanic forest. The once azure sky darkened ominously, with rolling clouds and the ominous rumble of thunder. A torrent of tumultuous lightning converged above the volcanic expanse, and he understood this to be the thunder tribulation referenced in ancient memories. A small snake must endure 3 tribulations to transform into a crawler. A small crawler requires 6 to become a dragon, and when a dragon successfully evolves into a true dragon, it must withstand 9 tribulations. Only by overcoming these formidable thresholds could one hope to transcend from the mundane realm of serpentine spirit beasts to the exalted realm of draconic spirit beasts. Reigning supreme in the skies, the gathering storm clouds loomed like an impenetrable net, evidently converging upon him with overwhelming force. He was acutely aware that he must fully harness his soul power at this moment to engage in a comprehensive confrontation with the impending thunder tribulation. Should he successfully endure this trial, he would transcend the first barrier and truly become a dragon. The blazing-scaled dragon ascended to the summit of the volcano, unleashing a furious roar towards the thunderclouds above. At this juncture, he had nearly completed his transformation into a dragon. The original serpent was unable to produce a roar. Yet post-evolution, the nascent formation of vocal cords had emerged. His thunderous challenge to the tribulation was not born of fear, but rather a fearless defiance stemming from ignorance. Brimming with the spirit of combat, the thunder tribulation did not disappoint him. A crimson bolt of lightning descended like a sword, effortlessly piercing through his once proud scales, inflicting excruciating pain that caused streams of pale golden-red blood to flow. His formerly esteemed scales appeared woefully fragile before the onslaught of the tribulation, shattering under the relentless assault. Ancient records had informed him that each subsequent bolt of lightning was more potent and terrifying than the last. Now, merely facing the first strike had already drawn blood. The following two would undoubtedly inflict even greater harm. He had no choice but to exert every ounce of his strength, compelling all his soul power to resist. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to his obliteration on the path of evolution. Before he could catch his breath, another bolt of even deeper crimson lightning descended like a fiery dragon. This strike left him battered and bloodied, his scales shattered, yet his spirit remained unyielding. After years of arduous cultivation, how could he permit himself to perish here? With unwavering determination, he summoned all his might, soaring from the volcano's edge like a blazing meteor, resolutely charging towards the final bolt of calamity. His torn and bloodied form resembled the ravaged earth as blood and magma rained down upon the mouth of the cave. While the magma, like a voracious beast, threatened to consume the surrounding flora, the mingling of his blood transformed into a miraculous nourishment, causing the splattered vegetation to flourish ever more abundantly. After the blazing scaled dragon soared into the sky to confront its own fears, the rolling thunderclouds seemed to feel a sense of relief. The final bolt of lightning appeared less formidable than the previous two, which had been as thick as pillars. However, only the one struck by the lightning truly understood that this bolt was akin to a wild stallion unleashed, and it had intensified. After being struck, he plummeted like a severed kite back into the volcanic crater. Enveloped in electricity, he felt that the lightning surrounding him inflicted no harm upon his body. Rather, it was akin to a gentle mother, continuously fortifying his physique and mending his injuries. Yet, his body was gravely damaged, and it would take at least 3 to 4 months to return to his peak condition. By that time, he would need to undergo another shedding of skin to become a true blazing-scaled dragon. At that moment, he spotted a pair of humans in midair. As he locked eyes with the juvenile among them, he discerned the flames of excitement and greed burning in its gaze. Based on his understanding of humans, they would never engage in arduous endeavors without cause, especially not venture into a volcano, a place that suppressed their cultivation. Their primary motive for coming here must be to secure a soul ring from a soul beast for themselves or their progeny. Undoubtedly, the juvenile had set its sights on him. Enraged, the blazing-scaled dragon roared at the human child, declaring, "I have just survived the tribulation. How could I allow you to succeed?" Through the restoration granted by the third bolt of lightning, he felt his cultivation limit soaring like a rocket. Given a little time, he would soon elevate his power to 60,000 years. With a strength of 60,000 years, his combat prowess would rival that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. Thus, in his current weakened state, he was determined not to become a meal for others. That would be nothing short of a tragic calamity for him. Old monster, he is mine. The 5-in-1 fingers, akin to a sharp sword, pointed unwaveringly towards the fiery maw of the volcanic crater where the yin-scale Jiao lay. It became evident to him that this yin-scale Jiao had recently endured a heavenly tribulation, transforming from an ordinary fire attribute serpent into a powerful spirit beast of the Jiao lineage, imbued with draconic blood. At this moment, having just weathered the storm, its strength was utterly depleted, and its combat prowess diminished to the brink of insignificance. Should it regain even a modicum of vitality, one might fear that even 2 soul Douluos would struggle to subdue it. Thus, to forego the opportunity to hunt it for its soul ring would be folly. Douluo gazed intently at the serpent-like spirit beast within the volcanic crater, a flicker of cruelty passing through his mind. In an instant, a towering emerald serpent emerged behind him, resembling a majestic mountain. 7th soul skill, martial soul manifestation. The two entities stood in stark opposition, like 2 stars on the verge of collision, ready to unleash their fury. Douluo transformed into a colossal serpent, darting towards the yin-scale Jiao with the swiftness of a released arrow. The yin-scale Jiao, still reeling from the recent lightning strike, was powerless to resist. And in the blink of an eye, Douluo ensnared it with a triple-fold binding, as if it were crushed beneath a mighty mountain. Once secured, Douluo began to constrict his form, the yin-scale Jiao gradually succumbing to the immense pressure akin to that of a mountain. At this juncture, any thought of resistance from the yin-scale Jiao was rendered futile. The force exerted by Douluo intensified, causing the scales in the contracting area to visibly twist and shatter, emitting a haunting sound that sent shivers down the spine. Even the wounds on his body, which had been inflicted during the thunder tribulation and were on the verge of healing, began to ooze blood anew due to Douluo's binding. The rupture of old injuries, The emergence of new ones, combined with the soul-striking thunder, created a triad of torment that surged like a tide. The Yinlin Jiao roared in agony, its voice seemingly striving to pierce the heavens. From a distance, Wu He could faintly discern a hint of a dragon's roar within that anguished cry, resonating with boundless fury and unwillingness. Douluo contracted his form once more, nearly reaching the limits of his shrinkage. Only when he observed that the Yinlin Jiao was utterly devoid of resistance did he gradually release his grip and revert to his human form. Just as he was about to summon Wu He to take over, the previously listless gaze of the Yinlin Jiao suddenly ignited with a blood-red brilliance. Its fragmented body inexplicably writhed, and a tail as thick as a water barrel came crashing down upon Douluo like a colossal hammer, striking with tremendous force. This unforeseen blow caught Douluo entirely unprepared, embedding him into the mountainside, as if he were a nail driven into solid wood. Witnessing this scene, Wu He felt a tightening in his chest, empathizing with the immense pressure Douluo must have felt in that instant. The impact erupted in a dense cloud of dust, resembling a massive mushroom cloud that obscured the view between Douluo and the Yinlin Jiao. However, both had long since adapted to the serpentine instincts of their kind, relying on thermal imaging to assess their opponent's condition. The Yinlin Jiao understood that it could not inflict meaningful damage upon this formidable human, but trapping him within the mountains would complicate his escape. Thus, its gaze shifted towards Wu He, who was observing from the volcano's edge, filled with cunning and ferocity. Moments later, its previously contorted form began to re-inflate, as if air had been pumped into it. At this juncture, the Yinlin Jiao had yet to acclimate to its draconic combat style and remained in a serpentine attacking posture, its elongated body coiling around a nearby rock, resembling a mound exuding a foul stench. Nevertheless, in this state, its explosive power peaked. In the blink of an eye, the Yinlin Jiao surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, reaching a height that matched Wu He's line of sight. In Wu He's eyes, he beheld the creature's smile, one of a Jiao, filled with mischief, resentment, and rage. It seemed to be brewing something within its maw, and Wu He, not one to be easily fooled, quickly reacted by summoning his summoning device. Just as the Yinlin Jiao opened its gaping maw, Wu He's black rhinoceros armor instantly fused with him. From the maw of the flame-scaled serpent surged a searing torrent of venomous flames, akin to the molten fury of a volcano. This fiery toxin, reminiscent of demonic saliva, clung to the flesh, impervious even to the most pure water. And within it lay an abundance of burning poison that, upon contact, not only scorched the skin but also devoured the very essence of one's internal organs like insatiable maggots. Fortunately, Wu He reacted with the swiftness of lightning, seamlessly merging into one with a singular purpose. The silver water shield he wielded, a paragon of the water element, stood in stark contrast to the fire toxin, creating a formidable opposition. As the flame-scaled serpent unleashed its frenzied onslaught of flame and venom, a thunderous roar erupted from the volcanic crater. In that moment, Douluo executed a thunderous rising dragon fist that struck with the force of a tempest against the serpent's jaw. Douluo had anticipated that his full-powered assault would pierce through the soul beast's chin like a bolt of lightning, yet to his astonishment, it merely prompted the creature to clamp its jaws shut. The serpent's jaw, as unyielding as the strongest fortress, imparted a lesson of profound humility to Douluo. After propelling the flame-scaled serpent away, Douluo did not linger. He swiftly transformed into a vibrant emerald phosphorescent serpent king, darting forward with the swiftness of a flash. With a fierce bite, he sank his venomous fangs into the creature's crown, the piercing strike akin to a sharpened arrow, leaving a shattered imprint upon its skull. This unexpected resilience caught Douluo off guard. He had not anticipated such hardness, his powerful bite failing to penetrate. However, Douluo was no mere character in a turn-based game who retreated after a single strike. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a tempest of blows upon the serpent's body, as if seeking to repay the wrath of being mercilessly hammered into the mountainside. Before long, the flame-scaled serpent appeared to succumb to a state of exhaustion. Yet Wu He perceived a flicker of defiance within its gaze, soon followed by a glimmer of ferocity. Once Douluo had completed his relentless assault, he beheld the serpent sprawled within the volcanic hollow, its sinews shattered, rendered powerless as if stripped of its very spine. The flame-scaled serpent, filled with a sense of injustice, lifted its massive head, casting a pitiful, beseeching look towards Douluo. Yet, Douluo remained unyielding, his heart as cold as iron, impervious to the creature's plight. With great difficulty, the serpent turned its head, casting a pleading gaze towards Wu Yi, before ultimately bowing its head in submission. Young one, hasten and take over. Wu Yi stood motionless, resembling a statue, firmly believing that he had just glimpsed a fierce glint in the eyes of his adversary. Did you not repeatedly declare your desire for him? Why do you cower now? The mocking taunts of Douluo struck like arrows. Yet Wu Yi merely shook his head and resolutely advanced towards the Yin Linjiao. Just as Wu Yi was about to approach the Yin Linjiao, the creature suddenly lifted its head, fixating on him with the intensity of a ravenous wolf, and then slightly opened its gaping maw. A blood-red Jiaodan, reminiscent of brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, slowly manifested within its mouth. In that moment, a fierce and malevolent light erupted from its eyes. The Jiaodan burst forth with a dazzling radiance, and in that instant, without the need for Douluo's warning, Wu Yi comprehended the creature's intent. Chapter 51. Explosion-equipped run. It intends to self-destruct. Though Douluo was perilously close, the Yin Linjiao had resolutely decided to detonate itself. Unless he intervened to slay it, the imminent explosion would not subside. However, even if he did act, it might trigger the explosion prematurely. With Wu Yi so near, he had no opportunity for escape. Wu Yi understood clearly that his relationship with Douluo had only spanned a few days, insufficiently profound to warrant the latter risking his life for him. In such circumstances, even if Douluo were to unleash his martial soul in a desperate struggle, he would likely emerge gravely injured in the attempt to save Wu Yi's life. Thus, he firmly believed that Douluo would not sacrifice himself for the sake of their fleeting camaraderie. However, the fiery scaled serpent before him resonated with him on such a profound level. Even if he were to miraculously escape this peril, the chances of encountering another soul beast so perfectly suited to him in the future would be exceedingly slim. Consequently, he made a bold decision. Old monster, quickly, send me to the heavens. Upon hearing these words, Douluo felt as if struck by lightning. What did it mean to send him to the heavens? Was he to witness Wu Yi march willingly toward his demise? If he were to perish, how could Douluo explain it to Yan Yan? Yet, as he beheld Wu Yi poised to leap, the meaning behind to the heavens became painfully clear. Nevertheless, the fiery scaled serpent was already primed for self-detonation. At this moment, ascending into the sky might not guarantee evasion from the ensuing explosion. Yet since Wu Yi had voiced such a plea, Douluo could only treat this desperate gambit as a last resort. Once more, he unleashed his martial soul. And at the instant Wu Yi leaped, a serpent's tail, thick as a barrel, struck the ground beneath him with overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, the 5-in-1 ascended with astonishing speed, akin to a rocket launching into the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Douluo propelled himself away like an arrow released from a bow, racing into the distance, eager to evade the repercussions of the impending explosion. Upon witnessing the ascending human offspring, the flame-scaled serpent found itself momentarily bewildered. However, it would not easily permit this little creature to escape. The reason this formidable human sought to hunt, it was primarily to provide a soul ring for the young one. If it allowed the child to slip away, its impending self-detonation would be rendered futile. Although its entire skeletal structure had been shattered, it is well known that serpents rely on muscle rather than bones for explosive leaps. Thus, even with broken bones, it could still achieve a certain height through sheer muscular force. Just as it prepared to unleash its power, a spear descended from the fissure atop its head like a dragon emerging from the ocean, piercing through its brain and beast core. The tremendous impact even shattered its jawbone, pinning it to the ground in a bizarre manner. Confusion enveloped it. Its reluctance, anger, and bewilderment dissipated in an instant, along with its imminent explosion, as its consciousness faded into the ether. Even Douluo, who was poised to flee, was left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Wu Yi firmly planted his right foot atop the tip of the meteor lance, forcefully stomping down upon the earth, his grip unwavering upon the gun's shaft. In that moment, the only thoughts that crossed Douluo's mind were of a particular poem and an illustrious lineage. Time seemed to reverse. Just moments ago, Wu Yi, aided by Douluo's strength, ascended swiftly to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Yet, in that fleeting instance of borrowed power, Wu Yi unleashed the Zen Seal. This ability, as depicted in the original narrative, could suspend time within a defined radius, rendering all but the user immobile. Thus, in this extraordinary circumstance, Wu Yi resolved to stake everything, and ultimately, he succeeded. As time abruptly halted, he propelled himself like a released arrow, soaring upwards with the momentum of that brief surge, akin to a bird taking flight. A classic principle of physics once articulated that, upon aiming at a point, gravitational acceleration acts like an indomitable arrow, capable of penetrating all. Despite soaring high above, viewing the ground below rendered everything insignificant, like mere ants. Even the massive head of the serpent became a trivial black dot. Nonetheless, this did not deter Wu He from executing his plan. He adjusted the dial at his waist, pinching a card delicately between his index and middle fingers, allowing it to drift downwards like a feather towards the serpent's head. In quick succession, his body plummeted under the force of gravity. Below him, within a mere 5 meters, the summoning card of the meteor lance unfolded, resembling a mysterious portal. Upon crossing through this gateway, he found himself wielding the meteor lance, its shaft spinning rapidly between his hands, the tip generating a tempestuous spiral of air. Although the overwhelming torrent could not be unleashed on solid ground, the atmospheric pressure allowed for the release of an extraordinary ability in midair. The pseudo-torrent strike shattered the heavens. This earth-shattering blow transcended mere gravitational assaults. At the moment of release, the soul energy in his hands surged forth like a torrential flood. All of this transpired within 3 seconds. In the final moment, Wu He unbound the Zen seal. As he anticipated, the fiery-scaled serpent would not allow his escape. Thus the possibility of a springing counterattack loomed. He lifted his gaze slightly, revealing a gaping wound in his armor, pierced by the serpent's fangs. In that instant, the meteor lance, ensnared by a maelstrom of force, pierced forth, instantly penetrating his skull. In that very moment, his brain was obliterated, along with the beast core poised for self-detonation, reduced to mere ashes. With a grip as fierce as iron pincers, Wu He pulled the meteor spear from its sheath. And then, like a leaf caught in the wind, he descended gently from the dragon's head. It is undeniable that the sensation of plummeting from such heights rendered his feet feeling as though they were besieged by a multitude of ants, leaving them somewhat numb. A soul ring, dark as ink, slowly coalesced from the body of the flame-scaled dragon, resembling a mysterious star in the night sky. However, this soul ring did not possess the profound blackness of the deepest midnight. Wu He furrowed his brow, his mind awash with confusion. Hadn't this individual successfully transcended the tribulation? Logically, he should possess a cultivation of 40 to 50,000 years. How could his soul ring exhibit such a subtle shade of black? Douluo stepped forward, instantly perceiving Wu He's bewilderment. He gently placed a hand on Wu He's shoulder, akin to a sage guiding a wayward youth. My young friend, you ought to be content. This formidable creature had just been on the verge of self-destruction, and its entire cultivation essence had surged into its beast core like a tidal wave. Although you thwarted its self-detonation, the residual cultivation it retains is still a remarkable 20,000 years, which is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst adversity. At this moment, Wu He suddenly realized, feeling a twinge of regret within. Had he possessed a firmer resolve then, daring to meet its fierce gaze head-on, and erupted in that crucial instant, perhaps he could have thwarted its suicidal intentions. Now, however, contemplating the past is futile. The adversary has already perished, leaving no chance for a second opportunity. Wu He reluctantly removed his armor and, like a magnet, drew the black soul ring, aged over 19,000 years, to himself. Within just a few hours, the absorption was completed without the slightest hint of pain. Now, a black soul ring resembling obsidian adorned the position representing the fire element. Wu He, feeling somewhat vexed, kicked the Yinlin Jiao twice, only to be met with a crisp metallic clink. Both individuals were taken aback. And from the expressions exchanged, they discerned the implication of that sound. A free little gift equates to merely 10 cents, thus, 1,000,000 such gifts would suffice to purchase a car, while several tens of millions could secure a home. So, why not bestow a free little gift? Chapter 52, Absorption of Soul Bones. Wu He deeply understood that there exists something in this world more precious than life itself. He gazed at Douluo, his heart brimming with trepidation, unwilling to reach for that object, for he dared not probe the depths of human nature. As long as he refrained from touching it, he could pretend that nothing had transpired. Most crucially, prior to this moment, he had recounted to Douluo a method that could only alleviate Du Guyan's ailment, but could not cure it entirely. Now, the key item to realize this method had finally come into existence. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, as if he had grasped Wu Yi's intentions. In his hand, the dark green soul power resembled a blazing flame, gathering together, and then he clenched it tightly. In that fleeting moment, Wu He felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. He watched in trepidation as Douluo concentrated his soul power, closing his eyes in fear, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Enough, young man. Cease your pretense. Dong Gubo's index finger lightly tapped Wu Yi's forehead, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Wu Yi mischievously opened one eye, peering at Dong Gubo. It could be said that this was a harrowing test of human nature. Both individuals were engaged in a high-stakes gamble, with Wu Yi emerging as the ultimate victor. The Yin Lin Jiao, a fire attribute soul beast, resembled a blazing fire dragon, though it had evolved from a snake, in essence. The soul bone it produced was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for snake-type soul masters. However, the Bai Lin snake belonged to the cold and shadowy category of soul beasts. And Dong Gu Yin, being a girl, naturally embodied a more ethereal chill. Should she attempt to absorb a soul bone of the pure fire attribute, it could very well backfire, hindering her cultivation rather than enhancing it, and might even endanger her life. Wu Yi is not merely wagering on Du Gubo's vast reservoir of knowledge. Rather, he is gambling on whether Du Gubo, upon encountering such a precious soul bone, would claim it for himself and dispose of him. To speak candidly, after acquiring his third soul ring, Wu Yi experienced a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation, achieving the level of 33, a significant breakthrough for him. However, in the presence of a titled Douluo, he remains but a trifling ant. Thus, he is placing his bet, uncertain if Du Gubo would deal him a fatal blow. In the moment Du Gubo picked up the soul bone, it was as if enlightenment struck him, and he comprehended everything. Resolutely, he handed the soul bone to Wu Yi, for he had no inclination to seize the possessions of the younger generation. Old monster, are you truly not going to take it? Wu Yi asked candidly, cradling the soul bone in his palm. This was evidently no ordinary soul bone, but a genuine external soul bone. Though its age was not extensive, its worth surpassed that of any other soul bone. Du Gubo was acutely aware of its significance. The instant he grasped the soul bone, he recognized its invaluable nature. He also understood that the effects would be markedly enhanced if the soul bone and soul ring from the same soul beast were absorbed by the same individual. He was not one to act pretentiously. More importantly, his granddaughter, Yin Yin, often mentioned Wu Yi, imploring him to look after the young man. For over a decade, Du Gu Yin had never beseeched him to treat anyone with such kindness, and he himself had a penchant for nurturing talent. Most crucially, Wu Yi possessed a method that could alter the fate of his entire family. Enough with the pleasantries, absorb it quickly. With that, Du Gubo turned vigilant once more. Observing Du Gubo's demeanor, Wu Yi ceased his words, lifting the soul bone to scrutinize it closely, confirming which part of the body it corresponded to. Since ancient times, it has been said that dragons possess a reverse scale, known as the heart-protecting scale, one of the most vital scales of a dragon. In this world, when a small snake transforms into a jiaolong, a reverse scale will emerge in the heart region. As it advances to a true dragon, another reverse scale is generated. Finally, at the moment of becoming a dragon, a third reverse scale will develop on its chest. At that time, the three reverse scales will transform into the hardest and most essential dragon scales. Now, the Yin Lin Jiaolong possessed such a reverse scale. In its tragic demise, although its beast core was destroyed, a vast amount of energy was released, akin to a phoenix's rebirth, allowing this scale to transmute into an external soul bone. Since it was a soul bone formed from the heart-protecting reverse scale, it ought to be embedded in the left side of the chest, just outside the heart. Wu Yi swiftly cast aside his garments, his right hand firmly clutching the external soul bone. With meticulous care, he pressed the soul bone against his heart, then summoned all his strength to channel his soul energy. At the very moment the soul bone neared his chest, tendrils of soul energy emerged from it like fine threads, and before Wu Yi could react, they pounced upon him with the ferocity of a famished tiger. Instantly, he was beset by an excruciating pain akin to a multitude of ants gnawing at his heart. The soul bone did not merely rest upon his chest, rather, it incessantly siphoned his soul energy, burrowing into his body like an eel. The pain transcended mere surface discomfort, cascading through his muscles, sinews, and veins like an overwhelming tide. Yet, these agonies paled in comparison. Just as Wu Yi believed he had weathered the worst, the soul bone plunged deep into his heart. In that instant, he felt his heart falter, as if ensnared by an iron vice. Within that fleeting moment, Wu Yi envisioned the already departed Yin Lin Jiao, its fearsome claws tightly gripping his heart. At that juncture, Wu Yi found himself engaged in a final struggle for survival against the lingering essence of Yin Lin Jiao, a desperate act of defiance from the fallen creature. Wu Yi swiftly comprehended the predicament, recognizing that the anguish he felt was not of corporeal origin, but rather a torment emanating from the depths of his soul. The gaze of the blazing scaled serpent was solely fixated on vengeance, devoid of any semblance of spirituality. Wu He was resolute in his belief that this was an indispensable trial in the assimilation of the soul bone, engaging in a heart-stopping confrontation with the remnant spirit of the soul beast. Having reached this juncture, Wu He liberated his mind to confront it directly. With both parties ravenously devouring each other's spiritual energy, akin to famished spirits seeking rebirth, only the last one standing would emerge victorious. As he absorbed the essence of the soul bone, Wu Yi's complexion oscillated between ashen and pallid, occasionally flickering with bursts of heat, while beads of sweat, no larger than mung beans, evaporated before they could traverse his cheeks upon encountering the fiery moments. After more than 6 hours of relentless struggle, as the sky above transformed into a tapestry of twinkling stars, Wu He slowly opened his eyes. A blend of exhaustion and exhilaration filled his gaze, attesting to the successful absorption of the soul bone. It must be acknowledged that this particular soul bone exhibited extraordinary efficacy. Chapter 53, Dragonmite. Chapter 54, The Ice and Fire Duality, a hotspot for social media influencers. Upon gaining clarity about his situation, Wu Yi slowly rose to his feet with the support of Du Guyan. The valley basin, enveloped by towering mountains, resembled a bashful maiden, deeply concealed in its own shroud of mystery, possessing an innate ability to obscure itself. Coupled with Du Gubo's meticulous cultivation of a circle of highly toxic plants on its periphery, this precious land became even more enigmatic, akin to a celestial palace shrouded in mist. Gazing at the myriad of exotic flowers and herbs blanketing the mountains, Wu He felt a surge of excitement akin to that of a child, eager to uncover whether the valley truly brimmed with the ethereal flora and fauna that Tang San had described. After brushing off the dust from his attire, he galloped through the valley like an unbridled steed, filled with curiosity to explore every nook and cranny of this enchanting realm. Alas, Wu He, do not run about recklessly, Du Guyan exclaimed in panic. Most of the flora within the valley resembled hidden scorpions, harboring unknown toxins. Du Gubo relied on these poisonous celestial plants to expedite his cultivation. However, due to the unpredictable nature of most of these plants' medicinal properties, even he could only tend to them with utmost caution, refraining from reckless usage. Should Wu Yi inadvertently come into contact with a toxic flower or herb unknown to Du Gubo, the consequences might be dire, leaving even Du Gubo powerless to assist. This was why Du Guyan was so anxious. Moreover, this was her grandfather's cherished medicinal valley. Should Wu Yi carelessly harm any of the flora, no matter how many lives he possessed, it would not suffice to escape her grandfather's wrath. Yet, Wu He seemed oblivious, akin to a Na'vi child, careening through the valley, eyes darting in every direction. The variety of plants in the valley was as abundant as the stars. Yet Wu He had previously visited botanical gardens and possessed a modicum of knowledge about various species. Even though the mutated plants of this world were numerous, their medicinal properties were likely similar in certain aspects, with only slight variations or enhancements. Indeed, Wu He soon spotted lotus flowers in a small pond, which, according to the season, should have been shyly budding but were instead in full bloom, showcasing their resplendent beauty. In this pond, not only were there lotus flowers, but also lotus pods, some of which contained seeds that gleamed like polished jade, exuding a captivating luster. Witnessing this sight, Wu Yi could surmise that beneath the pond's surface, a bounty of lotus roots likely lay hidden, though he was uncertain about their quality, hoping they would be as translucent and immaculate as white jade. Upon witnessing Wu Yi standing in a trance, a glimmering droplet of saliva escaping the corner of her mouth, she momentarily pondered whether Wu Yi had succumbed to some enchanting toxin from the flora, as if enchanted by sorcery. However, as she approached Wu Yi, the latter hastily wiped her mouth with her sleeve and darted away like a startled rabbit. It was then that she beheld the ethereal spiritual plant that Wu Yi had discovered by the pond. To be candid, although she could not recall its name, she had observed this cluster of lotus flowers over the years. While undeniably exquisite, they hardly warranted such an overwhelming reaction. As Wu Yi strolled through the area, he soon arrived at the heart of the valley. This locale presented one of the most breathtaking vistas, where one side lay in a wintry chill, resembling the realm of the Snow Queen, while the other side blazed with fiery hues, akin to the abode of the god of flames. A crystal-clear spring shimmered, embodying the harmonious interplay of opposing forces, much like the yin and yang in the Taiji diagram. Indeed, it is no wonder that Tang Sen referred to this as one of the 3 great treasure troves. Wu He couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. This spring, a veritable fountain of life, exhibited two distinctly opposing attributes, which, while in conflict, also nurtured one another. At its core, the surrounding flora displayed characteristics of this dichotomy. The closer one drew to the spring, the more potent the spiritual energy became, resembling a colossal vortex of soul force that irresistibly attracted everything nearby. The plants flourished at an astonishingly accelerated rate, as if infused with a mysterious power. In the very heart of the valley, all the spiritual plants grew at tenfold their usual speed, while even those on the periphery experienced growth rates of 5 to 8 times that of normal. After Wu He leisurely traversed the medicinal valley, Douluo had already prepared fragrant tea in his enchanting abode. Observing that Wu He had not gathered any spiritual herbs or flowers, Douluo felt a flicker of curiosity. He found it hard to believe that someone capable of discerning his own ailments could lack knowledge of herbal medicine, and yet, Wu He indeed refrained from harvesting from his treasure-like garden of herbs. At that moment, Douluo was left pondering whether Wu He was simply unaware of the value before him, or possessed of a noble character. Without a care for the bewildered gaze of Douluo, Wu He boldly took a seat and began to drink from Douluo's tea as if quenching an insatiable thirst. Old monster, your medicinal garden is truly astonishing in its vastness. After wandering through it twice, I am utterly exhausted. After Wu He consumed 2 cups of tea, he feigned an appearance of utter exhaustion and spoke. Observing Wu He's wanton disregard for the precious tea brewed from century-old tea trees, Douluo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to reprimand him. At that moment, his granddaughter, panting heavily, entered the cave like a delicate flower battered by stormy weather. Grandfather, this fellow is nothing short of a monster. I simply cannot keep up with him. Douluo lamented, her expression reflecting her exhaustion. Little did she expect Wu He to move so swiftly and possess such remarkable stamina. Just as Douluo cast a look of suspicion towards Wu He fervently scribbled on a piece of paper, subsequently handing one of the sheets to himself. Douluo could not help but feel somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he first glanced at the content inscribed on the paper. Almost immediately, his expression transformed into one of astonishment as he abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming with fervor, "Young man, is what you have written truly authentic?" Wu He, lost in thought, poured himself another cup of tea and downed it in one gulp. There are only these 2 options. You may choose one for yourself. Wu He did not directly answer Douluo's question. Instead, he tossed the decision back to Douluo like a delicate embroidered ball. Douluo once again glanced at the proposal on the paper, sinking into a profound silence akin to deathly stillness. Douluo observed the 2 enigmatic individuals engaged in their riddle-like discourse, feeling utterly exasperated, as if they were oblivious to her presence. Although she was fatigued, she was not yet to the point of being unable to stand. She hastily approached and snatched the paper from Douluo's grasp to inspect it. Chapter 55, Jadeite and Bone Broth Option 1. To consume the water immortal jade bone and the mystic mushroom of heaven in intervals, akin to 2 surging torrents that would fortify her physique, nourish her tendons, replenish her bones, invigorate her limbs, and circulate her blood, as if she were striving to forge an indestructible body. This undoubtedly laid a solid foundation for the subsequent evolution of her martial soul. The benefits were apparent. Her physical strength would experience a dramatic enhancement, and her cultivation speed would ascend like a rocket. However, the drawbacks loomed ominously, as the toxins within her body would, during the invigorating process, surge throughout her system like a flood, making future detoxification an insurmountable challenge. Option 2. To simultaneously ingest the star anise ice grass and the blazing fire apricot blossom, supplemented by the waters from the ice and fire duality spring to refine her body, resembling a grand feast of ice and fire. Its advantages were nothing short of perfect: immunity to all poisons, resistance to both ice and fire, and further strengthening of her physique. Even without evolving her martial soul, she would have no cause for concern regarding the backlash of martial soul toxins. Yet, the disadvantages were equally alarming. First, the star anise ice grass, an extraordinarily rare poison, was akin to a chilling blade that could easily penetrate the heart, leading to irreversible harm with prolonged contact. Secondly, the blazing fire apricot blossom, another rare fire poison, was entirely crimson, reminiscent of raging flames, and stood in stark contrast to the ice grass. A minor misstep could result in fatal consequences. Douluo meticulously examined both options, a chill creeping down her spine. The first option appeared conservative. Yet it implied that the user must complete the evolution of their martial soul within a short period after consuming both elixirs. Otherwise, the soul master would become a mere vessel for poison. In the distant future, they would either suffer the backlash of soul toxins, wreaking havoc like a demon, or the vessel would shatter, unleashing toxic mists that would poison the land. The second option seemed more like a gamble with life and death, where fate rested upon the roll of the dice. Strangely, however, Du Guyan felt an intense intuition that this proposal was tailored specifically for her. Raising her head, their gazes locked, and time appeared to freeze at that moment. In the midst of this delicate and awkward atmosphere, Wu He broke the silence first. Du Guyan, if given the choice, what would you decide? Before Wu He could finish his words, he was seized by Du Gu Bo, who, like a child handling a chick, grasped him by the collar and flung him out of the cave dwelling. Wu He rubbed his posterior, which was on the verge of being split into 4 parts, casting a resentful glance over his shoulder. After a considerable time had passed, Du Gu Bo and Du Guyan slowly emerged from their cave, both pondering that Wu He was likely hiding in some corner, weeping softly. However, little did they know, Wu He had already carved out his own path, finding a vacant space to commence brewing his soup. If one were to inquire about the nature of this concoction, it would be the exquisite jade-like broth simmered with a millennium-old red pig bone. The slightly opaque broth resembled a delicate veil, floating with a hint of oil, while the air was suffused with a rich aroma, akin to an invisible hand gently beckoning the diner's appetites. Wu He sprinkled a delicate touch of fine salt into the broth, gently stirring it with a ladle, his movements akin to the creation of a magnificent masterpiece. He then carefully scooped a small half-bowl, savoring a sip with utmost caution. Marvelous! Du Gu Bo gazed upon the chaotic scene that lay before him. Although the soul beast had been meticulously dismembered by Wu He, reminiscent of an artistic virtuoso, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure, a unique flame of rage burned within Du Gu Bo's heart. What have you done to my medicinal garden, you rascal? Wu He turned upon hearing a sound, and saw that both individuals had emerged. Observing the expression on Du Guyan's face, it was evident that Du Gu Bo had disclosed everything to her. As for the specifics of his narration, Wu He deemed it inappropriate to speculate. Noticing the irate Du Gu Bo, Wu He instinctively prepared a large bowl of jade-green delicacy, braised red pig bone, and respectfully presented it to Du Gu Bo. Rest assured, old monster, I am not one to indulge selfishly. Look, I have saved a portion just for you. With a mischievous grin adorning his face, Wu He elicited a strong desire in Du Gu Bo to hurl the bowl in his grasp against the wall. Had it not been for the roots of some celestial herb nestled within the bowl, he might have already unleashed his martial spirit. After serving Du Gu Bo a bowl, he proceeded to fill another for Du Guyan. Noticing that Du Gu Bo remained silent, Wu He pondered whether he lacked chopsticks, thus rendering him unable to partake in the meal. Consequently, like a gust of wind, he darted towards a bamboo grove, effortlessly snapping a few slender stalks from the delicate ice crystal emerald bamboo, as if they were mere twigs, and handed them to the pair, casually remarking, "Given the limited environment, let us make do with what we have." Holding the rudimentary bamboo chopsticks, Du Guyan murmured to herself, "Given the limited environment, let us make do." Yet, glancing at her grandfather's countenance, which appeared so grim it seemed capable of dripping water, she hesitated to eat. How could she force anything down? Although the bamboo was not a rare celestial herb, it was a treasure that her grandfather had tenderly nurtured within the valley. To use it as chopsticks was akin to striking at Du Gu Bo's most sensitive spot. The very phrase "let us make do" shattered Wu He's bowl in Du Gu Bo's mind, as his fury simmered. Upon seeing the bowl, a jolt of realization struck Du Gu Bo. Was this not the Millennium Ice Crystal from his Ice and Fire dual eyes? This Millennium Ice Crystal was exceedingly resilient. How had this young man managed to fashion it into a bowl? Despite his anger, Du Gu Bo was not one to harbor pettiness. He needed to ascertain the contents of the bowl. He could not risk swallowing something poisonous, especially if it was of the kind that he could not remedy himself. Such a fate would be dire. "Young man," he inquired, "what precisely is this exquisite emerald jade? I have yet to encounter it in my medicinal garden." Upon hearing the question, Wu He turned around, his mouth currently occupied, reminiscent of a hamster nibbling on a morsel. After chewing for a considerable time, he swallowed and remarked, "The wild boar cannot digest fine chaff." Wu He wore a face of disdain, as if to say, "In a pond brimming with treasures, you cannot even partake. The item you speak of is none other than the root of the water palace fairy found in your local pond." This wondrous entity is replete with benefits, alas. You lack the knowledge to savor its delights. The flower, known as the Water Palace Fairy, possesses petals akin to celestial nectar, which, when consumed, can ward off the malevolent spirits that plague one's cultivation. In the face of hallucinogenic toxins, it serves as a remarkable antidote. Its fluffy core resembles a miraculous elixir, and when used for medicinal baths, it bestows extraordinary benefits, particularly for someone of your less than astute intellect, fortifying the body and enhancing memory. The jade-like pearls often number 39, each resembling a powerful tonic with the ability to strengthen bones. However, among every three, two conceal deadly poison. Its root, which is the jade-like delicacy in your bowl, can elevate one's comprehension and nourish the body. Most importantly, it boasts a sweet flavor, and when stewed with bone, the taste is simply beyond compare. As Wu He spoke, he seized a large piece and savored it with great delight. Observing Wu He's mischievous expression, Du Guyan's face darkened. She had anticipated that Du Gubo would be filled with righteous fury. Yet, to her surprise, in the blink of an eye, Du Gubo had joined Wu He by the great cauldron, indulging in the feast with equal fervor. Chapter 56. Body Refinement. The three of them devoured the jade-like delicacies in their bowls with the voracity of hungry tigers, leaving the once bountiful cauldron empty. Each of them appeared to be left wanting, gazing at the now barren vessel. The effects of the exquisite jade delicacies were remarkably gentle, akin to a babbling brook softly cleansing the impurities of the body. Simultaneously, their minds cleared as if clouds had parted, leading to a significant enhancement in both contemplation and cultivation. Wu Yi, you mentioned that if I choose the second option, how shall I withstand the intensity of the fiery, delicate ground fire? Du Guyan posed her most pressing concern, for her martial spirit was a cold, shadowy serpent. Although she too wielded poison, the fiery toxins were in direct opposition to her chilling attributes. A single misstep could lead her astray. This was a question that had occupied Du Gubo's thoughts for the longest time. Wu Yi waved his hand lightly and remarked, "This is merely a trivial matter. First, you must consume the 8-pointed ice grass. Its frosty venom will swiftly envelop your entire body like a tempest. However, your martial spirit should possess a certain resistance to the cold toxin." Du Guyan nodded slightly, and then she heard Wu Yi continue. "Before the cold toxin invades your heart and lungs, you must immediately swallow the fiery apricot blossom. In this manner, these two celestial herbs will counterbalance each other, akin to the yin and yang of ice and fire, thus entering a delicate state of refinement." Wu He gestured animatedly while presenting a vivid metaphor. Yet he swiftly raised a finger and solemnly remarked, "However, there is one crucial point that requires special attention. After consuming these two magical herbs, your body will endure the relentless torment of fire's searing heat and ice's biting frost, a suffering akin to a myriad of ants gnawing at one's very soul." Wu Yi tightly grasped his own neck, his expression transforming into a grotesque and terrifying visage. However, before that, one only needed to consume the two mystical herbs to evade the perils of the ice and fire two-element eye. Even if one were to leap into its depths to swim freely, they would emerge unscathed, achieving perfect refinement. After listening to Wu He's explanation, Du Guyan expressed her lack of doubts. If given a choice, she would undoubtedly opt for the more effective second option. In truth, Wu He's eloquence stemmed from the successful case of Tang, sand in the original narrative. Yet, internally, Wu He's heart churned like tumultuous waves, far from tranquil. Nevertheless, since Du Guyan had made her choice, he was determined to give his all. He whispered a few words into Du Gubo's ear, who nodded slightly before departing the medicinal valley. "Where is my grandfather heading?" Du Guyan pondered with curiosity, unaware of the conversation Wu He had with her grandfather that led him to leave them behind in such confidence. The two tidied up the dishes, discarding the excess items into the ice and fire two-element eye. The searing red pool resembled a voracious beast, gradually consuming and melting everything cast into its depths. Witnessing this sight, Du Guyan felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, the roaring flames of the pool were indeed fearsome. Before long, Du Gubo returned, accompanied by Dean Sun and Yi Lingling. At this moment, Dean Sun had reached level 63 and had just acquired his 6th soul ring, while even Yi Lingling had obtained her 3rd soul ring, becoming a level 32 soul master. The reason for bringing them along was largely due to Wu He's astute decision. Among those he knew, they were the most formidable healing soul masters, akin to two resplendent stars illuminating the heavens of the soul master realm. Crucially, Du Guyan was about to enter the ice and fire two-element eye for body refinement. Even though Douluo was her grandfather, it would be inappropriate for him to assist her upon her return from the swim. Yet, Wu Yi was not one to act impulsively. At this moment, Douluo, adhering to Wu Yi's teachings, skillfully maneuvered two small blades with his soul power. One forged from pure iron, resembling a colossal steel dragon, and the other crafted from pure jade, akin to a resplendent white phoenix. Both blades simultaneously launched an assault on two celestial-grade spiritual herbs. In the very instant the herbs were harvested, they erupted with an intensity akin to a volcanic eruption, unleashing extreme flames and frigid ice that clashed violently, generating powerful aftershocks like surging waves. All present braced themselves, thus mitigating the impact. Douluo inhaled deeply, gracefully descending like an ethereal fairy to perch upon the cliff directly above the eye of ice and fire. In her left hand, she held the blazing fire apricot blossom, reminiscent of flickering flames, while her right cradled the octagonal mysterious ice grass, sparkling like glistening frost. She skillfully utilized the contrasting temperatures of the left cold and right heat within the vicinity to aid her consumption. At this juncture, each person diligently performed their roles. Dinsen unleashed his world tree martial soul, enveloping Douluo with a powerful soul technique that flowed into her being like a gentle spring breeze. His protective soul skill shielded all her bloodlines and, most critically, her heart vein, forming an impregnable barrier akin to a steadfast fortress, preventing any unforeseen mishaps. Yi Lingling also activated her solitary healing soul technique, the 9-star begonia, which radiated brilliance like a dazzling pearl. Channeling all the soul power from her 3 soul rings, it surged forth like a torrential flood, ever ready to assist Douluo with healing. According to Wu Yi's guidance, Douluo first placed the octagonal mysterious ice grass into her mouth. In an instant, a formidable and domineering cold current, akin to a fierce beast, surged into her body with breathtaking speed. The cold swept through her veins, bones, and muscles with the force of an avalanche. Within mere seconds, her face became encrusted with frost, her lips and teeth quivering uncontrollably as if frozen by a biting wind. At this moment, she understood that she could not afford to pause. To do so would mean either death or grievous injury. Subsequently, she retrieved the fire apricot blossom and, following Wu Yi's instructions, carefully consumed it. Instantly, a tempestuous wave of fiery soul power surged forth like an inferno, rapidly dispelling the frost that clung to her. However, as the frost receded, the fierce flames swiftly engulfed her entire being like a raging wildfire. The clash of ice and fire unfolded within Douluo, wisps of white smoke rising from her form, a visible manifestation of the tumultuous battle waging within. Had it not been for Dinsen's timely protection of her heart vein, she might have succumbed to the overwhelming dual toxicity. Consequently, Douluo's face oscillated between frostbitten pallor and a sun-scorched hue, invoking an unsettling sense of dread. Fortunately, prior to absorbing the 2 types of spiritual herbs, she had consumed a considerable amount of the exquisite jade linglong. At this moment, although Douluo could not fully harness the energies of these 2 forces, her heightened understanding from the jade linglong indeed enabled her to preliminarily manage the flow of these unique soul powers within her body. Chapter 57. The Nine-Headed Dragon Serpent Beast. Chapter 58. Subsequent plans. Despite the expectation that the Nine-Headed Dragon Serpent Beast would soon enter a new molting phase in the coming years, its lair remained shrouded in mystery, hidden from the knowledge of the masses. Consequently, Douluo acted decisively, activating his extensive network to gather pertinent information while also consulting Wu Yi on the possibility of an alternative plan. Regardless of other considerations, the soul beast mentioned by Wu Yi was merely a mysterious entity recorded in obscure historical texts, its existence uncertain. Should this soul beast have already fallen victim to malevolent forces, leaving no progeny behind, then Wu Yi's alternative plan would be of paramount importance. However, without hesitation, Wu Yi affirmed that the 9-headed dragon serpent beast was indeed the most ideal solution. The loss of this soul beast would severely diminish the efficacy of seeking other soul beasts as materials for the ascension of martial souls. In truth, Wu Yi felt a profound uncertainty. He had stumbled upon references to this soul beast in the college library. His vivid recollection stemmed primarily from the striking resemblance of this soul beast to the Xiang Lu from the world he had traversed before. Moreover, he had been an avid enthusiast of fantastical novels and films, where it seemed every realm housed such colossal creatures with 8 or 9 heads. Much like the legendary Yamada no Orochi, a great serpent possessing 8 heads. When inquired about alternative options, The first image that surfaced in Wu He's mind was that of the nine-headed bat lurking beneath the city of slaughter. Alas, that creature had already become one with Tang Chun, exhibiting an almost demigod level of power. Capturing it would likely prove more arduous than hunting the nine-headed dragon serpent beast itself. However, these are not the pressing matters that Wu He ought to contemplate at present. After resolving the formidable challenge of refining and detoxifying Du Guyan's body, he should have accompanied Dean Sun back to the academy. Yet, Wu He was unprepared for the astonishing results that his chosen method of body refinement would yield for Du Guyan. Initially, he merely intended to utilize a few rare celestial herbs to forge a relatively robust physique for her, believing that with such a foundation, she could undergo soul evolution, thereby avoiding the risk of bodily detonation from absorbing excessively potent spirit rings. To his surprise, her martial soul was remarkably unique after assimilating the two rare herbs. Her body refinement results were incomparably superior to Tang San's. In the original narrative, Tang San achieved dual immunity to ice and fire, alongside an invulnerability to all toxins. However, given that Du Guyan's martial soul is inherently poison-based, the effect of becoming immune to all toxins was utterly unattainable for her. Consequently, her body underwent peculiar transformations. The foundational dual immunity to ice and fire remained intact, but due to the distinct nature of her martial soul, all poisonous substances would be absorbed the moment they interacted with her newfound immunity. With a requisite period of refinement, these toxins could be transformed into treasures of her own. Nevertheless, a point remained consistent with Wu He's initial estimations. Her body had seemingly morphed into a vessel of poison. As her physical fortitude soared, her capacity to store toxins also increased significantly, albeit with a finite limit. Should that limit ever be surpassed, Du Guyan would inevitably become a walking reservoir of toxic gas. The original solution was to halt her cultivation of soul power and swiftly locate a suitable spirit beast for her soul evolution, thereby augmenting her body's toxin storage capacity while simultaneously enhancing her poison-based attacks with additional techniques. Yet, the current dilemma was that Du Guyan realized that her toxin storage capacity would also escalate with the rise of her soul power, seemingly contingent upon her soul power's level. Moreover, if her soul power stagnated, the toxins within her body would begin to erode her soul power, ultimately leading to a day when she could no longer contain them. This situation starkly contradicted Wu He's initial conjectures, prompting Du Guyan to seek his guidance on the appropriate spirit beast for her third soul ring. This truly left Wu He perplexed. His previous strategies were largely predicated on his general understanding of the circumstances, and the advice he offered others was woven with his own insights. While most could be substantiated within the realm's knowledge, deviations were inevitable. Nevertheless, her sudden ability to cultivate was an unexpected turn of events for Wu He. And now that the issue had come to light, it must be addressed. After much contemplation, Wu He approached Dean Sun and Du Gubo to request some literature regarding soul beasts. Subsequently, he immersed himself in research at Du Gubo's medicinal valley for several days, ultimately arriving at a series of promising directions. Considering the likelihood of failing to locate the nine-headed dragon serpent beast, he devised an alternative hunting route for the continued development of Du Guyan. Among the beasts, one particular soul beast was pivotal to this direction. However, those matters could be addressed later. At present, the most pressing concern remained the determination of the type of soul beast that should constitute Du Guyan's third soul ring. Wu He sketched the general outline of a soul beast on a blank sheet of paper. Due to the incomplete nature of the books provided by Dean Sun and Du Gubo, many pages contained only an illustration of the soul beast, accompanied by a brief description of its characteristics, with some even lacking names entirely. This left Wu He unable to ascertain the true names of certain soul beasts, forcing him to merely replicate the images. Upon examining the drawing, Du Gubo suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this the mirror shadow venomous python?" This soul beast is most notably characterized by its body, which resembles crystal in its transparent brilliance, yet its venom is colorless and tasteless. Its most distinctive feature is that the toxins are released in a mist form from its tail. When its prey inhales this venom, they are plunged into a hallucinatory state, experiencing various illusions, ultimately succumbing to a tragic demise in the abyss of despair that these illusions conjure. Typically, this soul beast is solitary. Although not particularly rare among serpentine species, it poses a significant danger when hunted. There are two reasons why Wu He chose the spirit beast. Firstly, Douluo Yin has consistently presented herself as a control-type spirit master. Thus, the spirit abilities possessed by this beast are likely to include illusions, which can extend the duration of control. Secondly, based on the first reason, once she unleashes an illusion, Douluo Yin's physical resilience would be akin to an impenetrable fortress, comparable to that of certain powerful assault-type spirit masters of similar rank. However, there exists an additional reason that Wu Hei has not articulated. He yearns to discover the wondrous chemical reactions that would occur when fire poison, cold poison, and illusion poison converge. Chapter 59. The illusory poison python. Having determined their target, the group set forth without delay towards the habitat of the illusory poison python. Naturally, they did not include Yilingling in their ranks, as her cultivation was far too insufficient. Bringing her along would merely slow their progress and require additional effort to care for her. In truth, Douluo Bo alone was more than capable of capturing the spirit beast, to the extent that he could effortlessly subdue it, allowing Douluo Yin to smoothly absorb the spirit ring. Nonetheless, the reason for the collective expedition was due to several formidable challenges posed by the spirit beast. Firstly, the beast's body shimmered like crystal, blending seamlessly with its surroundings when motionless, achieving an almost cloaking effect. Secondly, should it enter a dormant state, even a spirit master of title Douluo rank would find it exceedingly difficult to detect its presence from within a 10-meter radius, as its aura is even fainter than that of ordinary serpents. Furthermore, this spirit beast is not carnivorous, although it is a venomous python. Its venom is primarily intended for incapacitating or intimidating adversaries stronger than itself. Due to its timid nature, a slight misstep could easily frighten it to death. Once the spirit beast succumbs to fright, the resulting spirit ring becomes unattainable for absorption. Thus, this is also why Douluo Bo refrained from personally capturing the spirit beast. The decision to involve the entire group was primarily driven by the notion that greater numbers yield greater strength, facilitating a swifter search. Although this soul beast is not a rare species, locating them is indeed akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon realizing this characteristic of the soul beast, Wu could not help but feel a twinge of doubt, apprehensive that his evaluation might once again be flawed. If that were the case, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. For no titled Douluo would wish for their descendants to be treated as mere subjects of experimentation. A solitary misjudgment might be forgiven, yet if errors were to occur repeatedly, it would inevitably raise suspicions of ulterior motives. Under the guidance of Douluo Bo, the group swiftly arrived at the territory of the Mirror Shadow Illusion Poison Python. Given that each of these soul beasts experiences an exponential increase in appetite once they reach a millennium in cultivation, it is nearly impossible to find one without traversing half a mountain. Their territorial instincts are remarkably strong, stemming from a primal fear of being deprived of sustenance by their kind. Gazing upon the lush expanse, resembling a verdant ocean, Wu was astonished to discover that the mountains were teeming with snake berries, and notably, these were the non-toxic, edible variety. These snake berries were considerably larger than those he had encountered prior to his journey, each nearly the size of a Chilean melon. Furthermore, each berry was plump and round, akin to finely crafted works of art, as though they had been tenderly cultivated by skilled hands. Unable to contain his excitement, Wu reached out and plucked a ripe snake berry, cautiously placing it in his mouth and savoring a gentle bite. The succulent berry burst forth with juice, reminiscent of a spring's flow, sweet and delectable, imparting an exquisite sense of fulfillment. After devouring the fruit in just a few bites, he still felt an insatiable yearning. In that moment, Wu experienced a twinge of guilt, furtively glancing around to ensure no one noticed his indulgence, while the others remained engrossed in their search for soul beasts, oblivious to his actions. He then discovered another fully ripened fruit among the myriad of snake berries. This one significantly larger than the last, a dazzling crimson hue akin to a precious gemstone, undeniably tempting. However, the fruit was situated rather high, and at under 1.60 meters, reaching it posed a challenge. Fortunately, a smooth boulder nearby provided a perfect stepping point, allowing him to grasp the fruit with ease. After successfully plucking it, he settled contentedly on the stone, preparing to relish the moment. Just then, a small snake tongue darted before Wu Hei's eyes like a flash of lightning. Wu Hei was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that only after a full 2 seconds did he awaken from his stupor. Suddenly jolted, he barely had time to react before he soared into the air like a kite, with its strings severed. Alas, must fortune be so unkind? Wu Hei was seized by an overwhelming terror, and he began to scream at the top of his lungs. Although this serpent was not a carnivorous soul beast and typically subsisted on berries, it did not imply a complete disinterest in flesh. Occasionally, a rodent-like soul beast might appear. And when the mood struck, it would indulge in a meaty feast. At this moment, the mirror shadow illusion poison python, which had been lost in slumber, was abruptly awakened, likely due to Wu Hei snatching away the precious fruit it held dear, regardless of who it might be. When one's most cherished food is suddenly seized at the moment it is to be savored, feelings of rage are inevitable. What made matters worse was that Wu Hei was audaciously standing atop its head, brazenly plucking the fruit that the creature cherished above all else. Upon hearing Wu Hei's urgent call, the others were instantly jolted back to reality, realizing that he had discovered the soul beast. However, they were perplexed as to why the typically timid and docile giant python had been provoked by Wu Hei. The trio observed a cloud of dust billowing across the mountains, racing towards them at a breakneck speed. In no time, they caught sight of Wu Hei leading the charge, closely pursued by the mirror shadow venomous python, which was now exhibiting a fiery hue. Its once translucent, crystal-like body was now ablaze with a vivid red. "Stop chasing me. It was merely a fruit," Wu Hei seemed to shout, but the swirling dust rendered his words inaudible. At that moment, he tossed the fruit into the air, causing the giant python to divert its gaze. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hei escaped the perilous chase, while the fruit traced a graceful parabolic arc, landing securely in the hands of Du Guyan. The crimson serpent became even more enraged upon spotting Du Guyan and her companions, who appeared as insignificant as mice in its eyes, daring to provoke it repeatedly. The beast's fury was palpable. It seemed to think, "Do you believe I am a mere sickly serpent?" As the mirror shadow venomous python opened its cavernous jaws, preparing to unleash a terrifying hiss, Du Gubo and Deanson exchanged a knowing glance. In an instant, Du Gubo swung his fist with the force of a hammer, striking the python squarely on its massive head. The serpent was rendered unconscious in an instant, unable even to release its venom or comprehend the threat before it collapsed to the ground like a lifeless mass. Wu Hei, filled with curiosity, pondered why the seemingly formidable punch of Du Gubo did not annihilate the serpent. Suddenly, he beheld the glimmering green light emanating from the hands of Deanson, and an epiphany struck him. As the colossal serpent lay prostrate, Du Guyan, akin to a seasoned hunter, drew forth her dagger, poised to deliver the fatal blow. At that moment, a stone hurtled through the air like a meteor, striking the dagger from Du Guyan's grasp. A thunderous shout reverberated through the air. Wait. Chapter 60. The Boy with Issues. Chapter 61. The Escape. Firstly, what you see is not a boy, but rather a young lady. Secondly, that soul beast is not his domesticated creature. He is merely a charlatan, Wu Hei succinctly remarked. However, at that moment, Du Guyan found herself enveloped in a haze, her mouth agape in astonishment, her face a canvas of bewilderment. Let us first address the matter of his lack of a soul beast. The moment this individual appeared, he swiftly disarmed you, deftly diverting our attention and seizing the opportunity to abscond with the soul beast. Wu Hei resembles a shrewd detective, meticulously analyzing the entire incident. However, one cannot help but ponder how such a diminutive soul master managed to relocate a colossal soul beast. Could it be that he is indeed a close confidant of that soul beast, which willingly chose to depart with him? Yet, that soul beast was clearly rendered unconscious by your grandfather. At this juncture, Du Guyan began to experience a fleeting sense of enlightenment. Judging by the fluctuations in soul power, the individual before her could hardly exceed the rank of a great soul master, at best reaching the pinnacle of level 30. Still lacking a soul ring. From the soul technique he had just demonstrated, it appears he possesses another simulated soul skill. The two complement each other, enabling the transformation into such a massive soul beast. All of this hinges on the range of his attacks. If he were truly capable of summoning such a gigantic soul beast, each of his strikes ought to be utterly devastating. Yet, upon closer inspection, one finds that all his attacks are bound by distance. Why, then, is there such a limitation? As Wu Hei deftly evaded attacks, he calmly analyzed the situation. The reason was not particularly complex. His true form was not as colossal as it appeared. From his earlier descriptions of his martial soul and first soul skill, it seemed he possessed the ability to glimpse another's fleeting memories, subsequently transforming himself based on those recollections. The mirror shadow poison python had been rendered unconscious by a single blow from his grandfather, and in that brief moment, the creature's mind likely conjured the image of its own mother, allowing the individual to metamorphose into the mirror shadow poison python and attain such a formidable size. The crux lay in his other soul skill, which presumably enabled him to exist as a third party within another sea of consciousness. Coupled with the passive nature of his martial soul, he could also compare his own size within a memory to that of a specific individual, thus producing a unique visualization effect. One soul skill birthed a tangible shadow, while the other engendered a physical transformation. Together, they would undoubtedly yield a significant combat effect. However, for a battle-hardened warrior, a modicum of vigilance would suffice to mitigate any substantial concerns. Much like when Douluo unleashed his martial soul's true form. The azure phosphor snake king beneath him appeared even larger than the assailant. It was only after a fierce engagement that the opponent realized Douluo was a title Douluo, prompting a flicker of regret for having inadvertently drawn such a formidable adversary. Initially, he had sought a suitable soul beast, and upon encountering the mirror shadow poison python, he was eager to absorb its soul ring, which would undoubtedly elevate his soul skills to a terrifying level. As Wu He had articulated, the passive aspect of his martial soul allowed for the visualization of creatures based on others' memories, which could either merge with him for transformation or manifest as a distinct shadow. Yet, once these two entities became one, ordinary soul masters below the rank of Soul King would dare not underestimate him. Most individuals would instinctively feel fear when confronted with a soul beast, leading many to abandon any thoughts of resistance. Capitalizing on this, he relied on such tactics to navigate the soul beast forest. However, today was different. He sought the mirror shadow poison python for himself. Yet, his misfortune was palpable, as he found himself up against a title Douluo with astonishing mental prowess and the cunning of Wu He, whose deceitful narrative resembled a tattered cloth riddled with holes. Merely a slight tug would unveil countless flaws. Once the situation was clarified, there was no way the soul beast would be entrusted to him. Having grasped the essence of the circumstances, Douluo resolutely seized her dagger and approached the mirror shadow poison python without hesitation. In a flash, her dagger pierced the serpent's head, and in that instant, the soul power within the creature began to coalesce, forming a violet soul ring. With a gentle wave of his hand, Douluo summoned his soul ring, which obediently descended upon him like a well-behaved child. The woman disguised as a man, witnessing this scene, yearned to intervene but found herself utterly powerless. For she was no match for a title Douluo. All she could muster was a spiteful remark, "You are indeed ruthless," before vanishing once more into thin air. She exploited the phantasmal nature of the mirage venom python, disappearing like a specter. Yet, to Douluo, her disappearance resembled nothing more than a child's trick. Devoid of any distinction, with sufficiently potent mental fortitude, any soul beast of any hue could be easily discerned, let alone a soul master lacking a complete skill set. Not far into her retreat, she encountered her parents. Her mother, a noble woman adorned with golden gloves that seemed to symbolize her honor, stood beside her father, a tree planter whose silver gloves resembled those of a guardian of the forest. Both had reached the realm of Soul Douluo, yet in recent years, they discovered that attaining the esteemed title Douluo was an endeavor fraught with unimaginable difficulty. Their daughter, having inherited their martial souls, represented both a transcendence and an anomaly in many respects. The martial souls of her parents were the most ordinary of weapon souls, and their ascension to the level of Soul Douluo was entirely reliant on their extraordinary fortune. Once, one had been the king of gamblers, commanding storms in the gaming halls. The other had been a noble thief, robbing the wealthy to aid the impoverished. For reasons unknown, they shared a profound connection, together birthing this remarkable young woman. The girl's soul skills shone like the brilliant stars in the night sky, leaning towards mental and transformation types. Her abilities resembled a sharp blade, capable of piercing deep into the souls of others, even transforming into the very person or object that invoked their deepest fears in an instant, while also materializing the ephemeral phantoms of imagination. However, her soul skills bore conspicuous flaws. Firstly, prior to unleashing her abilities, she had to establish contact with her opponent's head. Secondly, the more formidable the imagined person or object, the greater the soul power consumed, thus extending the duration of her transformation. This elucidates why, upon her initial attempt to intimidate Wu He and others with the colossal visage, a mere strike caused her to forfeit her materialized state. Her fascination with that soul beast stemmed from her yearning to acquire the enchanting effect of its translucent crystal form. Thus, she could stealthily approach her opponent's mind like a phantom, enabling her to unleash her soul skills with greater finesse. Chapter 62. The arrival of the flame dragon armor in the absence of distractions. Douluo Yin could finally absorb her soul ring in peace. Although Douluo Yin was indeed an extraordinary talent, progressing rapidly in her cultivation, the risks associated with absorbing a soul ring were equal for everyone. The agony endured was universally felt. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and after more than 4 hours of vigilant guarding, Douluo Yin's soul power fluctuations finally stabilized. After another hour, she opened her eyes. "Grandfather, I have finally become a soul master," Douluo Yin exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she called out to Douluo. Douluo looked at her with fondness, sensing the wave of soul power emanating from her, and gently stroked her head, saying, "Excellent. You have reached level 34. Indeed, ordinary soul masters became nearly transparent in comparison to a titled Douluo. In an instant, Douluo discerned her level without fail. However, being a grandfather and granddaughter, understanding her level did not incite the envy of others. "Yin Yin, why not demonstrate your new soul skill?" Upon hearing this, Douluo Yin nodded slightly, and a phosphorescent serpent with a translucent crystal appearance materialized behind her. Noticing the change in her phosphorescent serpent without any signs of evolution, Wu He felt an immense sense of relief, inwardly grateful that it was not far from what he had anticipated. Douluo Yin looked around, realizing there was nothing available to serve as a catalyst for her soul skill, leaving her momentarily at a loss. "Young one, have you not also just acquired your third soul ring? Why not spar right here?" Douluo remarked with a mischievous grin, observing Douluo Yin's predicament. "That might not be appropriate." With a face full of embarrassment, Wu He forced a smile, unwilling to become a target, and certainly not wishing to bully Douluo Yin. After all, regardless of the years he had accumulated in soul rings or his current status as a soul master, his soul skills would inevitably yield the prowess of a soul king, evoking a sense of overwhelming superiority over Douluo Yin. Naturally, Douluo Yin was well aware of Wu He's soul skills, which could transform him in an instant into a competent soul king, showcasing strength, speed, and weaponry that were all on par with a soul king's capabilities. However, she brimmed with confidence in her newly acquired soul skills, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she gazed at the helpless Wu He. No matter, she considered it merely an opportunity to practice her skills. Upon hearing the words of the true master, Wu He found himself unable to decline, for he too harbored a desire to test the efficacy of his third suit of armor. The pair soon discovered a small clearing, where the unparalleled soul power of Douluo swiftly eradicated the surrounding trees, transforming the area into a circular arena with a radius of 25 meters. As they ascended the platform, they exchanged respectful gestures, and without hesitation, Douluo Yin launched the first offensive, summoning her martial spirit, a 34th level control-type soul spirit, the Azure Phosphor Snake. Since joining the Tiando Academy, Douluo Yin had engaged in studies alongside Mi-Er and others, and within a mere week, she had successfully corrected the habit of calling out the names of her soul skills before unleashing them. Now, within the core circle of the Wu He team, all members executed their soul skills in utter silence, achieving an almost effortless instantaneous release. In truth, this apparent immediacy stemmed from the elimination of the preliminary step of vocalizing the skill names, as they had already stored energy or guided their abilities beforehand, creating the illusion of instantaneous release. Had it not been for Wu He's multiple encounters with Douluo Yin, where he had learned the effects of her soul skills, he might have unwittingly fallen prey to her tactics. As he beheld the swirling poison mist approaching him, Wu He made a swift decision to create distance. Meanwhile, his movements remained unceasing. A summoner, radiant as flames, resembling a brilliant gem, materialized in his hand. Wu He gazed at the familiar texture, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The fiery red focal point, empowered by the Millennium Soul Ring, resembled a spark ignited into a blazing crimson crystal. Sunlight streamed through the gem, emanating an intense heat that seemed capable of scalding one's hand. At this extraordinary moment, Wu He did not indulge in frivolous antics. His movements were decisive and resolute, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. With remarkable swiftness, he inserted the crystal into the summoning device, then executed a motion akin to a classic cinematic scene, delivering 2 powerful punches towards the sky, accompanied by a thunderous declaration, "Flame Dragon Armor. Merge." His voice resonated like a clap of thunder, followed by a piercing dragon's roar that surged forth from the summoning device like a torrential flood. Gradually, the onlookers beheld a crimson divine dragon, resembling an ethereal ribbon, coiling around Wu He's waist to form a fiery belt. Subsequently, a beam of light, radiant as the sun, cascaded from the heavens, enveloping Wu He like a golden waterfall. In an instant, a suit of brilliant crimson armor, akin to an opulent battle garb, enveloped his form. Simultaneously, the protective heart mirror fused with his soul bone, resembling a phoenix poised for flight. Manifested as a piece of armor affixed atop the flame dragon armor, the yellow crystal that once adorned his chest now shimmered with enchanting allure. Transformed by some arcane magic into a red-purple gemstone, exuding a mysterious and captivating glow. An overwhelming dragon might erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. His presence towering as if he were a majestic mountain, yet profound like the depths of the ocean, instilling an awe-inspiring sense of dread. Upon the completion of the fusion, a tide of confidence surged within him, and he acutely sensed that, although his power still resided at the level of a soul king, it was now infinitely close to the later stages of that realm. He felt as if he could unleash a formidable battle prowess equivalent to level 56-57, akin to an indomitable sword. However, at that moment, he caught sight of Douluo Yin, who was covering her mouth in stifling laughter, before she vanished like smoke into the poisonous mist. In the blink of an eye, Wu He felt the poison enveloping him thicken, akin to viscous ink, intensifying several-fold. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find himself ensnared within a dense shroud of toxic fog. This bewildering sensation was unprecedented for Wu He. He had never anticipated that Douluo Yin's ability to spread the poison would be so swift, catching him completely off guard. In reality, Douluo Yin had dispelled the effects of the conventional poison mist, yet Wu He remained armored and stationary, frantically scanning his surroundings, evoking an overwhelming sense of darkness. Chapter 63. Illusory Toxin. Chapter 64. Mi-Er's disappearance. The group meticulously packed their belongings in Douluo Bo's medicinal valley, for their time spent accompanying him had grown lengthy, and it was now time to return to the academy. Douluo Bo had pressing matters to attend to. Thus Wu He and Douluo Yin had no choice but to follow Dean Sin as they embarked on their journey home. The road was long, seemingly endless, and after 2 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived. The journey was fraught with jostling, nearly disassembling Wu He along the way. In his heart, Wu He pondered that if he found the leisure, he would undoubtedly seek to improve this mode of transportation. At that moment, he recalled a peculiar continent beyond a certain sea, where civilization had taken the path of technology due to the mediocrity of its people. However, they possessed extraordinary talents in both technology and alchemy. Should an opportunity arise to visit, it might yield unexpected delights. Upon returning to the academy, Wu He could hardly wait to sink into the embrace of his soft bed for a rejuvenating slumber. Yet, before he could reach his dormitory, he was met with distressing news. During his absence, Mi-Er had undertaken a task for the academy, yet had failed to return 3 days past the deadline. As she was a prodigy of the institution, the academy had dispatched teachers of soul master rank and above to search for her. Alas, after 3 days of following the task's route, they had found naught, and Mi-Er was now classified as missing. This news struck Wu He like a bolt from the blue. In the original narrative, there was no mention of this girl, her existence a consequence of his own butterfly effect, which had birthed such a talent. He couldn't help but wonder if the laws of fate in this world possessed a self-repairing capability, forcibly erasing her from existence. Typically dismissive of theology, Wu He found it hard to believe in such absurdity. Something extraordinary must have transpired to account for Mi-Er's disappearance. Physically and emotionally drained, he made his way to the task reception area of the Intermediate Academy to review the task Mi-Er had accepted. In every established academy, once students crossed the threshold into intermediate levels, they were primarily focused on breaking through to level 20, eagerly anticipating the day when they could spread their wings like fledgling birds. As soul masters ascended to levels 20 or 30, it was akin to finding a sturdy umbrella amidst a tempest, granting them a semblance of self-preservation. However, in this vast world, not every soul master could ascend to the realms of soul sect or soul king as easily as climbing a ladder. Most found themselves halted at the soul venerable stage, confronted by an insurmountable barrier. To ensure society operated like a finely tuned machine, intermediate academies bore the sacred duty of providing students with practical opportunities. Completing these internships was akin to receiving a key to the treasures of life, allowing them to accumulate experiences that would better equip them for the world upon graduation. Of course, the tasks within the task hall were not all dauntingly complex. They were categorized into various levels akin to rungs on a ladder. Students unable to elevate their soul power beyond level 20 before the age of 30 were restricted to intermediate tasks, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Only those who achieved level 30 in soul power before the age of 25 were eligible for advanced tasks, stepping onto a broad path leading to higher realms. Beyond advanced tasks, there existed S-level tasks, shrouded in mystery, fraught with peril, yet radiating alluring opportunities. Most of these tasks arise from the serendipitous discoveries made by students and teachers during their excursions, or from their courageous explorations of potential crises. Only those students who have transcended to the level of Soul Grandmaster 35 or above before the age of 20 possess the capability to undertake such tasks. Moreover, they must be accompanied at all times by a mentor of at least Soul Master level 40 as they embark on this journey fraught with uncertainties. However, the circumstances surrounding Mi-Air's disappearance represent a daunting S-level task. The two Soul Master teachers accompanying her, both of whom were above level 40, vanished as if swept away by a mysterious whirlwind, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, the situation surrounding this task has become exceedingly precarious, akin to a ferocious beast that instills dread in the hearts of many. It has escalated overnight from S-level to double S-level, and only students or teachers possessing the strength of a Soul King are deemed worthy of taming this formidable creature. Within the task hall, such challenges resemble the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, numbering in the dozens, each akin to a protracted marathon that requires decades of perseverance to conquer. Although these tasks, once completed after a certain duration, elevate participants to advanced academies, where tasks are typically categorized as A or S level, the individual affected this time is Wu He. After an exhaustive night of deliberation on the task, Wu He approached the dean with the fervor of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Both deans were acutely aware of Wu He's exceptional abilities. However, due to the limitations imposed by his foundational soul power, they recognized that his combat endurance posed a significant concern. Thus, they hesitated to grant immediate approval. Nevertheless, Wu He remained resolute in his determination to proceed, resulting in a stalemate, as both deans were reluctant to witness the downfall of this prodigious student, especially after having already suffered one loss. Just as the tension escalated, the door to the dean's office was suddenly thrust open as if by a tempest. The three individuals turned their attention towards the entrance, with Wu He eagerly hoping for the safe return of Mi-Air. However, to his dismay, several youths burst in like intruders. "Dean," Wei Bei stammered awkwardly, his words tumbling out like beads from a broken string. "We wish to team up with Wu He." Unexpectedly, the usually timid Yi Ling spoke up with the boldness of a valiant warrior. "What?" the three exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. "We will join Wu He to undertake the task and recover Mi-Air," Du Guyan added, seamlessly picking up the thread of conversation. Although both Du Guyan and Yi Ling had previously been defeated by Wu He, the youthful spirit of these adolescents was vast and unburdened by grudges, brimming with camaraderie. Despite Yu Tianheng's silence and his haughty demeanor, it was undeniable that the five of them, united, would pose a formidable challenge to anyone at the late stage of Soul King cultivation. Upon seeing his companions, Wu He felt a warm tide of gratitude swell within him, for this matter did not directly involve them. Dean Sun covered his face with a hand, avoiding Wu He's gaze, yet ultimately consented to allow him to accept the task, recognizing that Wu He's actual capabilities had indeed met the requisite standards. Chapter 65. The quintet, the five of them, departed the academy with the swiftness of arrows released from a bow, glancing back with solemn expressions akin to warriors preparing for battle. Their demeanor was far removed from the languor typically associated with leisure outings, instead exuding a spirit of gallantry reminiscent of characters from a martial arts novel. Summoning a carriage, they sped towards the site of their mission. Truth be told, the location of this task stirred an indescribable sense of familiarity within Wu He. The original objective was to locate 6 missing students from the junior academy, all of whom were new entrants this year, diligently cultivating their skills and finally reaching the pivotal 10th level. This prompted the school to organize an outing for them to acquire soul rings. However, perplexingly, each time they gathered, 1 or 2 students would inexplicably vanish. The teachers leading the search were in a state of frantic anxiety, repeatedly scouring the area and calling out, fearful that a mischievous student might have deliberately hidden away. Even more chilling was the astonishing revelation that within the vicinity of the Soul Beast Forest, the number of soul beasts had drastically diminished across an expanse of nearly a kilometer, as if the area had birthed a soul beast of millennia, an unsettling phenomenon indeed. Thus, The mission, categorized as Class A, entailed not only the search for the missing students, but also an investigation into the reasons behind the decline in soul beasts in that region, as well as an inquiry into the potential emergence of unknown soul beasts or spiritual flora. Initially, this task did not fall within the S-Class territory. Prior to me undertaking this S-Class mission, two groups of students had already engaged in B and A-Class tasks concerning the same issue. However, time elapsed without any sign of those two groups. It was not until me accepted the mission that the school began to take the matter seriously. This was precisely why, upon the elevation of the task to SS class, the two deans were adamantly opposed to Wu He undertaking it again, for they believed that the missing students had almost certainly been pronounced dead. After all, such occurrences had transpired no less than 100 times since the school's inception. Even if those students were eventually located, they often emerged as mere shells, ravaged beyond recognition by unknown soul beasts. Consequently, once a certain threshold of disappearance had been surpassed without any news, it was generally concluded that those students had met their untimely demise. To be candid, in a nation teeming with soul masters, the probability of such events was alarmingly high, typically garnering little attention, let alone prompting specific notifications to certain students to inquire about the situation's developments. However, this instance was distinctly exceptional, as the Academy mourned the loss of a prodigious student, whose brilliance was exemplified by another core genius of the institution, thus resulting in this unprecedented precedent. Upon learning the full context of the mission, the occupants of the vehicle couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was at this inopportune moment that Lin Bei posed a question: "Are we still in time to disembark?" No sooner had he spoken than a sharp rap resounded against the back of his head, courtesy of Du Guyan, silencing him instantly. Rubbing the back of his head, Lin Bei muttered softly, "I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously?" Although his ill-timed quip attempted to lighten the mood, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew even more somber and tense. Fortunately, Yu Tianheng broke the silence, introducing a relatively significant topic. "Everyone has made some progress in their cultivation these past few days. If convenient, could we share our respective advancements?" Upon uttering these words, Wu He suddenly realized that his understanding of everyone had remained stagnant since the visit from Du Gubo. Although only a few days had passed, each individual had been diligently honing their skills, including himself and Du Guyan, both of whom had acquired new soul rings and soul skills. Should teammates remain oblivious to each other's current strengths, the likelihood of miscommunication and reduced margin for error would undoubtedly arise. However, whether it was due to the unfavorable feng shui of Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan's seating arrangement, their gazes burned like two intense flames. Fixated on the awkwardly chatting Lin Bei, "What are you two staring at me for? I swear I will never utter such disheartening words again," Lin Bei declared, scratching his head earnestly. At this moment, Wu Yi suddenly realized that Lin Bei's soul power fluctuations surged like tumultuous waves, ascending steadily. Could it be that he had experienced an epiphany during the exchange competition, resulting in a significant enhancement of his cultivation? Indeed, individuals in this world, after enduring the trials of battle, often gain invaluable insights, akin to being enlightened, thereby elevating their cultivation levels. Although the extent of this enhancement may be modest, it can prove crucial at pivotal moments. Lin Bei scratched his head, unable to contain his joy as he exclaimed, "I just broke through to level 30 last night, and haven't had the chance to report it to the school yet. If it weren't for this incident, I would definitely have come here to acquire a new soul ring." At this juncture, the previously unassuming Yi Lingling timidly raised her delicate little hand. "That's me." All eyes instinctively turned toward her. "My cultivation level also reached level 30 last night." Well, it was evident that they were not merely here to carry out a mission. They had clearly come to assist their teammates in obtaining soul rings. The significance of an SS-level mission seemed to pale in comparison. Yu Tianheng then spoke up. "I have just acquired my third soul ring, and my cultivation level has now reached 36. The name of my third soul skill is Thunder Fury. It is a self-augmentation skill that, when activated, propels the user into a berserk state for a certain duration, doubling the power of lightning and increasing soul power by 50%. If the skill is not voluntarily halted, it will continue unabated like a runaway stallion until the soul power is entirely depleted." Upon hearing this, Wu Yi nodded slightly, pondering to himself that perhaps due to his own influence, the battle had been exceedingly brutal, causing Yu Tianheng's training progress to rebound dramatically, soaring to new heights. This young man, originally relying on his affluent background, was blindly confident in his cultivation speed. resulting in his initial appearance at the age of 16 with a mere level 39. His martial soul's potential was not inferior to Tang San's Haoyan hammer. However, his overconfidence had led to a lackadaisical approach to his training. After an intense battle with Wu Hiyi, leveraging his substantial family resources, he not only healed from his injuries, but also made significant strides in his cultivation, breaking through the level 30 barrier. Moreover, considering his current level of 36, it was evident that the soul beast he absorbed was of considerable age, possibly even older, proving that this young man was indeed quite ruthless with himself. Subsequently, Wu Hiyi recounted to Du Guyan the story of how he obtained his third spirit ring. Upon hearing about the effects of Du Guyan's soul skill, the group could not help but gasp in astonishment, for this third soul skill was arguably the most formidable they had encountered thus far. Nevertheless, the ultimate objective of their mission remained unchanged despite the enhancement of their strengths. Wu Yi decisively extracted his soul skill crystal at this critical juncture. Having an additional soul king in the team was akin to adding a robust shield. Chapter 66, Splitting Forces. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Soul Beast Forest, it appeared as an insurmountable chasm, a barrier that horses could not cross. The group had no choice but to proceed on foot, watching helplessly as the marked location of their mission approached at a snail's pace. When they reached the area marked for personnel disappearance, Wu Hiyi was jolted awake, realizing that this very place was the site of the traitor's emergence from the academy all those years ago. He vividly recalled slaying that traitor along with his experimental creations. The traitor had attempted to fuse his own cells with those of soul beasts, aiming to create an entirely new life form, one that could cultivate at an astonishing rate. However, the lifespan of such a life form was exceedingly unstable. At that time, the Soul Master was still in the experimental phase. He had contemplated using the cells of others for fusion, yet every attempt had ended in failure. Now, the same issue had re-emerged in this location. Wu Hiyi's swift realization of this fact indicated that Mi-Er, who had accepted the task back then, must have been equally aware. Yet, her inexplicable disappearance suggested that she had sensed something amiss, or perhaps the Soul Master had not truly failed. It was possible that among his experimental subjects, there existed one who recognized Mi-Er. Such chilling associations made Wu Hiyi hesitant to delve further into his thoughts. He could only assume that Mi-Er had discovered some troubling issue and had encountered difficulties while pursuing it. Even the formidable Soul Master who accompanied her had found himself at a loss against this perplexing dilemma. Wu Hiyi currently harbors no intention of disclosing the past events to the other 4 members. Instead, he proposes to divide the 5-person team into 2 factions. After all, searching collectively would prove excessively time-consuming. Their objective is to uncover whether Mi-Er has left any traces behind. He pairs with Lin Bei, while the other 3 form a separate group. This arrangement ensures that should either group encounter difficulties, a formidable Soul King can swiftly provide assistance. When one group detects a situation, there will be ample time for the other to rush to their aid. The 2 teams, like arrows released from a bow, swiftly diverge, racing towards their distinct destinations. They mutually agree that if they fail to discover any special markers left by Mi-Er within an hour, they shall reconvene at their point of departure. Should any clues arise or unforeseen battles occur, they must promptly signal the skies with flares. Naturally, if a particular group has not returned to the starting point nor launched a signal flare after the hour has elapsed, the others will fully comprehend the implications of such silence. Shortly after the 2 teams embark on their separate missions, within a mere 5 minutes, Lin Bei, with a grave expression, poses a question. "Old Wu, did you perhaps withhold the truth just now?" Wu Yi cast his gaze upon Lin Bei, a person known for his unfiltered speech and eccentric behavior, yet this time, he displayed an unusual sharpness. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, Lin Bei, as an auxiliary Soul Master, was one of the 3 prodigies in the junior college, alongside Wu Hiyi and Mi-Er. "I do not comprehend what you are speaking of." Wu Hiyi merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Bei, uttering not a word, and continued his stride forward, seemingly disinclined to offer further explanation. Yet Lin Bei remained resolute, rooted in place. "Do you not trust me? I only brought it up after they had departed." As Wu Hiyi pressed deeper into the forest without a backward glance, ignoring Lin Bei completely, he felt compelled to speak. "Although I was not directly involved in the events that transpired, upon my return, my classmates recounted the situation to me. Thus, I possess a general understanding of the circumstances. You wish to avoid entangling them in this matter, do you not?" Wu Hiyi suddenly turned around, standing still like a statue, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Bei. Nevertheless, Lin Bei continued speaking. The direction you guided them towards, if you proceed for just one more hour, you should be able to exit this soul beast forest, correct? Wu Hi's lips curled into a subtle smile, for he had not anticipated that this typically unpredictable individual would display such remarkable wisdom on this occasion. You brought me along merely because you surmised that I was aware of this matter, while simultaneously wishing to keep me from disclosing it to the other three. And you require my soul skills for assistance. Wu Hi stood firmly in place, his expression tranquil as he spoke softly. Therefore, your current decision is whether to walk alongside me or to part ways. It was uncertain whether it was due to the great distance or Lin Bei's sudden silence. But from afar, Lin Bei's gaze appeared so dark it seemed capable of dripping water. Yet in an instant, he swiftly caught up to Wu Hi. Akin to a gust of wind, he gently patted Wu Hi's shoulder, offering reassurance. We are brothers. Even if you doubt me, how could I possibly distrust you? Should anything arise, do not hesitate to confide in me. Do not bear everything alone. Lin Bei's speculation was entirely accurate. The path Wu Hi walked alone was indeed toward the location where he had previously slain that soul master. However, with every step taken, an unsettling sensation grew ever more pronounced. The time since the soul master's demise was still brief, and despite the rich soul energy of the soul beast forest, the rapid growth of the flora was inexplicable. He realized with alarm that several trees, which had been destroyed, appeared to have been magically restored at an astonishing rate. Yet, after walking a few more minutes, Wu Hi abruptly halted. The seemingly carefree Lin Bei turned back in confusion and inquired, "What is it? Have you made a discovery?" "We seem to have fallen into someone else's trap," Wu Hi replied succinctly. Lin Bei did not fully grasp the meaning of this statement. He was unaware that they had entered a peculiar place, as this was his first venture here, and he felt no particular sensation. Wu Hi was well aware of Lin Bei's confusion. He casually retrieved a semicircular dart from his pocket and launched it at a large tree with the speed of a released arrow. Although Wu Hi was not particularly adept at using concealed weapons, for reasons unknown, after acquiring his armor, he gradually developed a certain proficiency with the types of weaponry it permitted. This proficiency seemingly dictated by the frequency and usage of the armor. Consequently, he carried with him several finely crafted gadgets. Upon striking the tree, it tore open as if it were a piece of fabric, and Wu Hi led Lin Bei onward with determined strides. Though Lin Bei could not fully comprehend Wu Hi's intentions, he followed closely, only to witness a scene that left him utterly astonished. A massive tree, now bearing a gash as if cleaved by some unknown force, loomed before him like a towering mountain. Such an unfathomable occurrence sent Lin Bei's spirit into disarray. Just moments ago, that very tree had not been on their path. And having moved forward, how could it suddenly materialize before them like a specter? Chapter 67. No, 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 I do not want to kiss. Wu Hi, appearing utterly speechless, looked at Lin Bei with a countenance akin to a frostbitten eggplant, pondering whether he had been poisoned or ensnared in an illusionary array. If it were merely an illusion, he needed only to locate the array's core to dispel it. However, if he were indeed poisoned, the situation could become dire. After all, he had personally experienced the effects of Du Gu Yan's illusionary poison, which required the victim's mental fortitude to reach a certain threshold or to exceed that of the caster, in order to extricate oneself from the mire of mental illusions. Most crucially, while Wu Hi realized he was trapped, he felt as if enveloped in a thick fog, unaware of when he had been ensnared or for how long. The only certainty was that his life was not in immediate danger. For if he were caught in an illusion, he remained in his true state, and even if trapped, he was confident he would emerge unscathed. Should he have entered a mental illusion, any injury to his physical body would either impair his mental acuity or provoke an uncontrollable expansion of his psyche. Yet, in either scenario, he should exhibit some abnormal reaction. Distinguishing whether he had entered a mental illusion or an illusionary array was, in fact, quite simple. Within an illusion, one felt as if in a dream, and even the mightiest of casters could not inflict pain upon those ensnared, who would remain blissfully unaware of any discomfort. Even if the sensation of pain can be simulated, excruciating agony would merely be perceived as a trivial discomfort. It is akin to the experience of a woman undergoing a cesarean section without anesthesia, where the pain felt is comparable to a vigorous punch to the lower abdomen. Should one find oneself alone in a realm of illusion, discerning reality from fabrication would indeed be fraught with challenges. However, at this moment, he is accompanied by a comrade, akin to a brother, who, albeit in a state of frenzy, is attempting to gnaw his way through this place. Having already unleashed a torrent of frenzy bites upon numerous towering trees, Wu Yi looked at this exceedingly uncomposed teammate, his irritation spreading like wild grass in a frenzy. With a smile as warm as the spring breeze gracing his face, Wu Yi waved gently at Lin Bei. "Old Lin, come here quickly. I need your assistance with something." Hearing Wu Yi call his name, Lin Bei was currently gnawing on tree bark, having long abandoned any hope of breaking the illusion with his teeth. He promptly approached Wu Yi, but as he drew near, he was met with that sunlit smile, which, despite its outward warmth and kindness, filled him with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. A chill ran down his spine, as if Wu Yi were not a mere mortal, but a lurking demon. Just as he turned to flee, it was too late. Wu Yi, like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, seized him with a grip as unyielding as iron, his arm clamping tightly upon Lin Bei's shoulder. "What I wish to." Before Wu Yi could finish speaking, Lin Bei instinctively pushed him away, wrapping his arms tightly around his chest and shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum, exclaiming, "No, no, no, you mustn't." Wu Yi wore a sheepish grin, rubbing his hands together. The smile, reminiscent of past warmth, now exuded an unsettling aura. Just moments ago, had he not proclaimed that he would call upon his brother in times of need? Had he not assured that he would always lend a hand? Had he not vowed to accompany me through fire and brimstone? As Wu Yi advanced step by step, Lin Bei resembled a startled rabbit, gradually retreating to lean against a tree, eventually sinking to the ground. His lips trembled uncontrollably, his head shaking wildly as if caught in a tempest. He murmured incessantly, "No, no, no, this isn't right, help." It felt as though a voiceover echoed, taunting him, call out, scream until your throat is raw. Yet no one will come to your aid. Just as Wu Yi prepared to strike, a faint sound drifted through the air, delicate as a whisper, uttering 3 syllables, break. Throat voice. Though this utterance was as faint as a gnat, it momentarily distracted Wu Yi, compelling him to glance towards its source. In that fleeting instant, their gazes locked, and the entire forest seemed to succumb to an eerie silence. In the heart of that gaze, an absolute vacuum enveloped them, where even a single leaf dared not descend. The awkward tension thickened like fog within a 10-meter radius, while one individual remained inexplicably animated, exclaiming, go on, you're almost there." Wu Yi reacted with the swiftness of lightning, instantly straightening his posture like a stately poplar and retreating rapidly. As he waved his arms, he muttered, "It's not what you think. I'm not that hungry yet." At that moment, Lin Bei, who had fallen to the ground, regained his senses and instinctively distanced himself from Wu Yi as if jolted by an electric shock. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and hurriedly exclaimed, Yes, it's not what you think. It's just that old Wu asked me for a favor." "Oh, just a favor." Yi Ling, who typically presented herself as a delicate and fragile woman, surprised everyone with her unabashed enthusiasm for the boys' intimate interaction, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. However, Wu Yi soon composed himself, glanced at his watch, and realized that not much time had elapsed. He immediately inquired, "What are you 3 doing here? Were you not instructed to head over there?" Before Wu Yi could finish speaking, he caught sight of Du Guyan's eyes, which were as red as a ripe apple, and the words that were on the tip of his tongue were abruptly swallowed back. "It's not that you deceived us. Had I not spent years cultivating on the outskirts of the Soul Beast Forest, I would not be so familiar with this environment." Yu Tianheng's voice was as frigid as ice, capable of freezing one in place. "We had barely walked for 20 minutes when I sensed something amiss. Had we truly walked for an hour, we would have surely reached the exit by now. You do not trust the 3 of us," Du Guyan complained, her mood plummeting to an all-time low. No, there is no need to involve you in this matter." Wu Yi felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan, uncertain of how to explain the intricacies of the situation to them. He simply hoped to avoid involving too many friends. Observing Wu Yi's flustered demeanor, the indifferent Yu Tianheng gently patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly, "We are teammates. Some matters should not be shouldered alone. Just give us a heads up." Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei felt as if he had received a sudden epiphany. Abruptly lifting his gaze, this phrase sounded so familiar, yet he found himself at a loss for words, as if a lump had lodged in his throat. Meanwhile, Yi Ling, who had previously been fanning the flames, had inexplicably reverted to an icy demeanor, holding a soul beast resembling a rabbit with a lantern atop its head. At that moment, the soul beast appeared as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, clearly in a poisoned state. When she had first encountered them, Yan Yan's third soul skill had cast an intricate net, perfectly ensnaring this Millennium Mirage beast. It seemed that all of its skills had been exhausted on them, leaving it without the mental fortitude to resist Yin Yan's soul techniques, thus falling victim to her trap. Yi Lingling's intention in presenting the soul beast was unmistakable. As a support-type, pure healing soul master, this soul beast held no value for her. Coincidentally, Lin Bei had just reached the 30th level, prompting her to inquire if he was in need of it. Chapter 68. Mental Amplification, of course, Lin Bei exclaimed, seizing the opportunity with the enthusiasm of a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. However, the ensuing moment left everyone astounded. Lin Bei grasped the soul beast's large ears as one would a chick, and then, without hesitation, unleashed a flurry of slaps upon its face with both hands, akin to a tempest. So, it is you, you little thief, who has trapped me. If not for you, I would have nearly lost my purity. Lin Bei's loud outburst rendered Wu Yi momentarily embarrassed. How could it come to this? To absorb a soul ring and inadvertently drag my affairs into it. Wu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a canvas of astonishment as he fixated intently on Lin Bei, not one to be oblivious. Lin Bei quickly sensed Wu Yi's gaze and responded with a sycophantic smile, deftly drawing the dagger bound to his calf, with a mere flick of his wrist. The recently awakened dream beast collapsed to the ground, severed from its head in a swift, decisive motion. The dream beast, bewildered and disoriented from the earlier assault, had just regained consciousness, utterly unaware of its fate before being dispatched in a single stroke. As it felt its life ebbing away like grains of sand slipping through fingers, its soul energy began to coalesce into a violet soul ring, gradually manifesting above its form. Without hesitation, Lin Bei seated himself upon the ground, his soul energy dancing gracefully like an agile performer, guiding the soul ring, which obediently soared towards him like a compliant child. Perhaps due to the beast's confused demise, its soul ring bore no trace of the resentment typically associated with soul beasts. The absorption process proved remarkably effortless, though the soul energy was somewhat less potent than that of a standard soul beast. Nevertheless, this particular creature primarily wielded its power through mental assaults to vex or ensnare its foes. A dense wave of psychic energy stealthily infiltrated Lin Bei's martial spirit. As Lin Bei commenced the absorption of the soul ring, all present halted their search, awaiting his progress. At this moment, Wu Yi finally found the time to elaborate on the events that had transpired. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly. 3 hours later, Lin Bei opened his eyes after absorbing the third soul ring. Above him, 3 soul rings shimmered like radiant stars, 2 yellow and 1 purple, representing the most fundamental configuration. Are you suggesting that this task is a remnant left by the soul master we previously defeated? Dong Guyan analyzed calmly, as unyielding as an iceberg. Indeed. That is my belief. The soul master, whose mind had already become distorted, must have been conducting some peculiar experiment. It is regrettable that upon his defeat, we mistakenly assumed his experiment had reached its conclusion. However, reality may be otherwise. His experiment might have approached a critical juncture, and his laboratory could have contained nearly complete materials. We can only lament that we acted too hastily in eliminating him. Had we carefully examined the range of his laboratory, perhaps the incident involving me air could have been averted. Wu Yi expressed, his frustration evident. Just then, Lin Bei, having completed the absorption of his soul rings, erupted with excitement, akin to a shooting star. You won't believe it. My new soul skill is extraordinarily powerful. He then darted into the depths of the forest like a bird in flight, where the presence of soul beasts grew increasingly abundant. Before long, he encountered a 500-year-old blue bull soul beast. With a subtle flick of his left hand, a stone radiating blue light danced like a sprite in his grasp. His 3 soul rings, denoting his rank as a soul master, suddenly manifested, with the purple ring plunging into the soul stone like a meteor. In an instant, Lin Bei, appearing as a specter, struck the stone swiftly against Yu Tianheng. In that fleeting moment, Yu Tianheng felt his mental strength surge like a torrent, increasing by a remarkable 80. Although his mental power had received a tremendous boost, the consumption of soul power surged as well, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. However, the others were taken aback when they witnessed Lin Bei toss a minuscule crystal of merely 110 at the wild boar at an odd angle. In an instant, the wild boar seemed somewhat lethargic, while Yu Tianheng experienced an overwhelming surge of mental power, appearing extraordinarily invigorated. Upon observing Yu Tianheng's state, Wu Yi quickly deduced that Lin Bei's soul skill was one that amplified mental strength and its effects were remarkably potent. A question immediately sprang to mind. Old Lin, is your soul skill instantaneous or sustained? How many individuals can it assist at most in one go? Lin Bei pondered for a moment and then raised 3 fingers, stating that, without considering his own consumption, he could assist the mental strength of up to 3 individuals simultaneously. Both my first and second soul abilities can assist 3 individuals. However, there are limitations if the 3 soul abilities are employed on different persons. The consumption on my part becomes substantial. This is due to the necessity of maintaining at least 18 bridges in proper operation, a feat that, given my current strength, can be sustained for no more than 30 seconds. Lin Bei conveyed this notion, and it was instantly comprehended by all, though they could not help but exclaim in astonishment at his formidable abilities. The fact that his soul technique could simultaneously benefit so many individuals and endure for 30 seconds was indeed remarkable. In typical combat scenarios, the outcome is often determined within 3 to 5 seconds. Thus, 30 seconds is an exceedingly daunting prospect. Nevertheless, the group did not linger excessively on Lin Bei's declarations. They were acutely aware of their mission, as Wu Yi had clearly elucidated the background and objectives to everyone. Consequently, they shared a unified goal, no longer aimlessly searching for the so-called marks left by Mier, since that individual had not been accepted by the academy and had lived alone in the Soul Beast Forest. It stood to reason that his laboratory must be situated near a water source, given the necessity of ample hydration. In an instant, the wild boar appeared as if it had been struck by frost, becoming listless, while Yu Tianheng seemed infused with boundless mental energy, exhibiting an exuberance akin to a surge of adrenaline. Observing Yu Tianheng's demeanor, Wu Yi quickly grasped the essence of Lin Bei's soul ability, which indeed amplified mental power, and its enhancement effect was remarkably potent. A question flashed through his mind like lightning. Old Lin, does your soul ability take effect immediately, or does it have a sustained impact? How many individuals can it assist at once? Lin Bei pondered briefly and held up 3 fingers, indicating that, without accounting for personal consumption, he could assist the mental power of up to 3 individuals simultaneously. Furthermore, my first and second soul abilities can also assist 3 individuals concurrently. However, this too is not without its constraints. Employing the 3 abilities on different individuals would entail a significant toll on me, as I would need to maintain at least 18 bridges in operation, a mode that, given my current capabilities, can last no longer than 30 seconds. Lin Bei's words were as enlightening as a sudden revelation, immediately understood yet astonishing. His soul ability could indeed assist so many individuals simultaneously and endure for 30 seconds. In conventional battles, a victor is often decided within 3 to 5 seconds, making 30 seconds a truly fearsome figure. Yet, the group did not dwell overly on Lin Bei's statements. The 5 of them remained focused on their mission. Having been thoroughly informed by Wu Yi regarding the circumstances, Wu Yi was left utterly astonished, unable to fathom that such creatures as orcs could exist in this world. The mere notion of half-orc imbeciles had already bewildered him beyond belief. I can sense the immense energy within you, the lizard man proclaimed, his eyes brimming with avarice, reminiscent of a famished wolf laying eyes on a succulent lamb. Wu Yi experienced an epiphany. The individual before him, despite having achieved unparalleled mastery through humanoid prowess, seemed to possess an intellect frozen in the innocence of childhood. To draw a comparison, he resembled a product of the Homo sapiens era, endowed with a somewhat advanced intellect, an exceptionally robust physique, and an insatiable desire for power. Alas, he lacked the ability for communication, his mind entirely governed by primal instincts. Yet, gazing upon the depths of this being's formidable cultivation, Wu Yi could not help but feel a pang of envy, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. It is said that the beast race possesses a wondrous ability to inherit the memories of their formidable ancestors, a mysterious force known as bloodline, akin to the resplendent stars in the night sky, evoking a sense of longing. While numerous families in the Douluo continent can pass down their martial soul abilities to subsequent generations, such powers are the fruits of relentless effort and exploration by their forebears. In stark contrast, the beast race acquires certain knowledge and skills instinctively upon reaching a certain age, requiring no formal learning. However, the deficiencies of the beast race are glaringly evident. Their intellect is woefully inadequate, with the emergence of a single ruler being a rarity among hundreds of thousands of their kin, barely managing to lead a tribe. Yet, intellect, as it stands, can only be attained upon reaching a certain level of cultivation. The beastman before me embodies fragments of memories inherited from his parents, the higher his cultivation, the more memories he inherits, leaving him with an endless craving and primal instincts. Thus, it comes as no surprise that this creature is undoubtedly the product of that madman. At this moment, the Soul Master Wu He could no longer refer to him as a traitor of the Academy. He was nothing short of an unequivocal lunatic. It is worth noting that the line separating genius from madness is remarkably thin. Genius is the vanguard that charges forth for the advancement of oneself or one's nation, while madness manifests as the executioner, indifferent to the lives of others in the pursuit of selfish desires. This individual may have been momentarily inspired, driven by curiosity and interest, yet he has wholeheartedly translated this curiosity into action, without a thought for the consequences. In his quest to satisfy his own whims, he has sacrificed the lives of numerous companions, culminating in the creation of a being so terrifying. One glance at the grotesquely formed half-beast humanoids reveals that the lineage of this lizard man must surely trace back to that madman, while the nature of its maternal lineage remains shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that the strength and potential of this lizard man rival those of any innate soul power prodigy. Indeed, one might assert that he surpasses them. Since the occurrence of that event, a brief time has elapsed. Had this lizard man existed then, the madman would undoubtedly have kept him close. Thus, it can be inferred that this lizard man emerged only after their slaying of the madman. In such a short span, his cultivation has soared with remarkable rapidity, nearing the realm of the Soul Emperor. However, given that they merely require a certain quantity of human Soul Master's essence to enhance their abilities with such swiftness, it is evident that the essence he has absorbed is as boundless as the ocean. In the face of such an incomprehensible entity, Wu He shows no signs of hesitation, especially as the opponent lunges forward like a ravenous tiger ready to pounce. Wu He swiftly raised the summoner in his hand, invoking the Inferno Dragon armor with a speed akin to lightning. In the instant when the opponent's tongue shot forth like a bolt of lightning, he executed a nimble somersault, effortlessly evading the attack. However, this evasion came at a cost. An already desiccated Soul Master, akin to a withered candle in the wind, was struck instead. That blow caused him to plummet from existence, akin to a meteor falling from the heavens. Upon witnessing the lifeless form of his companion, Wu He cursed under his breath. Damn it. He recognized that he bore some responsibility for the situation, yet the greater fault lay in his own inadequacy. If only he possessed the power to summon the Emperor's armor, these adversaries would be nothing more than insignificant insects beneath his heel. As the lizardman's tongue, sharp as a blade, struck once more, Wu He evaded with the agility of a cunning hare, aware that the current distance was wholly unsuitable for a counterattack. There exists a saying, a handgun is swifter at 10 paces, yet within 10 paces, a mobile device is both fast and precise. The lizardman's tongue unleashed itself with the velocity and accuracy akin to a bullet fired from a handgun, rendering Wu He as lost as a headless fly, struggling to find an opportunity to retaliate. Regrettably, he had summoned the Flame Dragon armor. He could not fathom what had compelled him to do so. While this armor boasted formidable combat prowess reminiscent of a war god, it was merely average in other aspects. Most notably, its defense could be described in unflattering terms as akin to that of paper, easily shattered by even moderately strong attacks. Finding himself bereft of any chance to counterattack, Wu He bellowed with the resonance of a mighty bell. Yi Ling Ling, swiftly summoned the Wind Eagle armor to aid me. Remember to employ your soul technique to ensnare their lives as if they were fragile candles flickering in the wind. The command of Wu He left nearly everyone bewildered, akin to a monk struggling to comprehend the essence of a profound concept. While they grasped the latter part of the message, the initial portion eluded their understanding entirely. Nevertheless, their confusion posed no obstacle. Yi Ling Ling, upon hearing it, experienced an epiphany akin to a divine revelation. With decisive clarity, she withdrew a wooden crystal and struck it against her chest. Having previously undergone this extraordinary sensation, she now navigated it with ease. Concurrently, a pristine begonia blossom erupted behind her in a spectacular display akin to fireworks, as streams of healing energy enveloped the captives like gentle rays of warm sunlight. Perhaps due to the draining of their lifeblood, they felt a refreshing relief as their wounds healed swiftly, akin to the caress of a spring breeze. Yet, they also sensed that their primordial powers had not returned to their former glory, resembling mere husks devoid of their souls. While tending to them, Yi Ling Ling remained immobile. However, this did not imply that the Wind Eagle armor was similarly incapacitated. Two wind eagle rings surged forth like lightning, swiftly reaching Wu Yi's side. One struck the lizard man with the precision of a sharpened blade, while the other, like a hammer forged from the finest gold, forcefully interrupted his assault. This afforded Wu Yi a precious moment to catch his breath, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain. Wu Yi withdrew two dragon horns from his chest, merging them into a single fiery dart. Empowered by the flames, it shot forth from his hand, cleaving through the air and sending several dim-witted half-orcs, who sought to capitalize on the chaos, sprawling away. Chapter 71. Orcs who utilize soul techniques do not just stand there. Descend quickly and lend a hand. Wu Yi bellowed, his voice resounding with urgency. Initially, he had charged forth like an arrow released from a bow out of sheer frustration, believing his strength to be as formidable as Mount Tai, capable of crushing those half-orcs who resembled mere ants. After all, he had previously dealt with that madman with ease. He had never anticipated the astonishing speed at which the creations of that lunatic would evolve. What he had once thought would be a solitary endeavor now revealed itself to be a daunting challenge, as the opponents displayed unparalleled might. If his companions did not spring into action soon, it was likely that within moments, Mi-Er and the others, held as hostages, would be devoured by the mindless half-orcs, akin to hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Upon witnessing his subordinate being struck, the lizard man recovered with lightning speed. His soul rings danced like ethereal sprites around him as he suddenly doubled in size, resembling an inflated balloon. The scales on his body gleamed, becoming smoother and rounder, radiating a captivating luster akin to pearls. In that instant, everyone stood in stunned silence, astonished that this creature possessed the ability to wield soul techniques. It was evident that such techniques served to enhance his physical constitution. A preliminary assessment revealed that the effects of the two soul techniques were a 100 increase in physical strength and a 100 increase in defense. Moreover, he had not yet summoned his martial spirit. It was likely that he himself was a beast, embodying his own martial spirit. His soul rings and soul techniques were derived from the ancestral memories of his lineage, absorbed like a sponge, soaking up the characteristics of other soul beasts. If this were the case, it would indeed be a source of great distress. The 5-in-1 flame boomerang danced gracefully like a butterfly, a variant of the traditional boomerang. After striking down the minor foes, it spun around like a top, poised for an intimate encounter with the lizard man. In the fleeting moment when the whirling boomerang made contact, its formidable thrust felt as light as a feather upon the creature, causing not a ripple in its composure. Even the flame boomerang experienced a slight recoil. Had it not been for the guidance of the summoner's intent, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Wu Yi to retrieve it. As the weapon returned to Wu Yi's hand like a bird returning to its nest, the lizardman's eyes brimmed with disdain. He casually brushed off his shoulder armor, as if merely removing an inconsequential speck of dust acquired earlier that morning, displaying an air of utter indifference. Subsequently, he exhibited a surprisingly human gesture, raising his right hand to make a provocative sign towards Wu Yi, his fingers bending slightly in a taunting manner, as if to say, "Come at me again." The creature known as Wu Yi could not help but amuse one with its antics. One might argue that it lacks the essence of humanity, yet it exhibits certain provocative and disdainful gestures and expressions. Conversely, while it may resemble a human in some regards, its heart is, in fact, overflowing with an insatiable yearning for consumption. With one hand gripping the blazing dart and the other deftly adjusting the knob, Wu Yi felt a subtle tremor in his hand, akin to a butterfly flapping its wings. The armor on the blazing dart gently parted, resembling the blossoming of a flower, and from the openings emerged two elongated blades. The weapon in his grasp transformed instantaneously from a dart into a fiery sword, reminiscent of a phoenix undergoing rebirth. This weapon could be wielded with either one or both hands, allowing for a variety of movements that unleashed different techniques. Although it lacked the formidable power of the demon sealing tablet, Wu Yi discovered that, with his growing strength, he could still channel some energy attacks, albeit significantly weaker than those of the demon sealing tablet. Upon witnessing the arrogant demeanor of the lizard man, Wu Yi's patience waned. With a flourish of his hands, he unleashed two swift slashes, akin to meteors streaking across the sky, releasing crossed arcs of blade light that hurtled toward the lizard man with astonishing speed. The lizard man, initially brimming with an air of invincibility, was jolted back to reality upon the first arc striking him. He swiftly pivoted, utilizing his hard carapace to laboriously deflect the second strike. Despite Wu Yi's consecutive strikes, the arcs did not converge like a stacked tower, had they done so. The lizard man would have had no chance to retaliate. The first strike, like a bolt of lightning, struck his chest, even though he turned with the swiftness of the wind. Wu Yi's precision ensured the blow landed true, shattering his breastplate and inflicting a wound deep enough to reach the bone. Remarkably, the lizardman's back armor proved to be several times more resilient than the scales on his chest. Enraged by the injury inflicted by this seemingly feeble adversary, the lizard man was consumed by humiliation. His fury ignited. He let out a thunderous roar, and simultaneously, the 3 soul rings beneath him activated like flickering flames. A white soul ring, akin to a miraculous healing spell, restored his grievously deep wounds to their pristine state. 2 additional yellow soul rings functioned as enhancers, each infusing vitality into his 2 major organs. His tail grew robust and elongated, resembling a formidable dragon, while its tip transformed into a broad trident, glimmering with a chilling luminescence. His limbs were enveloped in a layer of purple-black armor, resembling an impregnable fortress, showcasing his formidable defense, while his claws became sharper, emanating a terrifying gleam. In a fit of fury, he struck a nearby tree with a single paw, causing it to crash to the ground like a blade of grass ravaged by a tempest. The point of impact bore 3 alarming claw marks, a testament to the extraordinary power and piercing force he possessed. Simultaneously, a ghastly white soul ring materialized upon the fallen tree, prompting a disdainful expression on the lizard man's face, soon supplanted by overwhelming desire. With a mere flick of his finger, the soul ring obediently floated above his head. And then, opening his cavernous maw like a famished tiger, he crushed the soul ring as if it were a mere crispy delicacy, effortlessly devouring it. In an instant, his soul power surged like a tempestuous tide. This astonishing spectacle left Wu Yi startled, his heart racing with tumultuous waves of fear. The audacity of this creature to consume a soul ring as if it were sustenance, and to enhance its own cultivation thereafter, was a feat reserved for only the most advanced soul beasts. After his meal, the lizard man threw his head back and roared, his voice echoing like thunder through the air. When he turned his gaze back to Wu Yi, it seemed to convey a message. Little blood morsel, are you prepared? Chapter 72. If you can't win, change the game. My heavens, is this the legendary miniature Godzilla? Wu Yi gazed at the lizard man, whose eyes flickered with a crimson glow, reminiscent of blazing flames, fixated upon him and instilling a sense of dread. The fiery blade in his grip trembled slightly, as if sensing its master's trepidation. Wu Yi, with unwavering determination, resembled a poised and powerful tiger, half-crouched and exuding an aura of readiness for battle. Upon witnessing this, the lizard man let out a piercing howl, its voice echoing like the mocking laughter of the infernal, reverberating painfully in the ears. In an instant, it surged forward in rapid strides, akin to a fierce gale, lunging at Wu Yi. Just as it closed in, the lizard man abruptly halted, before Wu Yi could react. Its robust and mutated tail struck out like a venomous serpent, aiming directly at Wu Yi's face with breathtaking swiftness. Fortunately, Yi Lingling's support arrived like a timely downpour, as another wind eagle materialized like a shield before Wu Yi. Wu Yi finally seized a fleeting opportunity for counterattack. The flame blade in his hand struck like a bolt of lightning, slashing upwards with great force against the opponent's back. However, the adversary's defensive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Wu Yi's strike merely left a faint mark upon its back. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Yi promptly unleashed a downward slash. This strike was akin to Mount Tide descending upon one's head, exhibiting astonishing power. The once impenetrable carapace of the lizard man's back revealed a faint crack under the relentless assault of Wu Yi's 2 consecutive strikes. The agony radiating from the center of the fissure surged through the lizard man's entire being like an unstoppable tide. Furthermore, at the moment of the slash, a dazzling array of sparks erupted from its back, resembling a splendid fireworks display. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, the lizard man stumbled forward, exerting immense effort to barely regain its balance. As it turned to face Wu Yi, its eyes burned with a wrath akin to raging flames, as if intent on reducing Wu Yi to ashes. Had its gaze possessed the power of a blade, Wu Yi would have surely been dismembered, reduced to nothingness. With the successful counterattack, Wu Yi raised a thumbs up towards the rear, his face aglow with a confident smile, radiant as the rising sun. Simultaneously, he recognized the difficulty of achieving a flawless offensive effect with the flame blade in real combat. Thus, he decisively relinquished this weapon, summoning instead a longbow encircled by flames. This bow resembled a blazing sun, emanating an overwhelming pressure capable of annihilating the very heavens and the earth. Wu Yi steadily gripped the longbow in his hands. And then, one by one, fiery projectiles shot forth like meteors towards the grotesque creatures. Each bizarre half-orc, upon being struck, was instantly engulfed in raging flames. Resembling a straw effigy set ablaze, reduced to ashes within a minute by the ferocious inferno. After accomplishing this, Wu Yi felt his stamina and mental fortitude drain away like a flood breaching its dam. At that moment, a familiar energy surged within him like a tumultuous tide. An inexhaustible strength erupted forth like a volcano. He turned to see Lin Bei standing in a formidable attack position, and with his divine assistance, Wu Yi could distinctly sense a significant decline in the lizardman's combat prowess. Without hesitation, he raised his longbow and unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the lizardmen with the swiftness of a tempest. Caught unawares, the lizardmen could only watch as the fireballs approached, enduring the full brunt of the assault. In an instant, thick black smoke billowed from their chests, enveloping the area around the lizardmen in a dense cloud, plunging both sides into a murky abyss where visibility was utterly obscured. Retreat! Wu Yi and Lin Bei simultaneously heard a furious shout. Instantly, they shared a tacit understanding and swiftly retreated with the speed of lightning. A concentrated cloud of toxic gas surged forth like a tumultuous sea of fog, sweeping toward the direction of the lizardmen. As the noxious vapors descended upon him like the fangs of a demon, the lizardman burst forth with the force of a wild stallion, charging out with unstoppable momentum. In an instant, Wu Yi experienced a moment of brilliance, recalling that the lizard's respiration was as sluggish as the crawl of a snail, resulting in the inhalation of toxic gas being a mere trickle. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Bei's auxiliary soul technique had yet to be severed, remaining within a controllable range. Without hesitation, Wu Yi decisively abandoned the flame dragon armor, and in the next moment, he effortlessly summoned the black rhinoceros armor with the grace of flowing water. This transition, a delicate balance of reduction and enhancement, rendered him, despite possessing 3 soul rings, still vulnerable to the lingering weakness that accompanied the removal of his armor. Fortunately, the consumption was deftly transferred onto his opponent through Ling Bei's supportive soul skills, akin to shifting debt. At the very instant Wu Yi changed his armor, the lizardman's form visibly diminished, akin to a deflated balloon. His once nimble strides became staggered, clearly suffering from the repercussions of Wu Yi's passive abilities. Once clad in the black rhinoceros armor, Wu Yi exhibited no hesitation. He surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging at the lizardman. The rhinoceros horns upon him glimmered with a chilling radiance, as he vowed to determine whether the lizardman's defenses were as solid as rock or if the black rhinoceros armor's protections were impregnable. In a split second, a powerful strike akin to the weight of Mount Tai collided with the lizardman, sending him reeling, disoriented like a kite severed from its string. As he staggered backwards several steps, with a swift motion, Wu Yi pivoted, adopting a bow stance while lowering his head. The enormous rhinoceros horn atop him resembled a sharp sword, aimed directly at the lizard man's chest. In an instant, his entire strength coalesced at the apex of the horn, akin to a flood breaching a dam, as he unleashed a tremendous force from his feet, erupting like a volcanic explosion. The ground beneath him, struck by this ferocious force, spread out like a web, extending nearly 5 meters in radius. His assault was ruthless. If during the exchange match Wu Yi had employed merely a tenth of his armored strength, now he was unleashing a full 200%. A competition seeks to determine a victor, but a battle is a matter of life and death. The lizard man's shell was as resilient as steel, and though he suffered an excruciating pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, he merely sustained cracks of varying severity across his armored body. The intense agony washed over him like a tidal wave, causing him to gasp sharply as he inadvertently inhaled a substantial amount of toxic mist. In that moment, the lizard man resembled a frenzied beast, roaring, stomping, and howling in place, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon himself like a tempest. However, these strikes, akin to the last throes of a powerful bow, were rendered ineffective, failing to inflict any harm upon Wu Yi. Chapter 73. A terrifying memory. Observing the lizard man's desperate struggles, Wu Yi understood that his life flickered like a candle in the wind. After all, he too had once experienced that illusory realm. Regardless of one's might, within that phantasm, an opponent's strength would always match your own. The injuries inflicted upon the adversary would rebound upon you like a shadow, while their assaults would strike your body with venomous intensity. Under this double assault, the lizard man's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose bled a greenish liquid of varying degrees, his body marked by fresh wounds, tainted with streaks of purple venom, a curse from the abyss. Moreover, with the assistance of Douluo Yan's skills, the poison within the lizard man surged forth with ever-increasing ferocity, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. Following the final, overwhelming explosion, perhaps due to excruciating pain emanating from an unknown organ, the lizard man miraculously broke free from the confines of the illusion. His eyes were bloodshot, threatening to burst, yet his body was spent, devoid of any power to resist. "I merely wish to grow stronger. What crime is there in that?" The words escaped his lips once more, and had it been in the past, Wu Yi might have felt a twinge of pity for the birth of this monster. Yet at this moment, he would not allow this splendid opportunity to eliminate his adversary to slip away. For as he uttered those words, a vicious glint flickered in his eyes. Despite his utter weakness, his gaze bore down upon the one who had unleashed the poison upon him, like a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey. With an animalistic instinct, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to his assailant, and thus, the instant he broke free from the hallucinatory toxin, he locked onto Douluo Yan's position like a hawk. The 5-in-1 would undoubtedly deny him any opportunity for a counterattack, as if possessing the foresight of a seer. At an indeterminate moment, the meteor gun had been seized in his hand with the swiftness of lightning. A single horizontal slash was executed with an ease reminiscent of slicing through vegetables. A flicker of reluctance finally surfaced in the monster's eyes, a fleeting unwillingness akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, his head soared like a ball propelled by a fountain, flying several meters away. His body collapsed forward, akin to a dog stripped of its spine, crumpling lifelessly to the ground. As the venom unleashed by Douluo Yan erupted like a volcano within the adversary, Yi Lingling unhesitatingly shed her armor, dedicating herself completely to administering healing soul techniques to the injured. Since Mier's injuries were not severe, merely the result of having bled for 2 days, leaving her in a state of mild anemia. Under the miraculous effects of Yi Lingling's restorative soul techniques, her condition gradually returned to normal. She emerged as the sole individual among countless others who had sustained injuries in this incident without suffering any lasting damage. The other soul masters, however, bore wounds that had adversely affected their foundations, causing their levels to plummet nearly 10 ranks like falling meteors. The gravest cases were left in a state so dire that recovery appeared as elusive as a dream. Even if Yi Lingling were to unleash an abundance of healing energies akin to sweet rain, it would not alleviate their physical torment, nor could it soothe the abyssal anguish that plagued their souls. Were it not for humanitarian considerations, granting them a swift release would, in fact, be far kinder than merely keeping them alive. After replenishing Mier with sustenance and water, she recounted an alternate version of events. Upon assuming this task, doubts had already begun to ripple through her mind, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to the actions of a certain madman she had encountered. Troubled, she feared the emergence of another such individual within the realm of soul masters. Thus, before Wu Yi had returned, she unilaterally accepted the mission without consulting him. Upon arriving at the task's location, she immediately recalled the possibility envisioned by Wu Yi. However, during the previous days of reconnaissance, no trace of such madness had been uncovered. Just as they were preparing to search for another day, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After all, soul masters are human too, requiring sleep to restore their strength. On the final night of their watch, it was Mier's turn to take over. Just as she was about to exit the tent, she heard a cacophony of footsteps outside, followed by the sounds of a struggling teacher. Acting swiftly, she promptly roused another instructor. However, by the time they emerged from the tent, it was already too late. The night watch teacher had been dragged away. Nonetheless, the signs of a struggle in the nocturnal forest were stark, and they followed the trail in pursuit. To their astonishment, the leader of the assailants turned out to be a soul beast with soul rings, boasting a formidable level exceeding 50. Within mere exchanges, the other teacher, while shielding Mier's escape, was also captured. Initially, Mier had the opportunity to flee back to the academy for assistance. But the location where the two teachers were taken was not the enemy's tribe. Even if she returned for help, it was uncertain whether she could locate the lizard men upon her return. Thus, in a moment of desperation, Mier chose to trail the half-beastman's group, ultimately arriving at their lair. She believed herself undetected and stealthily infiltrated the core area of the nest, only to find herself ensnared in a trap set by the lizard man. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi could not help but marvel at the knowledge passed down within the lizard man's lineage, as it possessed the skill to ensnare one so thoroughly. Just as Mir was preparing to depart in search of aid, the lizardman chief, like a specter, had already been lurking at the entrance of the lair, resulting in her unfortunate capture. The seemingly dull-witted half-orcs, in truth, each possess a soul ring as pristine as freshly fallen snow. They have witnessed the lizard folk enhance their prowess by consuming the lifeblood of humans, thus igniting an insatiable desire for human essence within them. The lizard folk are not only their creators but also demand a reverence akin to that of masters. Only those who excel may hope to obtain a taste of that precious human blood. Consequently, a number of soul masters have been imprisoned by the lizard folk, treated like livestock in that darkened corner. One particular lizard folk appears to possess a unique talent, enabling it to discern with uncanny accuracy which individuals among the crowd harbor greater potential. Subsequently, it categorizes those akin to Mir for breeding. Individuals like Mir are subjected to blood extraction only once every 2 or 3 days, while others endure the process as frequently as once every 1 or 2 days, or even 2 to 3 times within a single day. This accounts for why several soul masters, when rescued, were in such a state of decay that withered scarcely suffice to describe them. They resembled mere husks, akin to desiccated corpses. Upon hearing of these harrowing events, 2 of the 5, both female, were overtaken by a profound sense of fear. Wu He took a moment to ease his weary body. Finally summoning the flame dragon armor through his soul skill, he strode purposefully into the depths of the tribal lair. Chapter 74, Suppression. Chapter 75, 3 years alas. Why must I be relentlessly pursued once more? A torrential rain of explosive arrows inundated the entire duel arena, leaving Yu Tianheng in a state of utter disarray, desperately seeking refuge. 3 long years had passed since the last earth-shattering event, during which all 6 individuals had excelled and seamlessly entered the Royal Advanced Academy of Tiando. Accompanying their progress were the 2 original deans. At their age, aspiring to ascend further was akin to scaling the heavens. It was almost certain that attaining the rank of Soul Emperor would be the pinnacle of their lives. Yet, thanks to Wu Yi, who frequently ventured to the medicinal valley of Douluo to gather familiar celestial herbs, he meticulously concocted delectable medicinal dishes. From time to time, he would present a portion to the 2 deans. Over time, the deans' once withered essence began to flourish anew, as if deadwood had encountered spring, revitalizing their weakened meridians. Surprisingly, within just 3 years, they had broken through to the rank of Soul Sage, an enhancement to their combat prowess that was far from trivial. Upon reaching Soul Sage, they also gained the qualification to teach at the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Initially, Wu Yi had advised his mentors to remain as deans at the Junior Academy, arguing that it was preferable to being an ordinary teacher at the Advanced Academy. After all, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. However, the reasoning of the 2 deans was remarkably flimsy. It seemed they wished to witness Wu Yi's journey towards greater strength, akin to a grandparent yearning to see their grandchildren marry and bear offspring. Undoubtedly, these 3 years were not squandered by Wu Yi and his companions. Mir spent over a year gradually emerging from the shadow of her past. Perhaps it was this very shadow that enabled her to surmount the 40th level threshold in less than half a year. At this moment, the highest ranked among them was merely at level 37, and astonishingly, this individual was Lin Bei. The cultivation speed of a support-type soul master surpassed that of several battle soul masters, which was utterly astounding. Nevertheless, Mir successfully solidified her position as the leader. Yet her choice of the 4th soul skill was unexpectedly divergent from Wu Yi's counsel. Perhaps the indelible mark of her past experience influenced her decision, as she opted for a displacement-type skill, Arrow Exchange. Within 1 minute, she can swap positions with any arrow she has fired, moving with the elusive grace of a specter. Dragon Roar Effect. After exchanging positions, her original spot retains a phantom figure. If struck by an opponent, this phantom inflicts a 3-second paralysis effect, as if a lightning bolt had struck the enemy, rendering them immobile. The effect of the Phoenix's call. After exchanging positions, a phantom of the original location remains, capable of unleashing energy arrows upon foes within a radius of 5 meters, with a chance to induce paralysis. It resembles a tempest sweeping through, leaving adversaries with no avenue for escape. At first glance, this soul skill may seem unremarkable, merely a displacement ability accompanied by a control effect. However, once it harmonizes flawlessly with her previous 3 skills, its impact becomes nothing short of astonishing. Particularly noteworthy is her innate skill named Multitude of Arrows, allowing her to release 5 to 10 arrows in rapid succession, akin to a torrential downpour. When combined with her original third skill, Surround, her firing speed surges threefold. Much like the expansion of her second skill's coverage area. Not only is the effect of the third skill magnified infinitely, but if she employs her fourth skill to maneuver, once her opponent is ensnared within her meticulously crafted encirclement, even without invoking the effects of Dragon's Roar or Phoenix's Call, an ordinary soul master would find themselves nearly powerless to retaliate. Even Wu Hei could not help but praise her exquisite execution. Although he did not adopt Wu Hei's recommended direction for soul ring acquisition at that time, his prowess in soul hunting was undeniably remarkable. They successfully captured a phantom lightning leopard nearing the end of its 9,000-year lifespan, a creature that shone like the most resplendent star in the nocturnal sky. Their daily training resembled a series of breathtaking duels, with trio matches and ever-changing combinations akin to pieces on a chessboard. To ensure fairness, Wu Yi refrained from using soul skills. Perhaps due to the infrequent use of soul skills, Wu Yi's cultivation progressed at a snail's pace. However, his physical strength and mastery of various weapons underwent a transformative metamorphosis, evolving from an ignorant youth into a master of unparalleled skill. It could be said that during these 3 years, while others honed their soul power, he dedicated himself to fortifying his physique. Yet, having endured the trials of adversity, he was destined to shatter the protective umbrellas of others. Wu Yi was acutely aware of the frail constitution of soul masters, which rendered them vulnerable during combat, easily exploited by foes who could sense their physical shortcomings. Their lack of robust physique made it difficult to withstand even a few soul skills from opponents. And once they found themselves at a disadvantage, reversing the tide of battle became an arduous task. Thus, Wu Yi devised various pretexts to summon the other 5 individuals, insisting they train alongside him daily. For every 100 push-ups he performed, the others were required to complete 50 if he ran 10 kilometers. They had to run a minimum of 5. Through 3 consecutive years of rigorous training, all participants made remarkable strides, akin to bamboo shoots emerging in spring. Even Yu Tianheng mastered the combat mode of full-body dragon scale transformation, and Wu Yi generously imparted combat skills he had once witnessed in a particular anime, leaving nothing unshared. Today, Yu Tianheng stood as a paragon among his peers, powerful enough to instill fear. Even when his soul power was nearly exhausted, he could assert with unwavering confidence that a mere infusion of lightning attribute soul power would allow him to endure for an additional 3 minutes. As he beheld a rain of arrows descending upon him like a swarm of locusts, severing all avenues of retreat, he swiftly transformed his entire body into a dragon-scale form. The electricity coursing through him danced like lively sprites, weaving a defensive barrier as solid as rock and as steadfast as a mountain. In this form, Yu Tianheng's defensive capabilities soared, elevating several levels without the need to deploy soul skills. Once the arrows fell like raindrops, Yu Tianheng, well-versed in Mier's soul skills, understood the urgency of his situation. He must escape the encroaching danger with the speed of a released arrow. Yet, Mier was equally aware of the nature of his dragon scales. In that fleeting moment, she executed a remarkable maneuver, merging with the arrows embedded in the ground. Before Yu Tianheng could escape the encirclement, he felt a chilling sensation slither up his spine like a venomous serpent, followed by a glinting dagger poised at his throat. Reminiscent of the fangs of a snake. You are out. Chapter 76. One more needed, is that so? Yu Tianheng replied with a slight, enigmatic smile. And in an instant, he retreated like a bolt of lightning, swiftly approaching the doppelganger conjured by Mier's soul skill. In that heartbeat, the doppelganger unleashed a thunderous blast, releasing a fine electric current that shot towards Yu Tianheng, threatening to paralyze him. However, he deftly channeled the currents within his body, magnetically drawing together the feeble discharges released by each doppelganger. In an instant, these minuscule currents coalesced into a sphere of lightning the size of an apple, which he unhesitatingly consumed, savoring it with the sound of crunching, as if relishing a gourmet delicacy. With the consumption of that energy, strength surged within him like a flood breaching its dam. In but a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the energy within Yu Tianheng surged like a volcano erupting, achieving an astonishing increase of 30%. At this very instant, should he unleash his soul skill, its effects would undoubtedly manifest with the ferocity of a tempest. This remarkable maneuver was a product of the unique soul skill, consuming lightning, honed through the invaluable advice of Wu Hei over the past 3 years. Consuming lightning allows the user to absorb elements of the same type as their own, akin to infusing their body with a powerful surge of energy. yielding an enhancement proportional to their level, or enabling a brief restoration of temporary soul power in a nearly depleted state. However, regardless of the outcome, it remains but a fleeting moment, lasting scarcely a minute. Now, with his soul power having reached level 36, upon consuming the feeble current provided by Mier's soul skill, he instantaneously elevated his lightning-based soul power by 36. Simultaneously, his physical attributes flourished like bamboo shoots nourished by spring rain, his legs propelling him forward, while his hands transformed into dragon claws, unleashing his first soul skill with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. Yet, Mier seemed to be acutely aware of his intentions, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips before she vanished like a specter. Yu Tianheng, now as swift as an arrow released from its bow, had no chance of retreat. Upon triggering the trap Mier had left behind, he was instantly beset by quintuple gravitational pressure, rendered immobile as if frozen in time. Mier, standing leisurely behind him, shook her head in resignation and softly remarked, "I've told you it's over. Why do you still struggle?" With that, she turned and departed the small arena with an air of indifference. At that moment, Wu Hei entered, cradling a report as if it were a rare treasure. The new edition of the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition is about to commence, and this year, we shall represent the second team of the Tiando Empire. The exhilarating news ignited a jubilant uproar among the crowd, akin to fireworks bursting into the night sky. Yet Yu Tianheng remained as a solitary shadow, abandoned in the dark corner, ensnared in the gravitational field, lost in sorrow. As the competition drew near, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but lament the formidable laws of the Douluo continent, which loomed like a majestic mountain, instilling awe. Despite his relentless efforts to cultivate his teammates, their progress felt as stagnant as a frozen lake, advancing at a snail's pace. Approaching the competition, Yu Tianheng found his cultivation scarcely differing from his initial appearance years ago. Fortunately, Wu Hei had astutely identified this issue 2 years prior, adopting the role of a stern lion, compelling everyone to train alongside him. Currently, although the overall strength of the team remains consistent with the original storyline, comprising Soul Masters around level 30, their physical prowess is undeniably comparable to that of an average Soul King. However, with some time remaining before the competition, Wu Yi resolved to allow everyone to gain additional practical experience. While the group frequently undertakes tasks assigned by the Academy and their excursions for training do contribute significantly to their combat experience, the nature of their outings predominantly revolves around life and death struggles. Such a restrained approach to combat is something these individuals have never contemplated. Wu Yi issued a command to Mier, akin to a royal decree, instructing him to lead the remaining 4 individuals to the Soul Arena for training. He mandated that all participants must secure a gold medal within a month, while also emphasizing that no harm should come to their opponents in any battle. This directive weighed heavily upon Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, leaving them breathless. Their respective combat styles, one employing poison to incapacitate foes and the other using paralysis, were inherently lethal, hence the specific regulations imposed upon them. Meanwhile, Wu Yi had a crucial task to undertake. He needed to meticulously select and rigorously evaluate the final member for their team. As the Elite Soul Master competition stipulated that each group must comprise at least 7 participants. Should he choose to wait for the Academy to assign a member, there was a significant risk of receiving yet another support Soul Master. Presently, their team already featured 2 support Soul Masters. One served as a robust backbone, ensuring the team's stamina, soul power, and mental fortitude remained intact. The other acted like a timely downpour, guaranteeing swift recovery in the face of physical injuries. It could be said that this team encompassed every facet of an individual's capabilities. Therefore, at this moment, it was imperative to identify the candidate best suited to the team's developmental needs. Wu Hei is a character of profound contemplation, embodying the essence of an aggressive Soul Master, capable of seamlessly transitioning between defense and offense. Yu Tianheng is undoubtedly a formidable assault-type Soul Master. Although his soul abilities possess a certain control aspect, they cannot overshadow his significant strengths as an offensive force. The team includes control-type members such as Du Guyan and Mier, who are also able to serve as long-range support or mobile firepower. However, the most scarce types of team members are undoubtedly assassins and tanks. Throughout the past 3 years, Wu Yi has diligently honed his skills with the perseverance of a hermit, dedicating considerable time to building his network within the school. Initially, he paid little heed to the completeness of his team, primarily focused on enhancing his own strength. Yet, as the competition approached, he was jolted into realization that participation required 7 members. Reluctantly, he returned to the drawing board, working late into the night to meticulously devise a strategy. Blending the myriad of soul master classmates he had encountered over the years into a coherent plan. Ultimately, only 2 individuals caught his discerning eye, one of whom was the junior he intended to visit today. This junior is quite exceptional. Throughout 3 years of school, regardless of the tasks assigned, she has remained a solitary figure, almost reclusive, seldom engaging with others. Yet, those who have collaborated with her at least once find themselves both intimidated and intrigued. As if drawn by a magnetic force, an allure that captivates Wu He deeply. Chapter 77 sees according to the findings from various connections. This junior is a frequent visitor to the practice room for puppets. Wu He suddenly realized that this was yet another individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to his own team, a gradually unhinged person. It is said that once this junior activates her training mode, she becomes utterly engrossed, oblivious to the passage of time. The reason she is frequently summoned from the training room is that each session vastly exceeds the predetermined time limits, and more crucially, the overtime incurs no cost whatsoever. It appears that her disposition is indeed quite extraordinary. Before long, Wu Yi arrived at the training chamber of this junior, where an array of mangled training dummies lay strewn about like remnants of a battlefield. The scene was so gruesomely violent that it was almost shocking. Just as he was about to step into the room, a ghostly voice suddenly echoed behind him. Wu He swung his fist backward with remarkable agility, only to grasp at empty air. At that moment, he detected a hint of astonishment emanating from the faint sound of breathing. Throughout his 3 years at the academy, each year saw the graduation of students and the arrival of newcomers. It could be said that Wu He was a household name, renowned for both his experience and reputation. While encountering him might evoke a sense of excitement, it hardly warranted such a level of astonishment that one would be rendered speechless. Wu Yi pondered silently. "It is indeed you." The girl slowly stepped out from the shadows, her finger pointed directly at Wu Yi's nose as she spoke. At this moment, Wu Yi scrutinized the junior before him, yet no matter how he examined her, he could not discern any connection between them. However, he was utterly certain that there was no emotional entanglement between himself and this young woman. Nevertheless, observing her demeanor towards him, it seemed as though he owed her an exorbitant sum. "Perhaps we should venture out for a drink?" Wu Yi looked at the fiercely determined girl, her slightly irate expression nearly pressing against him. Wu Yi, akin to a startled rabbit, hastily retreated, muttering to himself, witnessing that Wu Yi had completely forgotten her. The girl's fury erupted like a volcano, and she indignantly thought, how could he not remember someone as charming and delightful as me? However, after a deep sigh, the girl swiftly composed herself. She extended her delicate right hand, as tender and white as a lotus root, and sweetly said, "Hello, I am Meow Meow. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Captivated by her playful demeanor and her rosy, bashful expression, Wu Yi instinctively reached out his hand. Just as their hands met in a handshake, the girl suddenly spoke up. "I hear you are here to invite me to join your team, as you prepare for the prestigious Soul Master Elite Tournament across the continent." Wu Yi nodded slightly, her tone resolute. "Indeed, our team is currently 1 member short. Once we add 1 more person, we will meet the minimum requirements for the competition. If you wish for me to join your ranks, I am willing, but I am not one to yield easily. If you can best me in combat, I shall comply with any request you make." With that, a playful smirk curled at the corners of the girl's mouth. She struck her palm against Wu Yi's hand, using the recoil to propel herself like a delicate butterfly. Gracefully returning to the shadows of the training room, Wu Yi glanced at the bruise on his palm, and a girl's voice echoed in his ears. "Are you ready?" Wu Yi shook his hand and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, prompting Wu Yi to exclaim in surprise, "Mier, how is it that you are here?" The figure stepping forth from the darkness was none other than the person he knew best, Mier. However, the Mier before him seemed shrouded in a veil of dark mist, evoking a sense of mystery and unfamiliarity. Before Wu Hei could react, Mier, like a swift and agile leopard, swiftly drew her familiar bow and arrow, launching a fierce assault on him. Her gaze was as cold as ice and as resolute as a rock, as if she were an entirely unfamiliar person. As Wu Yi beheld the figure of Mier charging towards him like a startled hare, he found himself devoid of any desire to engage in battle. Yet, Mier would not allow this rare opportunity for offense to slip away so easily. Countless arrows descended upon him like a swarm of locusts, enveloping him in an instant. At that moment, Wu Yi felt no inclination to fight, for the Mi-air before him was evidently no longer the person he once knew. Although the essence of her soul techniques bore a resemblance to those he was familiar with, it was clear that the figure behind her was not the one he held in his heart. Wu Yi could finally, without reservation, showcase the fruits of his 3 years of diligent accumulation. He deftly withdrew a 3-section staff from his lower back, a weapon that transformed like a shape-shifting robot, capable of being dismantled and reassembled. With a simple configuration, it could morph into a pair of nunchaku of varying lengths or extend into an imposing iron rod nearly 6 feet long. Even in its 3-section form, it would respond to his commands as if it were an extension of his own body, drawing upon the patterns of Mi-air's spirit abilities stored in his memory. Wu Yi effortlessly evaded the traps laid before him by Mi-air. Observing his successful avoidance, the girl, now infuriated like an enraged lioness, unleashed a skill akin to Mi-air's 4th spirit ability, preparing for a close-quarters assault. Yet, this notion was nothing short of a self-imposed snare, leading her directly into Wu Yi's meticulously devised trap. When it came to strategic thinking, if Wu Yi claimed second place, none would dare to assert themselves as the first. Just as the girl believed she was on the verge of success, Wu Yi moved like a gust of wind, striking her twice with such force that it was as if a mountain had fallen upon an egg, returning her to her original form. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yi experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a long-lost friend, yet he found himself unable to articulate it accurately. "Well, you are quite remarkable." The girl, now reverted to her original state, retreated swiftly like a startled rabbit. Once she had created sufficient distance, a pair of vibrant gloves materialized in her hands. The right glove was adorned with a deep purple spirit ring, twinkling like stars in the night sky. 4th spirit ability, seize. With a melodic exclamation, Wu Yi suddenly felt as though something crucial had been extracted from his body. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a green crystal had appeared in the girl's grasp, resembling a dazzling emerald. At that moment, the girl's expression reflected confusion and astonishment as she gazed at the crystal in her hand. Her 4th spirit ability, known as seize, allowed her to randomly commandeer one of her opponent's skills for a brief period of 30 minutes. However, she had never anticipated that she would acquire a stone the size of a human head, leaving her momentarily uncertain of its intended use. Intending to stow the stone in her pouch, she was taken aback when, upon contact with her skin, the crystal vanished as if by magic, only for a suit of armor to envelop her instantaneously like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 78. Shock, what on earth? Wu Yi's face was a portrait of bewilderment as he glanced at himself and then at her, internally questioning the implications of his skill being used passively. Would it deplete his stamina or hers? He murmured to himself. Yet, the most astonished of all was Meow Meow. Her spirit ability allowed her to seize another skill, provided it did not exceed her own cultivation limit. Given that Wu Yi's level was just over 30, Meow Meow was capable of appropriating any skill at her disposal. However, what took her by surprise was that after the theft, she was able to bypass the usage restrictions of Wu Yi and directly activate the passive ability, thereby summoning the Wind Eagle armor. Yet, this very summoning led to significant complications. The girl, Meow Meow, astonishingly managed to unleash the full potential of the armor. With the prowess of a level 56 Soul King, it struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the inexperienced Meow Meow utterly stupefied. A gigantic question mark loomed in her mind. Am I not at level 42? How did I suddenly become level 56? She covered her face with her hands, as if the entire world had collapsed around her. Nevertheless, she was not a foolish individual. After merely a brief moment of existential doubt, clarity washed over her. This soul skill belonged to Wu Yi, and its effects were indeed astonishing. She had initially intended to express that it had always been so powerful, but reconsidering, she realized that such formidable soul skills must come with equally formidable restrictions, and the words caught in her throat. At that moment, she chose not to dwell on these thoughts any longer. What was taken was rightfully hers, and as long as she could utilize the soul skill, why ponder further? With the wind at her feet, she surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards Wu Yi with breathtaking speed. While Wai has encountered others utilizing his Wind Falcon armor before, he remained composed and unperturbed. The 3-section staff in his hand swiftly transformed into a formidable steel rod. With a fluidity reminiscent of Tai Chi, he deftly redirected the incoming fist with effortless grace. Wu Yi, much like a cunning rabbit, swiftly retreated to a place of safety, subsequently summoning the Flame Dragon Armor Summoner. At that moment, 3 soul rings stood like loyal sentinels, capable of sustaining the armor for a duration of 15 minutes, while the consumption of soul power was significantly reduced to 65. Even if the confrontation ended in a stalemate, he would still possess sufficient soul power to endure. Unless the opponent's method of summoning armor through such a predatory approach also counted against Wu He, he would truly be at a loss. Witnessing her attacks effortlessly neutralized by the opponent, Miao Miao was left utterly astonished. After all, she was a soul king of level 56, while he was merely in his 30s. How could he so easily deflect her strikes? Her face was etched with disbelief. Yet, the reality was undeniable, and resolute, she decided to make another attempt, her figure vanishing in an instant. Wu He deeply understood that the opponent had pushed the full power speed of the Wind Eagle armor to its utmost limit. When Wu He donned the Wind Eagle armor, he never contemplated pushing its speed to the utmost limits. To his astonishment, others have harnessed this very attribute, elevating it to an extraordinary pinnacle. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu He immediately summoned the Flame Dragon armor. At this very moment, only the Flame Dragon armor could contend with the Wind Eagle armor. Although the Black Rhinoceros armor possesses ample defensive capabilities, it would appear somewhat clumsy when faced with an opponent who can wield their armor to perfection. While it may be capable of passive defense, it could never hope to graze even the hem of the Wind Eagle armor. Ultimately, there are only 2 possible outcomes. Either both armors will exhaust their time, or the energy of the Black Rhinoceros armor will deplete before that of its adversary, for passive defense also consumes energy. Wu He has never been one to hide behind others. Thus, unless in extraordinary circumstances, he would never resort to absolute defensive measures for his protection. An ancient sage once proclaimed that offense is the best defense. Therefore, summoning the Flame Dragon armor at this moment is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Upon the completion of the summoning, Wu Yi's cultivation level instantly matched that of Miao Miao. Although his mobility could not rival the Wind Eagle armor, his vision had become as keen as a shadow. Where he once could only perceive vague afterimages, he now adeptly discerned the subtle traces of movement. Miao Miao lunged at him like a ravenous tiger, delivering a left hook aimed at Wu He. With a demeanor as relaxed as a leisurely stroll, Wu He skillfully executed the initial move of Wild Horse parts its mane, effortlessly deflecting her punch. He then transitioned seamlessly into the ultimate technique of Tai Chi, utilizing softness to conquer hardness, and with a graceful shoulder throw, he sent Miao Miao soaring through the air, crashing against the wall of the training room. In an instant, a human-shaped den appeared on the wall, strikingly lifelike, as if a real person had been embedded within. Miao Miao tumbled from the wall's indentation, landing awkwardly on the ground. Despite the protective embrace of her armor, she felt no significant pain, yet a lingering shadow of humiliation remained etched in her heart. Observing that her opponent had summoned armor as well, she anticipated that their strengths were indeed evenly matched. How could this be, despite the parity in power? Why did the disparity feel so vast? Miao Miao, filled with indignation, pounded the ground fiercely with her fists, her face still etched with unwavering determination. 3 years ago, he dared to treat her thus. Today, she vowed to avenge her past disgrace. The multifaceted lenses of the Wind Eagle armor gleamed with a fierce light as she summoned the Wind Eagle sword, her soul power converging upon the blade like a surging tide. She keenly sensed a bone-chilling aura clinging to the sword, yet at this moment, she had no time to spare. All she needed to do was unleash her full strength. The armor would surely wreak havoc upon her foes. Wu Yi could not help but lament why he felt so clumsy when donning his armor, while any random passerby seemed able to wield its power with remarkable finesse, often surpassing it. Although he was unable to execute the lethal skill when piercing thrust, he found it not too difficult to concentrate his soul energy and release sword chi with the Wind Falcon sword. Yet, this seemingly simple technique took him months of diligent study to master, while others could effortlessly summon it in an instant. Wu He could not help but deeply question his own talent and insight. As his opponent began to gather strength, Wu He resolved to confront him head-on. In his hand, the clapper sounded lightly, summoning the signature weapon of the Flame Dragon armor, the Blazing Blade. He concentrated his soul power into the blade, as if it were a myriad of rivers converging into the sea, transforming the dual edges of the sword into 2 fiery dragons, generating a wave of scorching and rich heat. Miao Miao completed her accumulation of power first. In an instant, the sword energy in her hand surged forward like a wild stallion, causing the moisture in the air to seemingly be enchanted, morphing into sharp icy blades that rained down upon Wu He like arrows. just as the attack approached him with the weight of a mountain. Wu Heyi's preparation reached its zenith. He spun like a top, sword and body in a graceful roll, chanting incantations as if summoning ancient forces. Flame Crescent Slash. In an audacious display, Wu Heyi christened his charging technique with a name that reverberated with formidable might. Chapter 79. Surrender, Narrow Victory. The clash of two skills erupted like meteors colliding in the sky. One was a searing flame, reminiscent of a fire dragon soaring aloft, while the other was a frigid tempest, akin to primordial ice descending upon the world. The collision of these two extreme forces resulted in a thunderous impact, creating a colossal breach in the wall of the training room, akin to a chasm. The resounding explosion echoed with the force of a boulder plunging into a lake, drawing a throng of students eager to witness the spectacle. As anticipated, the Academy's enforcement team, swift as the wind, would arrive at the scene within minutes. Such a cataclysmic eruption could easily lead the Academy to believe that an external threat was imminent. Indeed, moments later, several powerful figures descended like birds in flight nearby. Simultaneously, the training room where the two engaged in combat resembled a battleground ravaged by a tempest, littered with debris and cloaked in swirling dust, rendering its interior nearly indistinguishable. Only the formidable soul masters, with their acute sensitivity to soul power, could discern the presence of two weakened entities locked in opposition within. The outcome of their earlier confrontation had been decided. Their accumulated energies were depleted like a flood that had breached its banks, and the time for their armor's fusion had reached its conclusion. In the instant of their skills colliding, both warriors, akin to startled birds, instinctively braced themselves against the residual shockwaves of the explosion, and as if by unspoken agreement, they simultaneously relinquished their armored states. In that fleeting moment of release, Wu Heyi was inundated by a familiar sense of helplessness, surging over him like an overwhelming tide. Over the past 3 years of rigorous training, he had summoned his armor on but a handful of occasions. Each time, Lin Bei had been by his side, alleviating his burdens, leading him to forget the sensation of utter weakness for quite some time. However, the rigorous physical conditioning over these 3 years had endowed him with a degree of resistance to this feeling of impotence. In fact, he found a peculiar enjoyment in the experience of weakness. For every session of physical training culminated in exhaustion, where he relinquished all control over his strength. Yet each respite brought forth a palpable enhancement of his abilities. In stark contrast, the girl, Miao Miao, experienced a markedly different turmoil within her heart. She had not anticipated that the side effects of Wu Heyi's soul skill would be so overwhelming, draining an astonishing 65% of her soul power, stamina, and mental fortitude in an instant. She felt as though she were a fragile candle flickering in a tempest, on the verge of extinguishing. This was her first encounter with such profound helplessness, a fear that emanated from deep within, as if an invisible hand were amplifying her sense of vulnerability, leading her to believe she was utterly spent. At present, she had only utilized Wu Heyi's skill for 5 minutes, theoretically still possessing an opportunity for another 25 minutes of use. Once again, she summoned a crystal in her right hand. However, this time the crystal bore no resemblance to the vibrant emerald from before, appearing instead as an ordinary stone, dull and devoid of vitality. She gently brought the crystal close to her body, yet the fleeting sensation of unison did not materialize, nor did the crystal vanish. In that moment, a possibility dawned upon her. The utilization of this skill necessitated an abundance of physical strength, soul power, and mental fortitude. Otherwise, it could not be manifested. At that moment, Miu Miu felt a blend of exasperation and amusement. She had appropriated another skill, rendering them unable to wield it, only to find herself incapable after a single use, leaving the remainder of her time as if rendered null. Through the wall breached by the explosion, sunlight pierced the haze like a sharp arrow, revealing a figure slowly rising, while she herself could only slump to the ground like an injured kitten, utterly powerless. With a woeful smile, she raised her right hand and weakly declared, "I concede. I shall join your team." Perhaps it was due to her current inability to be seen. Her voice alone reached Wu Heyi, evoking an oddly familiar sensation within him. Yet, he sensed that her tone was perhaps too gentle, if only it were a touch more assertive. As Wu Heyi contemplated this, a look of profound astonishment suddenly crossed his face. "Are you that little boy from 3 years ago, the one who attempted to deceive the mirror shadow illusion python?" "Huh." Miao Miao let out a light chuckle, her voice imbued with an inexplicable indifference. She neither confirmed nor denied the assertion. At that moment, Wu Heyi experienced an epiphany. suddenly comprehending the source of the overwhelming hostility emanating from the girl named Meow Meow. Was it not simply due to the fact that he had not willingly surrendered the soul beast at that time? Was it not merely because he had inadvertently collided with her chest? Wu Yi murmured softly, but suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Soft, so soft. Ah, I apologize. I was unaware that you were a girl at that moment. Wu Yi's face instantly swelled to the hue of a ripe apple, and he immediately bowed in apology like a contrite child. Upon hearing his apology, for reasons unknown, Meow Meow's face also flushed with a rosy glow reminiscent of the evening sky. At that moment, a cough erupted like thunder from a clear sky. Ahem! 3 elderly figures entered like phantoms, their formidable spiritual energy swirling like a tempest, dispersing the dust that lingered between the two. It was then that they realized the once pristine training room had been utterly transformed, resembling a scene of unfathomable devastation as if it had endured a cataclysmic battle. With every wall pockmarked by an array of bullet holes, large and small, the entire training facility resembled a desolate ruin, battered as if it had been bombarded. Who among you will explain what transpired here? Despite the absence of any overt reproach in the visitor's tone, it was evident that he bore the simmering fury of a volcano on the verge of eruption. At this moment, Wu Yi finally discerned the 3 individuals before him, one of whom was none other than the venerable Elder Liang. However, Elder Liang had shed the modest attire of a junior college president, donning instead the imposing robes of a senior elder of the academy. He now presided over the academy's court of justice, where all students who had erred were summoned to face his judgment. Wu Yi could not help but chuckle, while old man Liang maintained a stern demeanor. Grandfather, Meow Meow called out. Grandfather? Wu Yi expressed his astonishment with a question, as if he had just heard the most unbelievable news in the world. Following that, 3 sharp inquiries pierced the air like swords. I'm calling my grandfather. What do you have to say? Meow Meow's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she playfully chided. With her nearly exhausted spiritual energy, she hurriedly approached an elderly man with the swiftness of the wind. The old man's martial spirit was also a glove, but it was unlike any other, shimmering in a jade-like green, appearing as light as a cicada's wing. He deftly retrieved some materials from his portable storage soul guide, and with the enhancement of the soul rings, he concocted a bottle of azure potion at lightning speed. Without hesitation, Meow Meow tilted her head back and drank it in one gulp. Sweet. What progress? Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of soul power surged from within her, akin to a torrent crashing forth, and in an instant, it was evident that her soul power had revived like withered wood encountering spring, with her physical and mental strength significantly rejuvenated. This was nothing short of miraculous. Her first soul skill, named Fear, was like an invisible sword, piercing deep into the opponent's psyche, a disquieting psychological suggestion. It could amplify the opponent's inner fears in an instant, even compelling them to manifest their fears tangibly. The second skill, Intimidation, also belonged to the realm of psychological suggestion. One could say, without exaggeration, that once the principle of her soul skills was understood, these 2 techniques posed minimal threat to adversaries. The effect of the intimidation skill was akin to a resounding bell, enhancing her aura and magnifying the opponent's fear state by approximately 200, thereby creating an overwhelming pressure that could diminish the opponent's overall strength by 20. These 2 soul skills were like chips in a gambler's hand. If wielded adeptly, the gambler could transform into a formidable force revered in their domain. On the actual battlefield, leveraging the innate passive of her martial spirit, she could instantly simulate the target of her opponent's fears, and by skillfully employing these 2 soul skills, she could manipulate the psychologically fragile opponents with ease. At that moment, Wu Yi was contemplating how to maximize Wu Meow Meow's martial spirit's effectiveness in team battles when he heard her begin to describe her third soul skill. This soul skill, named Imitation, was extraordinarily terrifying. Its effect resembled a magical mirror that could discern the soul skills once employed by individuals in the opponent's memory and directly replicate them, achieving approximately 10% of the original skill's efficacy. What? Your soul skill can read memories and present them according to the caster's intended effect at 10% efficiency? Wu Yi exclaimed in astonishment, his voice echoing through the sky. Witnessing Wu Yi's overwhelming reaction, Wu Meow Meow could only stare in disbelief. Wu Yi whispered softly, as if engaged in a soliloquy. It is no wonder that she was able to transform into Mi-Air effortlessly, wielding Mi-Air's soul skills with grace and fluidity. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Yi made a new discovery and pressed further with her inquiry. Have you ever employed this soul skill on your teammates? Furthermore, does your soul skill read memories, or does it discern the thoughts of the one being affected? The answer to the first question came easily, yet the second question left Wu Miao Miao in deep contemplation for quite some time. Regarding the first question, to be frank, I have never attempted it, as I have always been a solitary individual, with only my grandfather or parents accompanying me for extended periods. As for your second query, due to my lack of friends and the absence of attention, it was only upon your mention that I pondered it briefly. It seems that your second interpretation is somewhat more fitting. Wu Miao Miao stroked her chin, her face etched with contemplation and concern. If your third soul skill pertains to reading the immediate thoughts of the one being affected, then it indeed holds great potential. The consideration of Wu Hei is certainly not a mere whim. If one could perceive the thoughts of the subject at that moment, coupled with her martial spirit's unique attributes, once an opponent sees her transform into someone familiar, they would instinctively conjure the corresponding scenario in their mind. Consequently, she could effortlessly replicate 10% of that individual's soul skills. However, if the subject happens to be a teammate, and the thoughts they harbor pertain to a towering, formidable existence at the level of a titled Douluo, accompanied by a profound fear of that titled Douluo's abilities, then according to the manifestation of her soul skill. As long as her soul power is abundant, she may directly achieve or even surpass the potency of that titled Douluo's soul skills. It can be said that the might of this soul skill is akin to a projection of the subject's imagination, entirely dependent on its richness. If this is indeed the case, her soul skill could be regarded as a stroke of genius. By the way, your fourth soul skill must have directly inherited the attributes of your mother's martial spirit, I surmise. Wu Hei conjectured based on what she had witnessed. Indeed, my fourth soul skill is named Seize. Its effects are precisely as you have seen, heard, and imagined. As long as the opponent maintains eye contact with me for over 5 seconds, I can effortlessly extract a soul skill from their martial spirit that does not exceed my own level of power. And this skill can remain with me for approximately 30 minutes. As long as I claim this soul skill, the opponent will be rendered incapable of utilizing their abilities for the duration, akin to amnesia. When Wu Miao Miao spoke of this skill, her face radiated confidence and pride. However, upon catching a glimpse of Wu Hei's insatiable expression, her smile abruptly faded like the retreating tide. Yet, for you, this soul skill is as good as non-existent. Your abilities are undoubtedly formidable, but they come at a substantial cost. I surmise that, in the future, it will merely serve to restrain one of your transformations. If you can restore your stamina before my Seize skill expires, then this ability will truly hold no significance for you. Despite this, even as Wu Miao Miao recounted her tale with a frown, Wu Hei's focus lay elsewhere. Wu Miao Miao's fourth soul skill was like a sharp blade, piercing through Wu Hei's preconceived notions regarding the passive rules of her own abilities. The effects of Wu Hei's martial soul are accompanied by several rather distasteful passive rules. One such rule stipulates that when soul skills are imparted to others, the recipient must possess the corresponding attribute of that skill. Otherwise, they are rendered incapable of utilizing it. Another rule indicates that whether Wu Hei employs a skill himself or bestows it upon another, it will instantaneously deplete his stamina, mental energy, and soul power, all drawn from his own reserves. Without Lin Bei's targeted assistance over the years, Wu Hei's combat prowess would likely fall short even of that of an average soul master. However, Wu Miao Miao's fourth soul skill emerges as an indomitable sword, effectively shattering the confines of Wu Hei's martial soul rules from a certain perspective. Is it truly the case that as long as your cultivation surpasses mine, you can freely seize any of my soul skills? Upon hearing Wu Hei's inquiry, Wu Miao Miao's eyes shimmered with a dazzling array of colors, reminiscent of a radiant rainbow gracing the horizon. Swiftly, she donned a pair of gloves, and the vibrant hues coalesced like spirited sprites, enveloping her gloves in a magical glow. Just 5 seconds later, a fiery red crystal materialized in her hand, gleaming like a resplendent gem. See? I told you I wasn't deceiving you, Wu Miao Miao declared, clutching the gem as if it were a rare treasure. In that fleeting moment when Wu Miao Miao's eyes were enveloped in that colorful haze, Wu Hei became utterly convinced. He distinctly sensed his martial soul and soul rings being gently stirred, as if by a soft breeze. He had never anticipated that such a person, capable of effortlessly transcending the rules of his martial soul, could exist in this world. Yet, he felt fortunate that this individual was a friend rather than an adversary. Chapter 82. The Butterfly Effect meets Shrek with laughter and banter. The two made their way into the dormitory building. Wu Hei, resembling a sturdy old ox, assisted Wu Miao Miao in transporting her luggage into the lobby on the first floor. In Wu Yi's heart, a splendid flower seemed to bloom. Filled with joy at having recruited an exceptional new member today, he eagerly opened the grand door on the first floor, ready to introduce this new addition to everyone. Brothers, I have returned. Look who I brought back with me. On Wu Yi's face, excitement and joy radiated, akin to a resplendent starry sky. However, before he could relish this moment of happiness for even 3 seconds, he was suddenly assailed by a biting chill, enveloped instantly by a suffocating atmosphere. In the common room of the dormitory, everyone's expressions appeared as if drenched in bitter rain. Some leaned against the platform. Others lay on the sofa with books covering their faces. Some wept openly, while others remained as silent as statues. Wu Yi found himself utterly perplexed, akin to a monk unable to comprehend his own reflection in a mirror. What transpired, he pondered. Logically speaking, he had meticulously arranged a task for this group today. With their prowess, venturing there would be akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, effortlessly dominating the competition. Merely a trifling endeavor to acclimatize to the atmosphere of the contest. Therefore, one would expect that upon their return this evening, they would be a jubilant assembly. If not beaming with joy, then at least animatedly discussing their experiences at the Dual Soul Arena. After all, that venue bore resemblance to what Wu Yi had heard of in his previous life, a place for underground boxing, though in this realm, it operated within the bounds of legality. Unlike the illicit nature of its former counterpart, Wu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Could it be that they had encountered a challenge harder than steel? Wu Yi cradled his head in contemplation, as if unearthing a treasure buried deep beneath the earth. This should not be the case. With Mier's cultivation surpassing the 40th level, she alone ought to be able to sweep away the majority of societal figures with the ease of autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Wu Yi approached Lin Bei, gently prodding his shoulder as if attempting to rouse a slumbering giant. Old Lin, he inquired, have you all gambled away your fortunes? Only to be duped by the house. You have no gambling addiction? Lin Bei lifted his gaze to meet Wu Yi's. His expression as still and lifeless as a stagnant pool, devoid of any ripple of emotion. He shook his head and turned away, as if Wu Yi were merely an inconsequential passerby. Consequently, Wu Yi fell silent, akin to a firecracker that had lost its spark. The cheerful disposition he had once possessed, as radiant as blossoming spring flowers, dissipated into nothingness upon witnessing the lifeless faces around him. For reasons unknown, a nameless fury simmered within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, poised to unleash its pent-up energy. Wu Yi suddenly roared like an enraged lion. Who will explain to me what on earth is happening today? Do not all appear as though you have lost your closest kin. Witnessing Wu Yi's fury, the Shi brothers, who had been sitting awkwardly on the sidelines, resembled startled birds and were the first to speak. They were not members of Wu Yi's team. They were merely affiliated with the Yu Tianheng family and had become their subordinates. Typically, they would be summoned for training under the pretext of practice, though the reality was that they served as mere punching bags. Nevertheless, these two fellows bore their burdens without complaint, often frequenting the dormitory, much to Wu Yi's indifference. Brother Wu, the situation is as follows. The Shi brothers recounted the events of the day in a rapid exchange, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi found himself utterly perplexed, akin to a bewildered monk. He began to ponder quietly. According to their descriptions, it seemed they had encountered Shrek. However, there was a contradiction in the timeline. Following this chronological sequence, Shrek Academy should have been preparing to visit our side, only to be turned away. Subsequently, they would be compelled to join Lu Erlong's academy. Yet, from the perspective of the timeline's curvature, they ought not to have encountered Shrek Academy at this juncture. Wu Yi, perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation, could only attribute it to the butterfly effect. After all, the emergence of two travelers from different dimensions in a single world was indeed a curious phenomenon. It seemed only reasonable that such an occurrence would generate some butterfly effects within the Douluo universe. Wu Yi helplessly waved his hand and remarked, "Is this it? You all have become as wilted as frostbitten eggplants just because you lost a duel." Wu Yi spread his hands in exasperation, acknowledging the undeniable truth. After all, each individual present was a battle-hardened elite, having faced countless challenges within the academy, and their win rates hovered around a mere 65. For them, experiencing defeat in a duel was an all-too-common occurrence. As Wu Yi continued his lamentations, Mier interjected. Among the opposing team, there were two individuals who were merely great soul masters, their average combat strength barely reaching that of Soul Zone. Yet, we still faced defeat. It was utterly humiliating. Alas, the only one aware of Tang San's exceptional prowess was none other than myself. Wu Yi deemed it unwise to offer excessive consolation. Instead, he deftly shifted the topic, clapping his hands and declaring, all right, a loss is merely a loss. Another day, I shall accompany you to redeem ourselves. With the prior matters having reached a temporary conclusion, although the atmosphere among the group remained as stagnant as still water, the arrival of a new member prompted them to muster strained smiles that were more grotesque than tears. However, there were a few individuals whose expressions transformed into sheer infatuation in an instant. Hey, you four, do restrain yourselves. It's utterly repulsive. Wu Yi pointed towards the Shijiao brothers, Yu Tianheng and Lin Bei. At this moment, Wu Miao had already placed her luggage in her room and returned to the hall, gracefully emerging from behind Wu Yi. She appeared gentle and serene, her demeanor poised and notably tall, exuding an aura of an intelligent older sister. Upon hearing Wu Yi introduce her, she promptly stepped forward to present herself to everyone. When she spoke of her cultivation and soul techniques, the previously despondent crowd, who seemed defeated, suddenly ignited with a peculiar glimmer in their eyes. After all, they had been following Wu Yi for 3 to 5 years, and their thought processes had undergone varying degrees of transformation. Upon hearing Wu Miao's introduction, they experienced a reaction akin to Wu Yi's cognitive resonance. However, this moment of contemplation was fleeting, as several young women joyfully led Wu Miao aside. The gazes of the 4 elderly gentlemen synchronously followed them. Wu Yi simultaneously slapped both Yu Tianheng and Lin Bei on the head, then gestured for them to follow. The two, understanding the unspoken cue, accompanied Wu Yi into the conference room on the first floor. Chapter 83. Preparations for Battle. Chapter 84. The arena encounter. As the appointed time approached, everyone was as restless as ants on a hot stove, eagerly awaiting Wu Yi's emergence from his seclusion. This time, the Huangdo team was set to make their official debut. To ensure that their opponents would not fail to appear, they had arranged for several junior students to act as scouts, discreetly surveying the Dohan arena to confirm the arrival of their adversaries. Upon receiving word that the opposing team had indeed arrived, they settled down to await Wu Yi's reappearance with calm anticipation. Over the past few days, they had profoundly experienced the remarkable nature of the training ground meticulously prepared by Wu Yi. This place not only exerted an immense gravitational pressure akin to the weight of Mount Tai, but it also imposed a suffocating mental strain, constraining them from every angle, leaving them feeling as though their strength had been entirely siphoned away from the onset. However, after persevering in such a grueling environment for several days, everyone was pleasantly surprised by the immense benefits derived from this rigorous training. In this setting, the rates of enhancement for their mental acuity, physical constitution, and soul force skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 3-fold acceleration compared to normal conditions. Even those who had been struggling to break through their cultivation barriers experienced epiphanies, achieving breakthroughs as if enlightened. As they anxiously awaited, fidgeting like ants on a hot stove, Wu Yi descended the stairs with an unhurried grace, and upon encountering a group of his anxious companions, he could only manage an awkward smile. With a sweeping gesture akin to a general commanding a vast army, he declared, "Let us go, brothers, and strike back with a vengeance." A few individuals proceeded in an orderly fashion to the entrance of the duel arena. The manager, upon seeing them, rushed over with the eagerness of a hungry tiger, his forehead glistening with beads of perspiration, clearly indicative of the effort he had invested in preparations for the evening's events. "Esteemed guests, you have finally arrived. That team has been waiting with bated breath." At the manager's words, Wu Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating a sense of calm as he followed the manager into the lounge of the duel arena. Since both sides had previously clashed, the venue provided comprehensive and unreserved information about each team. However, the data regarding Wu Yi and Wu Miao shone with a fresh brilliance, for they were both distinguished as gold medal players, having clinched their accolades a year prior. The excuse of the 5-1 is simple and unadorned. Orphaned and without parental guidance, if he does not seek a means of financial sustenance soon, it will indeed be quite embarrassing to approach Dean Liang for funds tomorrow. His reasoning, however, is rather justifiable. Wu Yi regarded the information regarding the Shrek squad with disdain. For him, there was no need for scrutiny, as he could simply engage in combat, confident that his understanding of himself far surpassed that of his adversaries. Prior to the battle, Wu He executed only a few deliberate actions. First, as if performing a magical trick, he summoned the wooden attribute crystal of the Wind Eagle Knight and gently placed it in Yi Lingling's palm. After all, Yi Lingling was merely a support character, her martial soul capable of only one soul skill, area-wide group healing, leaving her devoid of any means for self-defense. Second, the primary offensive strategy was clear. At the outset, all members pounced upon Tang San like famished tigers. The tactics of Shrek were fundamentally limited to two approaches. With the most potent and pivotal revolving around Tang San, the priority was to eliminate him, after which the remainder of the conflict would be a mere formality. Third, and most critically, there were no members in his team capable of flight. Therefore, it was essential to swiftly deal with Oscar. His soul skill granted the ability for the team to soar through the skies. If he were to be eliminated, the ground would unequivocally belong to them. The tactical arrangement of the 5-in-1 strategy is both succinct and clear, akin to the revelation of sunlight piercing through clouds, allowing all who hear it to grasp its essence effortlessly. Wu He was assigned a task by Wu Miaomiao as soon as the battle commenced. His sole focus was on one adversary, the second support, Ning Rongrong. After all, she was the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and her auxiliary martial soul was as insidious as a relentless curse. If he could seize it, not only would it significantly weaken the opponent, but it would also bolster his own strength tremendously. In the waiting room, the time allotted for tactical arrangements slipped away like a fleeting shadow. The opposing team had been waiting there for over an hour, and it was evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were as ravenous and impatient as wolves. Wu He and his team shared that same sense of urgency. A loud call from the referee echoed through the arena. Please welcome both teams to the stage. On either side of the arena, 2 dimly lit passages led to the waiting area, resembling 2 lurking black dragons. The 2 teams emerged from the shadows, stepping onto the platform. Upon ascending the stage, Wu He could hardly contain his excitement, for the 7 individuals before him were achingly familiar. Finally, he was face to face with them, and soon, he would have the chance to engage in a thrilling battle. His heart surged like a vast ocean, brimming with exhilaration. Yet his expression remained composed and indifferent, as if he were entirely unconcerned with the unfolding events. At the instant the match commenced, both sides unleashed their soul rings and martial souls in unison, akin to a volcanic eruption. The display of 5 rings, though overly dramatic, was nonetheless breathtaking. As each participant revealed their martial souls and soul rings, Wu He, as if awakening from a deep slumber, unfurled his own martial soul and soul rings with a deliberate grace. The members of Shrek Academy gasped in astonishment, particularly Tang San, upon witnessing Wu He's soul rings. Involuntarily glanced back at Yu Xiaojiang. It was unbelievable. Someone possessed a soul ring configuration of 1 purple and 2 black. Such an arrangement for a soul master was utterly unprecedented, never before seen or heard of. In stark contrast, the Shrek team exudes a sense of simplicity and humility, comprising 2 soul emperors of level 37, Tang San and Dai Mubai. Their formation places Dai Mubai at the forefront, leading the charge, while Tang San commands the center. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu flank the team on either side, followed closely by Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun, whose cultivation levels as great soul masters necessitate their protection at the rear of the formation. Conversely, on the side of Wu He, the over 40 level Mi Air stands like a resplendent gem at the heart of the group. In the front row, Wu Yi and Yu Tianheng, both at the pinnacle of level 30, lead the charge, while Wu Miaomiao and Yi Lingling occupy the back, with Du Guiyin positioned behind Mi Air. The impending clash between the 2 teams is palpable, as all participants unfurl their martial spirits and soul rings with the ferocity of hungry tigers, poised to strike at the slightest hint of weakness from the opponent. The pivotal element of Shrek's formation lies with Tang San, whose blue-silver grass has already ensnared the waists of all teammates, ensuring immediate support during the fray. Chapter 85. Dusty Heart. Thus, Wu He, swift as lightning, draws a gleaming, massive broadsword from his storage space. Dai Mubai, receiving a subtle cue from Tang San, comprehends the signal and recognizes that Tang San is fully prepared. Without hesitation, he unleashes his soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation, causing his body to double in size, significantly augmenting both his strength and speed. He then lunges forward like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, targeting the debuting Wu He. However, Wu He is no fool. He perceives this maneuver as a mere feint. With a slight pivot, he unleashes a kick like a gale, striking Dai Mubai squarely in the abdomen. Tang San is caught off guard, watching as Dai Mubai is propelled backward as if struck by a speeding armored truck. Nevertheless, Wu He harbors no expectation of eliminating any opponents in the initial skirmish. Consequently, Dai Mubai merely sustains a minor injury, stabilizing himself at the edge of the arena. Just as Tang San intends to assist his comrade, he suddenly realizes that his blue-silver grass has been severed. This revelation astonishes him, for at that moment, the blue-silver grass is remarkably resilient, impervious to typical blades. Yet, this steadfast grass has been effortlessly cut through. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai regains his composure and prepares to unleash another soul skill against Wu He. However, Yu Tianheng, like a wraith, dashes forward, intercepting Dai Mubai's soul skill with his own body. After this maneuver, Yu Tianheng nonchalantly brushes off the dust from his chest and remarks with a casual air, "Silver spear. Waxy head, no damage at all." This sentence struck like a sharp sword, deeply piercing the fragile soul of Dai Mubai. It is worth noting that Dai Mubai is a seasoned player in the realm of romance, reveling in nightly festivities and donning the guise of a groom each day. Yet, when these words escaped another's lips, he felt them as a merciless mockery directed at him. Essentially, those 5 words were akin to his Achilles heel, untouchable. In an instant, Dai Mubai erupted in fury akin to a volcanic eruption, a brilliant white light rapidly coalescing in his mouth before he unleashed it with a fierce roar. A soul technique surged forth, resembling a ferocious beast, claws bared, roaring towards Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng quickly discerned that Dai Mubai was genuinely enraged. However, he resolved to confront the soul technique head-on. In a flash, his entire body was enveloped in a protective layer of dragon scales, akin to an indomitable armor, while his dragon claws gripped Dai Mubai's technique like iron pincers. With a powerful tug, he tore through Dai Mubai's soul technique as effortlessly as one might rip thin paper. This breathtaking spectacle unfolded in mere seconds, leaving Tang San in a state of stunned disbelief, his blue-silver grass simultaneously springing forth like a serpent emerging from its burrow. Yet, within the arena, the contest was far from a leisurely affair. No one would foolishly wait for their allies to resolve their skirmishes before making their move. In the blink of an eye, half the battlefield was engulfed by Du Guyan's soul poison, while all teammates seized the moment of chaos to dart away like cunning hares. Before long, the one-on-one duels among the members had reached their conclusion. At this moment, Tang San found himself in a standoff with an opponent, akin to 2 meteors traversing time and space, igniting a dazzling spectacle of sparks. Undoubtedly their first formal encounter as fellow travelers. Although Tang San wore a mask, shrouded in an air of mystery, it did not hinder Wu He from recognizing him instantly, as if they shared an unspoken understanding. "Look, they've already begun. Shouldn't we also?" Wu He remarked, rubbing his hands in front of Tang San like a tiger poised to pounce on its prey, emanating an eagerness to engage. Tang San, caught off guard by a fleeting moment of distraction, watched as the entire battlefield was rent asunder. Nevertheless, as a fellow 3-ring soul master, he felt no trepidation in facing his adversary. His gaze burned with the fervor of a blazing flame, brimming with fighting spirit. With the exquisite techniques of the Xian Yu hand at his disposal, the uncanny steps of Ghost Shadow perplexing track at his feet, and the formidable external soul bone upon his back, his skills sparkled like stars in the night sky, so abundant they could rival the finest of details. Suddenly, Tang San shouted, "Entwine." On the ground before Wu He, numerous blue-silver grass roots and vines sprouted forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Although none of them struck their target, the suddenness of the assault left one feeling caught off guard. Nevertheless, Wu He's reflexes were as swift as lightning. He even had the time to observe the other members of his team, just as he prepared to advance with his blade against Tang San. A piercing scream echoed in the air. Ning Rongrong had spotted someone she had longed for, yet at that moment, she wished he were not among her opponents. Meanwhile, due to a disparity in cultivation, Ma Hongjun was swiftly eliminated by Mi Air, vanishing from the battlefield like a meteor streaking across the sky. In a moment of distraction, Ning Rongrong too was ousted by Wu Miao Miao. But at that instant, Wu Miao Miao seemed to perform a magic trick. Where she had stood, a man now took her place. This man wielded a long sword, reminiscent of a figure from a martial arts realm, exuding an aura of solemnity and gravity. His appearance struck like a thunderclap, causing Yu Xiaojiang outside the arena to exclaim in shock, "The sword Douluo Xin Xin." Upon hearing the name, Wu He could not help but shudder. He had hoped that Wu Miao Miao would transform into Ning Fengji, thus granting them an exceptionally powerful support. Yet, unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong's thoughts had conjured the sword Douluo Chen Xian. Consequently, Wu Miao Miao morphed into the unforeseen sword Douluo Chen Xian, and even more astonishingly, she could unleash all of the sword Douluo's soul skills, albeit at a mere 10% effectiveness. Yet the consumption of these skills was tremendously high. Just as everyone was taken aback, Tang San suddenly sensed someone hurling stones at him. He rapidly turned, only to see Lin Bei winking at him. And in the next moment, he vanished into the poisonous mist. However, before Tang San could muster his anger, he felt his soul power, physical strength, and mental energy draining away like a flood breaching a dam, leaving him utterly exhausted. Bewildered, he could not comprehend what had transpired, as Lin Bei's released soul skill bore no distinct luminescence. At this moment, the dynamics of the arena shifted subtly. Chapter 86. Only 3 remain active. Wu Miao Miao deftly manipulated the faux sword Douluo as if it were an extension of her own being, flawlessly simulating the opponent's every soul ring in mere moments. The strength of the faux sword Douluo she embodied was entirely contingent upon Ning Rongrong. At this very moment, the aura and energy she could unleash were derived from Ning Rongrong's perception of sword Douluo as an invincible war god in the realm of offense. Each move and technique exuded an overwhelming pressure akin to a tidal wave, so that even a mere 10% imitation by Wu Miao Miao conveyed an overall sensation nearly indistinguishable from the original. However, the astonishing aura emanating from her was fundamentally attributed to Wu Miao Miao's second soul skill. It acted as a miraculous amplifier, doubling the original intensity while simultaneously functioning like a sharp scythe, ruthlessly diminishing the overall strength of all opponents within a 5-meter radius by 20%. The closer one was to her, the more palpable her terrifying presence became, as if she were a colossal beast rising from the abyss. It was utterly astounding that such a martial soul could transform into another's likeness. In the Shrek Academy lounge, Yi Shaojiang exclaimed in astonishment. Having dedicated decades to the study of martial souls, he was witnessing such a peculiar manifestation for the first time. Yet he swiftly discerned the essence of Wu Miao Miao's soul skill. This was due to his external position. The other soul skills within Wu Miao Miao's martial soul did not affect him, allowing him to perceive everything clearly. Likewise, both Flander and Zhao Wujie were equally astonished, though they quickly regained their composure. After all, their profound cultivation and mental fortitude enabled them to maintain a steady dominance over a student of approximately the 30th rank. At first glance, it seemed as though a tidal Douluo had descended, but a slight perception would reveal that the core had undergone no alterations. Confusion filled their minds. Was this an illusion or a genuine existence? Soon, Wu Miao Miao provided the answers they yearned for. Fourth soul skill, manifestation of killing intent. In an instant, Sword Douluo's fourth soul skill erupted like a volcanic explosion, centered around the 7-killing sword in his hand, unleashing a vortex woven from sword energy that ensnared Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing as if caught in a tempest. This maneuver had been previously communicated by Wu Hui to everyone. At the first opportunity, they must sever the connection between these two and their larger forces. While one was a support and the other an agile attack-type soul master, they appeared to pose little threat on the surface. However, in truth, Oscar could craft sausages that soared through the skies, and both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai had the potential to unleash the fearsome martial soul fusion technique. Once the two were isolated from the others, it became evident that none could soar to great heights. Instead, they were firmly grounded, which undoubtedly presented an advantage among their own. In truth, the duo was not incapable of utilizing their martial soul fusion technique. However, doing so would significantly diminish their overall strength. After all, time slips away, and the years weave swiftly by. Wu had long since forgotten the precise moment they acquired the martial soul fusion skill, compounded by the enigmatic butterfly effect, which could potentially lead them to master this extraordinary technique prematurely. Nevertheless, Wu Miao Miao, upon attempting to unleash the skills of a tidal Douluo, was astonished to discover that even with merely 10% of her power, she could only wield the first 4 soul skills. As for the subsequent 5, regardless of her choice, the reckless use of any would instantly deplete her physical strength, mental fortitude, and soul power. Her subconscious warned her that even with Lin Bei's assistance, they would likely lose consciousness in the blink of an eye. This perhaps elucidated the rationale behind the stark disparity in power between her and her chosen targets. To conserve energy, she merely sealed the 2 individuals closest to her. Of course, the continuous release of this soul skill still demanded a considerable amount of soul power. However, It was not entirely futile for her. In the moment she gained control over the two, she also cast her second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian, thereby fortifying her defenses and rendering it nearly impossible for anyone from the Shrek team to breach her barriers in the short term. At this juncture, Tang Xin felt a sense of urgency. He had been pondering how to turn their disadvantage into an advantage, yet had yet to take action, leaving only 3 individuals capable of movement on the entire arena: himself, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai. Though Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing were exerting every effort to break free from the binding soul skill, they found that any forceful attempt would only result in the cunning sword energy rebounding upon themselves. They had even tried consuming mushroom sausages, hoping to escape the control zone. Yet they were unprepared for the revelation that the swirling control area would shift along with their ascent. Now, they could only hope for external assistance to shatter this confinement or for the Soul Master's soul power to deplete. Sensing the dire situation, Xiao Wu, as a 100,000-year soul beast, possessed a wealth of combat experience and instantly recognized the necessity to rescue her comrades. Without the support of her teammates, they faced a daunting 6-against-3 scenario. If ensnared by the opposition, their chances of victory would be utterly extinguished. The battle on the arena was mercurial, akin to the capriciousness of wind and clouds, leaving spectators breathless in amazement. The audience gasped in astonishment, as if the crashing waves were upon the shore. This Imperial battle team was indeed formidable, having swiftly shattered the enemy's defenses in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to you, a week prior, they engaged in a match that was nothing short of a complete disaster. All of them were formidable soul masters, each at least level 30, while their opponents boasted 3 grand soul masters, making it exceedingly difficult for them to compete. Indeed, I was present that day. It appears that the 2 turtle-like soul masters are absent today. The audience, engrossed in discussion, scanned the arena with the precision of a hawk, swiftly identifying that the 2 replacements for the sluggish soul masters were Wu He and Wu Miao Miao. They marveled, for merely substituting 2 team members had resulted in a staggering surge in prowess akin to a rocket's ascent. Little Wu unleashed her 3rd soul skill, teleportation, darting towards the false sword Douluo like a wraith, her figure vanishing in an instant. Yet, Mier captured the trajectory of her movement in the blink of an eye. After all, Mier's cultivation level had already surpassed 40, while Little Wu was merely a fledgling, just crossing the threshold of 30. Judging by her speed and trajectory, Little Wu was akin to a mouse caught beneath a cat's paw, utterly unable to evade Mier's gaze. In a heartbeat, Mier pinpointed her landing, akin to a hunter spotting her prey, launching a precise arrow while simultaneously unleashing her 3rd soul skill, surrounding her with an ear-splitting roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry. Chapter 87, Shamelessness. The Soul King bullying the weak. The moment Little Wu reappeared, her eyes, like autumn waters, were shrouded in a hazy pink. Her 2nd soul skill, Enchantment. This soul skill struck like a bolt of mental lightning, piercing through the false sword Douluo's 2nd soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian, and hitting Wu Miao Miao squarely in the eyes. Being a mental-type soul skill, upon impact, it doused the blazing fire of Wu Miao Miao's 3rd soul skill as if poured with a bucket of icy water, causing her to stumble back awkwardly from the false sword Douluo's state, revealing her true form. However, in that instant, Little Wu also faced a fierce assault from Mier, being propelled away like a leaf caught in a tempest, sent flying by a tenfold anti-gravity force. Simultaneously, Mier had already accurately predicted the height to which Little Wu would soar half a second prior. The space above was soon filled with arrows, densely packed like an impenetrable net. Then, her 4th soul skill activated instantly, allowing her to weave through the arrows like a phantom, leaving behind a series of illusory duplicates. Countless electric shocks and energy arrows rained down like a torrential storm, instantly engulfing the airborne rabbit. Little Wu, propelled into the air, was like a kite severed from its string, unable to land and thus incapable of unleashing any soul skill. Witnessing this heart-stopping spectacle, Tang San was consumed with urgency. Unable to suppress his shout, Little Wu, as Xiao Wu spiraled through the air like a free-falling leaf, her enchanting gaze met Tang San's, filled with desolation and helplessness, as if whispering tales of boundless sorrow. In that fleeting moment, a fierce desire to protect surged within Tang San, akin to a volcano erupting. At that instant, in his eyes, the lives of all his teammates could be sacrificed, but Xiao Wu must remain unharmed at all costs. To inflict harm upon her, one must first tread over my lifeless body. Just as he prepared to unleash his blue-silver grass spirit to rescue Xiao Wu, a colossal fist descended upon his face like a hammer, before he could even gather his soul power. Do you look down upon me? How dare you be distracted while engaging with me? Wu He was equally astonished by the frenetic pace of the battle. He had suspected that, given the prowess of this group, it was inconceivable for them to be vanquished by the 7 feeble members of Shrek Academy. Clearly, it was due to his absence that Tang San, the so-called child of fate, experienced a surge of fortune akin to a volcanic eruption. In an effort to realign the world's forces with the original course, a narrative twist appeared as if summoned by a specter. Upon his arrival, he seemed to infuse a refreshing current into Tang San's destiny, restoring balance to the latter's soaring fortunes. After all, as fellow traversers, the world's consciousness exhibited a sense of fairness, refraining from further suppressing the strength of his comrades. Therefore, upon witnessing Tang San's distraction, he seized the opportunity to strike with the ferocity of a famished tiger, especially since Lin Bei had already unleashed his soul skills upon the two of them. At that moment, he resembled a voracious leech, greedily siphoning off Tang San's stamina, soul power, and mental energy. Following a successful strike, Wu He instinctively delivered a cutting remark, provoking Tang San, who instantly transformed into an enraged lion, unleashing the 8 spider lances behind him like a bolt of lightning. Wu He is certainly not foolish. He is acutely aware that being pricked by such an object is merely a minor concern, as the true peril lies in the extreme sharpness of its spikes. A moment's carelessness could result in a grievous penetration. Wu Yi was averse to experiencing the agonies of a living death. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of the 8 spider spirit bone, he instinctively leapt back like a startled rabbit, evading the impending peril. However, at that very moment, Tang San was unable to spare a thought for rescuing his companion Xiaowu. Suspended in midair, Xiaowu endured a relentless onslaught akin to a tempest, and as she began to descend, she was already gasping for breath, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Tang San, consumed by urgency, soared upward with the 8 spider spirit bone, deftly catching the plummeting Xiaowu. The sight of her battered form etched profound anguish and heartache upon his countenance. Yet, despite her fragile state, Xiaowu had not completely succumbed to unconsciousness. She merely bore the excruciating pain, whispering softly into Tang San's ear, "Xiao San, the opponent is formidable. Proceed with caution." After uttering those words, she closed her eyes weakly, resembling a leaf caught in the breeze. In truth, Xiaowu was not as defenseless as she appeared. Had it been a battle for survival, she would have risen like a phoenix from the ashes, ready to fight valiantly. Meanwhile, Mier, utilizing the displacement effect of her arrows, glided to Wu Yi's side like a specter. That girl certainly knew how to feign vulnerability. Wu Yi forced a smile, tinged with embarrassment. "Hadn't I warned you before the match? I instructed you to hold back against Xiao Wu until I eliminate Tang San." Upon hearing these words, Mier puffed up like an irate little frog, hands on her hips, looking adorably furious. They say she is merely putting on an act, but I assure you, I did not hold back in my efforts. Tang San cautiously set Xiao Wu aside, treating her as if she were a priceless treasure, and then requested Ning Rongrong to assist in her care from the edge of the arena. When Tang San turned back, his eyes blazed with an inferno of fury, leaving only an abyss of wrath. "Do you see what I mean? The moment we target Xiao Wu, this fellow is bound to lose control." Wu Yi helplessly shrugged his shoulders, but in the next moment, a look of unwavering determination akin to steel graced his face, signifying his resolve to devote himself fully and approach this battle with utmost seriousness. Nevertheless, despite the conflict, there would be opportunities for future encounters. It was imperative not to offend too deeply. Wu Yi cast a knowing glance at Yi Ling, who immediately understood, as certain matters had been prearranged before the match. Although she merely rolled her eyes at Wu Yi, her movements were swift and deliberate. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from her martial soul, hurtling like lightning towards Xiao Wu below the stage. The incident was so sudden that even Tang San could not intervene in time. By the moment he turned to look back, Xiao Wu's injuries had already healed. It was then that he realized, with a dawning clarity, that Yi Ling was indeed the unique healer of the royal battle team. Her martial soul, the 9-star begonia, possessed a single healing ability, which became increasingly potent with the augmentation of her soul rings. Seeing Xiao Wu safe and sound quelled the raging fire of anger within him, though he remained resolute in his intention to confront the one who had harmed her. Meanwhile, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing had also freed themselves from their bindings and hastened to join Tang San. Dai Mu Bai was being forced back repeatedly by Yu Tianheng, and in an instant, the 4 of them found themselves encircled by Wu He and his 6 companions. They stood back to back, forming a formidable barrier. Yet the most significant vulnerability lay with Oscar, who, as a support, possessed nearly no combat prowess. Before him, a noxious mist advanced, within which the figures of Dugu Yin and Lin Bei could be discerned. Directly in front of Dai Mu Bai loomed the fierce Yu Tianheng and Yi Lingling. Zhu Zhuqing faced the formidable duo of Wu Miao Miao and Mi Er. At that moment, despair took root in Tang San's heart, for he was faced with the overwhelming might of the black rhinoceros armor, wielded by a Soul King. Chapter 88. Overwhelming Chapter 89. First complete victory after witnessing the hidden weapons displayed by Tang San. Wu Yi felt an immediate disinterest, finding them rather lackluster. In his understanding, the renowned Tang sect's hidden weapons should possess either tremendous power or be easily portable contraptions. Even if they could not rival the might of firearms, they should at least be capable of penetrating metal or shattering stone. However, to his great disappointment, the hidden weapons Tang San had presented as a means of survival appeared feeble and utterly lacking in lethality. This realization extinguished Wu Yi's fleeting curiosity, leaving him disinclined to explore these weapons further. Nevertheless, being atop the arena, a victor must be determined, regardless of circumstances. In the midst of astonished gazes, Wu Yi struck with the swiftness of lightning, his hand like an iron claw, firmly gripping Tang San's throat. He effortlessly lifted Tang San above his head, as one might a mere chick. Turning to face the other opponents, a smirk of disdain graced his lips as he bellowed, "Are you not yet prepared to surrender?" Wu Yi's audacious and overbearing actions undoubtedly constituted a profoundly insulting affront. In an instant, the atmosphere of the arena transformed into a tense standoff, as all opponents yet to concede felt an immense sense of humiliation and provocation. Their eyes widened in fury, fixated on Wu Yi, their inner flames of wrath blazing fiercely. Meanwhile, those already eliminated and spectating from the sidelines, the members of Shrek Academy, were equally indignant. Incensed by Wu Yi's blatant disregard for others, Tang San found himself ensnared in a vice-like grip, his throat tightly clutched by a hand reminiscent of iron pincers. His face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Despite his utmost efforts to extricate himself from this lethal hold, all was in vain. His fists, seemingly powerful and once victorious against formidable foes, now struck futilely against the opponent's impenetrable armor, resembling a feeble scholar in a pitiful struggle. The scene evoked a sense of helplessness and regret. At that moment, the Shrek Academy teachers, originally seated in the audience, could no longer remain passive witnesses. They rose, visibly anxious, their expressions tense. Among them, Yu Xiaojiang was the most agitated, his eyes wide and fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned as pale as snow, devoid of color. Yet, despite their overwhelming concern, they could only watch helplessly as Tang San endured his agonizing struggle in the arena. According to the rules of the competition, no one was permitted to intervene unless a contestant voluntarily conceded. As worry mounted among the spectators, Dai Mu Bai, the team captain, recognized it was his solemn duty to protect his comrades. In an instant, he summoned his soul power, unleashing 3 formidable soul skills simultaneously. First was the White Tiger Barrier, a radiant white light enveloping his form, creating an indomitable shield of defense. Next came the White Tiger Transformation, his muscles swelling with power, exuding an aura of overwhelming dominance. Finally, with a powerful roar, he unleashed the devastating White Tiger Light Wave, a thick beam of light erupting from his mouth, surging toward Wu Yi with cataclysmic intent. Wu Yi, clad in formidable black rhinoceros armor, merely turned his head slightly upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's thunderous roar filled with rage. Casting a glance imbued with an air of indifference, with a seemingly delicate and casual motion, he extended his right hand, which belied the immense power and skill contained within. As Dai Mu Bai unleashed his soul skill with all his might, Wu Yi effortlessly caught it, as if it were nothing more than a feather drifting through the air. He then gently clenched his palm, and the once formidable soul skill disintegrated instantaneously, shattering into countless tiny fragments that dispersed like wisps of smoke. Witnessing the dismal failure of his most potent attack, which appeared utterly feeble in the eyes of another, Dai Mu Bai's inner defenses crumbled in an instant. He felt as though all support had vanished, collapsing under the weight of despair and disbelief. His legs buckled, rendering him incapable of standing, and he fell to the ground in a half-kneeling position, his face a portrait of hopelessness. Struggling to lift his gaze, Dai Mu Bai turned towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was in a dire predicament herself. Her fitted attire had been ravaged by the arrows shot by Mier, leaving numerous gashes, with threads fluttering in the wind, revealing glimpses of her delicate form. Coupled with her weakened state from injuries, she appeared heartbreakingly fragile, as if a mere gust could topple her, evoking deep sympathy from onlookers. Zhu Zhuqing's pitiable condition left the male spectators in stunned silence, inciting a frenzy of fervent cries that plunged the arena into chaos. The cacophony of shouts reverberated, a symphony of fervor that made hearts race and cheeks flush with embarrassment. Tang San, witnessing the situation spiral beyond salvation, felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, rendering him breathless, ultimately surrendering to despair. Despite the turmoil within, Daimubai, akin to a deflated balloon, slowly raised his right hand and, with a face full of shame, uttered the words, "We surrender." This declaration seemed to serve as a decree of mercy. Upon hearing this, Wu He instantly released his iron grip on Tang San's throat. In that moment, Tang San fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string, while Wu He also relinquished his impenetrable armored state. The backlash from his soul skills surged like a tidal wave, enveloping Tang San entirely. He felt as if his soul power and stamina had been devoured by an unseen beast, leaving him nearly incapacitated. However, due to his early cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye, his mental prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and thus he did not experience the torment associated with the decline of mental strength. Since the opponent had surrendered, everyone collectively felt a sense of relief and released their martial souls and soul skills. Duguyan swiftly extracted the illusionary poison from Oscar's body. Although Oscar awakened in an instant, he appeared utterly drained, his body limp and weak, drenched in sweat, as though he had just been pulled from an unfathomable depth of water. Even with a teacher from Shrek Academy assisting him, none of the individuals present exhibited a normal state. All were pale, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. With a subtle glance, Wu He signaled, and Yi Ling Ling gracefully unleashed her soul technique, akin to butterflies dancing in the air, swiftly healing the wounds of the 7 prodigies from Shrek Academy. Chapter 90, Taunt? Chapter 91, The Ultimate Weapon. Wu He maintained a faint smile upon his face, gently waving his hands in the air, and spoke in a relaxed tone, "Oh dear. Please don't be like that, my friends. I did not come here specifically to quarrel with you." He paused momentarily before continuing in a tone that suggested an undeniable certainty. "Our victory this time is entirely normal. There is nothing peculiar about it." However, it was precisely this seemingly casual remark from Wu He that struck like a sharp dagger to the hearts of his adversaries, igniting their fury even further. Each of them instinctively clenched their fists tightly, appearing as if they were poised to confront Wu He and teach him a lesson. Yet, Wu He seemed utterly oblivious to their rising anger, continuing to speak unabashedly. "I am merely speaking the truth. Why is it that you cannot bear to hear it? If you reflect upon it, and closely examine the capabilities of your team, you will see that you have only 4 soul masters at level 30, and 2 of them have only just crossed that threshold. The other 3 are merely at the level of great soul masters in their 20s. At this point, Wu He helplessly spread his hands and shook his head, continuing to articulate his thoughts. "A team like yours might achieve some success with unexpected ambush tactics. But when faced with a team like ours, which possesses a relatively stable overall combat strength, the probability of losing the match is surely over 80%. Among the group, the calmest and most composed was Tang San. Although he felt an immense rage upon hearing Wu He's words, he could not deny the validity of the opponent's claims. Thus, suppressing his indignation, Tang San widened his eyes and glared fiercely at Wu He, questioning him word by word. "So, are you implying that the essence of your visit today is merely to mock and humiliate us? I have already stated that I did not come here to argue with you. It is you who have been incessantly bickering above." With a face full of grievance and innocence, Wu He waved his hand vigorously, as if he were the one who had been unjustly wronged. After a brief pause, he raised his voice and declared, "I have come here today primarily for 2 significant matters." Having said that, he reached into his bosom and produced a hefty bag of golden soul coins, which he unhesitatingly tossed onto the table before Flander. With a resounding thud, the bag landed heavily on the surface, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Inside this bag, there are a full 10,000 golden soul coins. You can use this money either as fare for your journey home or to continue investing in the soul arena. In any case, consider this a modest token of my apology for any inconvenience caused after defeating you. Wu Hai wore a seemingly sincere smile as he explained. However, at that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the resounding thud of a bag of gold soul coins hitting the table. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence, with only the slightly labored breaths of the astonished crowd breaking the stillness. Although they all felt that such an action was somewhat insulting, there were indeed numerous pressing matters that required resolution. Refusing this money could severely disrupt their meticulously crafted plans. Just as the atmosphere lingered in a brief silence, Wu Hui suddenly produced another bag from his cloak and swiftly approached Tang San, thrusting it into his hands without uttering a word. Tang San instinctively accepted the bag, not even glancing at it, ready to refuse. Yet, Wu Hai seemed to have anticipated this reaction, hastily interjecting, "Please, do not be in haste to decline." Wu Hei gazed earnestly and resolutely at his counterpart, stating, "Upon your return, I encourage you to thoroughly examine the relevant materials and requirements. I am confident that with your talent and capabilities, you will undoubtedly succeed in crafting this item. Once completed, you may certainly visit the Heaven-Do Royal Academy of Soul Masters to seek me out." With these words, a subtle smile of assuredness graced Wu Hei's lips. He turned gracefully, his steps measured and powerful as he walked away, his silhouette radiating an unparalleled confidence that was impossible to overlook. The sunlight cascaded upon him, outlining a golden aura that rendered him even more resplendent. As they watched Wu Hei's figure recede until it vanished from sight, each person present was enveloped in a haze of confusion, their minds awash with curiosity. They speculated about the nature of the item he had entrusted to Tang San, pondering why it necessitated such a substantial bag for its transport and what enigmatic qualities it might possess. Under the weight of their inquisitive gazes, Tang San appeared particularly cautious. He slowly extended his hands and delicately untied the cord securing the bag's opening, as if apprehensive that it might conceal some perilous mechanism or device that could endanger everyone present with a mere misstep. At last, when the bag was fully unveiled, the onlookers eagerly craned their necks to glimpse its contents, only to discover merely 2 or 3 sheets of paper laid out quietly, alongside some measuring tools and an array of peculiar implements whose specific functions eluded their understanding. "Such a grand display for so little? How mysterious!" exclaimed the impatient Ma Hongjun, unable to restrain his sarcasm. However, Tang San paid no heed to Ma Hongjun's complaints. Instead, he wore a relaxed expression as he swiftly unfurled the sheets of paper. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon the designs depicted therein, he froze as if struck by lightning, his breath catching in his throat for the briefest instant. The others, confronted with the seemingly chaotic array of components illustrated on the papers, wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly at a loss to decipher their intricacies. For Tang San, however, the situation was entirely different. What appeared as disjointed elements to the others came alive before him, each component merging and assembling with astonishing speed, gradually revealing their intended form in all its completeness. Immediately, Tang San perused the other blueprints with astonishing speed. As his gaze swept over the intricate lines and complex patterns, his heart began to race uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Suddenly, a wave of intense shock surged through him, causing him to involuntarily gasp. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, in the next moment, his ashen face regained a hint of color, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze, revealing an abnormal flush. Observing this, Xiao Wu's heart leapt into her throat. She grasped Tang San's arm tightly, her face etched with concern, and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao San? Have you discovered something troubling?" Tang San took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest of emotions within him, then gently patted Xiao Wu's head, feigning composure as he replied, "It's nothing, don't worry." Despite his words, a tumultuous storm raged within him as he contemplated. The emergence of such a terrifying weapon would undoubtedly revolutionize the current landscape of soul masters. The implications it bore would likely surpass our wildest imaginings. With this thought, Tang San's gaze grew increasingly grave. Chapter 92, The Feast a Day Prior. Wu Hei slowly placed the design of the revolver on the table, his eyes reflecting a mix of sentiment and pride. This blueprint encapsulated his profound love for firearms and the countless nights of toil he had invested. Recalling the past, Wu Hei had been utterly captivated by firearms, voraciously devouring a wealth of literature on the subject. Through his exceptional intellect and relentless effort, he finally succeeded in constructing the prototype of this revolver. Moreover, to transform this design into reality, He sought the expertise of a friend well-versed in printing and modeling technology, humbly consulting with him for an extended period. Thus, Wu Yi was intimately familiar with the various parameters and details of this firearm, having committed them to memory. Previously, he had attempted to use a 3D printer to manufacture the gun's components, but was thwarted by the restrictions imposed by the laws of Douluo, which prevented him from producing ammunition and conducting live-fire tests. Nonetheless, based solely on the analytical data, once fully assembled, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon ready for practical combat. However, due to the choice of plastic as the material, it currently existed only as a model. Yet, at this moment, standing before the blueprint was none other than the master of hidden weapons, Tang San. Without delving into the intricate challenges of crafting a revolver, one cannot overlook Tang San's indomitable spirit and relentless curiosity. It is evident that he would strive to surmount numerous obstacles, perhaps even pioneering innovations to enhance its capabilities further. Indeed, events unfolded precisely as Wu Yi had anticipated. Remarkably, in the blink of an eye, Tang San comprehended the entire methodology behind the creation of the revolver, grasping even its intricate and exquisite working principles with clarity and precision. At that moment, in Tang San's mind, Wu Yi undoubtedly emerged as a prodigious genius in the realm of concealed weaponry. In that fleeting instant, Tang San could not help but regard Wu Yi as a kindred spirit. After leaving the lounge of Shrek Academy, Wu Yi swiftly departed, as if carried by the wind, and soon exited the battle arena. It is worth noting that Wu Yi had two primary objectives for attending the competition today. The first was, of course, to personally witness the characters he had previously only seen on a computer screen. He yearned for the opportunity to interact with these living embodiments, while simultaneously seeking to ascertain the true extent of his own abilities. As for the second objective, it was to acquire the revolver. After all, Wu Yi did not possess the luxury of time to delve into the intricate craftsmanship of its components. Hence, he was determined to find a capable individual to assist him in this endeavor. With both of these critical matters successfully resolved, Wu Yi felt an immense sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. As he walked, a joyful smile adorned his face, resembling a blooming flower in full radiance. Noticing Wu Yi's beaming demeanor, Mi-Er could not help but inquire, "Hey, Wu Yi, what has you so elated?" She gradually slowed her pace, her curiosity piqued, eager to discover what could provoke such exuberance in him. With this question in mind, she approached him step by step. Just as she was about to draw near, Wu Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he clapped his hands in jubilation, exclaiming, "Today marks a day of sweet vengeance. It truly brings me immense joy. Moreover, it's getting late, and night has enveloped us. How about this? Let me treat everyone to a late-night snack." Upon hearing the phrase midnight snack, a synchronized expression of both bewilderment and extraordinary delight emerged on the faces of everyone present. These individuals, who typically devote themselves wholeheartedly to their cultivation, seem to perceive no other pursuits as significant beyond their rigorous training. Their daily existence revolves solely around their dormitory, training grounds, and classrooms, forming an unchanging linear path. For an extended period, they have not genuinely relaxed or indulged in the pleasures of life. This phenomenon puzzled even Wu Yi himself. After all, these individuals bear no burden of vast family estates, nor do they harbor lofty ambitions that seem unattainable. Yet each one harbors an almost obsessive devotion to their practice. On days when they slightly relent and do not engage in training, they feel an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if something were amiss. Nevertheless, this reality has long been second nature to them, and Wu Yi understands this truth, thus refraining from explicitly addressing certain matters. Wu Yi casually strolled into a bustling eatery. Upon entering, a young, radiant waitress, beaming with warmth, eagerly approached to welcome him and his companions into the establishment. Before long, they were comfortably seated at a round table with a splendid view of the river. The table was adorned with a dozen chairs, and once everyone settled, Wu Yi tossed the menu onto the table and jovially exclaimed, "Come, come, don't be shy. Order whatever you desire." Though both Wu Yi and Mi-Er had grown up as orphans, they had amassed considerable wealth over the years through various missions. Thus, a meal of this nature posed no financial strain for them. Yet, at that moment, the others appeared somewhat hesitant. They exchanged glances, each reluctant to be the first to place an order. The menu circulated around the table, and ultimately, only Yu Tianheng and Wu Miao ventured to select a few ordinary homestyle dishes. Observing the indecisiveness of the others, Wu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Oh, come now, don't be polite. Order freely. Let us indulge ourselves today. As your captain, can I not afford this?" However, even with his encouragement, the others remained unmoved. Reluctantly, Wu Yi took it upon himself to peruse the menu. To his surprise, he found the prices quite reasonable. Yet the variety of options was disappointingly scant. It was not that the dishes were particularly unrefined. Rather, most were so commonplace that they lacked any sense of novelty. It was only at this moment that Wu Yi experienced a sudden epiphany, as if a veil had been lifted from his understanding. He initially believed that these individuals were merely unfamiliar with their new surroundings, which caused them to exhibit a degree of reserve and curiosity. However, it has become abundantly clear that this is far from the truth. The expressions and gazes of this group unmistakably convey a profound disdain, as if, in their eyes, this bustling and vibrant street is nothing more than a rural marketplace, hardly worthy of mention. The slight upward curve of their lips betrays a hint of contemptuous amusement, as if they mock the naivete of those who entertain the notion that culinary delights could be found along this thoroughfare. Wu watched everything unfold before his eyes, and a wave of complex emotions surged within him. He began to reassess the people and events surrounding him, realizing that he might have previously viewed this world with excessive subjectivity. To his astonishment, he discovered the scarcity of culinary delights in this realm. Chapter 93. Gastronomy. Wu Hai furrowed his brow as he perused the slender cookbook back and forth twice, a look of profound embarrassment emerging on his face. With a resigned shake of his head, he gradually raised his right hand and gently beckoned to a nearby busy waitress. A young and lovely server swiftly approached. Smiling as she inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Wu Yi turned to the side, lowering his voice to whisper a few words in the ear of the waitress. After speaking, he cautiously retrieved 2 gleaming silver coins from his pocket and gently slipped them into the waitress's pocket. Initially taken aback, the waitress quickly grasped the situation and nodded in understanding before swiftly turning to leave. Before long, she returned to the table accompanied by a burly, portly middle-aged man, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform. The chef's hat perched slightly askew upon his head, and the apron tied around his waist bore the marks of countless oil stains, suggesting it had seen extensive use. His robust physique was particularly highlighted by his protruding belly, evoking the saying that a large belly and thick neck could only belong to either a wealthy patron or a cook. Indeed, this man was the head chef and owner of the restaurant. When he heard from the waitress that a customer was dissatisfied with the existing dishes and wished to use the kitchen and ingredients to prepare their own meal, a wave of displeasure washed over him. After all, as a soul master with a 21-level knife spirit, he had always prided himself on his culinary skills, and the flavors of his restaurant's dishes were renowned as the finest on this bustling street. In this vibrant and chaotic thoroughfare where various soul masters mingled, who among them would not show him a modicum of respect? Ordinary non-soul masters held him in high regard, daring not to express any hint of criticism or complaint. Yet today, Wu Yi and his companions audaciously requested to borrow his kitchen, which felt like a blatant challenge to his patience. For him, this was not merely a simple request to use the kitchen. It was a blatant provocation. Wu Yi cast a discreet glance at the chef's sullen countenance, which was as grim and unsightly as the bottom of a tarnished pot. Unperturbed, he reached into his pocket and retrieved 5 gleaming gold coins, placing them firmly in the chef's rough, sturdy palms. "I merely wish to borrow your esteemed kitchen," he proclaimed, "as I intend to prepare a few signature dishes myself for a taste of the exquisite. Consider this modest sum as payment for the ingredients required for my culinary endeavors." With a calm and breezy demeanor, Wu Yi spoke. The proprietor initially felt the substantial weight in his hand and thought to himself, "Humph, merely 5 silver coins. And he dares to use them to dismiss me?" Just as he prepared to hurl the coins to the ground in a fit of rage, his long-honed caution prompted him to cast a quick glance at the objects in his grasp. To his astonishment, what he beheld was not silver coins at all, but rather 5 genuine and valuable gold soul coins. The once menacing expression on the proprietor's face, poised for an outburst, instantly froze as if he had been struck by a spell. In a flash, he lowered his raised hand and grasped Wu Yi's hand tightly. His previously fierce visage now transformed into a mask of obsequious smiles. "Ah, esteemed guest, your arrival has truly illuminated our humble establishment. To have the honor of serving such a distinguished patron as yourself is a blessing bestowed upon us by our ancestors. Whatever delectable dishes you desire to prepare, I assure you that our kitchen staff will devote their utmost efforts to accommodate you. Furthermore, I, along with 6 other skilled soul masters in our establishment, stand ready to assist you in any capacity you require." The proprietor nodded and bowed, lavishing praise. In that fleeting moment, Wu He was genuinely taken aback. Wu He's eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth slightly agape. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to him, despite the elegant decor of the establishment before him and the considerable foot traffic it attracted, the shop's pricing strategy adhered to a modest approach. After accounting for the essential labor costs and various other expenses, the monthly net profit amounted to a mere 7 or 8 silver coins. Yet, what was truly astonishing was Wu He's unhesitating gesture as he flung down 5 gleaming gold coins. It is essential to note that a single gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins. Thus, Wu He had just bestowed a staggering sum of 500 silver coins, an amount nearly tantamount to the total pure profit the owner had accumulated over the past 5 years. Faced with such a magnanimous and affluent patron, how could the proprietor not regard Wu He as an esteemed benefactor, treating him with utmost reverence? At that moment, his face radiated with obsequious smiles as he bowed and welcomed Wu He, inwardly rejoicing at having encountered such a wealthy clientele on this day. When Wu He stepped into the kitchen, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. The entire kitchen was immaculate, spotless, as if it had just undergone a meticulous deep cleaning. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, scanning his surroundings once more to confirm that he was not mistaken. However, in stark contrast to this pristine environment stood the somewhat greasy-looking owner. Wu He's gaze, filled with confusion and astonishment, was fixed intently upon the proprietor, who seemed to sense the unusual scrutiny and felt a tinge of embarrassment, his face slightly reddening. However, Wu He did not dwell on this peculiar contrast for long. He swiftly redirected his attention to the dazzling array of kitchen utensils in the kitchen. With his keen observational skills and exceptional capacity for learning, it was not long before he had a general understanding of the utilization of these culinary tools. What filled Wu He with even greater delight was the presence of 7 highly skilled sous chefs. After a period of observation and interaction, he discerned that although these sous chefs were somewhat less adept than the owner, their abilities were nonetheless formidable. More importantly, he discovered that their martial souls were all related to kitchenware. Among them was a seasoned chef whose martial soul manifested as a uniquely powerful oven. This extraordinary soul not only significantly reduced cooking time, but also maximized the retention of the food's original delectable flavor, rendering it a veritable culinary marvel. Ecstatic, Wu He eagerly began selecting ingredients for the kitchen. After careful contemplation, he chose the raw materials for several dishes. First on his list was Kung Pao chicken, for which he specifically selected fresh chicken thigh meat from a 10-year-old soul beast, renowned for its tender, juicy texture. Next, he opted for chicken fillets and wings, also utilizing premium cuts from the corresponding 10-year-old soul beast. Additionally, he included fragrant rice for Yangzhou fried rice, soft tofu for sizzling tofu, fresh squid for the grilled squid dish, specially marinated stinky tofu essential for fried stinky tofu, lively shrimp for the stir-fried shrimp, and succulent crucian carp and fresh clams for the preparation of crucian carp and clam soup, among other ingredients. Wu Wei stood contentedly before the kitchen counter. Having toiled for quite some time, and at last, he succeeded in preparing a lavish spread of over a dozen exquisite dishes. These culinary creations were truly extraordinary, as they represented novel gastronomic delights that had never graced this otherworldly realm. However, for Wu Wei, each dish was a cherished delicacy reminiscent of his beloved homeland in the distant Dragon Kingdom. Every plate bore the essence of his dedication and affection, as if he had infused them with his longing and devotion for his native land. Chapter 94. A Midnight Indulgence. With a carefree flourish, Wu Yi tossed aside his apron and, with a grand gesture, led the assemblage of chefs behind him. They meticulously arranged their culinary creations upon the dining table, presenting each dish as if it were a precious treasure. The array of dishes was nothing short of a visual feast, diverse and captivating. Each plate showcased a unique shape and harmonious color palette that immediately captured the eye. Whether sourced from the skies, the land, or the depths of the sea, the ingredients, transformed by the chef's deft hands, became astonishingly delectable dishes. A mere glance from afar revealed an enticing aroma that wafted through the air like an invisible spell, instantly ensnaring the senses. Upon closer inspection, the fragrance unfolded in layers, intertwining and seductively inviting. The vibrant colors of the dishes were strikingly vivid, reds as fiery as flames, greens akin to jade, and yellows that rivaled gold, suggesting that they were not merely food, but exquisite works of art, intricately crafted and masterfully presented. Wu Yi gracefully took his seat at the head of the table, smiling and gesturing for everyone to begin indulging in the sumptuous feast laid before them. However, in the face of such a lavish banquet, not a single person dared to be the first to reach for the food. Yet, from the sight of their eager eyes fixated on the dining table and the glistening drool, Wu Yi perceived their unspoken thoughts with crystal clarity. It turned out that these individuals had endured an entire night of hunger, their stomachs rumbling incessantly. At this moment, despite their heartfelt anticipation to savor the delicacies, their sense of propriety and respect for Wu Yi held them back from being the first to wield their chopsticks. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Yi smiled faintly and resolved to break the awkward silence by setting an example. He first ladled himself a generous bowl of steaming Yangzhou fried rice, each grain glistening and distinct, emanating an enchanting aroma. Following this, he served himself a bowl of creamy white clam chowder, its rich and delectable broth tempting one to savor its flavor. Just as Wu Yi raised his chopsticks in preparation to indulge, the others could no longer contain their cravings. Particularly, Lin Bei, quick-witted and swift, seized a piece of golden, crispy fried chicken. This piece of fried chicken appeared irresistibly enticing, its golden hue as radiant as sunlight, seemingly proclaiming its deliciousness and crunchiness. In any realm, gold is a color traditionally reserved for the nobility, and its presence on this dish only enhances its aura of sophistication. Surrounding the fragrant fried chicken were 4 distinct condiments, each arranged neatly: the vibrant, drool-inducing chili powder, the golden, creamy cheese mustard sauce, the sweet and tangy, alluring tomato ketchup, and the delicate, smooth, pale yellow mayonnaise. These 4 condiments resembled 4 uniquely characterized dancers, poised to partake in a culinary spectacle alongside the star of the show, the delectable fried chicken. Lin Bei, however, was a man of spontaneity. Without hesitation, he grabbed a piece of the original fried chicken and thrust it into his mouth. In an instant, the crispy exterior of the chicken melded with the tender, juicy meat, delivering an unprecedented explosion of flavor to his palate. The subtle juices surged forth like a mountain spring, saturating every taste bud. The firm yet springy chicken was astonishingly robust, as if a lively chick were joyfully leaping between his teeth. Lin Bei devoured the piece voraciously, finishing it off in mere moments. Still craving more, he swiftly reached for another piece, skillfully sprinkling a generous layer of chili powder atop it. At the moment the spicy, chili-coated fried chicken was once again delivered to his lips, an intense sensation erupted in his mouth like a roaring flame. The fiery heat surged forth with the force of a powerful fire-type soul skill, invigorating every cell in his body with excitement and tremors. Yet, despite the overwhelming spiciness, Lin Bei showed no signs of retreat. Rather, he found himself reveling in the exhilarating experience, unable to cease his actions. He boldly ventured forth to explore the delightful flavors of the 3 other sauces. As he dipped into the ketchup, a perfectly balanced sweet and tangy taste blossomed on his tongue, reminiscent of a sweet candy melting in his mouth, intoxicating him with its allure. When paired with the cheese mustard sauce, the rich creaminess harmonized beautifully with a hint of spiciness, creating a unique and profound flavor profile. As if a mysterious magical incantation lingered on his palate, leaving him wanting more. Finally, when the mayonnaise made its entrance, its delicate, smooth texture and subtle salty aroma enriched the overall flavor, akin to embarking on a brand new adventure filled with surprises and anticipation. In this manner, Lin Bei savored each sauce, each flavor presenting him with a distinctly marvelous experience. These rich tastes were akin to enchanting soul skills, continuously assaulting his taste buds and ensnaring him in their delightful grasp. Consequently, at that moment, Lin Bei decisively ranked fried chicken among his most beloved culinary delights in life. Douluo Yan, a connoisseur of toxins, possessed an extraordinary ability to discern poisons. With just a casual glance across the table, she could accurately ascertain that none of the dishes laid out before her were toxic, and all were tantalizing delicacies, appealing in color, aroma, and flavor. However, even someone as worldly and resolute as Douluo Yan retained a touch of feminine tenderness and caution when it came to food. Thus, she carefully selected dishes that appeared to be milder in nature. Among them, one dish particularly caught her attention: a plate of tofu. This was no ordinary tofu. It contained both black and white cubes, all quietly soaking in a slightly viscous red liquid. Douluo Yan delicately picked up a few pieces with her chopsticks and placed them in her mouth. As her delicate teeth bit into the white tofu, a rich aroma of soybeans instantly filled her mouth. Soon after, tasting the black tofu, she was enveloped by the unique, robust flavor of black beans. Remarkably, both types of tofu were refreshingly cool, providing a delightful sensation. However, when combined and chewed together with the thick red liquid, something extraordinary occurred. The original coolness was swiftly replaced by an exhilarating, lava-like spiciness that tantalized her senses. In that fleeting moment, Douluo Yin felt as if she were ensconced within the legendary eye of ice and fire, simultaneously experiencing the piercing chill of frost and the searing heat of flames. The exhilarating thrill derived from such stark contrasts could only be truly comprehended by her alone. Chapter 95, Midnight Poison, Part 2. Within any collective, there often exists an individual who stands apart, a person of singular character. This individual, in both action and speech, deliberately seeks to highlight their uniqueness, as if elevating their status above that of the crowd, placing themselves on an entirely different plane. At this moment, Yu Tianheng's gaze was instantly captivated by a black square. To be candid, upon first laying eyes on this repugnant dish emanating a foul odor, a wave of confusion washed over him. Why would Wu Yi present such a nauseating item at the dining table? However, with his profound understanding of Wu Yi, he was acutely aware that the other party would never unearth something unfamiliar without reason. Thus, this seemingly unremarkable black square must possess its own unique merits. Before the dish containing the black square lay a note, quietly waiting. Yu Tianheng picked up the note and carefully read that it instructed him to envelop the food with accompanying garnishes and broth before consumption. Consequently, he meticulously followed the directions inscribed on the note. First, he selected some pickled radish, pickled green beans, small slices of chili, and minced garlic from the side dishes, delicately arranging them atop the black tofu block. Next, he patiently allowed the black tofu to thoroughly absorb the rich broth from the plate until every inch of the tofu was saturated with its luscious essence. After making all the necessary preparations, despite the pungent odor still assaulting his nostrils, Yu Tianheng summoned his courage, pinched his nose tightly, and opened his mouth wide to swiftly shove the meticulously garnished black tofu into his mouth. In that fleeting moment, a nauseating stench inexplicably wafted around him, only to vanish in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, a marvelous sensation erupted within his mouth. First, a crisp texture reminiscent of the crackling sound made when breaking a thin biscuit, followed by a smooth, silky feel that glided over his tongue like silk. These two distinctly different sensations intertwined, creating a feast for the senses. As he savored it further, the unique flavors from the carefully chosen garnishes began to blossom in his mouth, competing for his attention. Instinctively, he covered his mouth, fearful that if he loosened his grip, these delightful flavors would slip away like mischievous sprites. At that moment, he felt as though his mouth had transformed into a precious vault, harboring endless delicacies that must be fiercely protected. Observing this scene, those around him eagerly began selecting their preferred dishes. After tasting, each person's face lit up with satisfaction, showering praises upon the exquisite cuisine before them. They indulged heartily while sharing their experiences, enveloping the entire atmosphere in a lively exuberance. Wu Yi showed unparalleled care for Mier. He first ladled a bowl of fragrant Yangzhou fried rice into her bowl with great precision, followed by a steaming bowl of crucian carp and white clam soup placed carefully beside it. Despite their long acquaintance, today marked the first time Mier discovered Wu Yi possessed such remarkable culinary skills. As she lifted a spoonful of the Yangzhou fried rice to her lips, she found the texture exquisitely delicate, each grain enveloped in egg, as if imbued with life itself. With gentle chewing, she could distinctly appreciate the unique flavors of each ingredient: the tender shrimp, the crispy ham cubes, and the soft, glutinous corn kernels, all harmoniously intertwined, composing a symphony of taste. Particularly captivating was the rich aroma of the egg, akin to an invisible hand guiding her to take bite after bite, utterly irresistible. After Mier savored every last morsel of her bowl, she gracefully picked up the petite bowl, reminiscent of a delicate teacup. With a charmingly small spoon, she carefully scooped a spoonful of the milky white soup. This soup, meticulously crafted from fresh crucian carp, boasted a pristine, milk-like color. Combined with the innate sweetness of the clams, it rendered the soup's texture remarkably rich and layered. Wu Yi sat quietly to one side, observing everything before him. He couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite dishes laid out on the table, bringing him immense delight. At that moment, he recalled an intriguing event from the distant future. 10,000 years hence, in the Douluo continent, where a remarkable figure had emerged. This individual, with seemingly ordinary grilled fish, managed to captivate the palates of countless people. This serves as a testament to how little the inhabitants of the present world truly comprehend the essence of genuine culinary artistry. They appear to be ensnared in a rudimentary understanding of food, entirely oblivious to the extraordinary flavors concealed beneath mundane exteriors. At this juncture, the slightly portly proprietor of the food stall stood nearby, beaming with an eager smile, anxiously awaiting the opportunity to converse with this enigmatic diner. He frequently rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixated on Wu He, clearly impatient to engage in dialogue with the esteemed guest. In fact, Wu He had noticed the proprietor's presence over 10 minutes prior. With his keen observational skills, it was not difficult to surmise that the chefs in the back had likely devoured every morsel of the delicious dishes that had just been served to him, leaving no scraps behind. One could imagine that after indulging in these slightly more generous portions, those chefs would be utterly entranced by the unique flavors, lost in a state of blissful reverie. Thus, it seemed highly probable that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the proprietor's intention for approaching Wu He was to discuss potential collaboration. Amused by this thought, Wu He leisurely continued to savor the culinary delights before him. When he felt he had reached a satisfying fullness, he finally set down his chopsticks and gently waved his hand, signaling for the ever-watchful proprietor to approach. The moment the proprietor saw this gesture, a look of palpable relief washed over his face as he hurried over, nearly tripping over himself in his eagerness. In that moment, he resembled a devoted servant, standing with utmost respect, slightly bowing, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, as though awaiting his master's final command. After all, the array of unprecedented dishes that Wu He had personally crafted was astonishingly novel and awe-inspiring for this world. Their introduction undoubtedly shattered the conventional perceptions of traditional cuisine, ushering everyone into an entirely new realm of gastronomic experience. The integration methods employed by Wu Wei for certain ingredients are remarkably unique and enigmatic, as he skillfully incorporates a range of highly confidential techniques. These special processing steps and skills are meticulously guarded by him. For an outsider to decipher and study them, it would be nothing short of a fantastical endeavor requiring no less than 3 to 5 years. Faced with such a complex and elusive technological barrier, the individuals involved realized that overcoming it solely through their own efforts would be an arduous task. Consequently, after much contemplation, they ultimately resolved to explore alternative avenues by seeking external collaboration. In the ensuing half-hour, both parties engaged in a tense and vigorous negotiation. Wu Hai began by elaborating on the core technologies he had mastered and their potential value, clearly articulating his expectations for future profit distribution. After a series of exchanges filled with fervent debate and sharp retorts, they ultimately reached a mutually satisfactory agreement. Wu Hai would receive 70 of the net profits from each subsequent dish, despite relinquishing such a substantial share of the profits. The proprietor departed with great delight. After all, beginning from this very night, with Wu Hai's unparalleled culinary skills and innovative concepts, this restaurant was destined to gain renown, poised to become the premier gastronomic destination across the entire Douluo continent. Chapter 96. Misunderstanding. Once the business arrangement was successfully negotiated, Wu Hai was enveloped in an indescribable sense of elation and ease, feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. It is worth noting that this was an outcome he had never anticipated. Merely by enjoying an ordinary late-night meal, he had effortlessly accrued a considerable sum of wealth. Such fortuitous occurrences, akin to a pie falling from the sky, could not help but elevate one's spirits. Wu Yi, filled with joy, spun the hefty purse in his hand and strolled out of the bustling eatery with a light-hearted gait. Meanwhile, the eatery's proprietor stood at the entrance, tears brimming in his eyes, gazing wistfully at Wu He's hurried departure. Although he had successfully acquired all the invaluable recipes from Wu He, the price paid was quite steep, as he had to relinquish all the profits he had painstakingly earned throughout the month to this astute businessman. Observing the 7 or 8 individuals, each boasting a round, protruding belly as if carrying a burden of months, they waddled towards the academy, swaying and staggering like a group of sluggish penguins. They ambled along, occasionally emitting satisfied grunts, clearly overwhelmed by the sumptuous feast they had just indulged in. At that moment, the academy's gatekeeper stood listlessly at the entrance. Suddenly, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, he spotted 7 or 8 oddly shaped, rounded figures approaching at a moderate pace. This unexpected sight startled him profoundly, leading him to believe that a fearsome creature was advancing, prompting him to sound the highest level of alarm without hesitation. Simultaneously, Two luminous soul rings materialized around him, signaling his readiness to confront any impending danger. As the shrill alarm reverberated throughout the campus, the Academy's security department swiftly sprang into action. Within mere minutes, a third of the security personnel rushed to the entrance, readying themselves as if facing a formidable foe, and promptly began to establish a robust defensive line, bracing for any potential unforeseen events. They stood at the gate, peering through the slightly aged iron bars, where moonlight cascaded onto the ground like delicate gauze. Amidst this silvery glow, several figures gradually approached the school's entrance. These silhouettes appeared both rounded and enigmatic. As if hailing from an unknown realm, they moved silently, yet exuded an ineffable sense of pressure. Wu He exhibited remarkable restraint during tonight's supper. Having long been accustomed to an array of culinary delights in his previous life, he now found himself somewhat jaded. In the presence of an opulent spread before him, he merely lifted a small portion of each dish with his chopsticks, savoring the flavors with gentle deliberation, while silently contemplating the distinctions between these offerings and those from his former world. Consequently, he alone among the gathered guests did not overindulge, maintaining a relatively slender physique. Wu He inadvertently raised his head to gaze at the distant entrance of the school and was momentarily astounded by the scene before him. A group of younger students stood arranged in neat formation, seemingly awaiting his return. He was filled with bewilderment. I have merely led a team to secure a victory. Why such a grand reception, especially at this late hour? Contemplating this, Wu He could not help but chuckle softly. Though he feigned modesty with polite words dismissing such gestures, his heart was already overflowing with joy, akin to a blooming flower reveling in its own exuberance. As the crowd approached the school gate with lively strides, now merely 10 meters away, a sudden roar erupted from within the campus. It was the gatekeeper, bellowing, "What are you all? How dare you trespass into the Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Heavenly Fighting Empire?" This thunderous outburst shattered the tranquil night, causing everyone's nerves to tense instantly. In the next moment, a tide of students surged from either side, and dazzling lights flickered to life. Colorful and varied soul rings ascended from their beings, swirling gracefully around them. Simultaneously, an array of extraordinary martial souls manifested, some resembling fierce beasts with bared fangs, others akin to soaring birds poised for flight, while still others resembled ethereal plants, swaying with elegance. They assumed a formidable stance, ready to unleash a fierce onslaught at any moment. Wu He initially felt a surge of joy, believing that the enthusiastic figures before him were the eager junior students welcoming their return to campus. However, upon closer inspection, disappointment washed over him as he realized that this group was, in fact, the security staff assigned to duty at the school. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Wu He found himself in a rather absurd predicament, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With no other option, he retrieved his school badge from his pocket, raised it high, and waved it to signal that he was not an outsider. At that moment, the night had deepened, with only a dim, yellowish moon casting a faint glow across the sky. Under this hazy moonlight, the guard squinted, straining to discern the school badge in Wu He's hand. After a considerable pause and a thorough examination, he finally managed to identify it as indeed belonging to their school, confirming that it was none other than Wu He standing at the gate. "Oh, it's you, little Wu. What brings you back to school at such a late hour? And are these peculiar spirit beasts trailing behind you your latest acquisitions?" the guard inquired, casting a curious glance at the 6 or 7 spirit beasts following Wu He. Meanwhile, the other junior members of the security team, upon realizing that the figure outside was their familiar senior, relaxed their vigilance and sheathed their martial spirits. Nevertheless, they remained intensely intrigued by the mysterious spirit beasts Wu He had brought back, gathering around him to whisper and speculate. Why are these spirit beasts so obedient? And what could possibly keep you out so late? Upon hearing the inquiry from the gatekeeper, Wu He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment once again. "Good sir, might you don your reading glasses promptly?" Wu He shouted at the top of his lungs. "They are all elite students from our school. Not those soul beasts you mentioned." This left the old gatekeeper feeling quite embarrassed. He hurriedly turned on the dim, neglected light in the guardhouse, and in its feeble glow, he finally discerned the figures behind Wu He. It was a sight he had never encountered before. He had never seen anyone with a belly so round that, from a distance, it was hard to tell whether they were human or beast. The younger students from the security department also peeked out to confirm what they were witnessing. Once they realized what was before them, Awkward expressions crept onto their faces as they silently prayed that the upperclassmen behind Wu He would not remember their appearances. After all, in the future, they would need the assistance of those seniors during their missions. Chapter 97. Survival through consumption. Mi Er slowly awakened, instinctively patting her belly. The roundness she had felt the previous night had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sensation of hunger. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she gradually rose from her bed. Her steps somewhat unsteady as she exited her dormitory room. Descending the staircase, Mi Er made her way to the first floor of the dormitory. Here lay a spacious and bright dining hall, dedicated to serving Wu He and his fellow residents of the building. This dining hall was no ordinary place. In addition to offering delicious meals, it featured a specialized training room, a relaxation area for unwinding, and a library filled with an array of books. As Mi Er entered the dining hall, the scene before her filled her with astonishment. Along the long dining table lay a row of individuals, each appearing as though their bones had been extracted, languidly sprawled across the table's surface. Mi Er was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Yet, guided by instinct, she followed the faint memories that lingered in her mind and made her way toward the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, an assortment of delectable foods was displayed, exuding enticing aromas. However, Mi Er merely cast a quick glance at the culinary delights before instinctively turning away and approaching an empty seat at a nearby table. Almost as soon as she sat down, her body felt as though it had lost all support, collapsing like a puddle of mud atop the table. Time slipped away, and it was only after an indeterminate period that Wu He finally stirred from his slumber. Stretching blissfully, he felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment wash over him. This had been the most comfortable night of sleep he had experienced in months. Recalling the events of last night, Wu He could not help but smile wryly. It turned out that due to a minor issue at the gate, this group of individuals, after indulging in a sumptuous meal, had ended up dozing off by the roadside, their appearance quite disheveled. The slightly fatigued expressions on their faces indicated that they had clearly exhausted their spiritual energy. Moreover, the exquisite banquet they had just enjoyed provided them with immense satisfaction and relaxation. Perhaps realizing that they could not enter the academy for the time being, they gradually settled onto the ground to rest. However, who could have anticipated that just a few minutes later, as Wu He contentedly concluded his meal, he would be astonished to find these fellows succumbing to a deep slumber one after another. Ultimately, it was thanks to the earnest efforts of the enthusiastic junior students from the security department that this slumbering mass was carefully lifted and escorted back to their respective dormitories. One cannot deny that the weight of these gentlemen was indeed quite substantial. Meanwhile, Wu He, dressed in refreshing attire, strolled gracefully towards the dormitory building, still reveling in the delightful sensations brought on by last night's feast. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the independent dining hall. As he gently pushed open the door, the scene before him was truly astonishing. 7 or 8 individuals were sprawled across the dining table like addicts in withdrawal, their eyes fixated on him. Had he not distinctly remembered that these individuals had dined to their heart's content the previous evening, he might have truly believed they had been starving for a fortnight. Wu Yi's face flushed crimson, his limbs awkwardly unsure of where to rest, rendering him profoundly uncomfortable. With great trepidation, he lifted his hand and gently waved it before him, stammering a greeting. Hi. How is it that everyone is up so early? As his slightly trembling voice faded, the previously subdued crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement. They exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to believe their ears, before bursting into a chorus of joyous exclamations. It's really him. We heard correctly. Someone shouted with fervor. In an instant, everyone sprang from their seats as if infused with an electrifying force, their spirits lifted, eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Their demeanor was akin to that of a desperate addict who had just encountered the object of their fervent desire, utterly losing their sense of reason. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged toward Wu He, exuberantly calling out, Ancestor, you've finally risen. Indeed, we have awaited your arrival. Others chimed in, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony that resonated throughout the room. Wu He was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the circumstances. The reactions of those around him were exceedingly intense, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He could only perceive shadows moving before him, countless hands reaching out to grasp him and shake him vigorously. Initially, he managed to maintain his footing, but as time elapsed, he felt his head spinning increasingly, as if the world were turning upside down. If this continued, he feared he might be utterly disassembled. Stop, please halt. Wu He could no longer endure this torment. He summoned all his strength to push aside the crowd surrounding him and swiftly extended his hands in a gesture of halting. What on earth is happening? Have you all fallen under some sort of illusion? He gasped loudly, his breath heavy. Oh, my dear ancestors, you truly are our venerable forebear. Hurry, hurry. Go and take a look in the kitchen at the swill we have here. Lin Bei shouted with fervor, angrily hauling out the meticulously prepared meals from the kitchen. With a perplexed expression, Wu He gazed over, casually picking up chopsticks to grasp a morsel of food and placing it in his mouth. After chewing thoughtfully, he shook his head, indicating that he did not perceive any significant issue. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he inquired, "Isn't this just like before? There's nothing particularly different. Is there? How can it possibly be the same?" Lin Bei, his eyes wide and veins bulging on his forehead, shouted at Wu He with a voice strained from exertion, as if he were desperate to release all his pent-up dissatisfaction and indignation. "Have you not considered what exquisite dishes you brought us last night? As the saying goes, it is easy to slip from frugality to extravagance, yet exceedingly difficult to descend from luxury to frugality. Now, returning to these dishes feels like an insurmountable challenge." In the midst of his agitation, Lin Bei's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel before Wu He. Even Yu Tianhing, who usually exuded pride and arrogance, was compelled to abandon his lofty demeanor, pleading with Wu He. "I implore you, please do us a favor and prepare breakfast for all of us. Otherwise, we may truly perish from hunger here." Wu He was utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that the culinary delights from another world could be so formidable. With no other option, he felt a pang of guilt as he glanced at the group of his sons before hastily contacting the academy's cafeteria to send over some ingredients. Half an hour later, these fellows sprang to life as if infused with an energy boost. One must admit, if He were to abandon his cultivation in the future and merely run a shop, he would lead a life free from concerns of hunger and thirst. Upon hearing this, Wu He casually snatched a baguette from a nearby basket and swiftly hurled it toward Lin Bei, perfectly lodging it in his mouth. "If you cannot speak, then simply remain silent. Xiaoyi, I have made an intriguing discovery." Wu He was suddenly captivated by Mi Er's words. "I discovered that after indulging in the late-night snack you prepared last night, my spiritual power has risen by half a level." Upon hearing Mi Er's statement, Wu He believed it to be mere coincidence. However, the others exchanged glances, and in unison exclaimed, "Me too." Chapter 98, Experiment. "Are you saying that after consuming the dishes I prepared, your spiritual powers have actually increased by half a level?" Wu He's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of skepticism as he once again posed his inquiry to the assembly. Upon hearing his words, everyone present nodded in unison, affirming his statement. A profound silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the soft sounds of the attendees' breaths. In this moment, Wu He found himself at a loss. It was crucial to note that within the original text he was familiar with, there had been no mention of the possibility of enhancing soul power through the consumption of meals. If just one or two individuals had experienced such a phenomenon, it might have been attributed to their diligent training finally bearing fruit. However, the simultaneous breakthroughs of an entire group, with each individual's advancement closely mirroring the others, hinted at an undisclosed and significant reason behind it all. Contemplating this, Wu Yi felt a stirring within him. If he could uncover the true catalyst behind these individuals' ascension in power, it would signify the discovery of a shortcut to rapid strength enhancement. This thought ignited within his mind like a spark, rapidly expanding and igniting a profound desire for exploration deep within his soul. Thus, without further hesitation, Wu Yi swiftly retreated to his quarters to devise a meticulous investigative plan. Time flowed like a gently meandering river, ceaselessly advancing forward. In the blink of an eye, a fleeting half-month had passed. Within the elite dormitory, Mi Er and the others had indulged in Wu Yi's culinary creations for an uninterrupted span of 2 weeks. Initially, the group was filled with excitement and joy, relishing the diverse and uniquely exquisite dishes presented to them each day. However, as the days wore on and food supplies increased, their delight gradually waned. It was essential to understand that Wu Yi did not regard them as ordinary humans. Rather, he perceived them as mere subjects for his culinary experiments. Over the course of those 2 weeks, though each person's soul power level had seen some degree of enhancement, with some even advancing by 1 or 2 levels, mealtime became an ordeal akin to enduring the depths of suffering. Should they choose to forego Wu Yi's carefully prepared meals in favor of the cafeteria's offerings, they would find the food bland and utterly uninspiring. Conversely, Opting for Wu Hei's dishes necessitated strict adherence to his instructions, with the stipulation that they must finish every morsel before leaving the table. Otherwise, the consequences could be rather grave. Nearly half a month has passed. Yet now the residents of the entire building display expressions of profound despair and hopelessness as mealtimes approach. However, among this group, Miu exhibits the least resistance to such a situation. After all, she and Wu Hei hail from the same village and have grown up in a similar environment. Both are unfortunate children who lost their parents at a young age, never experiencing the unique care and affection that comes from parental love. Consequently, whenever Wu Hei shows her even a modicum of kindness, such as preparing a delectable dish for her to savor, Mia feels genuine joy, even if, at times, she is aware that Wu Hei might merely regard her as a test subject for new culinary experiments. The sentiment still brings her delight. On this day, she entered the dining hall on the first floor as usual. Upon stepping in, her gaze fell upon a group of individuals wearing expressions of utter despondency. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she confidently approached an empty seat and settled in, seamlessly integrating herself into this peculiar collective. However, today's atmosphere felt distinctly unusual. As seconds turned into minutes, the crowd waited for over an hour, but Wu Hei's presence was still absent. Had it not been for the rumbling of hunger emanating from their bellies, they might have remained ensnared in the atmosphere of anticipation, unable to extricate themselves. Finally, someone in the crowd could no longer contain their impatience and voiced their concerns. What on earth is happening? Why has Ti arrived yet? Could it be that he has suddenly decided to spare us? Another person chimed in. Even if he intends to let us off the hook, he ought to at least provide us with something to fill our stomachs. What is the point of waiting like this? No sooner had the words left their lips than a chorus of growls resonated throughout the dining hall. It turned out that yet another group could no longer endure and had slumped over the dining table. At that moment, they were genuinely tormented by hunger. Yet some individuals were secretly contemplating, even if we must play the role of test subjects for these bizarre dishes, we ought to be allowed to eat our fill first. Just then, a faint sound of rolling wheels drew nearer, and everyone turned their gaze towards the source. They beheld Wu Hei slowly entering the room, pushing a small cart. On the cart were several steamers of varying sizes, some as large as basins, while others were petite and exquisite, resembling delicate works of art. The steamers were stacked together, emanating a cloud of warmth and a tantalizing aroma. "Ah, I apologize for keeping you all waiting." With a beaming smile, Wu Hei declared, his voice brimming with unmistakable excitement. "Today, I have some monumental news to share with all of you." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled as he surveyed each person present. However, in response to Wu Hei's exuberant demeanor, Lin Bei appeared utterly horrified, his face blanching as he hastily waved his hands in protest. No, Brother Wu, please. Don't look at us with that smile. Our fragile hearts simply cannot bear it, and it's making us quite uneasy." This was not an exaggeration on Lin Bei's part. It had been an entire fortnight since their arrival here. During this time, whenever Wu Hei donned that chillingly maternal grin, misfortune was certain to follow. They would either be conscripted into performing bizarre and arduous tasks or compelled to sample repulsive, even grotesque culinary creations. Thus, at this moment, Lin Bei and his companions were gripped by a profound fear of Wu Hei's smile. Their singular thought was to flee this place, even if it meant dining in the school's unappetizing cafeteria. At least there, though the food was far from commendable, it promised the preservation of their lives. Alas, Wu Hei was not one to easily relinquish his prey. In a swift motion, he appeared behind Lin Bei like a specter, extending a robust hand that effortlessly forced the fleeing Lin Bei back into his seat. Chapter 99. An unyielding deficiency. Before Lin Bei lay a steamer the size of 3 adult fists, securely placed before him. It exuded a stream of steam, accompanied by an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Meanwhile, Wu Hei strained to maneuver a petite cart, gradually approaching. Much like the steamer before Lin Bei, he placed another before each individual present. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that, while the steamers shared a similar appearance, their sizes varied slightly. Some were a tad larger, while others were comparatively smaller. I extend my sincere gratitude to all of you for your enthusiastic cooperation over the past fortnight. With a beaming smile illuminating his face and excitement and pride glimmering in his eyes, Wu Hei exclaimed, after days and nights of relentless research, "I have successfully uncovered the optimal recipe and the principles it encompasses. The dishes presented before you have been meticulously tailored to suit your body's absorption capacities, offering exquisite flavors. My preliminary estimation suggests that once everyone has indulged in these dishes, each individual present will likely experience a substantial elevation in their soul power by an entire level. Pausing momentarily, we continue to elucidate the unique method I have developed, which enhances one's cultivation through consumption. Is aptly named Nourishing Feast. It is crucial to understand that this approach is not suitable for just anyone. Each person's constitution varies, thus necessitating a diverse array of ingredients tailored to individual needs. Typically, this nourishing method allows for an elevation of 1 to 2 levels at most during each session. However, it is imperative to note that this sumptuous feast can only be enjoyed once every 90 days, otherwise, it may adversely affect one's health. After meticulous and precise calculations, it has been discovered that while consuming these special ingredients may yield a short-term boost in cultivation, this is merely a superficial effect. In reality, these ingredients harbor an astonishing amount of soul power. It is precisely this soul power that will significantly accelerate the rapid growth of one's cultivation, potentially extending the training speed for approximately 180 days. Should a culinary adept with a food-type martial spirit meticulously prepare these delicacies in strict accordance with my unique method, the resultant effects could be amplified at least twofold. However, it is precisely because the ingested food is replete with abundant soul energy that individuals cannot continuously glean energy through rapid absorption. Typically, after consuming a meal, one can only enhance their cultivation by 1 or 2 levels at a time, necessitating a gradual digestion of the surplus soul energy within. At this moment, we nodded slightly to the crowd, signaling them to unveil the food containers before them. Upon hearing the directive, several individuals obediently complied, lifting the lids. Instantly, an array of distinct aromas wafted from the uniquely shaped lunchboxes. The exquisite and tantalizing flavors immediately captivated the taste buds of those who had long been ravenous, causing their mouths to water and their fingers to twitch in anticipation. Like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, they began to voraciously devour the mountains of food laid before them. Their demeanor resembled that of famished souls reborn, as they swept away the culinary delights in the blink of an eye. Amidst their indulgent feasting, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The cultivation levels of each individual began to rhythmically pulsate, as if imbued with life. With each swallow, this rhythm became increasingly pronounced, seemingly in harmony with their act of eating. Yet, before they could consume all the food, almost in an instant, every person's soul energy level experienced a remarkable elevation of an entire rank. This extraordinary transformation left the onlookers both astonished and elated. However, upon clearing their plates, they discovered that only a few among them had progressed further, achieving a 2-level increase in cultivation. After some contemplation and discussion, they speculated that their frequent consumption of such potent soul energy-rich food over the past fortnight had led to a significant accumulation of unprocessed energy within their bodies. Consequently, despite having ingested a substantial amount of soul energy this time, most individuals could not assimilate this energy in a short span, thus allowing only a select few to achieve the breakthrough of advancing 2 levels in cultivation. At this very moment, Mi-Er, through her relentless dedication to training, had successfully elevated her cultivation to level 49. She was but a mere step away from the coveted realm of Soul King. With just a little more effort, she would surmount this barrier and become a true powerhouse among Soul Kings. In addition to Mi-Er, the others also made notable strides in their cultivation. United in their efforts, they all ascended into the ranks of the Soul Sect. Even Lin Bei and Yi Lingling, who had previously possessed relatively lower cultivation levels, experienced a qualitative leap in strength after days of consistent nourishment, successfully advancing to level 39. Wu Yi stood before the crowd, gently closing his eyes, seeking to perceive the soulful energy radiating from each individual. Through this profound connection, he could discern the cultivation levels and latent abilities of those around him. Once he grasped the circumstances of everyone present, a thought struck him. With the elite soul master competition approaching, it was imperative to find soul rings that corresponded to each companion's cultivation level. After all, suitable soul rings play a crucial role in enhancing a soul master's strength. At that moment, the group had experienced a boost in their soul power due to nourishment. Observing this, Wu Yi pondered. Since everyone's soul power had progressed, should he seize this opportunity to strive for an additional soul ring? Although he could momentarily wield formidable power through the armor fusion technique, he possessed merely 3 soul rings, limiting his combat endurance to approximately 15 minutes. If he were to encounter a formidable foe, especially without Lin Bei's assistance, defeat would be nearly inevitable. Moreover, It was rumored that among the participants sent by the Spirit Hall, 3 prodigies had already reached the Soul King level. Should he remain stagnant, the likelihood of a dismal outcome in the competition loomed large. As Wu Yi furrowed his brow, deep in thought about how to effectively enhance his soul power, Lin Bei, indulging in his meal, suddenly inquired with a perplexed expression, "Old Wu, why am I eating and yet inexplicably starting to bleed from my nose?" At this, Wu Yi snapped his head up and, upon closer inspection, found Lin Bei's face flushed, with blood seeping from the tip of his nose. "No worries. It's merely a sign that your internal soul power has accumulated excessively without proper sustenance." After days of nourishment, Wu Yi confined himself within his room, dedicating himself to relentless training. However, despite feeling the turbulent and abundant soul power within him, no amount of effort could lead to a breakthrough in his cultivation. For the first time in his life, he felt bewildered and helpless regarding the concept of advancement. He felt a deep discomfort, as if an invisible barrier had firmly ensnared him at level 38, rendering him unable to progress. Gradually, self-doubt began to creep in. Could it be that there was an issue with his physique? It is essential to recognize that both his soul and martial spirit originate from the same realm. Setting aside the quality of that soul, the caliber of this martial spirit undeniably ranks among the most elite in the current world. However, his physical form is undeniably birthed from this very realm. Thus, could it be possible that the inadequacies of the original host's physical attributes have precipitated this rather awkward predicament? After days of deep contemplation, Wu Yi found himself besieged by a myriad of thoughts that intertwined and clashed within his mind. Yet, he ultimately failed to arrive at a definitive answer or solution. Time slipped by imperceptibly, and at last, the last day of the month had arrived. On this day, the sun shone brightly, but for this team, it held profound significance. Lin Bei and Du Guyan approached side by side, their gazes resolutely fixed on Wu Yi before them. They harbored high hopes that Wu Yi would lead the entire team to acquire the next soul ring, thereby further enhancing the collective strength of the group. It was only today that Wu Yi realized that, thanks to his meticulous preparations involving dietary supplements, the members of the team had accumulated a substantial amount of soul power within their bodies, ripe for absorption. After more than 10 days of relentless refinement, each member's cultivation had astonishingly approached a critical juncture. Among them, Mi Er and Wu Miao Miao, through their own efforts and innate talent, had both broken through to level 50, just one soul ring away from truly becoming soul kings. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling had successfully advanced to level 40, thus entering the ranks of soul sects. At this moment, all 6 team members faced a singular dilemma. Each was in need of a new soul ring. Moreover, with less than a month remaining until the highly anticipated Continental Soul Master Advanced Elite competition commenced, time was of the essence. The urgency weighed heavily on their hearts, as they were eager to venture forth and hunt for that crucial soul ring. They understood that once everyone successfully acquired their new soul rings and elevated their powers, their team would undoubtedly become an unstoppable force, a veritable powerhouse. After all, possessing a lineup of 3 soul kings and 4 soul sects was an unrivaled strength among the myriad of competing teams. In the eyes of each team member, Wu Yi was never regarded as an ordinary soul venerable. Whenever he unleashed his soul skills, the formidable power he demonstrated was enough to affirm that he indeed possessed genuine soul king prowess. This was indisputable, especially in the heat of competition. If the team could perform to their utmost potential, they would undoubtedly be considered a super team comprised of 4 soul kings and 3 soul venerables. Even the renowned and formidable elite team from the Spirit Hall, known to Wu Yi, would likely find it challenging to compete with them. However, upon learning that the entire team had reached the pinnacle of their current cultivation, Wu Yi, who had sailed smoothly until now, found himself for the very first time engulfed by a wave of anxious unease. For an extended period, whether through the fierce battles of the past or the relentless dedication to training day after day, Wu Yi navigated his journey with remarkable ease, unimpeded by any obstacles. He seemed to have never encountered any bottlenecks in his cultivation, and his combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers at the same level. However, at this moment, as his close companions, with whom he had trained and grew alongside, achieved significant breakthroughs, Wu Yi felt an unprecedented sense of tension deep within his heart, especially concerning his longtime friend, Mi Er, who was on the verge of ascending to the rank of Soul King, and his teammates Lin Bei and Yu Tianheng, who had recently joined this collective, were also about to step into the true realm of the Soul Sect. Yet, there he stood. Despite possessing strength comparable to that of a Soul King, His actual cultivation remained stagnant at the soul master stage. This reality was indeed perplexing and bewildering. Throughout the night, he sat alone in his room, lost in contemplation, weighing various possibilities and choices. As the dawn's light filtered through the window, he finally arrived at a difficult yet resolute decision. What? With a gasp, an immediate chorus of similar exclamations followed. In an instant, the entire first-floor conference room seemed to erupt as everyone stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open, shouting in unison. In fact, even Dean Liang himself was equally bewildered. In his eyes, Wu He had always been an exceedingly confident, even somewhat arrogant individual. Who could have imagined that this time he would voluntarily bow his head in search of himself, leaving only a letter and a 1-month leave request? Faced with the astonished gazes and questioning expressions of the crowd, Dean Liang slowly began to explain. Indeed, as you all have observed, last night Wu He came to see me and requested a month's leave. According to him, this outing is necessitated by certain matters he needs to attend to, but he assured me that he would return before the competition begins. At this point, Dean Liang could not help but shake his head gently, a wry smile touching his lips. When you slowly unfold this letter, my figure may well have vanished beyond the solemn gates of the academy. Indeed, it is truly unbelievable. Throughout my journey, I have consistently sailed smoothly. However, I now find myself confronting an unprecedented bottleneck on my path of cultivation. Presently, my progress appears ensnared by an invisible shackle, stagnating at the awkward threshold of level 38. Yet, dear teammates, do not fret excessively on my behalf. I am not the type to succumb easily to adversity or to wallow in despair. Regardless of how rugged and treacherous the road ahead may be, I firmly believe in my ability to surmount this challenge. Therefore, trust in me. For in a month's time, I shall return with a formidable strength, ready to fight alongside you once more, embarking on a journey replete with challenges and glory. As the rightful captain of our esteemed team, even though I may not be present with you at this moment, the weight of responsibility remains upon my shoulders. Thus, I hereby issue the following crucial directives. Firstly, I appoint the remarkable partners, Mir and Meow Meow, to serve as interim captains, each tasked with selecting 2 team members to form a sub-team. In the ensuing 14 days, you must exert every effort to acquire your own new soul rings, thereby enhancing our collective combat prowess. Moreover, for those substitute members who are unable to partake in this mission, their training must not wane in the slightest. I have meticulously outlined the training methods for substitutes, along with various potential combat coordination scenarios they may encounter in the future. And I implore everyone to adhere strictly to these guidelines, for it is only through the continuous advancement of each individual that we can forge an indomitable and resplendent future for our team. Chapter 101. A visit to Shrek. As the first golden rays of dawn broke through the horizon, Wu He gracefully stepped out of the grand and ancient gates of the academy. He gently raised his hand, gazing at the somewhat weathered map in his possession, his eyes ultimately fixed on a specific direction. Without a trace of hesitation, he set forth with determined strides towards that goal. At this moment, the streets lay deserted, enveloped in tranquility. The morning light had only just begun to emerge, and most pedestrians remained ensconced in their sweet dreams. Even the drivers who typically departed early for work still slumbered soundly in their beds. After all, who could have anticipated that someone would embark on an unforeseen journey at such an early hour? Yet, Wu He had unwittingly become the protagonist of this improbable event. As a soul master, he possessed extraordinary physical strength and endurance, a gift attributed to the unique operational mechanism of the soul power within him. As long as he maintained the soul power in a state of continuous circulation, his body could ceaselessly draw energy from the surrounding environment, swiftly converting it into the stamina necessary to replenish his exertion. Consequently, he was able to sustain a state of vibrant energy and optimal condition at all times. In fact, during the recent days of uncertainty, Wu He had not squandered his time idly. On the contrary, he had delved deeply into the intricate workings of the soul power within him. Through repeated exploration and practice, he gradually comprehended that soul power is fundamentally a uniquely special and mysterious form of energy, akin to a relentless river flowing within him. When the soul power accumulated to a certain level, reaching a critical threshold, it could break through the myriad restrictions hidden within his body, thereby facilitating a significant enhancement of his cultivation level. Drawing from the original text, Tang Sen cultivated his own distinctive techniques, his soul power akin to a galloping wild horse, racing forth and simultaneously advancing. Thus, it could be observed that soul power might merely represent a somewhat rudimentary method of application. Therefore, from the perspective of cultivation and utilization, the essence of soul power resembles that of a vast ocean, perpetually surging and expansive, its application imbued with tremendous momentum. Consequently, Wu Yi contemplated emulating the Taoist approach, perceiving soul power as that dynamic spiritual energy, allowing it to flow within him while gradually compressing it, transforming it from a gaseous state into a liquid form. In this manner, while the volume contained within him remained unchanged, the quality of the soul power could indeed be altered. Wu Yi once endeavored to transcend the constraints of his cultivation through this method, yet fate did not favor his aspirations, and he faltered. Subsequently, he likened his soul energy to the qi within the cultivation system of the Dragon Ball universe, striving to attain breakthrough through mastery of this energy. Although he did not achieve complete success, he at least acquired the ability to conceal his cultivation level, thus gaining a modicum of progress. Even though his cultivation resembled an expansive, unfathomable ocean, no matter how vigorously he exerted himself, without revealing his soul rings, it remained exceedingly difficult for others to glimpse even a fragment of his true potential. As time quietly flowed by, he embarked upon a lengthy journey. As noon approached, the sun hung in the sky like a blazing fireball, seemingly poised to ascend directly overhead. Wu Yi finally arrived at a seemingly dilapidated, yet uniquely charming village. At the entrance, a sign hung, its characters swirling and dancing like dragons and phoenixes, boldly proclaiming the words Shrek Academy. However, fate appeared to take great delight in mocking humanity, for at that moment, the academy housed no one but a bent, elderly janitor, his face lined with deep creases. After a series of inquiries, Wu Yi was struck with a sudden realization, as if awakened from a deep slumber. It turned out that on the eve of the grand competition, Shrek Academy, merely an unrecognized intermediate institution, resembled a solitary goose abandoned in the wilderness. Utterly unable to enroll students for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. To participate, either the academy would need to ascend like a rocket to the status of an advanced institution and secure imperial accreditation, or the students would have to attach themselves like parasites to a recognized advanced academy. Only then would Shrek students have the chance to register for the competition. Subsequently, it seemed that after being rebuffed by the Tiendo Royal Soul Master Academy, they, like lost dogs, sought refuge with the Blue Tyrant Academy, which ultimately led to the latter being renamed as the New Shrek Academy. Wu Yi glanced at the map and could not help but sigh, feeling a profound sense of exasperation. In fact, just 2 hours prior, he had fortuitously passed by the vicinity of Lanba Academy. Had he recalled this at the time, he could have avoided such a lengthy and arduous journey. Now, as he surveyed his surroundings, he could not help but lament. Shrek truly seemed to be impoverished beyond measure, with not a single carriage in sight. With no other option, Wu Yi had to rely on his own sturdy vehicle, laboriously making his way towards Nanba Academy. After enduring countless hardships, he finally arrived at the gates of the New Shrek Academy just before the sun dipped below the horizon. At that moment, the name of the academy still hung above the entrance as Lanba Academy, and although several construction workers were in the process of renovating the gates, it still evoked an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Wu Yi strolled to the entrance of the academy with an air of casual grace, gently presenting his student identification card. Beneath the card lay a resplendent golden soul coin, glimmering with radiance. The doorman, upon receiving the identification, scrutinized it with the reverence one might afford a precious artifact, meticulously comparing it to Wu Yi. In a flash, his swift hands deftly concealed the golden soul coin within his pocket. "Pray tell, esteemed student, what brings you to our esteemed institution?" inquired the doorman, his expression imbued with skepticism. Wu Yi, with a calm demeanor, spoke. "I have heard that your esteemed institution has recently been enrolling several prodigious students, akin to the sage who discerns fine horses, among whom is my dear friend. Thus, I have come to pay a visit." Wu Hui's words resonated like a celestial melody. Had Shi Wu heard them at that moment, she would undoubtedly have been incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at him and unleashing a torrent of invective. The gatekeeper, acutely aware of his responsibilities, could not simply allow entry based on Wu Hui's mere utterance. However, observing Wu Hui clad in the prestigious uniform of the Royal Soul Master Academy of Tiendo, though slightly weary as if he had endured a long journey, he bore no trace of malice. Most importantly, the gatekeeper had accepted a gold soul coin from him, having posed the necessary inquiries and received the corresponding answers. It seemed both unreasonable and unjust to deny him entry. After a brief contemplation, the gatekeeper summoned his martial spirit, inscribing a few characters in a flamboyant script upon it, before sending it soaring into the courtyard like a majestic eagle taking flight. Upon witnessing this scene, we couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "My heavens! Could this be the legendary carrier pigeon delivering messages?" Chapter 102, A Reunion with the Shrek Crew. Wu He stood quietly before the grand entrance of Lanba Academy. Arms crossed, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the interior of the institution. As moments ticked by and his patience waned, he suddenly noticed a small crimson dot appearing in the sky above the academy. With the passage of time, this gradually enlarged, becoming increasingly distinct. Wu He squinted his eyes and peered closely, quickly recognizing the figure of Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun approached the academy's entrance like a great bird ablaze with flames, dashing forward with fervor. "Hey, Chubby! Chubby!" Wu He unabashedly raised his voice, echoing through the air like a resounding bell. The gatekeeper, standing guard, instinctively turned upon hearing Wu He's call. As he noticed Ma Hongjun's approaching silhouette, he couldn't help but silently marvel at the boy's audacity. In the eyes of the gatekeepers, Ma Hongjun was certainly no harmless child. Despite his tender age, his cultivation level was not particularly impressive, and he often frequented notorious establishments, earning a dubious reputation. More importantly, he despised being called chubby. Anyone daring to utter such a term would inevitably face a severe beating. Just recently, an ill-fated individual had referred to him as chubby and had been left incapacitated. Still bettered into this day. At that moment, as Ma Hongjun soared towards the entrance, the audacity of someone addressing him as chubby ignited a furious blaze within him, his face reddening like a ripened apple. This nickname was a privilege reserved solely for his closest friends, such as Tang San. Others had no right to use it. Even Tang San's instructor, Yu Xiaogang, could only refer to him as Hongjun at most. However, when Ma Hongjun finally drew near and recognized that it was Wu He who had called out to him, his countenance darkened further. Their relationship was fraught with past grievances. Wu He was none other than the captain of the academy team that had mercilessly bested their Shrek squad just a month prior. Reflecting on that encounter left Ma Hongjun with a bitter smile. The prowess of this formidable opponent was far beyond his current capabilities. Observing Wu He's familiar demeanor only fueled Ma Hongjun's frustration. He longed to unleash a torrent of curses to vent his pent-up anger. Standing firmly within the school gates, he showed no inclination to allow Wu He entry, instead coolly inquiring from across the threshold, "What brings you here?" Wu He appeared entirely unconcerned, responding with a cheerful smile. "Well, with the competition just a month away, I happened to pass by today and thought I might as well visit your school." However, only he knew that this so-called coincidence was merely a flimsy excuse after he had spent an entire day navigating to find this very spot. Fortuitously arriving at the gates of Shrek Academy, he then continued to jest. "Oh, why aren't you hurrying to take me inside? Standing here chatting is rather awkward, don't you think? What if your friend Sangge grows impatient waiting for us?" Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's face flushed a deep crimson, his body temperature seemingly rising significantly. Yet, despite his mounting anger, he understood that he must not act impulsively at this moment. After all, fighting at the school gates would be far from honorable. Winning might salvage his pride, but losing would bring a disgrace too profound to bear. Contemplating this, Ma Hongjun clenched his teeth, a tempest of fury threatening to erupt within him. However, reason ultimately triumphed over emotion, compelling him to suppress his ire, and he exhaled a resigned sigh. Reluctantly, he extended his hand, slowly and hesitantly pulling open the heavy school gate. As the gate creaked open, it echoed his inner turmoil and dissatisfaction. Standing outside the gate, Wu He wore a faint smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Although Ma Hongjun was reluctant, he nonetheless stepped aside and gestured for Wu He to enter the campus. Wu He nodded slightly and stepped into the campus, trailing behind Ma Hongjun. As they walked together, a sudden thought flashed through Ma Hongjun's mind. I merely agreed to bring him into the school. I never promised to personally guide him to find Sangge. Now that he has entered, whether he can successfully locate Sangge relies entirely on his own abilities. It has nothing further to do with me. Once this thought took root, it spread like wild grass, swiftly consuming Ma Hongjun's entire consciousness. Without any warning, he abruptly halted, and with a powerful push against the ground, he soared into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, the enormous wings on his back unfurled, tracing a graceful arc through the sky as he sped away into the distance. Witnessing Ma Hongjun's sudden flight, Wu immediately grasped his intention without a moment's hesitation. He merely smiled faintly, exuding an air of calm composure. Unhurriedly, he set his backpack down and retrieved a stylishly designed dragon-shaped skateboard from within. Wu He lightly stepped onto the skateboard and exerted a gentle force, skillfully swaying his waist and hips. In an instant, the skateboard seemed to come alive, gliding forward with the agility of a swift serpent. The speed of the skateboard was incomparable to that of walking. Wu Yi merely needed to occasionally lift his gaze to glimpse the direction in which Ma Hongjun had departed, allowing him to accurately determine where to turn and where to continue. Thus, he navigated the skateboard with remarkable swiftness, pursuing Ma Hongjun's figure through the campus. Ma Hongjun, who prided himself on his cleverness and quick wit, believed he had easily outmaneuvered Wu Yi this time. However, he was oblivious to the fact that at this moment, he appeared to others like a conspicuous weather vane. After proceeding for about 10 minutes, the group finally arrived at the core area of the new Shrek Academy. It is worth noting that every student who could study and cultivate here was exceptionally gifted. Truly the CR de la CR of their generation. Most of the students had already reached the advanced stage of the Great Soul Master realm. And with just a little more time, many would successfully break through to the Soul Sovereign level. Thus, even Tang San and his companions, in this gathering of elites, were merely slightly more outstanding than the average prodigies. Their access to richer cultivation resources was primarily due to the special relationship between Yu Shaogang and Lu Erlong. Before long, Wu Yi strolled leisurely towards Shrek and the others, exuding an air of calm confidence. One could not deny that facing 7 individuals at once imposed a considerable amount of pressure. The invisible aura they emitted felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on one's heart, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 103, Forced Confrontation. Hey, how did you end up at our school? Speak honestly about your intentions with Sister Xiao Wu, exclaimed Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, her brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. Her cheeks, slightly puffed from anger, resembled ripe peaches, prompting an irresistible urge to pinch them. Such a sight was truly adorable. With Xiao Wu leading the charge, the others were not about to let the matter rest. The proud Ning Rong, hands on her hips and chin raised, questioned, indeed. You got lucky and won a match against us a month ago. Are you here today to mock us again? Beside them, Ma Hongjun quickly chimed in. I don't think he looks like someone here just to taunt us. Perhaps he intends to challenge our academy. He feigned a vigilant expression, scrutinizing Wu Yi from head to toe. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Wu Yi remained unfazed, cheerfully waving his hand and declaring, "Oh dear, everyone. Please do not be so angry. Everyone is a friend. Why must there be such tension?" He then shifted his tone, continuing, "Besides, I merely triumphed over you once before. Remember, prior to my victory, did you not utterly vanquish my teammates, leaving them defenseless and in a pitiable state? Therefore, victories and defeats are but common occurrences in the realm of competition. There is no need for us to take this matter so seriously." After Wu Yi finished speaking, the venue was immediately enveloped in a profound silence. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words to refute his claims. Upon reflection, his argument seemed undeniably reasonable. After all, in their previous encounters, they had indeed triumphed over members of Wu Yi's faction with absolute superiority. With this thought, the once tense atmosphere lightened slightly. "What exactly are you here for?" Daimu Bai shouted impatiently, extending his right hand and forcefully pushing forward, thus propelling Wu Yi backward. At that moment, the two were evenly matched in terms of cultivation strength. Yet Daimu Bai evidently held the advantage in physical stature. He towered over Wu Yi by a significant margin, his robust physique reminiscent of a towering mountain. As Daimu Bai exerted his strength, Wu Yi felt a tremendous force surge toward him, causing him to involuntarily stagger back several steps. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, as if his bones might shatter under the impact. "What am I here for? Humph, is it not clear to your little third party?" After stabilizing his stance, Wu Yi rubbed his painfully sore shoulder and cast a fierce glare at Daimu Bai. Immediately, his gaze shifted to Tang San, who stood silently by. As the spotlight unexpectedly fell upon him, Tang San inwardly lamented his predicament, yet he understood that remaining silent was no longer an option. Taking a deep breath, he slowly responded, "The item you requested is not yet complete." Upon hearing Tang San's reply, Wu Yi furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion and dissatisfaction crossing his face. In his memory, Tang San was exceptionally talented, particularly in the crafting of concealed weapons, and it was illogical for such a skilled individual to take so long. Pondering this, Wu He let out a prolonged "oh," his tone imbued with an underlying significance. Especially within the pristine environment of the newly established Shrek Academy, every meticulously crafted component and the precise assembly of these parts should have come effortlessly to Tang San, akin to a tiger soaring with newfound wings. However, unexpectedly, time had swiftly slipped away, and after more than half a month, the much-anticipated item remained elusive. At that moment, Wu He's previously piercing gaze transformed into a flash of lightning, landing squarely upon Tang San. Simultaneously, an enormous shift in his aura occurred, as an invisible yet formidable pressure surged towards Tang San like an overwhelming tide. Wu He fixed his gaze intently on Tang San's eyes, as if his penetrating stare could unveil every hidden secret. Under such an intense scrutiny, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, instinctively yearning to evade the other's gaze. At that moment, he found himself harboring certain unspeakable matters within his heart. "Enough of this relentless staring," he exclaimed, a flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "The weapon you seek was completed long ago. I merely hope to enhance and refine its capabilities to make it even more formidable." Tang San, visibly flustered and tinged with awkwardness, attempted to justify his actions. It is essential to recognize that individuals like Tang San hold various precious tomes in the highest esteem, treating them as rare treasures. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the time he had clandestinely pilfered internal manuals of his sect, where he could at least muster some semblance of justification, as he was, after all, a member of the sect. Even after acquiring those manuals, his ultimate aim was the prosperity and advancement of the entire faction. Yet, in this instance, the manuscript was not his to claim. Despite having meticulously crafted the item with his own hands, the thought of appropriating it for himself and making unauthorized modifications without the consent of others weighed heavily on his conscience, which remained tethered by an unwavering moral compass. Without uttering a word, Wu He slowly extended his right arm, gently opening his palm, silently signaling the other party, "Please hand that item over to me." This time, Tang San exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, swiftly retrieving a revolver from his bosom and placing it steadily upon Wu He's broad palm. Alongside it, he also presented 6 glimmering bullets that shimmered with a cold light. Wu He firmly grasped the revolver, instantly experiencing a chilling yet gentle sensation coursing through his palm. This unique texture set his heart racing with exhilaration. Once the bullets were deftly chambered, he effortlessly and gently spun the cylinder. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the revolver, aiming at a tall, robust tree in the distance, and repeatedly pulled the trigger, unleashing 6 shots in succession. A cacophony of deafening gunfire erupted, resonating through the air. Although the overwhelming noise was somewhat disconcerting, it was undeniable that the impact of the shooting was remarkably effective. Wu He gazed at the revolver in his hand, an unmistakable expression of satisfaction gracing his features. He turned his head, a smile illuminating his face as he spoke to Tang San with admiration. "Such exquisite craftsmanship is indeed a rarity. As anticipated, it is ultimately you who must accomplish this task. Behold the astonishing results. They have truly reached the caliber of a soul master. If you could fashion projectiles with a sharper design, the power and effectiveness they could yield might surpass even this remarkable achievement." Wu He gazed at the fruits of his labor, his eyes shimmering with a brilliance that compelled him to utter a heartfelt exclamation. Though he spoke merely from the heart, that simple phrase struck like a bolt of lightning, igniting a tempest of inspiration in Tang San's mind, bestowing upon him an unprecedented and unique epiphany. Chapter 104. The Frantic Experiment Indeed. "We could certainly craft the projectile to be more pointed," Tang San exclaimed excitedly. For days, he had been ruminating on how to further augment the power of his pistol. However, after numerous attempts, he discovered that excessive gunpowder could lead to catastrophic results, while increasing the bullet size necessitated a larger launcher. Despite Tang San's exceptional craftsmanship, he found himself somewhat constrained in the realm of innovation and creation. After all, the concealed weapons he fashioned were all meticulously documented traditional armaments from his former sect. These concealed weapons were the culmination of ancestral wisdom, carefully crafted masterpieces, and he merely replicated them according to the original blueprints. Even if the crafting of a particular concealed weapon was exceedingly complex and challenging, his remarkable skills still enabled him to produce it successfully. Yet, this merely underscored his extraordinary manual abilities, failing to disguise his evident lack of creativity. In contrast, Wu He was a person of remarkably dynamic thought, relishing an unfettered imagination, and his creativity undoubtedly placed him in a league of his own. Alas, it seemed that fate was ever impartial. While he was endowed with formidable creativity, he was not similarly blessed with exceptional manual skills. Even in a past life, during an era of advanced technology, utilizing the cutting-edge and convenient 3D printing technology, he often found himself at a loss, unable to accurately assemble the various compatible components. Yet at this very moment, as the two stood together, the aura and influence they exuded was nothing short of astonishing, leaving onlookers in awe. It was as if an invisible force radiated from them, captivating everything in their vicinity. Tang San was entirely consumed by the singular thought of immediately escorting Wu Hui to his exclusive laboratory, oblivious to any potential targeting from their teammates. This laboratory, more accurately described as a forge, prominently features a colossal iron smelting furnace that occupies a full third of its space. In accordance with the concepts provided by Wu Hui, Tang San succeeded in just 3 short days to develop dozens of distinct types of ammunition, including armor-piercing shells, high-explosive rounds, freezing projectiles, signal flares, smoke bombs, tear gas canisters, and demolition charges. These accomplishments are undoubtedly astonishing, yet they also evoke a twinge of regret. The reason for this sentiment lies in the fact that the intricate craftsmanship of the soul-guiding devices has nearly been lost to the annals of time, preventing them from bestowing additional unique properties upon these weapons or their ammunition. Had this been achievable, the efficacy of such weaponry would have experienced a remarkable enhancement, multiplying its capabilities by several or even dozens of times. Consequently, the impact it could wield would be immensely powerful, potentially altering the tide of an entire conflict. Nevertheless, at this moment, with the acquisition of a diverse array of ammunition, the combat effectiveness of this weapon has already seen a rapid and substantial surge, merely from the perspective of its characteristic that it does not require soul power for operation. This weapon demonstrates an impressive level of efficiency in conserving soul energy and wielding formidable power. If faced with an unsuspecting soul master, this weapon could effortlessly achieve a lethal strike with a single bullet. Even if the soul master were to be forewarned and adopt defensive measures, the user would still possess a remarkable confidence in inflicting severe damage or even delivering a fatal blow within 3 shots. Significantly, under the meticulous guidance and insightful instruction of Wu Hui, Tang San implemented a series of concise yet effective enhancements to this weapon. For instance, the original revolver necessitated the tedious process of loading bullets one by one, which undoubtedly would disrupt the rhythm of combat. To address this, Tang San boldly innovated and successfully developed a device for simultaneous loading. Furthermore, to ensure an adequate ammunition capacity, he crafted a specialized magazine that could be conveniently affixed to the firearm, thereby guaranteeing that as soon as one bullet was expended, a fresh round could swiftly fill the vacant chamber. Even more astonishingly, components such as sound suppressors and flash suppressors were collaboratively researched and developed by the two. After 3 sleepless days and nights of intensive communication and meticulous creation, Tang San exhibited remarkable talent and creativity. He not only optimized the performance of the bullets and the revolver, but also, with his exceptional skills, manufactured a breathtaking anti-material sniper rifle. The emergence of this rifle undoubtedly became the most powerful concealed weapon in Tang San's arsenal thus far. It is essential to note that the term concealed weapon transcends the traditional notion of small, discrete objects. Any weapon capable of being stealthily deployed without detection by an adversary and possessing lethal capability falls into this category. This anti-material sniper rifle perfectly embodies the definition of a concealed weapon, boasting an astonishing range that allows it to strike targets from a staggering distance of 5 kilometers. Even more remarkable is its ability to inflict considerable damage against defense-type Soul Masters of Soul King rank. With a stroke of luck, a single shot could indeed prove fatal. Naturally, should it be equipped with specialized ammunition, even the more formidable Soul Saints would likely regard it with trepidation. As Tang San and Wu Hui witnessed the astounding power encapsulated within these weapons, their excitement grew exponentially, as if they had opened a portal to an unknown realm. Immersed in their elation, they had no intention of pausing their endeavors, their hearts brimming with aspirations and anticipation for the myriad possibilities the future held. Had it not been for Xiao Wu's concern for Tang San's well-being, which forcefully interrupted their in-depth exploration of the new weapon's development, the two, lost in their fervor, might have remained in that small laboratory for an entire 2 months, or even longer, as if enchanted, as Tang San's extraordinarily dexterous hands seemingly performed magic. Each weapon that Wu He had long coveted materialized before his eyes one by one. Wu He found himself wholly immersed in an indescribable sense of joy and astonishment, his heart brimming with excitement that threatened to overflow. For a fleeting moment, he almost cast aside the primary purpose of his visit into the ether. Time swiftly passed, and before he realized it, Wu He had spent 5 days and nights at Shrek Academy. It was not until the 5th day, after enduring the initial days of extraordinary exhilaration, that he gradually extricated himself from a near-manic state, slowly returning to his inherent calm and composure. Chapter 105. A private conversation with Xiao Wu. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Wu Yi had been at Shrek Academy for a full 6 days. On that particular morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing his somewhat weary face, prompting him to slowly open his eyes and sit up from his bed. Over the past few days, Wu Yi had scarcely found a moment's rest, tirelessly dedicating himself to the meticulous crafting of their weapons. His efforts bore fruit through the collaborative endeavors with Tang San. Both had successfully forged weapons that left them thoroughly satisfied. The bond between Tang San and Wu Yi had progressed remarkably during this period, with Tang San nearly ready to induct Wu Yi into the Tang sect as a member. Moreover, Tang San generously shared non-core secrets regarding the crafting of Tang sect's hidden weapons with Wu Yi. Yet, at that moment, despite his profound fatigue, the first thing Wu Yi did upon rising was to eagerly seek out Xiao Wu. He swiftly organized his belongings and hastened towards the new Shrek Academy's training grounds. Upon his arrival at the training grounds, Wu Yi discovered the Shrek 7 was gathered there, eagerly testing their newly acquired weapons. Among them, Ning Rong displayed the most interest and enthusiasm for these arms, for half of the intellectual property rights for these weapons rested in Wu Yi's hands. Wise as she is, she undoubtedly comprehends the immense strategic value that such weapons hold for the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School. Despite the thunderous noise that accompanies their use, echoing through the heavens, the range and power of these weapons are unparalleled, a stark contrast to the concealed projectiles they are accustomed to. Even if the enemy were to rise in defiance the moment the gunfire erupted, attempting to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the handgun would be nothing short of a delusion. Consequently, Ning Rong's attitude towards Wu Yi underwent a complete transformation in this very moment. However, this sudden shift in demeanor ignited a fierce jealousy within Oscar, who lingered at the rear of the group, filling him with deep animosity towards Wu Yi. Yet, simultaneously, Oscar found himself captivated by the meticulously crafted series of weapons developed by Wu Yi. After all, weapons that can unleash substantial lethality without depleting soul power are undeniably invaluable for someone of his supportive nature. Nonetheless, none of these considerations were of paramount importance to Wu Yi at this juncture. He paid little mind to the prospect of amassing great wealth through the sale of such weapons. With unwavering focus, he strode purposefully towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Oh, Xiao San, I have a matter to discuss with Xiao Wu. Might you kindly lend her to me for a few minutes?" Wu Yi spoke candidly and directly to Tang San, his tone resembling that of one merely borrowing an ordinary tool, devoid of any hint of circumlocution. However, unexpectedly, upon hearing this request, Tang San seemed to be enchanted, inexplicably nodding in agreement. Perhaps it was due to the camaraderie that had developed over the past 5 days of sharing meals and living together, fostering a sense of mutual appreciation and an unspoken feeling of having met too late. As a result, at this moment, Tang San harbored an extraordinary trust in Wu Yi. Standing nearby, Xiao Wu wore a puzzled expression, contemplating, what could Wu Yi possibly need my assistance with? Just as her mind was filled with questions, she heard Wu Yi softly propose, "Xiao Wu, may we step into the quiet room over there to discuss?" He gestured towards a serene chamber not far off. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze landing on Tang San, who stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding a relaxed demeanor, as if suggesting she should make her own decision regarding the matter. Xiao mused internally, this is our academy, he wouldn't dare act recklessly here. If he were to do something outrageous, Tang San would certainly not let him off easily. Following this thought, they maintained a respectful distance and slowly entered the somewhat desolate lounge side by side. Although there were only the 2 of them in the room, the atmosphere remained devoid of any suggestive tension. As the doors softly closed behind them, Wu Yi suddenly swung his arm with great force, unleashing a powerful surge of soul power from his palm. This energy swiftly coalesced into a transparent membrane, enveloping the entire room in a tight embrace. This was, in fact, a rudimentary soundproof barrier constructed by Wu He using his soul power. This skill was a serendipitous discovery made while he was researching the composition of soul power. After numerous experiments and refinements, this soundproof barrier could now flawlessly prevent any sound from escaping the room. Even the faintest whisper could not evade detection. Witnessing Wu He's cautious demeanor and sense of urgency, Xiao Wu, who had initially felt relaxed, suddenly became tense, entering a state of heightened alertness. "Now you may speak. What is it that you wish to discuss with me, Xiao Wu?" she asked, arms crossed, her head held slightly high. Casting a proud gaze upon Wu He fixed his gaze intently upon Xiao Wu, taking a deep breath as if he had made a momentous decision. Observing Wu He's solemn demeanor, Xiao Wu felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. Her petite face flushed crimson in an instant. She shyly lowered her head, her heart racing as she pondered. Could it be? Is he about to confess his feelings to me? As this thought crossed her mind, her heartbeat quickened, akin to a frightened fawn thrumming wildly. However, at that moment, Wu He slowly parted his lips, his voice clear and resolute as he stated, "Should I address you as Soul Master Xiao Wu, or as the 100,000-year soul beast, Softbone Rabbit Xiao Wu?" This proclamation struck Xiao Wu like a bolt from the blue, landing heavily upon her heart. Her cheeks, once aflame with shyness, drained of color, turning as pale as parchment. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from her petite frame, a formidable presence surging forth like a tempestuous wave, sweeping across the surroundings. With her brows furrowed and eyes wide open, she demanded in a soft yet commanding voice, "Speak. How did you come to know my true identity?" Internally bewildered, Xiao Wu considered that the individual before her, Wu Yi, was at best a soul master. Logically, only someone of the rank of title Douluo would possess the capability to discern her true nature. Despite her current status as a soul master due to her transformation and recultivation, the immense power and pressure emanating from her as a 100,000-year soul beast remained unchanged. That invisible force surged towards Wu He like a tidal wave, as if it could engulf him at any moment. Chapter 106. Negotiation. Xiao Wu's overwhelming pressure crashed down upon Wu He like a colossal wave, an unstoppable force that enveloped him in an instant. The source of this formidable pressure emanates from the singular and vital secret that resides within Xiao Wu. She is transformed from a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. It is widely acknowledged that even soul beasts harbor a deep-seated yearning and aspiration for ascension to divinity. However, it is undeniable that the path to godhood is significantly more arduous for soul beasts than for humans, laden with innumerable obstacles. Nevertheless, there exists a seemingly viable shortcut that many soul beasts, yearning for divinity, perceive as the key to the realm of the gods. This shortcut lies in the ability to voluntarily take human form upon successfully transcending to the 100,000-year level. Yet, once a soul beast undergoes this transformation, its soul rings will undergo a distinctive change. The form of the soul rings, originally belonging to a 100,000-year soul beast, remains unaltered. However, the profound cultivation accumulated over 100,000 years will, in the instant of transformation, be directly converted into the cost and offering required for the metamorphosis. Of course, this does not imply that these invaluable cultivation energies vanish without a trace. In truth, they remain sealed within the body of the soul beast post-transformation, silently awaiting an opportune moment. This moment arises when the soul beast's cultivation once again ascends, gradually reaching the various levels corresponding to its original 100,000-year cultivation. At that juncture, the energies once considered offerings will be revitalized, transforming into new soul rings that align with the current level of power. However, it is imperative to note that despite these soul beasts successfully taking human form, they fundamentally remain soul beasts rather than true humans. Consequently, should those with ulterior motives among humanity become aware of this secret, they would undoubtedly devise means to imprison the transformed soul beasts, patiently biding their time to slay them and seize the invaluable 100,000-year soul rings and bones. As time progresses, those soul beasts that willingly choose to embody humanity gradually realize the utmost importance of concealing their true identity from other humans. For them, this secret is as crucial as a dragon's reverse scale, for any breach could precipitate catastrophic consequences. While it is true that humans of formidable strength, such as titled Douluos, possess the profound ability to discern the transformed soul beasts through their mysterious cultivation and insight, The individual standing before the crowd, known as Wu He, evidently has not yet attained the transcendent realm of a titled Douluo. Thus, only two possibilities remain. Either he is backed by an unparalleled powerhouse concealed behind him, or he has discerned some unusual aspects through subtle clues. Upon meticulous examination of the first scenario, one can readily identify numerous inconsistencies. It is imperative to acknowledge that any soul master of the Douluo rank, when confronted with such a rare and immensely valuable transforming soul beast, would find it nearly impossible to suppress the overwhelming desire to claim it for themselves. After all, successfully nurturing such a soul beast would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for the future development of one's family or sect. Consequently, after considering various factors, the first possibility can essentially be dismissed. This, in turn, renders the second possibility increasingly plausible and credible. In other words, it is highly likely that Wu He, through some unique method or avenue, inadvertently uncovered clues regarding the identity of these transforming soul beasts. Who are you? How do you know my secret? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Wu He. Her voice trembled, laden with unmistakable tension and fury, coupled with a profound sense of helplessness. At that moment, Xiao Wu's heart was engulfed in fear, dreading that Wu He might turn and leave, subsequently revealing her long-hidden secret to the world. It is worth noting that had she possessed a cultivation level of 100,000 years, she would have faced such a situation with unwavering composure, entirely unconcerned about Wu He's potential rashness. However, times have changed. She was acutely aware that, in terms of both talent and strength, she was vastly outmatched by the young man before her. Wu He, maintaining his composure, gently placed his index finger before his lips, signaling for Xiao Wu to remain quiet and calm. Yet, in such a moment, who could truly achieve a tranquil heart? Especially for Xiao Wu, as this matter pertained to her very survival and the countless secrets concealed behind it. Observing Xiao Wu's inability to regain her composure, Wu He shook his head in resignation. After inhaling deeply, he resolved to abandon any pretense and to candidly articulate his intentions. Firstly, regarding your identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, I have never disclosed this information to anyone. Had I done so, you would likely have already faced grave peril. Therefore, you need not worry on that account. Secondly, Tang Sen has long been aware of your status as a 100,000-year soul beast, yet he, too, has chosen to keep this secret buried deep within, revealing not a word to anyone. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Wu was utterly stunned. Her heart engulfed in a tumultuous wave of shock, crashing against the defenses of her spirit like relentless tides. She widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at the person before her, her lips trembling slightly yet failing to produce a sound. She could hardly fathom that Tang San, whom she had always regarded as her closest and most trusted family member, had already discerned the secret she had buried deep within her heart. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts flickered through her mind like lightning, one of the most terrifying being, could it be that Tang San had betrayed her? However, as this notion surfaced, she swiftly dismissed it. Given her understanding of Tang San, he would never stoop to such treachery. Thus, Xiao Wu steadied herself, striving to recover from her overwhelming astonishment. She took a deep breath, her gaze firmly fixed on Wu He across from her, who wore a self-satisfied expression, a faintly sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a cold scoff, Xiao Wu mirrored his disdainful demeanor, signaling her utter disbelief in his words. Humph, do you think I would easily fall for your deceit? Even if you weave an elaborate tale, I shall not be deceived, Xiao Wu declared through gritted teeth. Wu Yi seemed to have anticipated Xiao Wu's reaction. He offered a slight smile and spoke slowly. It matters not whether you believe me. However, I can assure you, my aim is not you, and I shall keep your secrets sealed. Thus, there is no need for your anxiety. After this declaration, he deliberately paused before continuing. In truth, my real objective lies within your hometown. At the mere mention of hometown, Xiao Wu's expression shifted dramatically, her previously calm demeanor contorted with anguish. For in that instant, two familiar and cherished figures, De Ming and Er Ming, flashed vividly in her mind. An inexplicable fury surged within her, her eyes widening as if they might ignite into flames, her teeth grinding audibly. What? Your goal is De Ming and Er Ming, Xiao bellowed, her voice resounding with deafening intensity. Simultaneously, her soul rings erupted uncontrollably, radiating brilliant light around her, forming an imposing aura. Clenching her fists so tightly that her nails dug painfully into her palms, blood trickled from her fingers, staining the ground below. In that moment, should Wu He dare to confirm his intent towards De Ming and Ming, Xiao would not hesitate to unleash her most formidable soul skill. Even if it meant revealing her identity or confronting an opponent of superior strength, she would fight with every ounce of her being, willing to pay the ultimate price of her life. Chapter 107. Negotiation achieved. Hey, what are you thinking? Snap out of it. Open your eyes and examine my cultivation level. Consider this. With my strength, could I possibly contend with those two? Unbeknownst to her, Wu Yi had, like a phantom, silently materialized before Xiao Wu. This abrupt turn of events caused her to tremble, a chill racing up her spine, enveloping her entirely. Without mercy, he flicked her forehead with a gentle but decisive gesture. In an instant, a sharp pain coursed through her, akin to lightning striking her mind. Xiao Wu had no time to react. Instinctively, she cradled her head and crouched low. As tears, glistening like pearls, brimmed in her once clear eyes, a glimmer of hatred flickered within their depths. Enough with the tears. Listen to me. My true target is this very lake before us. It possesses a wonderfully enchanting name, the Lake of Life. Isn't it fascinating? Without a care in the world, Wu He continued speaking, seemingly unfazed by his recent actions. The Lake of Life? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Xiao Wu couldn't help but pause in surprise. Although she had grown up by this very lake, her mother had never mentioned that it bore such a magnificent title. At that moment, Xiao Wu was filled with confusion and curiosity, momentarily forgetting the pain from the earlier flick to her forehead. Indeed, it is the Lake of Life. This body of water harbors an exceptionally rich life energy, a force that is immensely beneficial to all living beings. And its remarkable advantages when manifested in soul beasts are beyond imagination. Wu He gazed intently and remarked, those spirit beasts, if they immerse themselves in the waters of the lake for dedicated cultivation, can enhance their training speed by 5 to 10 times their original rate. Of course, the specific enhancement effect is contingent upon the particular lineage of the spirit beast, as there exist subtle differences among the various species. For instance, if your esteemed De Ming were to soak in this lake, its rate of cultivation would undoubtedly surpass that of Ming, even if both possessed the same duration of training and innate talent. The disparity in their species could result in De Ming's cultivation being elevated by a staggering 2,000 to 3,000 years. Wu Yi spoke incessantly about the wonders of the Lake of Life. The vivid and original description provided by Wu He instantly illuminated Xiao Wu's understanding. At that moment, the vigilance nestled deep within her heart had significantly diminished. However, she remained perplexed as to the true purpose of Wu Yi's visit. Observing the bewildered expression on Xiao Wu's face, Wu Yi found himself in a state of both amusement and exasperation. He inwardly mused, I have articulated my intentions so clearly. It is evidently a desire to cultivate by the lakeside. Why, then, is this girl so utterly oblivious? With this thought, Wu Yi shook his head in resignation, gently resting his hand on his forehead, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. I intend to cultivate over there, Wu Yi declared with unwavering conviction, as if he had forged a resolute decision. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu swiftly comprehended his intentions. Yet a swell of discontent surged within her. With a pout, she retorted, if you wish to go, then go. But why must you suddenly expose my identity? Her words dripped with reproach and indignation. Wu Yi, caught off guard by her accusation, appeared somewhat embarrassed and scratched his head in explanation. Oh, it was unavoidable. I truly did not know the precise route. Moreover, if I were to proceed recklessly, my strength would surely be no match for De Ming and Ming. At this moment, Wu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, quietly pondering. This girl appears quite clever on ordinary days. How is it that she becomes so obtuse at such a critical juncture? However, Xiao Wu seemed determined not to let him off easily. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and her reasoning took an unusually sharp turn as she retorted, Humph. Since you are so well acquainted with the circumstances of the three of us, how could you possibly be unaware of the way forward? It must be said that her words carried a certain weight of logic. Only then did Wu He come to a belated realization of his earlier oversight. Indeed, the reason he could articulate Xiao Wu's situation so eloquently was entirely due to his prior knowledge of the narrative's progression. Yet, when it came to the question of how to reach their destination, he was utterly in the dark. All right, fine. Even if you assume I am incapable of finding my way. However, at this moment, I require two things from you. First, provide me with a route that allows us to circumvent the majority of high-level soul beasts. Second, grant me a token of yours. so that when I encounter your two foolish brothers, they will at least refrain from making an immediate attempt on my life." After taking a deep breath, Wu He unhesitatingly expressed his innermost desires candidly. Standing beside him, Xiao Wu slightly furrowed her brows, pausing momentarily to gather her thoughts before slowly responding. "Very well. I can fulfill your request, but there is one point that must be clarified beforehand. I will not provide you with any items, however. I will personally guide you to your destination, but I must make it clear that I can only take one person with me." Xiao Wu's gaze remained fixed on Wu He, her eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. In truth, she harbored little concern that he would resort to any devious schemes during their journey. For as long as he harbored no intentions of inflicting harm upon De Ming and Heir Ming, everything would remain under control. Moreover, she had been away from home for quite some time, and it was high time for her to return and pay a visit. Once they reached her territory, it would be entirely up to her to ascertain whether this mischievous little fellow was round or square, fat or thin. Upon hearing Xiao Wu express her willingness to lead him, Wu He's face instantly radiated with euphoric delight, and he eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. It would be nothing short of marvelous to have you personally guide me." Subsequently, the two stepped out of the lounge together. However, as they emerged, they found themselves encircled by the remaining 7 peculiar individuals, all wearing expressions of curiosity, eagerly bombarding them with questions. "Why did you two take so long to come out? What important matters did you discuss? Please, enlighten us." Xiao Wu parted her lips and succinctly recounted to the group Wu He's intention to visit her hometown for training. It turned out that Xiao Wu's hometown possessed unique qualities, which prompted her decision to accompany Wu He on this journey. Yet, just as she reached this point in her narrative, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately voiced his disapproval. He was acutely aware of Xiao Wu's true identity and significance, and the thought of her traveling with Wu He filled him with anxiety. In Tang San's eyes, Xiao Wu was as precious as a rare gem, and any potential risk loomed large in his mind, causing him great distress. His furrowed brow and anxious gaze betrayed a deep-seated concern for Xiao Wu's safety. Chapter 108. The Rift. "Xiao Wu cannot accompany you." Tang San's voice erupted like thunder. His complexion flushed and veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide and filled with tension and unease. He leaned forward, his hands flailing wildly in the air. His gestures exaggerated, as if attempting to tear apart the very atmosphere surrounding them. In that moment, Tang San had completely shed his usual calm demeanor, replaced by an almost uncontrollable state of agitation. This sudden transformation astonished everyone present, especially Xiao Wu, who stood frozen in shock. Xiao Wu's eyes widened as she stared intently at Tang San, confusion and disbelief swirling within her. She could not fathom why the usually gentle and understanding Singu would display such a transformation. Was it true, as Wu He suggested, that she did not know Tang San well enough? Or had some other undisclosed issue arisen? A torrent of questions flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "I'm merely returning home, Sangu. Why can't you allow me to go?" Xiao Wu finally regained her composure, her tone laced with inquiry. Yet, such a seemingly innocuous statement served as the catalyst that ignited Tang San's long-suppressed emotions. He suddenly stepped forward, gripping Xiao Wu's delicate arm with a fierce intensity.